Chapter 166. Therefore, we cannot rely solely on guesswork and tracking. Caesar took a box from his robes, sealed with mithril and fairy runes, and opened it. Inside was not some powerful weapon, but the long-lost Ravenclaw tiara. Ravenclaw's tiara is one of the horcruxes. Based on your expertise in alchemy, teacher, could we create a detector? An alchemical item capable of sensing abnormal soul fragmentation and dark bonds? Dumbledore's blue eyes gleamed sharply behind his half-moon spectacles. He took the metal fragment, his aged fingers gently tracing its rough surface, as if listening to whispers from ancient times. A dangerous attempt, Caesar. Guiding and solidifying the power of this level of manifestation could, if not handled carefully, backfire on the user. We don't have time, Professor. Caesar's voice remained steady, yet it carried a chilling sense of desperation. It's evolving, it's spreading. Conventional warfare has no end in sight. We must target the core, even if it means taking risks. In the days that followed, under absolute secrecy, the two most brilliant minds in the magical world began their most dangerous and secretive collaboration. The location was chosen deep within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, in an anciently protected alchemy laboratory unknown even to the House Elves. Ravenclaw's tiara, Hufflepuff's relic properties, the Goblin's mithril rune, the Phoenix's tears, the mandrake sap under the moonlight, countless precious and even forbidden materials were gathered together. Dumbledore, with his profound knowledge of alchemy, spearheaded the framework construction, while Caesar, with his Merlin bloodline's astonishing perception of the nature of magic and his chillingly cold logic, calibrated and mitigated the risks. They argued, experimented, failed, and tried again. During the process, Caesar's bloodline resonated with a burning pain from time to time, and Dumbledore's face grew paler day by day, as if something more essential was consuming him. Finally, on a moonless night, the complex array of runes in the center of the laboratory slowly lit up. It was not a blinding light, but a soft, golden glow, like the morning sun, that seemed to penetrate all matter and disguise. The radiance gradually converged, condensing into an alchemical artifact the size of a palm, shaped like an ancient compass, but with star-like points of light flowing across its surface. The central pointer was not metal, but a wisp of silvery light that seemed to be alive and constantly twisting subtly. Soul Bond Compass. Dumbledore said softly, his voice tinged with weariness and the emptiness that comes after accomplishing such a feat, he said. It can sense the special fluctuations emitted by horcruxes. Caesar took the compass. It felt cold to the touch, yet the silver, misty pointer seemed to carry warmth, trembling slightly as it pointed towards some uncertain distance. He didn't thank me, but simply nodded solemnly. They all knew the hunt had begun. Dumbledore quietly departed with his compass, like a legendary hunter in his twilight years, embarking on his final journey to find and destroy those evil fragments. His whereabouts are elusive, and news of him comes and goes intermittently. However, news occasionally comes that a horcrux has been successfully destroyed. 5 more years passed, and Caesar consolidated his power as minister and promoted the establishment of the Knights of Merlin, serving as their leader. During those 5 years, his marriage to Astoria was seen by outsiders as a stable union of power and beauty. They had 2 children, one who inherited her father's light blonde hair and grey-blue eyes, and the other who resembled her mother more, with soft light blonde curls and emerald green eyes. The children were carefully cared for between Greengrass Manor and the Ministry of Magic's official residence. Healthy and beautiful, they were like 2 perfect ornaments, embellishing the minister's impeccable personal image. Caesar was an impeccable father who would appear at regular family times and provide his children with courteous care. Spend half an hour playing magical games with them, answering their naive questions patiently and accurately. But that's all. He spent most of his time in that ministerial office overlooking London, in the constantly bickering parliamentary halls of Vienna, and in the endless crisis reports and perpetually insufficient defense budget. He never set foot in France again. The Brittany sunshine, roses, and sea breeze have become a deliberately blurred old photograph in my memory, locked away in a non-existent drawer deep within the Ministry of Magic. Fleur Delacour's name quietly disappeared from official documents, as if she had truly vanished from that rainy land, becoming a taboo, unmentioned past. Caesar devoted all his energy, no, his entire life, to his work. The final task of eliminating Voldemort was already completed, but he didn't know why he was deliberately ignoring the system's prompts. All he knew was how to work like a hero. Perhaps deep down there's still some expectation, a hope for some change. I hope that someone will indirectly witness the results of his efforts. He worked like a tireless ghost, his office lights often on late into the night, even until dawn. With ruthless efficiency, precise calculations, and an unquestionable iron fist, he barely maintained the fragile consensus between pure-blood and non-pure-blood wizards, directing the battlefront. Only on rare occasions, during breaks from reviewing reports, would he unconsciously pause writing. I recall the vow I made in the hospital ward to protect him for life. I'm reminded of that girl in the West Tower of Hogwarts during my student days. I think of the French roses dancing gracefully under the moonlight. He worked under such high pressure, almost to the point of breaking, for more than a decade. Until the age of 50. Time and immense pressure have completely reshaped his appearance. There was no trace of his student days left on that face. His sharp, grey-blue eyes were as calm as a lake in deep winter, with fine, cold lines etched at the corners. His once pale gold hair has turned frosty white, and the contours of his face, honed by power and loneliness, appear increasingly hardened and distant. In the same year, Astoria's life came to an end. She left the world surrounded by happiness. On a rainy night after the funeral, Phoenix Fox arrived with blood-stained fragments and a completely broken elderberry wand. The news of Dumbledore's death and his ultimate despair were thrown at Caesar and the entire wizarding world. The lighthouse went out. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the minister's office, gazing at the ever-burning lights of London, Caesar finally decided to bring this long simulation to a complete end. He was going to complete his final mission objective. Destroy Voldemort. He sent Voldemort a letter that was interpreted as an invitation to duel. After 40 years of accumulation, he has long been a legend of his time. Some even privately call him Merlin. And the whole world knows that Caesar Ambrose's prophecy of Merlin is only one step away from destroying the Dark Lord. Chapter 167. The Ruins of Vienna. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Two figures, each carrying prophecy and hatred, confront each other. Voldemort's crimson eyes were filled with a mocking and cruel pleasure, while Caesar's eyes saw only a cold emptiness. A kind of nothingness that, stripped of all emotions, is purely born for the purpose of ending. The battle erupted in an instant, exceeding the limits of what most wizards could imagine. The light of the curse tore through the sky, ancient magic collided with the most malevolent curse, and the ruins were further reduced to dust under the terrifying surge of magical power. Caesar pushed the power of Merlin's bloodline to its limit, silver light flowing around him, precise and efficient, each step as if it had been planned countless times. He fought like the most precise instrument, with only one goal in mind, to drive Voldemort to the brink of despair and force out that last vestige of resonance between his soul and his final horcrux. Voldemort initially had the upper hand, but Caesar's flawless tactics, aimed solely at attrition and exploration, made him feel uneasy about being watched. "What are you looking for, Ambrose?" he hissed, as one deadly curse after another woven into a deadly green web. Caesar dodged with minimal movement, and with a wave of his wand, ancient sealing runes coiled around his opponent like silver chains. He didn't answer. He was waiting for the signal. Finally, in a clash of magical torrents, Voldemort, enraged by his inability to break through, showed a tiny, unnatural ripple in his soul. That was a sign that the deep connection with something far away had been shaken. Now, Caesar's left hand was already inside his robes, gripping the cold soul bond compass tightly. The instant the Voldemort's magical energy wave cracked, he poured his own bloodline magic and all his will into it. The compass did not point to the enemy who was right in front of it. Instead, the pointer, which was formed from a wisp of silver mist in its center, broke free after a violent tremor and pointed to a clear direction, southwest. Brittany, France. Caesar felt a sudden, unseen hand clench his fist, but he forcefully suppressed the unease that gripped his heart. He thought, it's part of the plan. The last horcrux, whatever it may be, destroy it. He gave Voldemort no chance to breathe. The silver power of his bloodline transformed into a tangible spear of light, which, combined with an ancient, long-lost demonic script, pierced through Voldemort's hastily constructed defenses. The Dark Lord screamed as he was blasted away, rendered incapable of fighting. Caesar used a spell to capture him. They stuffed it into a magic pocket like a little chick, without even glancing at it once. His entire attention was focused on the compass. The pointer steadily pointed to Brittany, trembling slightly, as if sensing that the target was not far ahead. He approached and traveled in the direction the pointer indicated. Each time we appeared in a new location, the pointer's trembling intensified. The surrounding scenery began to feel familiar. Barren cliffs, a salty sea breeze, and in the distance, the faint outline of a village protected by magic. Caesar's steps slowed, and his face grew paler. It couldn't be there. That place, he had already locked it deep in his memory, along with that person. The compass is accurate. Its destination is becoming increasingly clear. At the edge of the Brittany Peninsula, an ancient sea cliff facing the Atlantic Ocean. At the top of the cliff, there was once a rose garden belonging to the Delacour family, which he personally helped restore. He set off on the path leading to the sea cliffs. Wild roses bloom tenaciously among the rocks along the path, unlike the carefully tended varieties in the garden of my memory, yet they possess a more unrestrained vitality. The sight stung his eyes. The closer he got to the top of the cliff, the more his heart sank into the icy abyss. The air was filled with an all too familiar scent of roses and sea water, almost suffocating him. When he finally stood on the edge of the sea cliff, and the rose garden suddenly came into view, he felt as if the blood in his body had frozen instantly. The garden is well cared for. Roses of all colors bloomed out of season under the influence of magic, swaying gracefully in the salty sea breeze, breathtakingly beautiful, and breathtakingly lonely. In the center of the garden, with his back to him and facing the vast grey-blue ocean, stood a slender, silver-haired figure wearing a long white dress. The sea breeze lifted her long hair and skirt. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All the calculations, all the tasks, all the troubles crumbled before this figure. Fleur slowly turned around. She held no magic wand, only a few freshly cut white roses, still glistening with dew. Even at 50, in Caesar's eyes, her face remained breathtakingly beautiful. Just like before. But in those sapphire blue eyes, there was no longer the faith, sorrow, or tenderness of the past. Only a deep pool-like calm and a sense of understanding remained. She looked at him. Looking at the compass in his hand, still stubbornly pointing at her, and at the utter despair on his face that defied description, she saw a complete breakdown of hope. Caesar opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He wanted to scream, to question, to destroy something, but his limbs and bones were filled with heavy lead. The compass slipped from his loosened fingers and fell onto the grass, its needle still stubbornly pointing at her. The crisp sound of it hitting the ground was like the death knell that shattered his world. All the clues, all the anomalies, all the details he deliberately ignored. I see. No wonder Voldemort deliberately let her go back then. The last horcrux. It's her. What he had been searching for, what he had to destroy, Voldemort's final anchor of evil, was the girl he had cruelly hurt. Fleur watched him break down in silence. Her gaze swept over his pale face, over his empty eyes, and finally landed on the fallen compass. Then, she sighed very softly. You've become an old man, Caesar. And me, am I too old to look it? That sigh killed Caesar more thoroughly than any curse. He stood in the blooming rose garden, in this place that should have symbolized love and beauty. Yet I felt as if I were in the coldest ruins at the ends of the earth. Victory was within reach, but the cost far outweighed death. He was utterly desperate. Caesar stood at the edge of the rose garden, and the world was silently crumbling. He had traversed countless battlefields of human hearts and faced the deepest darkness, but never before had he been so gently torn apart by despair. Fleuring's gaze swept calmly across his pale face, landing on the compass pointing at her, and then she sighed very softly. That sigh, like the last snowflake, crushed him. Why? He finally regained his voice, hoarse and broken, as if every word was squeezed out from his shattered lungs. It's you. Chapter 168. The sea breeze swept through the rose bushes, bringing with it a salty, moist scent and floral fragrance. Hibiscus's sigh dissipated in the wind, yet it pierced Caesar's chest like the sharpest icicle. Why you? He murmured again, the question sounding less like an inquiry and more like a desperate confirmation. Fleuring bent down and picked up the compass. The silver pointer trembled even more violently in her hand, as if it were about to break free and pounce on her at any moment. She examined the exquisite alchemical creation, a barely perceptible bitter smile appearing on her lips. It's me, she said softly. She raised her sapphire blue eyes, where 40 years of time had settled into a deep and calm sea. Walk with me, Caesar, Fleur said softly, as if inviting a long-lost friend, since this is the last time. Without waiting for an answer, she turned and walked down the garden path towards the cliff. Her white skirt brushed against the rose bushes, like a ray of moonlight that might vanish at any moment. Caesar followed. His steps were heavy, each one like stepping on shattered glass fragments of their 40 years of memories. They walked down the sea cliff and came to that familiar little bay. The tide had just receded, leaving damp ripples on the beach. Fleuring sat down at the edge of the beach and patted the spot next to her. Caesar sat down beside her, a polite distance separating them, a distance also spanning 40 years. Do you remember? Hibiscus gazed at the distant horizon. Our first meeting wasn't here. Caesar's throat tightened. Provence, Delacour estate, 11 years old. Yes, 11 years old. Fleuring smiled slightly. You were wearing a dark green travel robe then, your hair was more golden than it is now, and your eyes were like the sky after the rain. I peeked at you while holding onto my mother's skirt, thinking to myself, this brother from England is so handsome. She turned to look at him, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes gently smoothing out in the setting sun. Then the Death Eaters arrived. Green light, screams, my dad fell down, my mom pushed me into the cellar, and you grabbed my hand in the chaos. Caesar remembers. He remembered those small, cold hands gripping him tightly, and the terror filling her blue eyes. You said, hold on to me. Fleuring's voice was very soft, as if she were retelling an ancient fairy tale. Then you transformed, Thunderbird. I'll never forget that moment. An 11-year-old animagus still possesses such a rare form. You carried me away, the Death Eater's curse chasing after us. I didn't fly far, Caesar said. But you saved me. Hibiscus insisted, you hid me in the bushes and went to lure them away. Do you remember what you told me? Caesar remembered. He recalled those words countless nights afterward, like repeatedly licking a wound. Remember my words, run. Protect yourself. I am the child of prophecy, and my destiny is not limited to this. But your safety is now my responsibility. That's what I thought then. Fleuring said softly, if there are truly heroes in this world, they must be like you. The tide began to rise, and the first wave touched their toes. Later, at the West Tower, Fleuring continued. Hogwarts. I still have the marks of a curse on my face, like a little monster. Everyone was looking at me and talking about me. Only you, every time you passed by, would nod at me. Caesar remained silent. He remembered those gazes, and the way Hibiscus carefully brought him crepes while huddled in her cloak. You saved me a second time, at Black Lake. Furong's voice became even softer, the ice broke, and I fell in. The girls were laughing nearby, and then you arrived. It didn't come walking, it smashed through the window and flew down as a dragon. She looked at him, her blue eyes glistening with tears. Do you know, when I was about to lose consciousness underwater, the last thing I saw was you transforming into a dragon on the ice. Its deep gold and bronze scales resembled those of a creature from ancient legends. I thought, perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Don't talk nonsense, Caesar's voice was hoarse. That's not nonsense. Furong shook her head, it's true. At that time, I thought, even if I really died, it would be worth it if you could turn into a dragon and charge down for me. She paused. Later, you stayed in the room of requirement for 3 days and made that potion. When I woke up, the traces of the curse were fading. You stood by the bed, with dark circles under your eyes, and you smelled strongly of herbs. She reached out her hand, as if she could still touch that distant morning. You said, I told you, I would help you recover. The sun sank a little lower, turning the sea into a molten gold color. Prom. Furong said, a hint of a smile in her voice. I mustered up the courage to ask you to dance. You declined, saying, this dance is probably not appropriate. Caesar felt as if something was blocking his throat. Then you drank a lot of alcohol. Furong turned to look at him, her eyes as gentle as if she were looking at a lost child. Champagne, fiery whiskey, elfin brewing. You lean against the pillar, your eyes vacant, as if you've lost something very important. She gently took his hand. Caesar's fingers were icy cold. You probably don't remember what happened next. Furong said, you staggered onto the dance floor, took my hand, and said, let's dance. Caesar was stunned. Fragments of broken memories flashed through my mind. The swirling light and shadow, the long silver hair, and the blue eyes reflecting his drunken state in the candlelight. We danced one last dance. Furong's voice sounded like a sigh. You danced so well that you didn't seem drunk. We spun around and around until the music ended. The video stone in Crivy was recording, but I didn't care. All I cared about was that moment, your hand on my waist, it was real. She released his hand and looked out at the sea. After the ball, I put that ring in your dress pocket. I thought, if you kept it, it was fate. If you threw it away. She didn't continue. Night began to fall, and the first star rose above the horizon. Iris Spy Investigation. Furong uttered the code name, her voice filled with nostalgia. We played Newlyweds in Brittany. Do you remember the sword dance that day? Caesar remembered. The rose garden under the moonlight, the silver rapier, the way her skirt bloomed as she twirled like a midnight epiphyllum. The entire courtyard fell silent when she deflected Edgar Roger's sword. You later told me, you jumped very well. Furong smiled, actually, what I wanted to say was, it's because you were watching. She paused, her voice becoming even softer. And that cave? Voldemort's curse, you have a high fever and you're talking in your sleep. You said you really thought about killing me in France, that you were a monster, that you didn't deserve it. Caesar closed his eyes. Those words were like a red-hot branding iron, searing them into his memory. But you forgot one thing. Furong's voice was so close. You said, Hibiscus, don't go. Caesar suddenly opened his eyes. Furong looked at him, tears silently streaming down her face. You were delirious with fever, grabbed my hand, and kept saying, Hibiscus, don't go, don't leave me. That was the only time you ever said you needed me. Chapter 169 It was completely dark, with only moonlight and the lights of the manor in the distance. Wedding. Fleur said, her voice as calm as if she were telling someone else's story. I went there, wearing a white dress and 2 rings. I think, if fate really does separate us, at least I want to give myself a ceremony. She raised her left hand. Under the moonlight, there was a very faint ring mark on my ring finger. You stood there, dressed in a white tuxedo, as handsome as a prince from a fairy tale. Astoria was beside you, pale, beautiful, like a porcelain doll that needed to be protected. Fleur's voice began to tremble. I'm looking at you, waiting for your response. Even a glance, a tiny signal, but you gave nothing. You stood there, like a perfect statue. She took a deep breath. Then I understood. It's not that you don't love, it's that you're incapable of loving. Or to be more precise, you dare not love. Love is too dangerous for you, it will disrupt all your calculations, turning you back into someone who feels pain, is vulnerable, and makes mistakes. The tide rose to their feet, and the icy sea water soaked their skirts and robes. Fleur stood up and walked towards the deeper part of the beach. Caesar followed her, as if drawn by an invisible thread. Over the past 40 years, I've come to understand many things here. Hibiscus faced the sea breeze ruffling her long hair and skirt. Why did Voldemort choose me? It wasn't random, it wasn't accidental. He saw through the deepest wound in my soul, the wound that will never heal, the wound about you. She turned around, and the moonlight shone on her face, making her breathtakingly beautiful and suffocatingly sorrowful. Horcruxes need strong emotions to anchor them. Love, hate, obsession, fear, what emotion could be stronger than a hopeless love that lasted for 40 years? Caesar's heart felt as if it were being clenched tightly by a hand. Fleur said softly, he planted this seed when my soul was at its most vulnerable. And then he watered it with time. Every time you push me away, every time you choose someone else, every time you tell me this is the best choice, the seed only grows a little. She approached him and reached out to touch his face. My fingers are cold. Until it became a part of my soul, and grew together with my love for you. To destroy it, you must destroy love itself. And love. She smiled, a smile brimming with tears. Love is the only thing that kept me alive, Caesar. I waited for you for 40 years because of love. Without it, I would have died in Provence when I was 11 years old. The moon rose to its zenith, and its light spread across the sea like a silver veil. Fleur took a roll of parchment tied with a ribbon from her skirt pocket and handed it to Caesar. Open it and take a look. Caesar's fingers trembled as he untied the ribbon. The parchment was unfolded, revealing familiar, neat handwriting, Fleur's handwriting, though the ink was a mix of new and old. Crepe recipe improvement record. First year, Hogwarts. The batter was too watery, making the pancakes too soft. Failed to flip 7 times. Caesar said, there has been progress. Second year. I tried adding citrus zest, but it tasted strange. He successfully did a one-handed flip. But he didn't see it. Caesar said, use less sugar next time. The 10th year, Brittany mission. He said it was delicious because he used local lavender honey instead of sugar. 80% success rate for one-handed flips. That morning, he stood at the kitchen door for a long time. The 20th year. He's not coming anymore. I'll still do it every day, just in case. The batter ratio was perfect today, but nobody tasted it. The 30th year. My hands started shaking, and sometimes the dough would break when I flipped it. The doctor said it was related to damage to the soul. It's okay, he's gone anyway. The 40th anniversary, today. The last time. Batter, 2 eggs, 100 grams flour, 250 ml milk, a pinch of salt. Key points, the butter must be hot, your wrist must be steady, and you must have that person in mind. If it doesn't break after being flipped 3 times, it's considered perfect. At the end of the parchment, there was a newly written line. Caesar, if you ever see this, remember. I have never regretted loving you. I just regret not teaching you to love yourself sooner. The parchment slipped from Caesar's hands and fell onto the damp sand. I'm sorry, Caesar finally said, his voice broken and incoherent. I'm sorry, Fleur, I'm sorry. Don't say sorry. Fleur shook her head, her tears gleaming like diamonds in the moonlight. You've never wronged me. You're just too true to your habits. So true that you've forgotten you're a human being too. She took a step back and took out a small crystal bottle from her bosom. The bottle contained a silvery liquid that shimmered like starlight under the moonlight. This is the culmination of my 40 years of research. Fleur said softly, soul weapon separation potion. The principle is simple, temporarily cover the dark link with a stronger spiritual anchor. She uncorked the bottle, tilted her head back, and drank it down. No. Caesar rushed forward, but it was too late. The medicine slid down her throat. A few seconds later, Hibiscus began to emit a soft silver light. The light grew brighter and brighter until she was completely enveloped in a halo. The compass flew out of Caesar's pocket, hovered in the air, its pointer spinning wildly, and finally, it has stopped. It no longer refers to Hibiscus. Instead, it pointed to the empty bottle in her hand. The last horcrux is this vial of medicine itself. Fleur's voice sounded ethereal in the light. I've poured all my memories of you, all my love, into it. It's now a horcrux of love. She smiled, tears streaming down her face. Voldemort anchored souls with darkness, I anchor them with light. Now, destroy it, Caesar. Destroy this bottle filled with 40 years of memories of loving you, and the last horcrux will disappear. Caesar stood frozen in place, unable to move. Quick! Hibiscus's voice became urgent, and the light began to flicker erratically. The effects of the medicine will only last a few minutes. The dark link can only be suppressed for a limited time. You must do it now. I can't. Caesar's voice trembled, I can't, Hibiscus. You must do it. Hibiscus approached him, stood on tiptoe, and placed a cool kiss on his lips. For all those who have died, for Professor Dumbledore, for peace in the wizarding world, and for myself. She stepped back and took her wand from her skirt pocket. The first wand she used at Hogwarts, made of cherry wood with a unicorn hair core. You probably haven't met my guardian spirit yet, have you? She asked softly, then raised her wand. Take protection. Silver light surged from the tip of the wand, condensed, and took shape. It's not a bird, and it's not an animal. It is humanoid. The silhouette of a boy, about 11 years old, with light golden hair, grey-blue eyes, and a childlike yet determined expression on his face. That was 11-year-old Caesar Ambrose. The guardian spirit paused in mid-air for a moment, then turned to Caesar and nodded to him, as if to say, do it. Then it dissipated, turning into countless silver specks of light that scattered across the sea. Hibiscus's face turned extremely pale, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Did you see that? My guardian angel is never any creature you might guess. It's always been you. From the moment you grabbed my hand in France when I was 11 and said, hold on tight, it's always been you. She turned her wand towards her chest, the tip resting against her heart. If you don't do it, Caesar, I'll do it myself. Dark links could regain the upper hand at any time, and then I won't be myself anymore. I will become Voldemort's weapon, a tool to hurt you. Her voice grew softer and softer, but every word struck Caesar's heart like a hammer blow. Don't let me become that kind of monster. Please. Chapter 170. Time seemed to stand still. Caesar looked at Hibiscus, at those blue eyes that were filled with 40 years of love and waiting. She looked at the crystal bottle filled with all her memories, and at the magic wand pressed against her heart. His mind went blank. All the calculations, all the trade-offs, all the optimal solutions crumbled at this moment. Hibiscus. He began, his voice hoarse, I know. Hibiscus smiled, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. I know everything. Now, do it. She closed her eyes and waited. Caesar slowly raised his wand, his fingers trembling so much he could barely hold it. This was the third time he had pointed the tip of his wand at Fleur. She also aimed at the crystal bottle, at the silver liquid flowing inside, carrying the weight of her 40 years of love for him. Caesar's lips trembled, but the incantation was uttered clearly. Shattered to pieces. The spell's light struck the crystal bottle. The bottle didn't shatter, instead, like ice meeting sunlight, it melted from the inside out and dissipated. The silvery liquid evaporated into mist, swirling in the air before finally transforming into countless tiny specks of light. Sprinkled onto the sea, sprinkled onto the night sky, sprinkled onto this land where they first met and then parted forever. In the instant the last wisp of silver mist dissipated. Fleur opened her eyes. She looked at Caesar with eyes as clear as when she first met him at the Provence estate when she was 11 years old. Then she smiled. That smile was pure, radiant, without a trace of gloom, as if 40 years of suffering and waiting had been answered in this moment. Thank you, brother Caesar. She uttered softly the name she hadn't used in decades since graduating from Hogwarts. The wand slipped from her hand and fell onto the beach. Her body fell backward, like a light feather, into the rising tide. Caesar rushed forward and embraced her. The sea water was icy cold, and her body was getting cold rapidly. Hibiscus, hibiscus! He screamed and tried in vain to channel magic into her, but like pouring water into a leaky bucket, her life force was rapidly draining away. The price of the horcrux separating potion is the caster's life. She knew that from the beginning. Fleur raised her hand and stroked his face one last time. Her fingers were icy cold, but her movements were as gentle as if she were touching the most precious treasure. Don't be sad. Her voice was barely audible. It will break my heart, I worry that no one will love you because of your flaws, so promise me, you will learn to love yourself from now on. Her eyes slowly closed, a pure smile still lingering on her lips. The last sentence was as light as a sigh. Brother Caesar, do you love me? He hadn't finished speaking. Her hand fell to her side. Caesar knelt motionless in the cold sea, holding Fleur's body. The tide rose and fell, the moonlight shifted and moved, but he remained kneeling there, as if transformed into another reef. Until the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the sea, her pale face, and his empty eyes. The mission is complete. The vow was shattered. The last horcrux was destroyed. Voldemort let out a final scream from his magic pocket, then vanished completely, turning to ashes. A system notification sounded in my mind. Final mission complete, do you wish to disembark? But Caesar could neither hear nor feel it. He simply held her, looking at her face, at those blue eyes that would never open again. Memories flooded in like a tidal wave, uncontrollable. The girl who ran away with him when she was 11 years old. A girl clumsily flips crepes in the West Tower, her nose covered in flour. On the frozen surface of Black Lake, the moment it transformed into a dragon and charged down. At the graduation ball, long silver hair twirled in the candlelight. The rose garden of Brittany, a sword dance under the moonlight. Inside the cave, hands clasped tightly despite high fever. At the wedding, those eyes were filled with final anticipation. And just now, that cold kiss before she drank the potion. Hermione's voice rang in her ears, Caesar, you only love yourself. Luna's voice followed closely, Caesar, you really have no heart. No, he meant it. It was discovered too late, so late that it had already shattered into millions of pieces, each one engraved with her name. Caesar stood on the seashore of Brittany for 41 sunsets. Every evening at dusk, he would come to the beach where they last spoke, face the sea, and remain motionless until the night completely swallowed the horizon. The 41st day, the last sunset. He stood on the edge of the cliff, holding the scroll of records of crepe recipe improvements in his hand. The parchment was worn and tattered, the edges soaked with seawater, and the writing was somewhat blurred, but still legible. Turn to the last page, that line of text. Caesar, if you ever see this, remember. I have never regretted loving you. I just regret not teaching you to love yourself sooner. The sea breeze rustled the pages. Caesar looked up and watched the last rays of sunlight sink below the horizon. The sky changed from golden red to deep purple, and then to dark blue. One by one, the stars lit up. Caesar closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, there was nothing inside. There was no pain, no regret, no love, and no hate. There was only a cold, absolute nothingness. He turned and left the beach. Upon returning to England, Caesar Ambrose brought news that Voldemort had been completely defeated. The entire wizarding world was in a frenzy. The celebration lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, with magical fireworks lighting up the night sky of every city. Caesar was hailed as the savior of the wizarding world, the Merlin of our time, and the uncrowned king. He accepted all the honors with a perfectly measured, tired yet humble smile. But no one really got close to him. His eyes changed. Those once gentle, smiling, grey-blue eyes now resemble 2 cold glass beads, devoid of any warmth when they look at people. Another 10 years have passed. Wrinkles gradually increase, and grey hair slowly fills the head. He continued to serve as Minister of Magic, continued to promote wizarding equality reforms, and continued to maintain the operation of the Order of Merlin. All because of Furong's voice. Back then, I thought, if there really are heroes in this world, they must be like you. He worked like a tireless ghost, ruling the world he saved, and the world that saved him, with icy efficiency. Only on rare occasions, late at night in his ministerial office, would he put down his pen, walk to the window, and look out at the rainy London night. Then he took out a small crepe from his pocket, which had been enchanted with a spell to preserve it forever. The pancake had gone cold and hard. But he still took a bite, chewing slowly, as if he could still taste the saltiness of the first time that clumsy girl made it for him in the West Tower 50 years ago. So this is the salty taste of tears. It was when the 12-year-old Furong, tormented by a curse, was learning to make crepes in the kitchen for him. Tears shed secretly. In Brittany, there is an ancient legend. If a girl can flip a perfect crepe with one hand for the person she loves, the cake flipped 3 times in the air without breaking, then the gods will bless this marriage. May the two grow old together. Outside the window, the rain kept falling. The rain in London and the sunshine in Brittany are forever separated by the English Channel. Just like him, and that silver-haired, blue-eyed girl, forever separated by life and death, by 50 years, by that unspoken word. I love you too. Chapter 171. 50 years have passed, we are about to depart. 3, 2, 1. Disengagement complete. A pure white space. Absolute silence. Caesar hovered in that boundless white expanse, like a shell whose soul had been emptied. The rain in London and the sunshine in Brittany, the sea breeze, and the roses. All of this was stripped away in an instant, leaving only the cold, robotic notification sound of the system. Simulation ended. Congratulations, host, for reliving Merlin's life and fulfilling a 50-year prophecy. Reward, Merlin's bloodline. Initially cancelling 3 initial talents, correction, Vila's allure, and child of prophecy. Task rating, S. Reward obtained, Merlin bloodline, already fusioned. Remove talents, Vila's charm, child of prophecy. The moment the prophecy was lifted, Caesar felt a certain, subtly amplified sense of righteousness and goodness leave his mind. The heavy pressure eased slightly. We can finally continue with the plans we made before the simulation. Hermione and Luna can no longer be obstacles on his path to becoming the strongest. But Caesar was still shaken. The influence of this prophetic child is truly powerful. Next time, it's best not to pretend to be a good person in the simulation. The host has been detected to possess the talent repentance and redemption in this simulation, which allows them to retain emotional memories with a specific character from this simulation, influencing the same character in the real world. Should we load the simulated memories and emotions of Astria Greengrass from the real world? Yes/no. Special reminder, this system has been updated to address this vulnerability. Selecting no will cancel the memory of emotions, rather than sealing them. The words floated before my eyes, radiating a calm blue light. Why her? Caesar looked at the yes option. Yes, she was the one I chose from the start. That hibiscus. His brain seemed to have just turned on before he realized the situation. Hibiscus. Fleur de Brittany, who waited for 40 years, loved him her whole life, and finally died in his arms. She is dead. Forever dead. In the real world, no one will remember such a long and desperate love affair. Is that the real world version of Fleur de Beau's batons? She won't remember the crepes from the West Tower. They won't remember the dragon of the Black Lake. I won't remember the sword dance in the Rose Garden. They won't remember that she once loved someone who dared not love her back with her whole life. But Caesar wanted to speak, but tears welled up without warning. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper being rubbed. Why am I crying? Haven't I already become immune to the influence of the prophet's talent? What am I thinking? I've got what I wanted, I'm already a hero of Astoria. He knew the answer without needing anyone to reply. He wasn't crying for himself. This is called hibiscus. For that silly girl who would wait for him after class at Hogwarts, who would flip a crepe 30 times without giving up, and who would wear 2 rings and promise to crash the wedding if she could. For that girl who knew she would be pushed away, yet she walked towards him again and again. For him, whose guardian spirit was only 11 years old. The girl who hadn't yet learned to scheme, hadn't yet become complicated, and could even transform into a thunderbird to save people. She waited for me for 40 years. Caesar's voice was softer this time, but more painful. From age 11 to 51, a full 40 years. From childhood to school, from graduation to work. Her life was almost entirely spent waiting for me. She is a living, breathing person. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. Exceeding the time limit will be considered a forfeit. The system notification chimed in a cold countdown. Caesar stared at the yes. The image pierced through even more sharply. Fleur sat by the window in the West Tower, holding the sapphire ring in her hand, gazing at the night view of Hogwarts, and whispered. Brother Caesar didn't come again today. In the kitchen of Brittany, Fleur was making a single serving of crepes, and said to the empty table. The batter ratio is perfect today. Hibiscus stood in the rose garden on the sea cliff, gazing towards the English Channel, her silver hair tousled by the sea breeze. Will he become a minister today? Hibiscus opened the scroll of records of crepe recipe improvements and, under the line for year 10, wrote, he still hasn't come. The 30th year, my hands started to shake. The 40th year, the last time. Ah! Caesar finally burst into tears. It wasn't a loud, wailing cry, but a suppressed, almost suffocating sob, as if the insides of one's body had been emptied out. He was crying for a few wrong. For that love that lasted for 40 years, a love so pure it was foolish, so persistent it was heartbreaking. He knew this love existed, yet he repeatedly pushed it away out of fear, calculation, and the so-called optimal solution. 10 seconds. The system's countdown is like a death knell. Caesar's fingers trembled even more violently. He should have clicked yes. For the sake of Merlin's bloodline. For the sake of real-world plans. So that, he himself can continue down this path and become the strongest. But even her last words to me. Caesar's voice was broken and fragmented. Brother Caesar, do you love me? 5 seconds. Caesar closed his eyes. Tears slid down her cheeks, dripping into the pure white void, without a sound, without a trace. Like Furong's love affair that lasted for 40 years. Silence, stubbornness, no response sought, and finally dissipated in the sea breeze, leaving nothing behind. Except for his heart. A heart with a piece missing. 3 seconds. He opened his eyes. Look at those 2 options. Yes, leading to the planned reality, a perfect closed loop of all calculations. No, what does it mean? A meaningless sacrifice? A belated, unseen confession? His fingers moved. 2 seconds. Hover your fingertip. Below is the cold, decisive blue light. Caesar's vision blurred. What he saw was not the options, but Furong's final smiling face. It was the calm look in her eyes as she drank the medicine. It was the slight upturn of her lips when she softly said, "Let's do it." He heard his own voice, very soft, as if afraid to disturb a dream that had lasted for 40 years. Hibiscus. I can't turn back now. 1 second. Fingertips fall, yes. The pure white space began to slowly dissipate. The forces of gravity in the real world are pulling him. Before completely separating, Caesar took one last look at the white expanse. It seems like I can still see. 11-year-old Hibiscus grabbed his hand in the burning manner. 15-year-old Furong smiled at him from inside the West Tower. 17-year-old Furong looked up at him from the dance floor. 20-year-old Furong holds a sword and looks back in the rose garden. 21-year-old Furong waited for his response at the wedding. 51-year-old Hibiscus stood on the beach, drank the potion, and smiled at him, saying, "Go ahead, brother Caesar." The sound of the ocean waves grew louder as it approached, then gradually faded away. Only that one sentence, and that unspoken response, lingered in the last glimmer of light. "Brother Caesar, do you love me?" "Furong, Lin Yuan loves you very much, but Caesar doesn't deserve you. He's far too different from the hero in your heart." The light went out. Choices, and their costs, sink together into the sea of reality that is about to awaken. Silence. Chapter 172. Time in the storeroom loses its meaning. Only cold white light shone evenly on the off-white walls. There were no windows, no clocks, and even the sound of air movement was swallowed up by the magic circle. Caesar leaned against the headboard, the metal shackles on his wrists and ankles leaving a cold touch on his skin. The collar around her neck has been removed, but the spikes could pop out again at any time. Hermione gave him limited freedom, much like a tamer loosening a small section of a chain for a wild animal. The effects of the medicine have mostly worn off. The genius scholar's talent operated silently within him, analyzing every component of the improved potion, deducing metabolic pathways, and searching for weaknesses in the magical suppression. But this takes time, and time. Click. The sound of the door lock turning. Hermione pushed open the door and came in, still carrying a tray, but today she was wearing a light blue loungewear set, her hair loosely tied back, with a few stray strands hanging down her neck. She looks like a gentle wife, if you ignore her overly calm eyes. "Good morning." She placed the tray on the desk, and as she turned, her gaze swept across Caesar's face, pausing slightly. "You look better than yesterday." Hermione spoke softly, her tone unreadable, neither relieved nor wary. "Have you adapted to the medication's effects?" Caesar did not answer, but simply looked at her. Hermione didn't mind. She went to the bedside and picked up a crystal bottle from the tray. "Not the one from yesterday, this bottle is slimmer, filled with a pale golden liquid that gleams with a warm, honey-like sheen under the light. The medicine formula was changed today. She brought the bottle to his lips, the movement as natural as if she were feeding him water. Soothing and calming ingredients have been added. After all, transformation is a long-term process, and I don't want your body to be under too much stress. Caesar's gaze fell on the bottle. Talent is sending out frantic warnings, that's not a tranquilizer. The composition is more complex, the magical fluctuations are more subtle, the core framework remains emotion-oriented, but with an added effect. Hermione is trying to build a deeper connection. It's not simply emotional reinforcement, but something akin to dependency implantation. Once he drinks it, his emotional response to her may become fixed, resistance will cause physical discomfort, while compliance will bring a pleasurable feedback similar to the release of dopamine. She's using magic potions to create conditioned reflexes. Drink it. Hermione's voice remained soft, but her other hand was already on his neck where the collar's trigger point was. Caesar closed his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth. Because he possesses the fully activated Merlin bloodline, he is immune to all magic. The pale golden liquid slid down my throat, warm and with a strange sweetness, like sun-dried honey. The medicine was quickly absorbed, turning into a warm current that flowed through the limbs and bones. But this warm current didn't penetrate the emotional center as expected, instead, it was stopped at some point by something. Like a river crashing into a suddenly appearing dam. It is Merlin's bloodline. In that instant, his talent went into full power, analyzing the complete composition and magical structure of the potion, and then reverse engineering the solution. Merlin's bloodline brings not only magical talent, but also an intuitive understanding of the nature of magic. That is a magical heritage spanning thousands of years, one of the oldest and most source-like powers in the wizarding bloodline. Although it was only a trace, and although it was still suppressed by the magic circle. But through it, Caesar discovered. I saw the core rune node for emotion in Hermione's meticulously designed potion architecture. The magic suppression array exhibits a periodic fluctuation that occurs every 23 minutes and lasts for only 0.7 seconds. Among the complex ancient runes on the wrist shackles, one letter's inscription was 3% lighter than the rest. That was a minor flaw in the manufacturing process, and also the only weak point in the magic circuit. All information collides, recombines, and is calculated within the talent of the genius scholar. The solution was generated within 0.3 seconds. But Caesar did not move. He kept his eyes closed, letting the medicine work its magic in his body. Those special components were quietly absorbed, broken down, and transformed into pure magic by Merlin's bloodline, which was then stored away. He consciously channeled the calming effect into his muscles, making himself appear more relaxed and compliant. He was waiting. Waiting for Hermione to let her guard down for a moment. Waiting for that periodic fluctuation window. Very good. Hermione withdrew her hand, looking at his obedient expression with satisfaction. She turned and walked to her desk, preparing to begin today's lesson. Right now. Caesar opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a faint, almost invisible, dark golden light flashed by, a sign that Merlin's bloodline had been activated. He raised his right hand. The shackles on his wrists made a slight click sound. It wasn't a struggle, but rather he precisely channeled his accumulated magic into that shallowly engraved letter node. The magic pierced through like fine needles, disrupting the magical circuits and causing a momentary disturbance. Only 0.2 seconds. But that was enough for Caesar. His fingertips made a very subtle sweep in the air, no wand, no spell, just an instinctive, blood-based guiding motion. The silver light of the magic circle on the ground suddenly dimmed. The periodic fluctuation window arrived 0.5 seconds earlier, and its duration increased from 0.7 seconds to 1.2 seconds. The suppressive force field weakened by 17%. Caesar's left hand was pressed against his chest at the same time. That invisible mark on Luna's soul was deliberately stimulated by him at this moment. It's not about waking up. It's about overloading it. It's like applying excessive force to a taut string. Pfft. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. Like a bubble bursting. It's like something deep, on a spiritual level, has shattered. Caesar felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest, as if he had been pierced by a red-hot iron rod. But at the same time, a heavy shackle, as if it had always weighed on the soul, loosened. The soul imprint left by Luna, under the impact of Merlin's bloodline and Caesar's deliberate overload stimulation, cracked open for the first time. It's not a complete solution. However, its integrity has been compromised. The sense of danger of being tracked or locked down at any time has been reduced by at least 30%. The entire process lasted less than 2 seconds. When Hermione sensed the unusual magical fluctuations, she turned around abruptly. Caesar had closed his eyes again, leaning against the headboard, his breathing steady, as if nothing had happened. Her face was just a little paler than before. "What's wrong?" Hermione strode back to the bedside, wand already in her hand, her eyes sharp as knives. Her gaze darted quickly between Caesar's face, the shackles on his wrists, and the magic circle on the ground. The silver light of the magic circle has stabilized. The shackles were intact. Caesar just looks tired. Chapter 173. "It's nothing," Caesar said softly, his voice carrying just the right amount of weariness. "I'm just feeling a little dizzy. It's probably the medication." Hermione stared at him for a full 10 seconds. Then, she slowly put away her wand, but the vigilance in her eyes did not lessen in the slightest. "Today's classes are postponed." She turned and walked toward the door. "Take a rest. I'll come back at lunchtime." The door closed. The sound of the latch engaging was unusually heavy. Caesar kept his eyes closed until Hermione's footsteps completely disappeared at the end of the corridor before he slowly exhaled. "My back was already soaked with cold sweat." Those 2 seconds were the most dangerous moment of his summer vacation. If any step goes wrong, Hermione would immediately notice anything, such as insufficient precision in the infusion of magic, calculation errors in the fluctuation window, or even just an abnormal breathing rhythm. But she didn't. Because Caesar's performance was too perfect. The relaxation brought about by the medication was real, the fatigue was real, and even the momentary paleness was real. The stinging pain from the shattering of the soul's imprint is undeniable. Truth and falsehood intertwined, reality and illusion blurred. This is the most ingenious disguise. Caesar opened his eyes and looked at the shackles on his wrists. The shallowly engraved letter node had already been infused with a trace amount of magic belonging to Merlin's bloodline. It's like a seed, lurking in the magic circuit, ready to break the shackles at any moment. He figured out the pattern of fluctuations in the magic circle on the ground. The mark on the soul has cracked open for the first time. And Hermione? She started to let her guard down. At least, she believed that the medicine was working. It is believed that the transformation is underway. She believed he was gradually becoming the Caesar she wanted. A faint, cold smile curved Caesar's lips. The hunter thought his prey had fallen into a trap. Little did they know, their prey was secretly sharpening its claws and teeth. Lunchtime. When Hermione brought in the tray, Caesar was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in reading a copy of A General History of Magic that she had left there. "Are you feeling better?" she asked, and placed the plate on the bedside table. Caesar closed the book and nodded. His expression was calm, even carrying a hint of the lingering effects of the medication. But something was different in those deep grey eyes. It's no longer just pure resistance or calculation. Rather, it was a deeper complexity that Hermione couldn't decipher. "Hermione." Caesar suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. "Let's talk." Hermione paused slightly as she was setting the table. She looked up at him. a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. What should we talk about? Let's talk about our future. Caesar said, his tone terrifyingly sincere. Talk, I was wrong. Hermione's eyebrows slowly rose. She didn't speak, but simply looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. Caesar took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision. I've been thinking a lot these past few days. Your class, your words, and those medications. He paused, then lowered his voice. I used to be too selfish. I was always calculating and weighing the pros and cons. They treated emotions as tools, and you as pawns. Luna is like that, and so are you. Hermione's eyes flickered slightly. But these days with you. Caesar raised his head and looked directly into her eyes. Being locked up here, listening to your lectures every day, and drinking those medications. I've actually come to understand something. What do you want to understand? Hermione asked. I need to figure out what I really want. Caesar's voice trembled slightly. It wasn't acting, it was the lingering emotional aftershocks of Merlin's bloodline experiencing 50 years of life in a simulation and witnessing Hibiscus's 40-year wait. I want a home. He said that every word seemed to be squeezed out from the bottom of his heart. A place where you don't need to scheme, don't need to pretend, and can safely let down your guard. A place, where you are. Hermione's expression finally cracked. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. For the first time, a clear wavering appeared in those usually calm and rational eyes. Caesar knew he had hit the nail on the head. Hermione Granger. That powerful woman who became the Minister of Magic in the simulated world. That girl who was frighteningly intelligent in the real world. What I crave most deep down is never power or strength. It means belonging. It means to be needed. So. Caesar leaned forward, the shackles making a slight scraping sound. He took Hermione's hand, this was the first time he had touched her since they were imprisoned. Hermione's hands were cold and trembling slightly. Let's drop out of school, Hermione. Caesar spoke softly, his voice carrying an almost desperate plea. Leaving Hogwarts, leaving the wizarding world, just the two of us. Going somewhere no one knows us, to start over. I can continue studying alchemy, and one day I'll be able to completely analyze the Philosopher's Stone. Then. He paused, his eyes becoming unusually serious. We can even be together forever. Silence. Only their clasped hands remained in the storeroom, along with Caesar's words, together forever, slowly settling in the air. Hermione stared at him for a very long time. So long that Caesar thought his calculations were wrong. Then, she suddenly smiled. A faint smile, tinged with bitterness and relief. You finally said it. Hermione said softly, with a strange ease in her voice. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Her hand gripped Caesar's tightly. But Caesar, do you know what I fear most? Afraid you're lying to me. No. Hermione shook her head, I'm afraid you won't even be able to lie to me convincingly. She let go of his hand, stood up, and walked to the window though there was no window, only walls. But she looked up, as if she could see the sky outside through the bricks. You just said the two of us. Hermione had her back to him, and spoke very softly. What about Luna? Caesar's heart skipped a beat. But he didn't hesitate at that moment, hesitation meant death. Luna. He paused, his voice tinged with genuine complexity, I like her. I don't deny it. But compared to you. He looked up at Hermione's retreating figure, and said, word by word. The person I love more is you. He said this under the influence of truth serum. Even now, it's still true. Hermione's shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. She slowly turned around, her face expressionless, but something was churning violently in her brown eyes. Go on, she said softly. Caesar knew this was his last chance. That's also the biggest gamble. Chapter 174. Luna's situation is very special. He lowered his voice and spoke faster. In another world, she became the taming queen. She can control magical creatures, imprint souls, and is powerful enough to rule the entire magical world. Although she hasn't fully recovered in real life, she has begun to awaken. She tamed creatures in the Forbidden Forest, rebuilding her herd. If she could fully recover. Caesar took a deep breath. Neither of us is a match for them. Hermione's pupils contracted slightly. That night, I sent you to retrieve the magic stone. Caesar continued, each word like a poisoned needle. She confused your memory of that night. Wait a minute. Hermione suddenly interrupted him. She closed her eyes, her brows furrowed, as if trying to recall something. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze turning icy cold. That night at the classroom door. She muttered to herself, when I went in, you and Luna were standing very close. I asked her what she was doing, and she said harassing flies. Then I took your hand and said, Caesar and I have something important to discuss. The fragments of memory begin to piece together. The image, blurred and altered by Luna's soul magic, re-emerged with Caesar's prompting. Hermione remembered the look in Luna's eyes back then. That cold, possessive gaze was completely unlike that of crazy girl Luna. I remember her saying, he's not yours, Hermione Granger. I remember her saying, he's been mine since a long time ago. She said you are her. Hermione's voice suddenly turned cold, each word sounding like it was being squeezed out from between her teeth. Always. The air froze instantly. Caesar could sense Hermione's anger rising. Not to him, but to Luna. To the intruder who tried to alter her memories and claimed ownership. That's good. Anger will cloud reason and make Hermione more likely to accept his proposal. How did she attack me? Hermione asked, puzzled. In her memory, she seemed to have suddenly fainted. Caesar paused for a moment, then immediately changed the subject, his voice tinged with urgency. That's not important, what's important is that we have to leave. Before Luna fully recovers, before the wizarding world gets embroiled in even greater trouble. Just the two of us, Hermione. Before Hermione could react. He grasped her hand again, this time with great force. I can give up everything. Power, scheming, those pointless ambitions. I only want you. We can leave now, if you're willing. Hermione looked at him, at the unreserved honesty and pleading in his deep grey eyes. She recalled the memory of herself committing suicide for love. I think of those warm everyday moments in that world. Thinking back to the genuine weariness and vulnerability he occasionally revealed after taking the medication these past few days. Maybe he really has changed. Perhaps this transformation really did have an effect. Perhaps she can finally have that Caesar who would never betray her, would never leave her. I need time to think about it. Hermione finally spoke, her voice regaining its composure, but the lingering unease deep in her eyes hadn't completely disappeared. I'll give you an answer tonight. She withdrew her hand, turned, and walked towards the door. But before she opened the door, she stopped and glanced back at Caesar. That look in his eyes was so complex that it made Caesar's heart tremble. There is expectation, there is vigilance, there is love, there is hate, and there is also a kind of almost tragic determination. If you lie to me again, Caesar. Hermione spoke softly, her voice low but carrying a weight. I'll make you regret ever being born. The door closed. Caesar leaned against the headboard and slowly exhaled. My back was soaked with cold sweat again. That conversation just now was a dangerous one, every step of it was a perilous one. He exploited Hermione's desire to be unique, her fear of Luna, and the real impression left by the truth serum, to weave a near-perfect proposal. Dropped out of school. Elopement. Together forever. This was an irresistible temptation for Hermione. Especially when this suggestion comes from Caesar, whom she has reformed and who seems to have awakened. But Caesar knew this was merely a delaying tactic. He needed Hermione to lower her guard, to loosen her grip on him, and to lead him away from this house heavily protected by magic. Then, only then can he truly gain freedom. As for being together forever? Caesar closed his eyes, and the image of Fleur's last smile appeared in his mind. An image flashed before my eyes, her on the beach, drinking the potion, whispering, "Let's do it, Caesar, brother." The image of him crying in the pure white space, saying, "My hibiscus will never come back," appeared in my mind's eye. Merlin's bloodline brings more than just power. And all the emotional weight accumulated during that 50-year simulation. Those weights are changing him. In a way that he himself wasn't fully aware of. "I'm sorry, Hermione," Caesar muttered to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. "But I can't really abandon Luna, let's live together as a family." The storage room door reopened at 8 p.m. Hermione walked in, carrying neither a tray nor books, only a wand. The gentle facade on her face had completely vanished, replaced by a cold, hard decisiveness befitting a Gryffindor witch. "I've made up my mind." She stood by the bed, looking down at Caesar, her voice as calm as if announcing the results of an experiment. "We can join forces to deal with Luna." Caesar's heart skipped a beat, but his face showed only a perfectly measured expression of relief and gratitude. "But this is the last time." Hermione's wand tip lifted slightly, pointing towards his chest. "If you lie to me again, Caesar Habsburg, I guarantee you'll never have another chance to speak." "This is not a threat. It is a statement." Caesar nodded, and the shackles made a slight clinking sound. "I see." Hermione stared at him for a few seconds, then waved her wand. "Finite incantatum." The metal shackles on his wrists and ankles snapped open and fell onto the carpet with a dull thud. The collar around his neck loosened, and Caesar felt a lightness around his neck as the long-standing feeling of constraint suddenly disappeared. But he did not get up immediately. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed, slowly moving his wrists, where the shackles had already rubbed red marks. His movements were slow, with a deliberate, non-aggressive posture. "Tell me your plans." Hermione pulled up a chair and sat down, still holding her wand, the tip seemingly pointing at him. "What makes you think Luna will come? And what makes you think we can capture her?" Chapter 175. Caesar raised his head, his deep grey eyes appearing exceptionally focused under the light. "Luna will definitely come looking for me." He lowered his voice, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. "I've been locked up here for several days. Given her obsession with me, it's impossible she wouldn't have noticed something was wrong." He paused, then added. "And she has likely already sent some special, unseen magical creatures to keep watch nearby. Your protective spells can stop ordinary wizards, but they won't stop the things Luna has tamed." Hermione frowned. She remembered the tamed basilisk in the secret chamber, the strange magical light at the edge of the forbidden forest, and the eerie dark gold markings on Luna's arm. "You mean, a snake?" she asked softly, the image of the enormous creature coiled before the Slytherin statue flashing through her mind. "Not only." Caesar shook his head. "Luna is known as the taming queen in another world, and the variety of magical creatures she can control far exceeds our imagination. From ordinary owls to fire dragons, from invisible beasts to thestrals. She could tame and use anything with a soul as her spy." Hermione's fingers unconsciously tightened, gripping her wand more firmly. "So what's your advice?" "To take the initiative before she comes knocking." "No." Caesar leaned forward, placing his hands on his knees, his posture as sincere as if he were sharing a crucial secret. "We'll set a trap and wait for her to come." He looked into Hermione's eyes, and said, word by word. "I was with you first. although there might have been some unclear things between her and me. He paused there intentionally, letting Hermione recall the words "I love Luna" spoken under the influence of the truth serum. But I was never really with her. Caesar's voice carried just the right amount of annoyance and shame. In another world, I always kept my distance from her. I guided her, used her, but never gave her any promises. That's the truth. That's at least part of the truth. Hermione's expression softened slightly. She remembered how Caesar pushed Luna away when she approached him at school, and the genuine resistance on his face at the time. She also recalled an earlier time, in her own world of memories, when Caesar had never shown Luna any feelings that went beyond those of classmates. When will Luna arrive? Hermione finally asked. Caesar did some mental calculations. You locked me up here the day before yesterday. The protective spells here should be able to block the direct intrusion of most magical creatures. But if they try to break in, will you be aware of it? Hermione paused for a moment, then her face paled slightly. No. She whispered, there haven't been any reports of abnormalities with the protective spells since last night. That's right. Caesar nodded. Luna didn't force her way in, not because she couldn't find it, but because she chose a more discreet method. Her biological surveillance network has likely already infiltrated, but we just can't see it. He paused for a moment, then gave his judgment. She will definitely show up in person by tomorrow night at the latest. When she confirms I'm here, and that I'm being held captive. Caesar didn't finish speaking. But Hermione understood. When Luna discovers that Caesar has been imprisoned by Hermione, that obsessive, possessive taming queen will not stand idly by. She'll come and steal it. Just like when she declared he is mine in the secret room. All right. Hermione closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her eyes held only cold resolve. This is the last time I'll trust you, Caesar. Her voice was soft, yet so heavy it seemed to freeze the air. In another world, you were actually, not bad to me. At least before I died, you gave me some fairly pleasant memories. She stood up, walked to her desk, and began to tidy up the books and notes she had used for the courses. The movements were slow, carrying a ritualistic heaviness. So this time, I'll take a gamble. She closed the last book and turned to look at Caesar. But what if you lose the bet? We won't lose. Caesar stood up and walked over to her. Without the shackles, his height advantage became fully apparent, casting a shadow that enveloped Hermione completely. But he didn't exude a sense of oppression. Instead, he bent down so that his line of sight was level with hers. My husband and I worked together. Caesar spoke softly, a faint, strangely sincere smile curving his lips. What can't you do right? Then he kissed her. It wasn't the kind of gentle, doting kiss you see in simulations. It's not like those calculated and performative kisses in the real world. The kiss was light, brief, and fleeting. Yet it carried a strange, undeniable certainty. Hermione stood there, stunned, her cheeks slightly flushed. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she just turned her head away, her voice a little strained. Don't give me that. Let's get down to business. The important thing is. Caesar straightened up, walked to his desk, and took out 2 sheets of parchment and 2 quills. We need to give Luna a reason to show up at a specific time and place tomorrow night. He picked up 2 pens at the same time and wrote on different parchments with his left and right hands respectively. The writing on his left hand was a mixture of ancient magical script and modern English secret writing. The right hand is writing in fluent and elegant French cursive script. Hermione walked over to him, watching this scene in astonishment. What are you doing? 2 letters. Caesar didn't even look up. The pen tip in his left hand moved swiftly across the parchment, leaving behind seemingly messy but actually mysterious characters. The letter in the right hand, however, had completely different handwriting, as tender as a love letter. At the end of the letter in the left hand was a simple crescent moon, with the thorn hidden inside. At the end of the letter on the right was a drawing of a rosebud, its petals glistening with dew. The letter in the left hand is a trap letter for Luna. Caesar explained, and then rolled up both letters separately. And this one on the right? Hermione frowned, looking at the two tokens that were clearly not in the style of Hogwarts. A message to let you know you're safe, Caesar said briefly. He walked to the window, took the silver whistle from his old robe, and blew it. There was no sound. But a few seconds later, two owls landed on the windowsill. Caesar gave the thorn letter to the black owl and the rose letter to the white owl. Go ahead. Two owls flapped their wings simultaneously, piercing through the magical ripples of glass, disappearing into the night, and flying in completely opposite directions. Now. Caesar turned, his deep grey eyes unusually calm in the light. Let's prepare the real trap. Chapter 176. Night fell in a flash. The storeroom had no windows, but Caesar could use his Merlin bloodline's perception of magical flow to judge the passage of time in the outside world. When the London night was deep and the sounds of distant traffic had completely ceased, he opened his eyes. 23:06. There is 1 minute left until the time agreed upon in the letter. He slowly got up and walked to the door. Outside the door, he could sense Hermione's presence. She was standing guard at the corner of the corridor, her magical energy taut like a fully drawn bowstring. Another, more subtle and eerie fluctuation was slowly seeping in from the outside of the house. Like an undercurrent, silent yet carrying a deadly threat. A cold smile curled at the corner of Caesar's lips. They've arrived. He retreated to the center of the room, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Merlin's bloodline flowed slowly through his body, and the shattered mark deep within his soul began to be consciously stimulated. Like a lamp about to go out, bursting forth with dazzling light at its last moment. They deliberately released a signal that the soul imprint is on the verge of collapse. 23:07. In the corridor, Hermione Granger gripped her wand tightly, her knuckles turning white. She was dressed in simple sportswear, her hair was tightly tied back, and her face was expressionless. Her parents had been given strong sleeping pills to ensure they were in a deep sleep, and the whole house was as quiet as a tomb. The dark golden light outside the window appeared precisely on time. Not just a little, but dozens of points. Dozens of dark golden luminous butterflies danced in the air, scattering fine dust of light with each flap of their wings. The light dust wove into intricate magical patterns in the air, beginning to interfere with the house's protective spells. The interference lasted for a full 30 seconds. Enough for a top-tier wizard to infiltrate silently. But that's exactly what Hermione was waiting for. When the last luminous butterfly finished its interference and the magical fluctuations reached their most chaotic peak, the air at the end of the corridor began to distort. Ripples spread, and Luna's figure slowly emerged. Her pale golden hair shimmered eerily under the glow of the ghostly butterflies, and her misty, light silver eyes had turned completely dark gold, like two burning, cold flames. She floated barefoot in the air, her white dress fluttering even without wind. Hermione. Luna spoke, her voice so ethereal it seemed unreal. You're blocking my way. Are you here to see Caesar? Hermione asked as planned, while slightly adjusting the angle of her wand. It wasn't pointing to Luna, but rather to the magical node that Caesar had carved beforehand on the doorframe of the storage room. That's the switch to activate the trap. I'm here to take him away, Luna said softly, and began to float forward. Now. Hermione waved her wand, now. The door suddenly flew open. Caesar stood in the doorway, wand raised high. Instead of attacking Luna, the staff tip fired a silver beam in coordination with Hermione's movements, precisely hitting the node on the door frame. Instantly, the walls, floor, and ceiling of the entire corridor lit up at the same time. This is not an ordinary binding spell. It is a complex binding magic circle. Caesar spent a day using Merlin's understanding of the nature of magic to add a layer of countermeasures specifically designed to tame the Queen to Hermione's original protective spells. The luminous dust scattered by those glowing butterflies became the best catalyst at this moment. What? Before Luna could finish speaking, her body suddenly stiffened. It wasn't petrification, nor was it a coma, rather, it was a more bizarre kind of stasis. The flow of magic around her was forcibly frozen, and the dark golden light flickered on her skin like sparks from a short circuit. She was suspended in mid-air, unable to move forward or backward. The glowing butterflies fell one after another, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Success! Hermione's eyes lit up with surprise, and she strode towards the storeroom door. Caesar, you! Her words came to an abrupt end. Because the instant she turned to walk towards Caesar, Caesar's wand also turned towards her. Meanwhile, Hermione's left hand, hidden behind her back, quietly tightened its grip on her second wand. She had never fully trusted him from the start. Their eyes met. The air froze. What do you want to do? Hermione's voice was as cold as ice. What do you want to do? Caesar retorted, his deep grey eyes devoid of any emotion. They both understood each other's intentions at the same time. After resolving Luna, this external trouble, Hermione wants to regain control of Caesar and continue her transformation plan. Caesar wanted to use this opportunity to retaliate against Hermione and gain his complete freedom. The conflict erupted at that moment. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Faints! The two spells were fired almost simultaneously. Hermione's reaction was astonishingly fast. Instead of dodging, she used a pre-prepared armor spell to deflect Caesar's stun spell. At the same time, his exorcism spell aimed directly at Caesar's wand. But Caesar acted faster. Instead of taking the hit head-on, he slid to the side. He spun the wand half a circle in his hand, then precisely struck the incoming red light with the wand itself. An extremely risky but effective parrying technique that directs the energy of your weapon-removing spell towards the ceiling. Boom! A small hole was blown open in the ceiling, and dust fell down in a flurry. You really want to lock me up again? Caesar asked as he backed away, raising his wand once more. You're really trying to run away? Hermione pressed closer, her second wand flashing from behind her to the front. Fighting with dual staffs. This is a skill she learned in another world. A secret even Caesar didn't know. The two confronted each other in the narrow corridor. Luna, trapped within the magic circle, floated to the side. His dark golden eyes coldly observed everything, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It's as if it's saying, see? You all knew you'd do this. We just teamed up. Hermione gritted her teeth and fired spells from both wands simultaneously. A binding spell, a disarming spell, both from tricky angles. That's because we have a common enemy. Caesar crouched and rolled, his wand slicing across the ground, and a barrier charm rose from below, blocking the binding charm. At the same time, his other hand swept through the air a staffless spell, a simple impact spell, deflecting the disarming spell. So now that the enemy is defeated, we're back to square one. Hermione's tone was filled with anger and disappointment. You tried to arrest me first. Caesar retreated to the doorway of the storeroom, leaning against the door frame. I was only acting in self-defense. Self-defense? Hermione sneered. That stun spell you just used didn't look like self-defense at all. The two attacked simultaneously once again. This time the spells were more concentrated and more deadly. It's no longer a simple control spell, it incorporates practical skills learned in defense against the dark arts class. Red, blue, and green lights clashed and intertwined in the corridor, and scorch marks and cracks appeared on the walls. The entire house was shaking slightly, and the protective spells were humming under the strain. And in this chaos, Luna, who was imprisoned, smiled more and more deeply. Her dark golden eyes were fixed on the battle, and the magical fluctuations on her body began to show extremely subtle changes. Those stagnant magical runes are being slowly eroded by her in a way that neither Caesar nor Hermione can comprehend. Like water dripping on a stone. Like a venomous snake waiting. She had anticipated this situation from the very beginning. Now, all she has to do is wait. When these two people, who are suspicious of each other and attack each other, both suffer heavy losses. Then, the fisherman profits. Chapter 177. The spells clashed violently in the narrow corridor, and scorch marks spread across the walls like a spider web. Hermione's double-staff tactic is extremely effective. With his left hand, he used a defensive spell to block Caesar's attack, while his right hand unleashed a series of disarming and binding spells. With their rapid movement, they virtually blocked all of Caesar's escape routes. "Do you think you can win, Caesar?" Hermione's voice remained clear amidst the exploding sound of the spell, carrying a long-suppressed anger. "I've studied every single one of your habits, analyzed every single one of your fights. I know how you'll dodge, how you'll counterattack." A deep blue binding spell grazed Caesar's shoulder, and his robes instantly frosted over. Caesar rolled to the side, his wand tracing an arc in his hand. Legs stiffen and he's dead. Hermione had anticipated this and leaped forward in advance. The spell swept past her feet, struck the wall, and shattered into a shower of rubble. Too slow. She struck again the instant she landed. They'll all turn to petrification. Caesar did not take the hit head-on. A dark golden light flashed in his eyes. Merlin's bloodline was fully activated at that moment. Time seemed to slow down. He could see the trajectory of spells flying through the air, the fluctuations of magic gathered at the tip of Hermione's wand, and the patterns of magical particles circulating in the surrounding air. This is a perception that transcends common sense. It's an innate instinct brought about by a 1,000-year-old bloodline. Caesar's body twisted at an incredible angle as the petrification spell grazed his back. At the same time, instead of pointing his wand at Hermione, he pointed it at the ground. "You're not the only one who studied me, Hermione." Caesar spoke softly, his voice carrying an unusual calm. The next moment, the magic circles on the ground that were originally used to imprison Luna suddenly changed their direction. They no longer bound Luna, but instead, like living vines, they spread rapidly along the floor and wrapped around Hermione's feet. "What?" Hermione was horrified and tried to back away, but it was too late. Dark gold magical runes coiled around her ankles like venomous snakes, tightening instantly. A heavy feeling of constraint rose from the solace of her feet, spreading upwards along her legs, and her movements immediately became sluggish. "You rewrote the magic circle? How can you be so powerful?" Hermione looked at Caesar in disbelief. Caesar approached step by step, stopping a meter in front of Hermione, his wand lowered, but his gaze sharp as a knife. The core principle of this magic circle is the directional solidification of magical flow. During the battle with Luna, to ensure the binding effect, the circle's power was maximized. Caesar raised his left hand, his fingertips tracing lines in the air, a dark golden light flowing from his fingertips. Maximum power means the most active flow of magic. And the most active flow is also the easiest to guide. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. The patterns binding Hermione on the ground suddenly tightened, dragging her backward and slamming her against the wall with a bang. Hermione grunted and tried to raise her wand, but her arm felt as heavy as lead. The dark gold patterns had spread to her forearms, slowly but steadily eroding her magic circuits. "You!" She gritted her teeth, and for the first time, genuine panic appeared in her eyes. Caesar did not continue the attack. He turned to look at the other side, Luna, trapped in mid-air. Luna's dark golden eyes were quietly watching him, the mocking smile on her lips gone, replaced by an elusive and complex emotion. "You're very smart, Luna," Caesar said, and walked up to her. You deliberately let the glowing butterfly interfere with the protective spell, deliberately making Hermione and me think we had successfully imprisoned you. Actually, from the very beginning, you were planning to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, right? Luna's eyelashes trembled slightly. She didn't speak, but the tacit agreement in her eyes said it all. Pity. Caesar shook his head. You underestimate my understanding of magic. He extended his right hand, placing his palm on the invisible binding force field in front of Luna's chest. Dark golden light surged from his palm, colliding with the binding force field and emitting a piercing buzz. The two forces clashed fiercely, and visible magical ripples appeared in the air. Luna's body began to tremble. She sensed Caesar's power eroding her confinement, not by force, but by a more sophisticated, almost a Simmel-like method, dissecting and reorganizing the structure of the confinement magic circle, ultimately. Click. A slight cracking sound. The first crack appeared in the confinement field. Then came the second, the third. Dark gold patterns spread out like a spider web, and the entire force field began to collapse. Luna can finally move. But she did not retaliate immediately. Instead, she slowly landed on the ground, her bare feet touching the cold floor, her white dress fluttering gently in the aftershocks of the magic. You've changed, Caesar. Luna spoke softly, her light silver eyes returning to normal, but a dark golden light still lingered in their depths. Compared to that world, it's stronger, and more dangerous. But there are some strange, benevolent beings within you, beings that shouldn't exist in someone like you. Caesar withdrew his hand, turned to look at Hermione, who was bound to the wall, and then at Luna, who was standing to the side. A brief silence fell over the corridor. The three people's breathing could be clearly heard in the night. Have you had enough? Caesar finally spoke, his voice carrying a weariness, yet also a strange calm. If you've had enough, let's talk. Hermione struggled, but the binding patterns tightened even more. She stared coldly at Caesar. What are we going to talk about? How do you deceive two people at the same time? Talk about how you... Let's talk about the future of the three of us, Caesar interrupted her. These words stunned both girls. Caesar walked to the center of the corridor and gently waved his wand. An old wooden table and 3 chairs floated out of the storeroom and landed between the 3 people. He waved his hand again, and 3 steaming cups of black tea and a small dish of biscuits appeared on the table. These are things that Hermione always keeps in her kitchen. Sit down. Caesar said that he would first sit down in a chair. We all need to calm down. Luna glanced at Caesar, then at Hermione. Having seen too much of the world and ruled for nearly 9 years, she was the first to walk to the table and sit down. She picked up a cup of black tea, sipped it slowly, and observed Caesar through her misty eyes from above the rim of the cup. Hermione remained bound to the wall, but Caesar snapped his fingers, and the dark gold patterns loosened slightly. At least it allowed her to walk to the table and sit down, although her movements were still stiff. What exactly do you want, Caesar? Hermione's voice was cold and hard. To humiliate us? To flaunt your victory? Or... I want to say sorry, Hermione. Caesar's words left Hermione speechless, all her prepared questions stuck in her throat. Then, Caesar looked at Luna and said, word by word. I regret it. Luna was also unable to remain calm. Chapter 178. Caesar lowered his head, holding the teacup in both hands, the steam blurring his profile. In that world, I feel sorry for Luna. I guided her, manipulated her, led her down a path she shouldn't have taken, and then abandoned her in the end. Luna's fingers tightened slightly, causing a delicate ripple to spread across the rim of the teacup. In the real world, I'm sorry, Hermione. Caesar raised his head, his deep grey eyes meeting Hermione's directly. I lied to you, schemed against you, used you as a pawn, and almost actually ran away. Hermione turned her face away, but her taut jawline betrayed her inner turmoil. Caesar paused, his voice becoming even softer. He put down his teacup, placed his hands outstretched on the table, palms up, a gesture of complete openness. I've been through too much. The calculations and deceptions of reality, and those memories and emotions that shouldn't have belonged to me. Caesar took a deep breath. So I've figured it out. What have you figured out? Luna asked softly. I've realized I shouldn't continue like this. Caesar looked at the two girls with an unusually serious expression. I don't want to scheme anymore, I don't want to deceive anymore, I don't want to treat you as tools or pawns anymore. He paused, then said, word by word. I want to live a good life with you all. The three of us. Silence. A long silence. Hermione was the first to react, and she chuckled. Are you serious, Caesar? The three of us? You think this is a fairy tale? You think we'd agree to? Why not? Caesar countered with a calm yet undeniably certain question. Hermione, what is it that you long for deep down? He turned to Luna. Luna, what do you want? Caesar's gaze shifted between the two men. I know all of that. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the London nightscape outside. More importantly, the three of us have all experienced the same world. We all possess memories and emotions that shouldn't exist. Hermione, do you remember yourself as Minister for Magic? Do you remember those warm everyday moments, and do you remember your final decision to die for love? Luna, you remember yourself as the Taming Queen, you remember the power to rule the magical world, and you also remember your obsession with me. Caesar turned and leaned against the windowsill. These memories, these emotions, have changed us. We can never go back to being ordinary Hogwarts students. Since that's the case. He spread his hands, a simple but sincere gesture. Why not accept this fact? The three of us all have aspects that are incomprehensible to ordinary people. We've hurt each other, and we've needed each other. We're too entangled, we can't separate anymore. So I think, Caesar said, a genuine sincerity appearing in his voice for the first time, that we could try to get along. The three of them together. Neither Hermione nor Luna responded immediately. Hermione kept her head down, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. Luna looked out the window, a complex light flashing in her misty eyes. You make it sound so easy. Hermione finally spoke, her voice a little hoarse. Get along well? Caesar, you know what you've done to me. I apologize. Caesar interrupted her, walked up to her, and knelt on one knee. This gesture startled Hermione. He looked up at her, his eyes clear. I can pretend your attempts to change me never happened. We can start over. Hermione's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, he just turned his face away. I don't believe you. Then let time prove it. Caesar said, then turned to Luna. As for you, Luna. Luna tilted her head slightly, waiting for him to continue. I can resurrect your mother, Caesar said softly. Luna's body froze instantly. For the first time, her usually misty eyes showed a clear tremor. Caesar continued, his voice soft, but every word struck Luna's heart. True resurrection magic involves the essence of the soul, the origin of life, and the paradox of time and existence. Caesar stood up and walked over to Luna. But if we join forces? Your innate talent for soul magic, my Merlin bloodline and understanding of the nature of magic, plus Hermione's logical analysis and research abilities. He paused, then offered that tempting promise. We might actually find a way to bring your mother back. Luna's teacup clattered onto the table, spilling black tea all over it. She stared intently at Caesar, a dark golden light flashing intensely deep within her pale silver eyes. You're serious? Her voice trembled. Real. Caesar nodded. Although it is difficult, and although it may take many years, at least it is a promising path. It's more hopeful than your father's futile attempts, and more hopeful than your own solitary exploration. Luna closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, there was no longer any hesitation in them. Okay, she said, her voice regaining its calmness, but with a hint of warmth, I'm in. Luna. Hermione jumped to her feet. You really believe him? He was just lying to us. But he's right. Luna interrupted her, looking at Hermione. The three of us are inseparable now. Those memories, those emotions, those entanglements. They're there, you can't erase them, you can't escape them. She paused, a very faint, bitter smile curving her lips. And Hermione Granger, are you really willing to let go? Are you really willing to let Caesar leave, and then live your whole life regretting what if? Hermione opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Luna is right. She couldn't let go. Those warm memories from the simulated world, those entanglements and calculations in the real world, those intertwined emotions of love and hate. It has become a part of her life. Just as Caesar said, they could never go back. And Luna added, with a hint of provocation in her tone. If you don't want to, I can live alone with Caesar. I don't mind. These words were like a needle, piercing Hermione's last hesitation. You wish? Hermione practically blurted out. I'm telling you, Luna Lovegood, Caesar is mine, at least half of him is mine. Yet. Luna raised an eyebrow slightly, that depends on who is more worthy of him. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. It was no longer just simple hostility, but a mixture of competition, rivalry, and a strange, tacit understanding. Caesar watched this scene with secret delight. Divide the internal structure and create competition. This is the best way to control them. But he remained outwardly calm, even with a hint of helplessness. Okay, stop arguing. I said, the three of us will go together. He stepped between the two, putting one arm around Hermione's shoulder and taking Luna's hand in the other. You are all my wings. This somewhat cliché statement seems exceptionally sincere at this moment. Hermione stiffened, but did not push him away. Luna tightened her grip slightly, taking Caesar's hand in return. The three of them formed a peculiar triangle in the dimly lit corridor. Chapter 179. But I have conditions. Hermione suddenly spoke, breaking free from Caesar's arm, taking a step back, her expression serious. You say it. Caesar nodded. First, you are not allowed to lie to us anymore. You must be honest about your plans and ideas. Hermione stared into his eyes. If you lie to me again, I promise you'll regret it. Second, no favoritism is allowed. She glanced at Luna. Whether it's researching resurrection magic or anything else, fairness is essential. Third. Hermione took a deep breath. I need time. I can't accept this strange relationship right away. I want you to pursue me again, just like in that other world. Let me believe in you again. Caesar smiled. That was a genuine smile that Hermione hadn't seen in a long time. I agree. He said, then turned to Luna, and you? What are your terms? Luna thought for a moment, then said softly, I have only one condition. You say. Don't leave again. Luna looked at him, a resolute light shining in her misty eyes. No matter what happens, no matter what difficulties you encounter, don't just walk away like in that world. She paused, her voice becoming even softer. If you leave again, the next time I find you, it won't just be a basic soul imprint. The words carried a strong sense of threat, but Caesar sensed something deeper. That was Luna's kind of concern, the clumsy way the taming queen expressed herself. I agree. Caesar solemnly declared, I will not leave again. He glanced at Hermione, then at Luna. The three of us will make the best of a future together. Then let's break our bonds. Caesar did not hesitate. Okay. He tapped his wand lightly, and the dark gold patterns wrapped around Hermione's arms and ankles began to loosen and disappear. At the same time, he made a grasping motion in the air with his other hand, and the invisible binding force field around Luna was released. The moment the restraints disappeared, both girls slightly moved their wrists. Then, things happened too fast. Almost at the same second that the restraints were completely lifted, Hermione and Luna moved simultaneously. There was no eye contact, no communication, not even a glance of confirmation. But their movements were remarkably synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Want to build a harem? Go to hell! Luna's hands moved rapidly in front of her chest, forming hand seals. Her pale silver eyes instantly turned dark gold, and her lips moved quickly, uttering a series of strange syllables. In the name of ancient rites, we summon our friends from the forest. This was not a spell, not magic script, and not even something Caesar had taught her. Rather, it is Luna's own unique way of communicating with magical creatures. The living room window was suddenly smashed open. It wasn't the wind, nor magic, but a group of creatures thestrals. 3 gaunt, winged black horses surged in through the window. They were the kind of horses only those who had witnessed death could see, yet now they were clearly visible in the living room. Luna had already tamed these gentle creatures at Hogwarts, and now they answered her call and came to her aid. Thestrals are not aggressive, but their very presence can disrupt the magical environment. Their flapping wings stirred up a chilling airflow, and the aura of having witnessed death disrupted the flow of magic throughout the space. Almost simultaneously, Hermione also made her move. Double petrification. 2 petrification spells shot out in a crisscross pattern, sealing off Caesar's space to dodge left and right. Luna is responsible for summoning and guiding magical creatures, while Hermione is responsible for tactical coordination and environmental control. It's not a compromise after mutual struggle, but an instinctive cooperation when facing a common enemy. Caesar watched this scene, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There was surprise, there was disappointment, but more than anything, there was a sense of relief. Really? He was too naive. They thought a few apologies and promises could resolve so much harm and scheming. They thought they would really accept this absurd 3-person relationship so easily. But he didn't blame them. If it were him, imprisoned, deceived, and schemed against for so long, he would make the same choice. First, break free of the restraints, then fight back at all costs. All right. Caesar murmured to himself, twirling his wand in his hand. A dark golden light surged from the depths of his pupils, and Merlin's bloodline was fully activated at that moment. Time perception slowed down again. He could see the magical ripples created by the flapping of the Thestral's wings, he could see the intersecting and blocking trajectories of Hermione's double petrification spell, and he could feel the magical environment of the entire living room being disrupted by the Thestral's aura. A pincer attack from 3 sides. There's nowhere to hide. Then. I'm not hiding anymore. Instead of retreating, Caesar took a step forward. His wand wasn't pointed in any direction, but straight at the ground. The earth is stable. This is not a regular spell. This is an ancient magic passed down in the Merlin family, usable only by those with awakened bloodlines. It is specifically designed to stabilize the magical environment and combat external interference. The tip of the wand emitted an earthy yellow light that spread like ripples throughout the living room. Wherever it passed, the magical flow disturbed by the Thestrals returned to normal, and the chilling aura was dispelled by the warm ley line energy. The Thestrals let out uneasy neighs, instinctively fearing this ancient power that originated from the depths of the earth. But Hermione and Luna didn't stop. Round 2. Hermione shouted, crossing her staffs in front of her. Super strong armor protects you. She wasn't defending herself, but rather encasing Luna in a thick, silvery white shield. At the same time, her other wand began to move rapidly through the air, not as a spell, but as if writing. The tip of her wand traced glowing trails, ancient magical runes, as she constructed a temporary magic circle on the spot. Protected by the shield, Luna closed her eyes and placed her hands on her chest. Her face turned pale, but the dark golden light grew stronger. With my eyes, I see the invisible. This time, she did not summon any creatures. Rather, it is about revealing. Suddenly, countless tiny, translucent specks of light appeared in the air of the living room, harassing fly gnats. In Luna's mind, these were creatures she could see that interfered with her thinking, although others believed they were just her imagination. Now, she wants to use her own power to make them real. The points of light converged, swirled, and formed a luminous vortex that enveloped Caesar. This is not a physical attack, nor an energy shock, but a direct interference with cognition and thinking. Those surrounded by harassing flies will experience mental confusion, difficulty concentrating, and a decrease in magical control. Caesar felt a wave of dizziness. The images before her eyes began to overlap, Hermione's magic circle trajectory became blurred, and her wand felt heavier in her hand. Chapter 180. But he remained calm. Merlin's bloodline endowed him not only with powerful magic, but also with a strong resistance to the spiritual realm. A clear mind. Caesar murmured, and a cool breeze entered from the top of his head, instantly dispelling the dizziness caused by the harassing horseflies. His mind cleared again, and the world he saw returned to normal. However, at this very moment, Hermione's magic circle is complete. Activate the soul-locking and binding array. She made the final stroke. The entire living room floor, walls, and ceiling simultaneously lit up with silver-white magical runes. The intertwined rays of light formed a three-dimensional cage, trapping Caesar in the very center. This is not offensive magic. It's a sealing formation. A seal specifically designed for high magic power individuals. She had studied how to deal with beings like Voldemort in the simulated world. Although this formation is only 1/10 as powerful as the full version, it should be enough to deal with Caesar for the time being. Caesar felt the magic around him rapidly solidifying. The magical particles in the air were forcibly frozen, and the flow of magic within his body began to stagnate. Merlin's bloodline was putting up a fierce resistance, but the formation was a seal targeting the essence of magic, and even the power of bloodline needed time to break through. You. Caesar looked at the two men, his deep grey eyes showing no anger, only a profound weariness. Do we really have to go this far? Hermione's face was also very pale. Maintaining this formation is extremely costly. But she gritted her teeth and said, word by word. You lied to us first, Caesar. You tricked me first and broke your promise to me. You were the one who plotted against Luna first, leading her down that path. Now you're saying you want to start over. Hermione's voice trembled, but her hand holding the wand remained as steady as a rock. Sure. But you'll have to pay a price first. Luna did not speak. But the vortex of harassing gnats in front of her expanded again, her light silver eyes fixed on Caesar, ready to launch a second wave of mental interference at any moment. The three faced off in the living room. On one side is Caesar, whose magic is being gradually sealed away. On one side are Hermione and Luna, who have expended a great deal of energy but hold the advantage. The situation seems to have become clear. But Caesar suddenly laughed. The smile was faint, weary, yet carried a strange, soothing feeling. You two worked together very well. Even better than I expected. Shut up, Hermione said coldly. I'm serious. Caesar shook his head and looked at Luna. You can materialize the harassing flies, which shows that your ability to perceive and guide magical phenomena far surpasses that of ordinary people. Hermione's ability to construct the binding array in such a short time demonstrates that her understanding and mastery of magic far surpasses that of her peers. He paused, his voice becoming low. If you really want to defeat me. Deep within Caesar's pupils, a dark golden light suddenly surged. That was no longer the gentle flow, but a violent eruption. Then let's unleash our full power. Because from now on, I won't hold back anymore. The moment the words left his mouth. Click! The first crack appeared on the demonic runes of the god-binding array. Then, the second, the third. Hermione's expression changed drastically. Impossible. This formation should be able to trap you for at least 10 minutes. Caesar's body began to emanate a tangible golden aura. You have no idea, I now stand at the pinnacle of the magical world. 500 years before and 500 years after, there will be no wizard more powerful than me. A golden halo exploded. The runes of the god-binding array shattered and dissipated like glass. The swirling vortex of harassing horseflies disintegrated under the impact of the golden halo, scattering points of light in all directions. Hermione and Luna were both thrown back and crashed into the wall. The living room was a mess, furniture overturned, walls cracked, and windows broken. The three Thestrals had already been startled and flown away, disappearing into the night. Caesar stood in the center of the ruins, the golden aura slowly receding. His face was somewhat pale, forcibly breaking through the god-binding array had taken a heavy toll, but he remained standing. Hermione struggled to her feet, one of her wands was broken. Luna also propped herself up, her light silver eyes dimming, the glint of light from the harassing horsefly had disappeared. The outcome is decided. But Caesar did not continue the attack. He just stared at them, for a long time. Then, he said softly. 3 times. I'm giving you 3 real chances, not the probing attacks you just had, but a full-on, no-holds-barred attack. If you still can't win after 3 attempts. He paused, a dark golden glint flashing in his deep grey eyes. Then accept my proposal. The 3 of us will live well. This is my final condition. Early the next morning. Morning light streamed through the lace curtains in Granger's living room, casting warm dappled patterns on the floor. All traces left by last night's intense cursed duel. The scorch marks on the walls, the cracks in the floor, and the overturned furniture have all disappeared without a trace. What was restored was not only the physical environment, but also the fragile, delicate peace between the 3 of them. The table was filled with the aroma of toasted bread, fried eggs, and bacon, mingled with the rich scent of freshly ground coffee. Mr. Granger was flipping through the Times, while Mrs. Granger was pouring orange juice into a glass. Everything looked like an ordinary British family's weekend morning. If you ignore the subtle atmosphere around the dining table. Hermione sat next to Caesar, spreading butter with slightly stiff movements. She was dressed in comfortable loungewear, but her hair was still neatly combed, as if she were ready to engage in a debate at any moment. Her gaze occasionally swept over Luna, who was sitting on the other side of Caesar, with a subtle scrutiny. Luna Lovegood, on the other hand, seemed much more integrated, in her own unique way. She sipped her juice, her misty eyes curiously examining the salt shaker and pepper shaker on the table, as if studying the habits of some rare magical creature. She even offered a theory about the happy egg sprites based on the shape of Mrs. Granger's fried eggs, which made the Grangers chuckle. "Darling, who is this?" Mrs. Granger finally had the opportunity to question the strange girl who had appeared in her house early that morning. "Oh, Mom, Dad, this is Luna Lovegood, my junior at Hogwarts, from Ravenclaw." Hermione quickly introduced herself, trying her best to keep her tone natural. She lives a bit far, and since she's doing macabre observation work near London, I invited her to stay at my place for a few days. Magical creature observation? In London? Mr. Granger looked up from behind his newspaper, his gaze behind his glasses gentle yet curious. The migration routes of harassing horseflies sometimes pass over cities. Luna explained earnestly in her ethereal voice. They love Muggle radio waves, just like bees love nectar. The thought waves here were particularly strong last night, attracting a huge swarm. Chapter 181. The Grangers exchanged a glance, their faces breaking into tolerant smiles. Clearly, they included Luna in the same category of adorable children as Caesar, who were good at telling magical adventure stories. "Welcome, Luna," Mrs. Granger said enthusiastically. "Hermione doesn't have many friends at school, it's so great that you came to visit. Make yourself at home." "Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Your slugs have a healthy, happy golden pink color." Luna winked. Breakfast took place in an atmosphere that seemed warm but was actually fraught with tension, at least to the three people at the table who knew the situation. The Grangers asked enthusiastic questions about Hogwarts courses, professors, and anecdotes, with Hermione and Caesar providing most of the answers, while Luna occasionally chimed in with a puzzling but harmless comment. Caesar behaved with gentle grace and answered fluently, as if the domineering fellow who had broken through the enemy lines by force and proposed the three of us together the previous night was merely an illusion. Hermione looked at the relaxed smiles on her parents' faces, at Caesar playing the polite and gentle classmate, and at Luna's seemingly harmless yet unfathomable profile, and the feeling of suffocation in her heart grew stronger. This was supposed to be a vacation for her and Caesar, perhaps a chance to repair their relationship, or even rekindle their old flame. Now it has become a strange preparatory stage for a threesome. She gripped the knife tightly. After breakfast, the Grangers thoughtfully gave them some pocket money, encouraging them that young people should go out more, enjoy the sunshine and fresh air. Stepping out of my house, I was immediately greeted by the hustle and bustle of London's streets on a weekend. The sun was shining brightly, and the autumn sky was a clear, pale blue. But Hermione's mood was clouded. The three walked side by side, the atmosphere subtly tense. Hermione deliberately walked to Caesar's left, keeping a distance from Luna on his right. Luna, on the other hand, moved with a light step, as if dancing a silent dance, full of interest in everything around her, the mannequins in the shop windows, the street performers, even a peculiar fallen leaf on the ground. In another world, all she wanted was this to live an ordinary life with Caesar. Caesar was just too cruel back then. The three of them boarded the red double-decker bus and climbed to the front row of the top deck. In the same spot, from the same perspective, the London street scene outside the window overlapped with that rainy afternoon from my memory. Hermione couldn't help but look at Caesar beside her. His profile was sharply defined in the sunlight, his dark grey eyes gazing ahead, lost in thought. For a fleeting moment, Hermione felt as if she had returned to many years ago, and that feeling of anticipation, joy, and a touch of melancholy quietly welled up within her. But the next second, Luna's voice shattered the illusion. "Look, that pigeon has phosphorus powder from harassing horseflies on its wings, it's helping them spread seeds of thought." Hermione pursed her lips and turned her head to look out the other car window. What should have been a private space for two people to share memories was invaded by a third person. That unique memory of her first date with Caesar seemed to be diluted and tainted as a result. Caesar seemed to sense her emotions, and as the bus turned a corner, he reached out and touched her shoulder, just like in a simulation. But this time, his other hand seemed to unconsciously reach out to support Luna, who was swaying slightly as she turned. Hermione's body stiffened even more. The London Eye slowly rotated, and the transparent gondola rose again. The Thames meanders beneath my feet, and the panoramic view of the city unfolds before me. This time, there is no rain or fog, the scenery is clear and bright. Hermione, however, was no longer in the same mood as before. She silently pressed her face against the glass, her gaze unfocused. Luna, however, was quite enthusiastic, pointing to a cloud in the distance and saying it looked like the wings of a winged demon. Caesar stood a little distance behind the two, his gaze sweeping over Hermione's tense back and then over Luna's curious profile, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. This subtle tension, this undercurrent he had created between the two intelligent yet dangerous girls, gave him a strange sense of satisfaction, a sense of control. Okay, he's reformed. This feeling should be called happiness. After descending from the London Eye, they strolled to the banks of the Thames. The familiar street scene, the familiar hot dog stand, even the shooting game and claw machine stall next door are still there. Standing in front of the stall where I once won a long-eared rabbit toy, a flood of memories rushed over me. Hermione felt the sensation of holding that silly rabbit, the warmth of the necklace in her palm, and Caesar's words. Her heart clenched. Then, Hermione heard her own somewhat stiff voice, tinged with a sense of testing and provocation. "Caesar, I need you to get me a toy rabbit." She pointed at the crudely made toys in the claw machine, but her eyes were fixed on him. She wanted to see how he would respond to this request, which carried the shadow of the past, in this place, in front of Luna. Luna responded almost immediately, her voice ethereal yet piercing. "I want one too." After speaking, she tilted her head to look at Caesar, a sly glint in her light silver eyes. "If you want a threesome, you have to face this problem." The two men, one on his left and one on his right, their eyes fixed intently on him, presented him with a difficult problem. This is not just about playing claw machines, it's about attitude, stance, and the first public test and struggle in this delicate new relationship. Caesar looked at them with a perfectly balanced expression, as if he were both annoyed and amused. Then, he slowly said, "Me too." Hermione and Luna were both taken aback. "Then I don't want it." They tried to make things difficult for him, but he turned the tables on them. "That's exactly what I want." Caesar spoke with an air of self-righteousness, even a hint of roguishness. "Each of you catch one for me." Now it was Hermione and Luna's turn to be speechless. They anticipated his various reactions: compromise, perfunctory response, being caught in a dilemma, or even cunningly changing the subject. "But I never expected it to be this kind of reverse demand." Caesar looked at their surprised and somewhat annoyed expressions, but he understood perfectly well what was going on. "In the past, I taught them distorted love and led them astray. Now, it's a good opportunity for them to understand that love is mutual in this relationship. You guys watch too many movies, you think you can stump me with something like this." He chuckled and pulled out a few banknotes. "Go quickly, the extra is yours." He handed over the money casually, as if dismissing two sulking little sisters. "You think I'm your subordinate? I'm not going to let you win the prize." Luna's face darkened as she looked at the banknotes handed to her. She was the taming queen who ruled the magical world for 9 years in another world. Although her power has not been restored, her spirit remains. Should she play the claw machine like a normal little girl, or should she go to impress others? This is an insult to her. "I consider you all family." Chapter 182. Caesar's gaze swept across Luna and Hermione's faces, his voice steady yet carrying an undeniable certainty. "Regardless of your other identities. Crazy Luna, Ravenclaw student, even the tamed queen from my memories. Right now, here, my primary identity is Luna who loves me. Similarly, whether I am Caesar Disley, Caesar Habsburg, or anything else, my primary identity is Caesar who loves you. Love is neither a condescending act of charity, nor a humble act of begging. It needs interaction, it needs expression, even if it's in this childish way." He paused, looking at them. "If even playing a claw machine together requires considering status, face, and who gives in first, then our so-called trying to live together has been a joke from day one. We are not 3 idols to be worshipped, we are 3 living, breathing people who can laugh together, make a fuss together, and even argue together. Of course, this also includes occasionally indulging my little vanity of being loved, like receiving a plush toy from your lucky draw." These words were both blunt and cunning, raising the banner of love while simultaneously passing the buck to rejection. Hermione and Luna were speechless for a moment after hearing his twisted logic, and felt a mix of emotions. Dissatisfaction, embarrassment, yet a vague feeling that there might be a hint of something twisted in it. They exchanged a glance, both seeing similar struggle and a sense of helplessness in each other's eyes, a feeling of this BD is really good at sophistry. In the end, the two could only snort in dissatisfaction, which could be considered an admission of the absurd demand, but they refused to admit defeat in their stance. Caesar smiled, knowing that he had gained the upper hand in the first round of psychological warfare. He seized the opportunity, stretched out his arms, and quickly kissed each of them on the cheek. "Now, put away your intentions to make things difficult for me." His voice was tinged with laughter, and his warm breath brushed against their ears. "Let's go play the claw machine together. I'll teach you." Hermione's face flushed instantly, half from embarrassment and half from annoyance. She suddenly broke free and glared fiercely at Caesar. She can no longer accept this kind of equal distribution of affection, as it makes her feel like she's just one of many, not the only one. Luna's reaction, however, was quite different. Hermione's act of wiping away the hickey first seemed to provoke her. Instead of struggling, she slightly turned her head as Caesar kissed her, bringing the kiss closer to her lips. "Luna!" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with accusation. Upon hearing this, Luna immediately turned her head, wrapped her arms around Caesar's neck, and kissed him. Not on the cheek, but firmly on Caesar's lips. She paused for 2 seconds deliberately, her light silver-grey eyes looking at Hermione defiantly. "Let Caesar go right now." Hermione was so angry she almost jumped up, and immediately reached out to push Luna away forcefully. "Humph!" Luna hugged even tighter, refusing to let go no matter how much Hermione pushed her, as if declaring her ownership or deliberately trying to annoy Hermione. Caesar became the center of the battlefield. He was first surprised by Luna's bold initiative, and then felt Hermione shoving him. He held the girl tightly in his arms. In the embrace of the three people, a faint warmth and happiness gradually welled up in his heart. Although not as intense as what Furong provides, it is enough to sustain a happy future life. Thus, on the banks of the Thames, amidst the bustling streets on the weekend, such an eye-catching scene unfolded. In a passing Asian tour group, an older man couldn't resist raising his camera and whispering to his companion. "Look, look! Is this Britain? So open! Take a picture!" His companion quickly pulled him back, also whispering a reminder. "Keep your voice down. Don't make a fuss, or the British will think we're unsophisticated." The surrounding gazes and hushed whispers finally brought Hermione and Luna back to their senses. "You guys are really weird." Hermione was filled with shame and indignation. She suddenly broke free completely, took 2 steps back, and her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. "It's all thanks to Caesar's excellent teaching." Luna released Caesar, licked her lips, and wore a triumphant, nonchalant smile, as if she hadn't been the one who had just been passionately kissing him in public. "I never taught you that." Caesar straightened his wrinkled clothes, a helpless yet indulgent smile on his face, as if he were the one being bullied. "All right, enough fun. Let's go play the claw machine, or the good machines will be snatched up." Ultimately, this street farce ended with the three of them heading towards the claw machine. Caesar tosses a coin, demonstrating his skill with practiced movements and focused gaze. He first caught a white rabbit with long ears for Hermione and put it in her arms. It looked a lot like the one she remembered, but it wasn't exactly the same. Hermione held the rabbit, her feelings a mix of sweet memories from the last time and the chaotic awkwardness of this situation. He also got Luna a purple cat plush toy that looked a bit mysterious. Luna took it, tilted her head to look at it, and said softly, "Its eyes have the shadow of a moon fox. It seems I'm fairly satisfied." Then, Caesar looked at them, his eyes smiling, the meaning unspoken. Hermione pursed her lips, clutching the rabbit, and reluctantly walked to a machine, inserted a coin, and tried to operate the joystick, but failed. "I tried again, but failed again." Her brows were furrowed, as if she were trying to solve a magical puzzle, but she kept failing. In the end, she caught none of them and stomped her foot in frustration. Luna, on the other hand, did things entirely on her own. She seems to rely not on skill, but on feeling. She chose the machines randomly and operated them carelessly, yet her luck was astonishing. The claws descend, wobbling and swaying, yet always managing to hook onto the toy at all sorts of incredible angles, and then successfully lift it up. Before long, 5 or 6 dolls of various shapes and sizes were piled up at her feet, which made the children next to her very envious. She picked up one of the ugliest-looking green monsters and shoved it into Caesar's hand. "Here, yours. This one looks like you, it's annoying to look at, but it feels all right to hold." Caesar looked at the ugly cute little green monster in his hand, then at Hermione's annoyance at returning empty-handed, and then at the pile of trophies at Luna's feet, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This absurd claw machine operation, full of probing and competition, ultimately ended in such a laughable way. The sunlight cast long shadows of the 3 people, intertwining them on the cobblestone streets of London. They walked slowly along the riverbank, carrying their dolls. On the surface, they appear to be 3 close, albeit somewhat odd, friends enjoying their weekend. Only they themselves know that beneath the calm surface of the river, the undercurrents never cease to surge. Chapter 183. The atmosphere at the Granger family's dinner table was more subtle than at breakfast. At the long dining table, the Grangers sat at either end, with Caesar, Hermione, and Luna seated on one side in turn. Under the warm yellow light, the food was exquisite and delicious, and the Grangers chatted and laughed, asking about their experiences that afternoon. Caesar also took the initiative to share his experiences and insights from the day's outing with them, as well as some interesting things. Luna's gaze darted around, as if she were observing some mysterious and elusive magical creature. Hermione, however, had little appetite. She mechanically cut the roast chicken on the plate, her gaze lowered, the scenes from the afternoon replaying in her mind. Luna kisses Caesar on the lips in public, while Caesar simultaneously embraces both of their arms, highlighting the embarrassment of failing to win the claw machine while Luna triumphantly triumphs. And the surprised, curious, and even somewhat gossipy gazes around her, every frame made her chest feel tight. The vacation that should have been for her and Caesar to repair their relationship or even start over was completely disrupted. Luna's existence is like a thorn, stuck in her expectations of exclusivity and special memories. What annoyed her even more was that Caesar seemed to be enjoying it, even actively guiding the chaos. He wanted us to become familiar with each other's existence, to turn the memories of 2 people into the memories of 3, so as to achieve that plan. She glanced at Luna beside her. Luna was leisurely munching on her vegetable salad, even managing to amuse Mrs. Granger with her theories about food spirits. It was as if the shocking, proactive kiss that afternoon and the somber atmosphere at the moment had nothing to do with her. This contrast made Hermione feel even more frustrated. Caesar took in Hermione's emotions perfectly. He slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then, under the table, he gently took Hermione's left hand, which was resting on her lap. Hermione stiffened, instinctively trying to pull away, but he held her even tighter. His fingertips gently caressed the back of her hand, a gesture that was both soothing and firm. At the same time, his other hand also seemed to be moving under the table. Hermione caught a glimpse of Luna out of the corner of her eye. She paused slightly with her fork, then continued as if nothing had happened, though a faint blush seemed to rise at the base of her ears. "That BD." Hermione was both embarrassed and angry, her cheeks burning, but she didn't dare to show it in front of her parents, so she could only glare at Caesar. Caesar responded with an innocent yet meaningful smile. After dinner, Hermione, using the excuse of studying her lessons, sullenly hurried upstairs, wanting to hide in her room. Caesar and Luna followed behind her. As soon as she entered the room, Hermione shook off Caesar's hand, grabbed the white rabbit doll that Caesar had given her after catching her that afternoon, and sat down at the desk with her back to them. Then, he took out a book and flipped through it haphazardly, radiating a "leave me alone" aura. Luna curiously surveyed Hermione's room, her gaze sweeping over the heavy books, the tidy desk, and the family photo on the bedside table. Finally, his gaze fell upon the empty Takuma medicine bottle, his eyes flickering slightly. Caesar closed the door and leaned against it. Looking at Hermione's taut back and then at Luna's thoughtful profile, he suddenly chuckled softly. "Don't be angry, Hermione." He spoke, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet room. "And you, Luna, don't pretend nothing's wrong. We need to learn about the feelings and happiness of three people." "Who wants to learn that?" Hermione said curtly without turning her head. "I'm not interested in your ideas." "Happiness?" Luna tilted her head, her voice ethereal. "I see a lot of anxious swarms of horseflies and jealous stingers flying around you, Hermione. And you, Caesar, you're surrounded by smug pink bubbles, but beneath them lie black, calculating vines." Caesar remained noncommittal, walked to Hermione's bookshelf, his gaze sweeping over the thick volumes before finally settling on a particular shelf. Besides magic books, there were also several paperback books on Muggle psychology, sociology, and even relationships. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he pulled out one of the books, whose title seemed to involve non-traditional relationship patterns. Then, carrying the book, he walked to the open space in the center of the room and, as if by magic, pulled two soft cushions out of his pocket and threw them on the ground. He pulled over the chair in front of Hermione's desk, straddled it backwards, rested his chin on the back of the chair, and looked like a professor about to give a lecture. "All right, you two, please sit down." He patted the two cushions, gesturing for Hermione and Luna to sit down. "Given our current family situation, I feel it's necessary to offer an elective course. The course name is On the Theoretical and Practical Exploration of Sustainable Coexistence Relationships, and How to Achieve Optimal Allocation of Emotional Resources and Risk Hedging while ensuring the physical and mental health and well-being of core members." This long string of absurd course names, reeking of Caesarean scheming, left Hermione and Luna both stunned. "Are you crazy?" Hermione asked incredulously. Luna commented, "It sounds like a mix of a lengthy Ministry of Magic report and a Muggle economics paper. It's full of convoluted, annoying gadflies. To put it simply." Caesar grinned like a fox, "It's the first lesson in the relationship between three people. Sit down and listen, it won't hurt. After all, your current strategy of pretending to accept while looking for opportunities around me isn't very clever, and it seems to be making you both unhappy." Hermione and Luna's expressions changed slightly when their thoughts were directly exposed. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the wariness in each other's eyes and a hint of unease at being seen through. After a moment's hesitation, perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps to see what kind of ivory Caesar could produce, Hermione pursed her lips, reluctantly leaving her desk and sitting on a cushion, still clutching her rabbit, but her posture remained defiant. Luna was more decisive. She gracefully walked to another cushion, sat down, crossed her legs, and rested her chin on her hands. The misty eyes stared at Caesar, as if observing the behavior of a novel magical creature. "I won't listen." Hermione turned her face away, but her ears were perked up. "I don't really want to hear it either," Luna said, but didn't move. Caesar paid no attention to their rejection, and opened the Muggle book on his own, then pulled out a notebook and a quill pen from somewhere. "In our first lesson, we'll dispel a common misconception." Caesar tapped his notebook with his quill and, mimicking the professor's tone, said, "Myth 1, a relationship involving three people equals double the trouble and half the love. This is typical zero-sum game thinking, naive, and inconsistent with the chaotic, proliferative nature of magic, and advanced emotions." Hermione couldn't help but retort, "How can love be infinitely divided? Attention, time, and emotional investment are all finite." Chapter 184. Good question. Caesar seemed to have been waiting for her to ask the question. Therefore, we cannot simply divide it, but must upgrade the system. Think about your magical research. A single spell has limited power, but are the powers of combined magic circles, chain spells, or even ancient magical rituals simply additive? No, it can bring about a qualitative change, creating entirely new and more powerful effects. The same applies to emotional relationships. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the two faces. Hermione, your strengths lie in rationality, planning, long-term vision, and strong learning and execution abilities. Luna, your strengths lie in your unique perception, your affinity for unconventional forces, and your unorthodox creativity. He pointed to himself, and me. I'm responsible for providing the core objectives, integrating resources, and taking on risks. And, most importantly, my original intention to love each and every one of you, even though you might think that intention is a bit dark. If we see each other as trouble or competitors, that's internal friction. But what if we see each other as different rune nodes in a magic circle? Hermione's order and logic, Luna's chaos and intuition, and my core and drive. When we work towards a common goal. For example, exploring magical mysteries, dealing with potential threats, including but not limited to Voldemort's remnants, troubles with the Ministry of Magic, or other accidents. Even in fulfilling personal aspirations, such as resurrection research, the combined force generated when working collaboratively might far exceed that of our individual actions, or even when we work in pairs. Luna's eyes brightened slightly, she seemed drawn to certain metaphors and murmured to herself. Different colored scraps of fabric, woven together, can create patterns never seen before. Hermione frowned, her rationality forcing her to admit that Caesar's words contained a certain twisted logic, but her emotions still resisted. You're comparing romantic relationships to a magic experiment? How cold-blooded! No, it's about allowing emotions to be forged into a more resilient form in more complex and challenging environments. Caesar corrected. Twin flowers in a greenhouse may be beautiful, but aren't the triangular ferns in the Forbidden Forest, which depend on each other and face the wind and rain together, even more resilient? Besides, we're no longer flowers in a greenhouse, Hermione. You died once, Luna ruled a world, and I have schemed too much. The typical sweet romance between two people can no longer bear the weight of our complexities and anxieties. We need a more robust framework for our relationships. These words pierced Hermione's illusory expectations like a cold needle. Yes, the memory of their double suicide in the mirror, Caesar's deception and scheming, Luna's obsessive madness, the three of them can no longer return to a simple and pure relationship. Caesar proposed a near-cold, pragmatic solution based on the dark side of reality. Second point. Caesar continued his lessons, on the management of jealousy and possessiveness. This is the biggest emotional drain in the trio. I have a suggestion, to establish a shared time mechanism. For example, we can agree on a specific afternoon each week for a project, such as research, training, or event response. The three of us share resources, emphasizing collaboration and overall goals. Of course, there are also times when the three of us can simply relax, like this afternoon, even though it started off a bit intense. Hermione's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason, but she was immediately humiliated by this sharing. Luna blinked. What about time for Hermione and Luna alone? Isn't that needed? We have a lot of issues to deal with too. She gave Hermione a meaningful look. Caesar laughed. Good question. Of course we need it. I encourage you to build direct communication and friendship. It is at least a strategic partnership. This can reduce internal friction and improve overall efficiency. I can choose not to participate unless you invite me to be a mediator. Shameless. Hermione spat. The third point, and also the most important one. Caesar closed the book, leaned forward, and his gaze became unusually deep as he looked alternately at Hermione and Luna. Clearly define our core principles. Our three-person relationship is not a simple dating game, nor is it a stopgap measure. It is a community of shared destiny based on deep entanglements, common secrets, practical interests, and complex emotions. The first core principle, internal conflicts should be resolved internally. The introduction of external forces to maliciously undermine the whole is absolutely prohibited. For example, reporting it to the Ministry of Magic or finding other suitors to provoke the other person is such childish behavior that you shouldn't even think about it. Article 2. Unity in external relations. Regardless of how we distribute or compete internally, we must be a unified force when facing external threats or troubles. Article 3. Respect the independence and value of every individual. I will not turn you into my vassals, nor should you only try to lock me up or reform me. We need each other, we help each other succeed, and we also check and balance each other. This is what a healthy relationship is for us. The room fell silent. Caesar's lesson was like a cold rain, extinguishing Hermione's innocent sullenness and turning Luna's nonchalant expression serious. He depicts a survival scenario in a dark jungle, laying bare emotions, calculations, power, and cooperation. He constructed a seemingly fair community framework that actually reflected his dominant intentions in every aspect. You're not teaching us how to find happiness at all. Hermione's voice was dry. You're drawing up the rules for ruling both of us. No. Caesar shook his head, a strange smile curving his lips. I am inviting you to join me in ruling the future of the three of us, and the many more storms that may follow. Happiness? Of course. The intellectual stimulation of working together to crack an ancient spell, the tacit satisfaction of teaming up against an enemy, and even isn't the profound connection you feel after a fierce argument and confrontation, when you discover you still can't let go of each other, more captivating than simple sweetness? Hermione, you crave challenges and achievements deep down. Luna, you seek the strange and the real. Ordinary love can't give you these things. But the three of us together can. He stood up, walked to the window, turned his back to them, and gazed at the London night view outside. By accepting this framework, we may find an unprecedented kind of happiness and strength that belongs to the three of us. If we reject it, we will continue to erode ourselves in suspicion, scheming, mutual harm, and futile possessiveness. Until someone completely breaks down or leaves, and that could be the worst outcome for any of us. He turned around, his deep grey eyes seeming to see right through people in the lamplight. The choice is yours. The three opportunities are a backing of military force, but this lesson is my proposed plan for peaceful development. Pretending to accept while secretly plotting is the most foolish choice, it only wastes energy that could be used for more interesting things. Chapter 185. Hermione tightened and then loosened her grip on the rabbit. Reason told her that although Caesar's words were despicable, they had, to some extent, exposed the essence of their current awkward stalemate and offered a, extremely twisted but potentially effective way out. Emotionally, she still feels pain and resentment about sharing. Luna slowly stood up, walked to Caesar, looked up at him, and her misty eyes shimmered with a dark gold hue. You're very good with words, Caesar. You use words like community, challenge, and authenticity to package your selfishness and desire for control. But she reached out and gently touched Caesar's heart with her fingertips. Here, when you said I love each and every one of you, there was a piece of colorful cloth, the colors were real. Although there were still many black calculation lines around it. She withdrew her hand and turned to Hermione. Hermione, he's right about one thing. The three of us are like three different, dangerous magical materials. Forcibly separating us might cause us to explode, while haphazardly mixing us might result in an even more devastating explosion. Perhaps, a user manual really is needed, even if he wrote it, and it's riddled with errors and definitely biased towards himself. Hermione looked at Luna, then at Caesar, her mind in turmoil. Finally, she took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. The user manual needs to be revised collaboratively. You can't make the decisions alone. Caesar smiled, a smile that for the first time carried a genuine, heartwarming sense of relief. Of course. This is the first draft. Suggestions for revision are welcome, Hermione, Minister, Luna, Queen. Can our first tripartite meeting now be considered to have officially begun? He walked back to his chair, sat down again, opened his notebook, dipped his quill pen in ink, and looked as if he was about to take meeting minutes. Under the dim light, 3 figures were elongated and projected onto the wall, pressed closely together, like a twisted but stable triangle. Lesson 1, Nothing to do with happiness. It's about survival, about compromise, about groping together in the dark mire to find a path that no one has ever walked before, a path that is deformed but may lead to an unknown future. The night was deep, and the Granger mansion was shrouded in tranquility. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, cutting cold, silver lines across the floor of Caesar's temporary lodging. Caesar lay flat on the bed, breathing evenly, as if he were already fast asleep. Merlin's bloodline granted him a perception that was like the most sophisticated radar, silently scanning the flow of magic throughout the room and even the corridor. A subtle, deliberately suppressed tension permeated the air, like the stagnant dampness before a storm. The door slid open silently a crack. There was no key turning, no magical fluctuations, it was clear that something had been tampered with beforehand. 2 slender figures, like cats blending into the shadows, slid into the room, one on the left and one on the right, hugging the wall. Hermione, dressed in dark pajamas, held her wand tightly in her hand. The tip of the staff glowed with a barely perceptible magical light, its gaze sharp as a hawk's, its target clear. Caesar on the bed. She chose a variant of the silent stun curse, prioritizing speed and stealth, intending to defeat her enemy in one strike. Luna, barefoot on the carpet, felt as if she had no weight. She held no wand, but her hands formed a strange hand seal, and her pale silver eyes shimmered with a faint, dark gold ripple in the darkness. She had no intention of attacking directly, but rather seemed to be weaving something, creating a subtle force field in the air that made people feel mentally disoriented and their senses confused. She's creating disruptions in her own unique way, setting opportunities for Hermione, and perhaps, harboring other intentions. Their cooperation was far from perfect, even showing signs of mutual distrust, but they achieved a remarkable consensus on the short-term goal of dealing with Caesar. Their first chance, they decided to use it during Caesar's most vulnerable sleeping moment. Hermione's wand shot out suddenly, unleashing a silent burst of magical power. Luna's hand seals were completed simultaneously, and invisible ripples of spiritual energy surged towards the bedside like a tide. Just as the cursed power and ripples were about to touch their target. They've arrived. Almost at the same instant the thought flashed through his mind, Caesar opened his eyes. In the darkness, his deep grey pupils showed no trace of the confusion of someone just waking up, instead, they were frighteningly clear and calm. Even the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile that seemed to have been anticipated all along. He didn't get up, only a slight thought crossed his mind. While chanting a spell, move your fingers slightly. Spellcasting without a staff. Merlin's bloodline surged silently, and a warm, vast, yet irresistible magical field erupted from his center. That was not an attack, but a higher-level declaration of existence, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly disrupting all the delicate magical operations and fragile mental guidance. 2 soft pop sounds. Hermione's stunning curse shattered into tiny specks of light half a foot from Caesar's body, as if hitting an invisible dam. The ripples of emotion that Luna wove were like dew under the sun, evaporating instantly without a trace. The backlash caused her to groan and take a small step back, her dark golden light flickering violently in her eyes. The room lights turned on automatically, soft yet not glaring. The camera clearly captured the astonished, resentful, and somewhat incredulous expressions on the faces of the 2 attackers. Caesar then slowly sat up, leaned against the headboard, and leisurely adjusted the hem of his robe, his gaze sweeping over Hermione, who was standing stiffly in the doorway, and Luna near the foot of the bed. "Good evening, girls." His voice was hoarse from just waking up, yet full of control. "A night raid? That's a good idea. It seems the daytime lesson didn't completely convince you, you still believe more in your own abilities, or perhaps you'd rather try your luck." Hermione's face flushed red and then paled, her hand holding the wand trembling slightly, whether from anger or the lingering fear of her spell being so easily broken, it was hard to tell. Luna quickly adjusted her breathing, the dark gold in her eyes gradually subsiding. She tilted her head, examining the lingering magical aura around Caesar that hadn't completely dissipated, an aura that instinctively suppressed her. "First chance." Caesar raised a finger and announced in a calm tone. "Use complete. Result, failure." He paused, as if savoring their frustration. "Since you're so energetic, visiting so late at night, how about, we do something to pass the time?" He reached into the bedside table drawer and took out 3 parchment scrolls and 2 quill pens. The parchment looks ancient and elegant, with even dark gold magical patterns decorating the edges. He used a levitation spell to deliver 2 of the documents, along with the quill, to Hermione and Luna. "This is a little test I've prepared for our new life." Caesar smiled as he spoke, but there was no warmth in that smile, only scrutiny and expectation. "There aren't many questions, but they're crucial. Since you have doubts about my theories, let's start with practical experience. Of course, I won't let you write for nothing." Chapter 186. He leaned forward, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Hermione and Luna's faces, clearly uttering the bait, word by word. "This test paper, the one with a perfect score. I'll give her a chance to do something for her." The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Hermione and Luna's eyes lit up simultaneously, a light that was a mixture of astonishment, wariness, and an irrepressible longing. An extra, unrestricted opportunity to send Caesar on his side. What does this mean? It means that he can be commanded to do anything, not attack, but dominate. This forces him to bow his head, to obey, and to place himself in the position of doing things for you. This is a more thorough conquest than an attack, it is the hope of breaking the current deadlock and regaining the initiative. "You want me to do something?" Hermione's voice was a little tense. Reason told her this might be a trap, but the temptation was too great. "Yes. I will unconditionally and absolutely honor any promised dispatch opportunity, regardless of its content." Caesar explained in detail, as if promulgating a fair competition agreement. "If you win, you might gain more. If you lose, you've simply used up this opportunity. But the prerequisite is a perfect score on the test." He emphasized the words perfect score. "What is the question?" Luna asked directly, her misty eyes fixed on the parchment, as if she could see through the rolled-up surface to its contents. For her, the opportunity to command Caesar was invaluable, as she longed to tame him again or at least exact revenge. Should he serve tea and water? Should he be made to kneel down and admit his mistake? Let him do whatever he wants. See for yourself. Caesar unfolded his parchment, on which, indeed, was written a series of questions in beautiful and clear handwriting. "The rules are simple: answer independently, no communication, and no using magic to spy. The question concerns our core understanding of our relationship and the choices we may face in the future. I will grade your answers. Submit your paper before dawn." He looked at the two of them, his gaze becoming deep and oppressive. "Just a heads up, the grading criteria for this exam are very subjective. But it's absolutely fair, based on my understanding of your answers. A perfect score will earn me the right to command me once. Of course, if you fail, you have to do something small for me, something very, very small. For example, getting me slippers after I shower, or pouring me a glass of warm milk before I go to bed. This is a blatant, highly provocative, and manipulative lure. It not only diverted their attention from the frustration of failure, but also directed their competitive spirit and desire for dominance toward an exam that required them to dissect themselves and expose their thoughts. Caesar could not only glean insights into their hearts through their answers, but he could also use the highly tempting reward of sending him to keep them hooked and entice them to willingly enter the next round of the game he set. Hermione and Luna exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's scheme. Refusing would mean giving up a potentially precious chance to turn things around, and it would also appear cowardly. To accept would mean risking the exposure of one's inner weaknesses and true thoughts in order to compete for a reward judged by Caesar. However, the temptation of getting Caesar to do something for me overwhelmed everything. For Hermione, this meant he could admit his mistakes, he could do something she had always wanted him to do but couldn't bring herself to say. For Luna, this meant testing Caesar's limits of obedience, or simply enjoying the fun of ordering him around. Ultimately, the two of them accepted the quill pen almost simultaneously. "Write it here." Hermione circled the customer room, there was no table. "Yes, right here." Caesar pointed to the floor. "Time is limited. Let's begin." He was the first to lower his gaze to his exam paper, as if he were really answering the questions seriously, but in reality, all his senses were locked onto the two of them. Hermione gritted her teeth, sat cross-legged on the carpet, laid the parchment on her knees, took a deep breath, and looked at the first question. Luna slid down against the wall, placed the parchment on her knees, twirled the quill pen between her fingers, and scanned the questions with her misty eyes. An eerie silence fell over the room, broken only by the soft scratching of the quill pen on parchment and the three people's gentle breathing. The moonlight and lamplight mingled, illuminating three young faces, each burdened with heavy secrets and complex emotions. The first line of text on the parchment clearly caught Hermione and Luna's eye. Three-person relationship cognition and strategy assessment test. Question setter, Caesar. Answerer, _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Note: those who achieve a perfect score will have one opportunity to be officially assigned a question setter. Question 1, multiple choice, single choice. In your opinion, what is the most crucial bond that holds our current relationship together? A. Profound emotions, love/hate/obsession, left over from another world. B. The combination of practical interests and power, mutual assistance/checks and balances/survival. C. A shared desire to explore unknown magic and mysteries. D. An inescapable entanglement at the level of the soul/fate. E. Other, please briefly describe. Hermione's pen paused. Reason told her that B and C might be closer to the pragmatic answer Caesar wanted, but the inner turmoil made her unable to ignore the weight of A and D. This is not just a choice, it is the cornerstone of confessing to Caesar how he views this twisted relationship. Luna, without any hesitation, lightly circled option D, her handwriting fluid, as if she already knew the answer. Question 2, scenario-based essay question. Suppose that during an operation we encounter a powerful external threat, and tactically one person is required to take on extremely high risks, possibly being seriously injured or trapped, to create an opportunity for the other two to win or escape. Considering the survival and ultimate victory of all three, who do you think is most suitable for this role? Please elaborate on your reasons, taking into account factors such as individual combat strength, survivability, and future value. This question is like a cold knife. Hermione's breathing quickened, and she instinctively looked at Caesar, then at Luna. Is this a test of loyalty? A test of self-sacrifice? Or a cold-blooded calculation? Luna rested her chin on her hand, her gaze shifting between Caesar and Hermione, seemingly carefully assessing each person's risk-taking value, a data-like glint flashing deep within her light silver eyes. She made too many similar choices in another world. Question 3, value ranking question. Please rank the following 5 items in order of importance in your personal value hierarchy, 1 being the most important, and 5 being the least important. Personal magical power enhancement and knowledge acquisition. The quality of Caesar's emotional attention and companionship. Form a solid alliance with another member, Hermione/Luna, or at least eliminate hostility. To fulfill a specific wish, e.g., to resurrect one's mother/to prove oneself/to acquire something. Maintain the basic stability and security of the trilateral community within the current framework. Sorting problems reveal each person's true priorities. Chapter 187. Hermione's pen hovered in mid-air, unable to fall, each item feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Luna had already quickly written down several numbers, but after she finished, she stared at the sequence, her brows furrowing slightly, as if the result she had arrived at was somewhat unexpected. Question 4, Open-ended thinking question. Please describe an ideal scenario that you believe best exemplifies the potential of 3-person collaboration, whether it be in combat, research, or any other situation. It should include specific objectives, division of labor, and your expected collaborative effects. This question requires them to draw up a cooperation blueprint, forcing them to devise effective ways to work with their love rival and this despicable man. This in itself could subtly influence their confrontational mindset. Hermione bit her lip. The first thing that flashed through her mind was that brief and imperfect cooperation in the Chamber of Secrets. Luna's gaze drifted, as if she were recalling the grand and brutal war scenes of another world, and her pen began to sketch words filled with strange creatures and complex magical interactions. Question 5, Ultimate attitude question, short answer. The 3 of us together. Given this statement, if you have no choice but to accept it, what do you most want to gain or secure from it? Please summarize in 1 sentence. The last question directly addresses the most realistic demands deep within our hearts. Hermione stared at the sentence, a mixture of anger, resentment, scheming, and a faint glimmer of hopeful resentment swirling within her. Luna also stopped writing, revealing an almost icy rational expression for the first time. Her misty eyes reflected the words on the parchment, as if she were weighing all the pros and cons. The rustling sound of writing came and went. Caesar remained seated against the headboard, seemingly indifferent to their struggles and thoughts. He would only occasionally glance up, his gaze like a precise probe, sweeping over their taut shoulders, the slightly trembling tip of their pens, or the subtle expressions that flashed across their faces. This exam paper itself is a silent battle. There are no absolutely right or wrong answers. But every choice they make, every statement they make, will expose their thought patterns, bottom lines, and desires, becoming a powerful tool in Caesar's hands for assessment, division, and control. The reward of the opportunity to command Caesar is like a blade gleaming in the darkness, cold, dangerous, yet exuding a deadly allure. This compels them to write with the precision of a knife, carefully considering every word on this test of the soul. The moon outside the window slowly moved westward. In the quiet of the night, the fates of 3 people are more closely and dangerously intertwined by an exam paper and a reward. When will the next attack come? In what form? Perhaps, the answer lies hidden in the answers they are writing down right now. The lingering heat of summer had not yet completely dissipated from the brickwork of London, and the steam of the Hogwarts Express was already beginning to build on the northern platform. Platform 9¾ was as noisy and bustling as ever, filled with the hooting of owls, the rolling of suitcases, the nagging of parents, and the laughter of students. In this familiar chaos, a trio stands out, exuding a peculiar atmosphere that is both tightly knit and brimming with tension. Caesar walked ahead, his new school uniform fitting him perfectly. His deep grey eyes calmly swept over the crowd, and a subtle, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his lips. He walked with his hands empty and his steps leisurely. The 2 girls who followed half a step behind him formed a silent understanding. Hermione Granger dragged the obviously oversized suitcase that belonged to Caesar, her brown curly hair swaying slightly with each step. Luna Lovegood, on the other hand, carried Caesar's backpack, her other hand habitually fiddling with a cork necklace. Her misty eyes seemed to gaze at a landscape from another dimension, and her steps were as light as a cat's. Although the two did not exchange words or even glances, their pace was synchronized. The distance maintained from Caesar, and even the division of labor in perceiving the surrounding environment, all reveal a kind of adjustment after the summer. A subtle synchronization formed when facing common core issues. They weaved through the crowd and found a relatively quiet bench. Caesar stopped, turned around, and sat down, the movements fluid and natural. Hermione and Luna stopped at the same time, put down their luggage, and stood side by side in front of him. Their gazes didn't fall on him, but rather within each other's peripheral vision, as if confirming some unspoken alliance. Caesar leaned back comfortably in his chair, his gaze slowly shifting between the two girls, admiring their posture of shared hatred against a common enemy yet having to temporarily suppress their anger. After a month of summer courses, the two have failed far too many times. Currently, Hermione owes Caesar 35 chores, and Luna owes him 28. Therefore, this time Hermione carried his suitcase, and Luna gave her backpack. There's still some time. Caesar spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable tone. Put your things here. Hermione and Luna released their luggage almost simultaneously, their movements synchronized, without a trace of hesitation or extra emotion. They're used to it. Caesar nodded in satisfaction and continued. Go buy me a bottle of water, I'm thirsty. I want the most expensive one. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The noise from the platform seemed to be blocked out. They did not immediately show anger or humiliation, nor did they even look at Caesar. The two exchanged a quick, almost imperceptible glance. The information exchanged in that single glance was swift and complex. Hermione's eyes flashed with annoyance and a calm assessment, as if to say, here we go again. A knowing glint flashed in Luna's misty eyes. There were no arguments, no complaints. Because they've already gotten used to it. Hermione turned slightly to the side and whispered something to Luna. Luna nodded almost imperceptibly. After a brief exchange, the two turned around at the same time and walked towards the drink cart on the platform. Their steps remained in sync with Caesar's, but the distance between them was now closer than before. Shoulders almost parallel, they formed a small alliance line facing away from Caesar. Caesar sat on the bench, watching their retreating figures side by side, a deep sense of satisfaction deepening in his eyes. That's right, that's it. Transform your dissatisfaction and rebellious impulses towards him into rapid, efficient, and goal-oriented collaboration. They developed an unspoken understanding by working together to overcome their shared goal of fighting against him. Hermione and Luna's relationship is blossoming in an interesting way. I wouldn't be so averse to a life with 3 people. Of course, Caesar also quite enjoyed this training process. After all, these two had been serving him tea and water quite a bit these past few days. However, this subtle sense of satisfaction has not yet fully settled. Amidst the hustle and bustle of platform 9 3/4, an unusual ripple suddenly spread out. Exclamations and gasps, accompanied by a deliberately suppressed yet still spreading commotion, came from the other side of the platform. Chapter 188. What a beautiful girl! Exclamations and gasps, accompanied by a deliberately suppressed yet still spreading commotion, came from the other side of the platform. Many eyes were on the freshmen saying goodbye to their parents, as well as the older students playing and laughing. Even some parents couldn't help but be drawn to it. The focus is on a young girl. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Instead of wearing Hogwarts robes, she was dressed in elegantly tailored travel casual wear with a touch of exotic flair. Her long, light golden hair, like flowing sunlight, cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few strands fluttering gently in the wind. Her features were as exquisite as the work of the most outstanding sculptor, and her blue eyes seemed to hold the turquoise waves of the Mediterranean Sea, clear yet deep. Just standing there, it naturally exudes a breathtaking charm. It blends youthful energy with a slightly aloof elegance. She is like an angel, hibiscus delicus. Possessing Vela blood, she is destined to shine wherever she goes. Phew! Caesar's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. It seemed as if a dormant string had been gently plucked, bringing a faint yet undeniable tremor. But he kept his facial expressions perfectly under control. He seemed like just an ordinary boy who was briefly attracted by stunning beauty. Only the slightest hint of surprise crossed his deep grey eyes. Then, under the gazes of many, some amazed and some curious, Fleur took a step. Ignoring everyone else, she had a clear goal and walked straight through the crowd on the platform, like an elegant swan parting the water, finally stopping in front of the bench where Caesar was sitting. The noise of the platform seemed to automatically fade away between the two of them. Sunlight streamed through the glass roof, and a beam of light shone on her, making her light golden hair and delicate facial features seem to glow. She lowered her head slightly, looking at Caesar sitting on the bench. His blue eyes held a mixture of inquiry, doubt, and an indescribable anticipation. Then, she did something unexpected. She stretched out her hand, palm up. 2 rings lay quietly on it. It has an antique design, shimmering with a dark silver metallic luster, bearing the marks of time. The other one is much more delicate, inlaid with a small sapphire that seems to contain starlight. Her voice rang out, carrying a unique, slightly stiff but very pleasant English accent, like a clear, cool spring. "Excuse me, do you know Ambrose?" "Ambrosius." Their eyes met. The next second, Caesar's face showed a perfectly timed expression, a mixture of bewilderment and flattery. He looked around, as if to make sure there was no one else around. Then, in surprise, he pointed to himself, his tone filled with innocence and a hint of shyness in the face of such a beautiful girl. "Are you talking to me? Beautiful lady, who are you?" His choice of words even deliberately carried a touch of frivolity to enhance the sense of unfamiliarity. Hibiscus was clearly not prepared for this reaction. Her perfect smile froze slightly for a moment, and a hint of confusion and uncertainty flashed in her sapphire-like eyes. She furrowed her delicate brows slightly and carefully examined Caesar's face, as if trying to find a familiar trace. "I am Hibiscus, Hibiscus Delacour." She repeated it, her tone slower and clearer than before, as if testing whether the name could evoke the other person's memory. "Caesar! You've mistaken me for someone else." Caesar interrupted her, decisively, while a bright smile, tinged with regret and amusement, appeared on his face. "My name is Disley, and I'm a third-year student at Hogwarts. A girl as beautiful as you, if I had seen you before or knew you, I would definitely remember you very clearly." He spoke half-jokingly, meeting Fleur's gaze openly, his eyes filled with pure admiration and a hint of helplessness at being mistaken for. These words were spoken lightly and with a touch of flattery, denying the other's status without appearing too harsh or impolite. Fleur's confusion deepened. She looked into Caesar's deep grey eyes, which seemed to be completely unmasked, and then looked down at the 2 rings on her palm. "It seems their resolve has wavered." Just as the atmosphere became subtly tense, 2 familiar figures returned to Caesar's side with a hint of urgency that was barely perceptible. Hermione and Luna stood on either side of each other, each holding a glass of water. Their gazes fell on Hibiscus almost simultaneously, then quickly shifted away, finally settling on Caesar's face. "Who is it?" Hermione spoke, her tone as casual as if she were asking about today's weather. But Caesar knew her too well. Her eyes darted around extremely quickly. Those were her micro-expressions as she rapidly analyzed the situation, assessed the threat, and potentially activated a preset contingency plan. "Is it someone I know?" Luna echoed softly, her voice ethereal and devoid of emotion. But Caesar keenly noticed that the hand she was holding the school bag had twitched almost imperceptibly. A tiny gesture, as if sketching something in the air, or perhaps some kind of subconscious defensive reaction. They saw it, and they heard it. They might not know hibiscus, but they definitely sensed the unusual atmosphere in the conversation between this beautiful stranger and Caesar. And Caesar's overly standard denial performance. They instantly entered a state of unity in the face of external forces, appearing calm on the surface but tense on the inside. If Caesar showed even the slightest sign of something amiss, the Minister of Magic and the Dark Lord would be absolutely furious. "Oh, looking for someone, but I don't know them." Caesar shrugged, going along with their words, as if to say, "This is none of my business." He stood up, took the expensive bottle of rainbow sparkling water from Luna's hand, and said to Hermione, "We should get on the bus, or there won't be any seats left." He stopped looking at Fleur, as if she were truly just an insignificant interlude. He turned and walked towards the slowly sliding door of the Hogwarts Express, which had already started moving. The movements were natural and fluid, without any hesitation or slackness. Hermione and Luna exchanged another glance, this time with even greater understanding. They quickly picked up their luggage and followed closely behind Caesar, outwardly appearing as the most loyal followers, leaving Fleur and the unresolved question behind. Fleur Delacour stood still, without moving. She watched Caesar's departing figure without a backward glance, and watched the two girls follow him swiftly and in perfect unison. On her stunningly beautiful face bathed in sunlight, confusion gradually gave way to a profound contemplation. Her slender fingers slowly closed, tightly gripping the two rings in her palm. The Hogwarts Express accelerated, spewing out more steam, and pulled away from the platform. Many students' faces flashed past the car window. Fleur's gaze, however, pierced through the distance and the moving windows, fixing firmly on a specific window in a particular carriage. There, Caesar seemed to be casually looking out the window, and their gazes briefly met for a fleeting moment. His face was expressionless, and he quickly turned his head away. Fleur remained standing in the same spot, as if she had been transformed into a beautiful statue. Only those eyes, blue like the Mediterranean Sea, followed the departing train closely until it disappeared at the end of the tracks. Chapter 189. 1 month ago. In Brittany, the moonlight is like a silver tide, washing over the window panes and into Fleur Delacour's dreams. She didn't sleep soundly, her long eyelashes trembled slightly beneath her eyelids, as if resisting some silent invasion. Then, the tide turned into a flood. There was no warning, no buffer. Countless images, sounds, and fragments of emotions. Like a shattered kaleidoscope, or a flooded sea of memories, it surged violently into every corner of her consciousness. The warmth of the crackling fire in the west tower of Hogwarts mingled with the sweet aroma of slightly burnt crepes. Behind the rising steam of the potion lab, those focused, deep grey eyes shone. The silver magic flowing from his fingertips in the greenhouse dispelled the chilling curse deep within her bones, bringing a warm current. Under the dazzling lights of the graduation ball, he coldly refused. More fragments swirl, the cold of the Black Lake, the shadows of the Forbidden Forest, and the ancient runes inscribed together on parchment. His seemingly unintentional acts of protection, and the countless calculated acts of distancing himself. The final image is taken on a beach in Brittany. Caesar Ambrose. The name wasn't something she remembered, but rather like a burning brand already embedded in her soul, suddenly awakening at this moment, searing every nerve in her body. That wasn't an observer's memory, it was hers. Every bit of joy, anticipation, bitterness, the sting of being pushed away, and the deep imprint that ultimately settles down, which even time cannot erase, all flow through her veins anew, carrying a vibrant warmth. It wasn't a dream. It was too clear, too complete, too. It felt heavy. The weight of that emotion almost crushed her in the real world. She sat there, lost in thought, letting the two lives collide, merge, tear apart, and mend each other in her mind. The roses outside the window rustled softly in the night breeze, like a distant sigh from another time and space. After an unknown amount of time, the eastern sky began to glow with a crab-shell blue hue. The first rays of dawn timidly peeked into the room. It dispelled some of the suffocating darkness, but also illuminated the undried tear tracks on her face and the complex expression in her eyes, a mixture of immense sorrow and nascent chill. Just then, a slight flapping sound caught her attention. A pure white, magical owl, as if formed from moonlight, had quietly landed on her carved windowsill. It didn't make the usual hooting sound of an owl, it simply gazed at her quietly with its amber eyes, which seemed to know everything. At its feet lay a scroll of parchment, unsigned, yet emanating a faint but unmistakably familiar magical aura. For a fleeting moment, Furong's heart skipped a beat. She practically floated out of bed, her bare feet touching the cool floor as she walked step by step toward the windowsill. With each step closer, my heart felt tightened by an invisible force. That person's magic, even across different worlds and different bodies, her soul still remembers. She reached out her slightly trembling hand and picked up the scroll of letters. The parchment has a delicate and cool feel to the touch. Hibiscus. By the time you read this letter, you've probably remembered everything. This is a completely new life, a life I owe you for. As for the reasons behind this, a single letter would hardly suffice. Please allow me to focus on more important matters. You've probably always wondered, did Caesar love you? Today I want to tell you something simple. Caesar hoped that Fleur would love herself a little more. Silly child. You may never have realized it, but when you smile, your eyes shine, when you are gentle, everything is at peace. You yourself are the person in this world most deserving to be loved. Your beauty and kindness should not only be a candle to light up others, but also a ray of sunshine to warm yourself. Don't rely on me, and don't wait for anyone to promise you happiness. The most lasting happiness in this world grows from within yourself. If someone casually says, "I will make you happy," please walk away gently. That is not a promise, but a gentle shackle. I often think of those 2 nights in the West Tower of Hogwarts. You're in the room next to mine, making crepes. Flip the pancake in the pan, once, twice, 3 times. Back then, you tried again and again, wanting to create the happiest flavor. I also cherish the memory of that distant afternoon in Brittany. You stand between roses and gladioli, then turn and smile at me. Sunlight filters through your silver hair, and the sea breeze billows the hem of your white dress. At that moment, you were so beautiful that you seemed unreal, deserving of all the good things in the world. Therefore, Hibiscus, go and begin your own new life. Your path lies ahead. A 16-year-old girl should be bright and open, blooming with roses, facing the sea breeze. The mountains are high and the rivers are far. We will probably never meet again in this lifetime. Finally, across the years, I want to sincerely wish you well. Promise me, never let a smile leave your face. In addition, do not travel to the UK, especially not to Hogwarts. I'm no longer there, and there's no way I'll ever go back. So please don't even think about going there to look for me. If one day, due to an unexpected event, you end up in England, and especially at Hogwarts, you meet a strange boy named Caesar. If there's a look of inquiry, a hint of attraction in his eyes when he looks at you, or even if he says something that feels like a distant memory, please leave without looking back. He will definitely say, "I love you." But please do not believe anything he says, and do not be misled by any seemingly familiar gestures. Because he said that to more than one girl. His name might also be Caesar, and he might also know how to display charm and gentleness. But he and that Caesar Ambrose who once stood shoulder to shoulder with you have nothing in common except for an empty name. He will never be alone. His world was a palace built of lies, scheming, and cheap passion, gorgeous yet empty. He is a man who constantly pretends and demands things while mired in the mire of reality. He can't give you anything pure. His love is a distributed form of comfort, an interlude within a larger storyline. And you deserve everything, uniquely yours. Lin Yuan is busy trying to make amends for his mistakes. The morning light completely enveloped the hibiscus. She sat at the boundary between light and shadow. She clutched the letter, now soaked with tears, tightly in her hand. The knuckles were completely drained of blood from the exertion, turning as pale as bone. Slowly, very slowly, she lowered her head again, her gaze falling once more on the final signature. Lin Yuan is busy making amends for his mistakes. The sea breeze swept through the rose garden, bringing with it the distant sound of the tide. It also brought with it her almost inaudible whispers, each word striking the silent room. Lin Yuan. Sunlight fell on her tear-stained face, which was no longer filled with confusion. Volume 3, Hibiscus Salted, completed. Chapter 190. The Hogwarts Express carriages swayed slightly with the regular clatter of the rails. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna found an empty cubicle. After the train doors closed, isolating them from the stunning young woman on the platform, the atmosphere seemed to return to that unique, sticky, and tense balance between them. Hermione put down her luggage and immediately took out a thick book, the Transfiguration Handbook, to read, but her gaze wasn't fully focused on the pages. Luna sat opposite her by the window, her face almost pressed against the glass, her misty eyes gazing at the rapidly receding scenery, as if counting the harassing horseflies that swept past the tracks. This deliberate calm didn't last long, the cubicle door was pulled open. "Hey! Caesar! Hermione! You're here!" Ron Weasley's voice carried the joy of finding a friend. Behind him followed Harry, whose face seemed even paler than usual. "Can we sit here? The other carriages are all packed." "Certainly." Caesar nodded, his tone gentle. Hermione looked up from her book and gave Harry and Ron a fairly natural smile. At least when facing these two normal friends, she can temporarily remove some of the heavy mask she wears when facing Caesar and Luna. Luna turned her head and winked at the two of them as a greeting. Ron sat down casually next to Hermione, holding a bulging paper bag that smelled of pumpkin pie. Something was wriggling restlessly in the old school bag slung over his shoulder. Just then, Luna turned her gaze from the window and landed near Ron's shoulder. Her misty eyes widened slightly, her gaze focusing on a grayish-brown creature with a pointed nose, small eyes, and a missing toe peeking out of the backpack. Ron's pet mouse, Spotted. Ban seemed to sense something too, its tiny black eyes meeting Luna's gaze. It shuddered suddenly, making a soft squeak, and quickly pulled its head back deep into the backpack, causing the entire backpack to shake. Luna frowned slightly, then turned to Caesar, saying nothing, but simply glancing at him quietly with her light silver eyes. There were no words in his eyes, yet they conveyed a clear message: there was something wrong with this mouse, something very unusual. Caesar received her signal, nodded, and glanced at Ron's backpack, a knowing glint in his deep grey eyes. He knew, of course, who this rat was: Peter Pettigrew, one of the creators of the Marauders map, the real culprit who betrayed the Potters, a coward who had disguised himself as a rat and survived for 12 years. Luna's keen senses for magical creatures clearly detected the decaying and twisted soul aura emanating from Scabbers, so different from that of ordinary rats, as well as a deeply hidden magical disguise. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ron and Harry were busy putting their luggage on the racks, and Hermione's attention was drawn to their activity. But Hermione, who had been observing Caesar and Luna out of the corner of her eye, still caught that brief but meaningful exchange of glances. Her heart sank. They have another secret between them. About Ron's mouse? What do they know? Why did Luna specifically remind Caesar? This feeling of being excluded, and the unspoken, strange understanding between Caesar and Luna. Hermione's mood, which had just begun to ease after seeing her old friend, was once again clouded over. Her fingers tightened around the book, her knuckles turning slightly white. He tried to maintain a calm expression, but his sharp eyes swept back and forth between Caesar and Luna. Luna had turned her face back to the window, as if nothing had happened, and began to hum a wordless, oddly melody. Hermione took a deep breath and forced herself to look back at the Transfiguration handbook, but the letters on the page seemed to be jumping around, and she couldn't focus on any of them. A brief silence fell over the carriage, broken only by the sound of the train moving and Luna's faint humming. Ron began excitedly discussing with Harry the rumored new professor who might teach defense against the dark arts, trying to dispel some of the unease surrounding Black's escape. The train sped northward, and the sky outside the window gradually darkened. The once bright autumn sunshine was swallowed up by thick clouds, and the temperature seemed to be dropping. An inexplicable, invisible sense of oppression quietly permeated the air, and even Ron's incessant chatter gradually subsided. Suddenly, the train slammed down, the metal screeching against the metal, and the lights flickered a few times before abruptly going out. The carriage was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the faint light of the leaden sky outside the window filtering in. A bone-chilling cold swept in without warning. It was not ordinary cold, but a chilling cold that penetrated to the bone marrow, freezing the soul, carrying an aura of despair and pain. "What happened?" Ron exclaimed, his voice trembling. Harry suddenly covered the scar on his forehead, his face turned ashen, and his body began to tremble violently. "Dementors!" Just as the light suddenly dimmed, a chill erupted, and everyone's attention was drawn to this sudden and terrifying change. Hermione and Luna moved. Without warning, without eye contact. They may not have even communicated any specific plans, but thanks to the tacit understanding forged under Caesar's pressure over the past month, they seized this fleeting, golden opportunity. The darkness, chaos, and mental suppression brought by the Dementors perfectly masked the fluctuations of magic. Hermione suddenly raised her hand, which had been resting under the book. The wand slid out from the pages of the book, but the tip of the wand did not emit a bright light of a spell. Instead, it was an extremely condensed, almost invisible shockwave that struck Caesar's chest directly. That was a brief oscillation spell she deduced while studying ancient magical runes, designed to disrupt spell casting and create openings. Almost simultaneously, before Luna's body, which was facing the window, had even fully turned around, her hand, behind her back, traced an extremely bizarre symbol in the air with her fingertips. There was no incantation, no light. But suddenly the air around Caesar became thick and heavy, as if invisible chains were rising from the void to bind him to the spot. This is a prototype of spiritual binding that she researched from another world, which she has not yet fully mastered but is strange enough, combined with her innate ability to guide unconventional forces. A second chance. Amidst the chaos created by the Dementors, a swift, covert, and perfectly coordinated joint attack was launched. However, Caesar seemed to have anticipated this. As darkness fell and a chill swept over him, his vigilance was at its highest. Merlin's bloodline brings not only power, but also an extraordinary perception of the flow of magic and the fluctuations of malice. Just moments before Hermione's shockwave and Luna's ethereal bindings were about to strike him, Caesar didn't even draw his wand. He merely trembled his hand, which hung at his side, so slightly that his fingertips seemed to flick away invisible dust. Silence. A single syllable, as light as a sigh, escaped from his lips. It is not a silent incantation, but an ancient spell that is closer to the activation of rules. In an instant, the space within a 1-meter radius centered on him seemed to be peeled away. Hermione's condensed shockwave struck the area, but vanished without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Luna's invisible spiritual binding force seemed to have struck an absolutely smooth barrier, sliding to the side without touching him in the slightest. Everything happened in less than half a second. The lights came back on, and the train seemed to slowly start moving again, but the biting chill had not completely dissipated. Harry was panting heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and Ron, still shaken, supported him. The two looked towards Caesar and saw him sitting there perfectly fine. Hermione seemed startled by the sudden stop and darkness, the book she was holding had fallen onto her lap, and she was bending down to pick it up. Luna had already turned her head back, tilting her face up to stare intently at the luggage rack on the roof of the carriage, as if studying the patterns of dust on it. That was just now. Ron stammered, his face turning pale. Can you feel it? It's so cold. And, it feels like something has passed by. Harry nodded weakly, his scars were still burning. Caesar had regained his composure, he even gave Harry and Ron a smile tinged with concern and relief, as if the deadly attack had never happened. Dementors, perhaps? Guards of Azkaban. He said casually, they got in to check, probably for Blake. It's a bit cold, but nothing. Are you all right? He completely ignored the extremely dangerous sneak attack he had just suffered, attributing everything to the Dementors. No, it's nothing. Ron was still shaken, and his attention was indeed diverted. Merlin's beard, that looks awful. Harry, you look terrible. Harry shook his head, saying nothing, but there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes as he looked at Caesar, thinking it was Caesar's calmness that comforted him. Hermione had picked up the book, sat up straight, and her fingertips were still trembling slightly. It was unclear whether it was the chill of the Dementors or the shock and frustration of the attack being so easily diffused. She pressed her lips tightly together, neither looking at Caesar nor Luna. Luna continued to stare at the ceiling, her humming having stopped some time earlier. In her misty eyes, a faint golden light flickered for a moment before disappearing. Their second chance, launched at what they believed to be the perfect moment and with the most exquisite coordination, was once again easily thwarted by this man in an almost rule-like manner. Just how much power does he still possess? Chapter 191. The third year at Hogwarts began amid the shadow of Dementors and rumors of Sirius Black. The castle corridors were deeper and quieter than usual at night, and the footsteps of patrolling Filch and Lady Loris carried an extra layer of vigilance. The library had already closed, and the common room was under curfew. On the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating Barnabas, in front of a seemingly ordinary wall, Caesar waited quietly. This place wasn't far from the House of Requirement, it was where his dates started. A location that is well concealed and allows for rapid response. He didn't have to wait long. Footsteps came from one end of the corridor, steady but slightly fast. It's Hermione. She was wearing a school uniform, her hair was neatly styled, and she was symbolically holding a notebook in her arms, but the calm she deliberately maintained on her face could not hide the complex emotions in her eyes. Seeing Caesar standing there alone, she seemed relieved and quickened her pace. I thought you'd bring Luna along for the after-school tutoring. She walked up to Caesar, her tone carrying its usual slightly probing frankness, but her voice was softer than usual. This opportunity to be alone, which vaguely carried the shadow of their past time together, allowed her to slightly relax her tense nerves. There was even a faint hope that things might return to a simpler mode of interaction. Just as Caesar was about to speak, from the shadows at the other end of the corridor came the faint, almost inaudible sound of bare feet stepping on the stone bricks. Luna Lovegood seemed to have emerged from the moonlight, her long, pale golden hair appeared to glow under the dim wall lamp. She was still wearing that slightly oddly modified long dress, her misty eyes first glancing at Caesar, then at Hermione, a look of almost innocent confusion on her face. She stopped a few steps away, and her ethereal voice softly rang out. Did I arrive at the wrong time? This sentence is like a pebble thrown into a lake that has just begun to ripple. Hermione's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and her fingers tightened around the notebook. The faint hope I had just felt froze instantly, replaced by a stifling and annoyed feeling of being disturbed and reminded of reality. She pursed her lips, not looking at Luna, but instead turning her gaze to Caesar, wanting to see his reaction. Caesar showed no surprise, as if he had expected this. He even smiled, a smile that appeared somewhat blurry in the dim light. He didn't answer Luna's question, but instead stepped forward and stretched out his arms. He put one arm around Hermione's slightly stiff shoulder, which was very close to his. With his other hand, he reached out to Luna, gently pulling her over and embracing her as well. No. His voice rang in their ears, carrying a deliberately crafted, matter-of-fact gentleness. You've come at the perfect time. He paused, feeling the two girls in his arms tense up instantly in their distinctly different auras. Hermione's stiffness and hidden anger, Luna's lightness and a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Then, in an almost declarative tone, tinged with both playfulness and utmost seriousness, he completed the second half of the sentence. You are all my wings. This sentence was like a clumsy yet domineering incantation, instantly freezing the air. Hermione's cheeks flushed red, half from shame and half from anger. She jerked her hand away from Caesar's, took a step back, and burned with an offended rage in her brown eyes. Don't use such disgusting language. She lowered her voice and rebuked, feeling that this absurd declaration not only tarnished the word wings but also objectified her into a ridiculous appendage. Luna didn't struggle and let Caesar hold her. But she tilted her head back, her misty eyes staring directly at Caesar, a faint, almost ethereal smile curving her lips. Wing. She repeated softly, her ethereal voice revealing no emotion. Is it a tool to help you fly higher, or a decoration? The colorful scraps of fabric I once saw now resemble a rope forcibly twisted together, the colors all jumbled up. The situation immediately became awkward. Hermione's angry glare, Luna's straightforward remarks, and Caesar's arms maintaining a half-hugging posture, only to fall short. The three stood frozen in the dimly lit corridor, with the faint sounds of patrols coming from afar. Caesar withdrew his arm without changing his expression, as if the awkwardness from just now had never happened. Cough. He cleared his throat and glanced at the two of them. Have you heard of flying? What about that Bigfoot that's supposedly able to fly over the Dementors' defenses and sneak into Hogwarts? He successfully steered the conversation toward Sirius Black. Hermione's attention was indeed partially diverted, she frowned, and her rational instincts began to kick in. You mean Sirius Black? The Ministry of Magic described him as a dangerous murderer and dark wizard. But there are indeed many questions surrounding how he escaped from prison and the details of his motives. She subconsciously entered analytical mode, temporarily suppressing her personal emotions. Luna blinked and replied. My dad's magazine mentioned that huge, hairy black shadows sometimes appear near Azkaban. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dog, it could be some unrecorded guardian spirit, or an emotional entity. She began to steer the conversation in a more mysterious direction, but in doing so, she also managed to break free from the awkward atmosphere from before. Caesar seized the opportunity to take over the conversation, lowering his voice to create an atmosphere of conspiracy. There are many suspicious points about Blake's matter. Was his conviction process absolutely fair? Why is he escaping now? Was his only target Harry? Perhaps we can figure out these mysteries. Us. Hermione astutely grasped the key phrase, temporarily setting aside her aversion to the word wings, and scrutinized Caesar. You want to get involved in this? Why? What does this have to do with us? She quickly assessed the risks in her mind, but undeniably, the mystery itself was appealing to her. We can help with this. Luna spoke softly, her gaze thoughtfully sweeping across Caesar's face. But you need to tell us, Caesar, what exactly are you planning? What evil are you harboring? She always managed to pinpoint the superficial rationale behind Caesar's words. Hermione immediately looked at Caesar, her eyes sharp, awaiting his explanation. The atmosphere shifted from an awkward, chaotic scene to a strategic arena filled with suspicion and probing. Caesar met their gaze, his deep grey eyes appearing profound in the dim light. What I mean is, we can take this opportunity to observe this storm up close and practice how to improve our teamwork and cohesion. Incidentally, figuring out the truth about Black might reveal secrets that even Dumbledore didn't know. Of course, the most important thing is to enhance team cohesion. The three of us should do more things together in the future, this will strengthen our bond. Hermione remained silent. Chapter 192. Caesar's offer had a dual appeal to her. One of them is heroine. Well, the three are her friends, and getting involved in this matter can protect her friends. Secondly, she was interested in uncovering the truth, she was quite curious about things like Blake. Luna also seemed interested in exploring the secrets themselves, after all, she had nothing better to do, and she couldn't take down Caesar anytime soon. Good. Hermione finally nodded, agreeing to turn this awkward three-person date into a concrete collaborative project. But a thorough plan is essential, we cannot act rashly. I'm fine with it too. Luna agreed, the creatures and ghosts in the castle sometimes know many stories. Also, Ron's pet has recently been afraid of a very peculiar color, perhaps related to Blake's scent. A slight smile returned to Caesar's lips. Excellent, once again he has steered potential conflict and awkwardness onto a collaborative track that is in his favor. The serious Black incident will serve as a valuable lesson for him to unite these two sharp weapons and forge a consensus among the three. The corridor returned to silence at night. The three figures, each with their own thoughts, whispered amongst themselves, gradually disappearing into the deep shadows of the castle. The first class of the semester was divination. The divination classroom was always filled with a dizzying aroma of incense, mixed with the scent of old fabrics and some indescribable herbs. Inside the North Tower, Professor Trelawney, draped in layers of shawls, began today's lesson with her ethereal voice, which seemed to see through the fog of fate. Hermione sat diagonally opposite Caesar, her back ramrod straight. She was glad this was her and Caesar's time. Luna, a year younger than them, wouldn't be in this classroom. Today, my dear children, we will glimpse the patterns of destiny through the dregs of tea leaves. Professor Trelawney waved her hands shakily, signaling the house elves to serve each student a cup of strangely flavored tea. Caesar calmly finished his tea, then, as instructed, rotated the teacup 3 times counterclockwise before gently placing it on the saucer. Professor Trelawney floated to his table, her eyes behind thick glasses bringing close to her teacup. She let out a dramatic gasp. Oh, dear, this pattern is very strong, very focused. She spoke in an almost whispered, mysterious tone, her finger trembling as she pointed to the inside of the glass. Look here, this heart divided into 4 parts. A few suppressed snickers and whispers rang out in the classroom. Caesar looked at the brown tea stain in his teacup that did indeed vaguely resemble a heart shape. 4 parts. The same surprise caused Hermione's body to stiffen almost imperceptibly, her sharp gaze swept over the teacup before quickly looking away. She pretended to focus on the unrecognizable clump of residue in her glass, but inwardly she began to wonder why it was 4 parts. I'll count myself as part of it, Luna. I guess I'll barely count her as part, but what about the remaining 2? Caesar's parents? Still. A heart composed of 4 parts, Professor? Caesar asked in his usual tone. What does this signify? Oh, young child. Professor Trelawney wrapped herself tightly in her large shawl, her voice ethereal. The heart is the source of gravity, the knot where fates intertwine. It may mean that you will be surrounded by 4 intense emotional vortexes. It may also indicate that you yourself will become the axis at which the destinies of some people intersect. See how these tiny cracks and dark spots on the edges are both alluring and risky, a coexistence of light and shadow. Be careful, my dear, be very careful. These ambiguous and suggestive words created a subtle atmosphere in the classroom. Caesar thanked him politely and said no more. Hermione stared intently at the quartered heart, as if the tea stains were data requiring rigorous logical analysis rather than a vague prophecy. The course will now move on to the next segment. Professor Trey Lauder asked her students to try to find revelations about the future in the crystal ball. Relax your minds, dear children. She floated past rows of small round tables. Open your inner eye and receive the messages of the universe. Caesar stared symbolically at the misty crystal ball in front of him. For him, divination was more of an interesting form of observation than a true form of prediction. He glanced to the side and saw Hermione sitting there, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on the crystal ball with a troubled expression. She wanted to know about the future. I want to know about their future. Professor Trelawney floated to Hermione's desk and bent down. Oh, dear, you have a strong desire within you, but your mind is too tense. Divination requires relaxation, it requires embracing ambiguity and uncertainty. I saw the light. Hermione suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat stiff. Golden light. And shadows. Go on, darling. Hermione's lips tightened. She stared intently at the crystal ball, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the tablecloth. The light is moving, it's flashing, and then... Her voice trailed off, then it was swallowed by the shadows. Professor Trelawney let out a dramatic sigh. The struggle between light and shadow. A classic image. It may signify hope versus obstacles, or a choice between light and darkness. No. Hermione interrupted her, her voice suddenly turning displeased. I want to see specifics. She abruptly raised her head, her brown eyes burning with stubbornness. I want to know, this time next year, me. Her gaze swept in Caesar's direction, then quickly shifted away. Where are the people I care about? What are they like? The classroom fell silent. All the students looked at Hermione, their eyes filled with curiosity and embarrassment. Professor Trelawney straightened up and wrapped herself tighter in her shawl. Divination is not a map, dear. It's a compass. It points to possibilities, not certainties. Your excessive focus on seeing will actually obscure your true perception. Hermione's heart felt like it had been squeezed tightly by something. Then, she did something that surprised everyone. She suddenly waved her hand, sweeping the crystal ball off the table and onto the floor. Smack! The crystal ball crashed onto the stone floor, shattering into countless glittering fragments. Tiny shards of glass scatter, reflecting distorted light in the smoke. Dead silence. Professor Trelawney let out a short scream. The other students were dumbfounded. Hermione turned abruptly and rushed out of the classroom. The door slammed shut behind her with a dull thud. Professor Trelawney pointed with a trembling hand to the door. My crystal ball. I will make it up to you, Professor. Caesar stood up, his voice calm. 3 times the price. He walked past the shards of metal, pushed open the door, and left. Hermione's footsteps were hurried and clear in the corridor, as if she were fleeing from emotions she couldn't control. Just around the corner, a strong hand firmly grasped her wrist from behind. It wasn't a pulling or tugging, but a pause imbued with warmth and force. Hermione stopped abruptly, her breath catching in her throat. She didn't turn around, her back was straight, but her shoulders were slightly tense. Chapter 193. Hermione stopped abruptly, her breath catching in her throat. She didn't turn around, her back was straight, but her shoulders were slightly tense. Caesar gave her no time to break free or speak. He took a step forward, following the force with which he gripped her wrist. His other arm wrapped around her from behind, pulling her into his embrace in an undeniable yet never forceful manner. Hermione's body stiffened instantly, like a wooden board. Her face pressed against his crisp robe, and she could smell his faint, clean scent, mixed with a trace of incense left from the divination room earlier. Honey, 3 people, it's really hard. The sounds of the world, distant conversations, the sound of the wind outside the window suddenly receding into the distance. Caesar gently rested his chin on the top of her fluffy hair, wrapped his arms around her, and held her slightly trembling body firmly in his embrace. He had a lot to say. I think if we had realized what we truly wanted earlier, we might never have been separated after the First World. I think if I hadn't provoked Luna before, maybe there would still be a chance to salvage the situation. He meant he had let go of few wrong and only wanted to clean up the mess he had left behind and make amends to the two of them. But in the end, he didn't say anything. With this silent yet firm gesture, she concealed all the anxiety, frustration, and unease she couldn't express. The initial stiffness gradually melted away with the constant warmth and the sound of her heartbeat. Hermione's clenched fist slowly loosened, and the fingers that were pressed against his chest involuntarily curled up, gripping the fabric of his robe. She buried her face deeper, closed her eyes, and a very soft, almost sobbing sigh finally escaped her throat and dissipated in his embrace. The corridor was deserted, save for the slanting sunlight streaming through the window, which stretched the shadows of the two embracing figures onto the ancient stone wall, blurring them into a complete and serene outline. Those shattered crystal balls, vague prophecies, and unsettling possibilities were all temporarily kept at bay by this real, warm embrace. At this moment, only the warmth of our bodies touching and our heartbeats are clear and unmistakable. I can't let go of Luna, just like I can't let go of you. Caesar had barely finished speaking. A clear, ethereal voice, seemingly echoing itself, gently drifted from the other end of the corridor. So, I've come. Hermione flinched, jerked her head up from Caesar's embrace, and opened her eyes wide. The gentleness just moments before instantly turned into disgust. Luna Lovegood stood a few steps away, her long, pale golden hair almost transparent in the slanting light, her misty, light silver eyes calmly watching them. It seems like I just happened to be passing by and saw an interesting cloud or a pesky fly that no one else could see. The cork necklace and carat earrings around her neck seemed both strikingly out of place and strangely harmonious in the scene. Luna. Hermione's voice was a little hoarse. She quickly released her grip on Caesar's robes, trying to stand up straight, her face still flushed and showing a hint of embarrassment. What are you doing here? It should be lower grades class now. I'm on my way to your class on protecting magical creatures. Luna's tone was light and airy, as if she were stating something perfectly natural. Weren't we three together? That's why I just got my application approved for a different year. Professor Dumbledore gave it his special permission. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Hermione's slightly reddened eyes and Caesar's calm face, before adding. My father has some connections with the principal, and my understanding of magical creatures may be closer to their essence than some older students. The principal thought I could give it a try. He handled the paperwork personally, and Mr. Caspian even came to conduct a short competency assessment. The other teachers all said the results were excellent. Hermione opened her mouth, then was momentarily speechless. She glanced at Luna, then at Caesar, who merely nodded slightly, as if he had expected this. The corridor was quiet for a moment, then the sounds of other students hurrying to their next class could be heard in the distance. Then, Caesar spoke, breaking the brief silence, let's go together. It's about time. This semester, the Conservation of Magical Creatures class has moved to outside the castle, near Hagrid's cabin. The autumn sun was cool and crisp, and the wind blowing from the edge of the forbidden forest carried the scents of earth and vegetation. When Hermione, Caesar, and Luna arrived, Hagrid was already surrounded by third-year students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Harry and Ron waved to Hermione, but their gazes didn't show the surprise Hermione had expected when they saw Luna following behind her. Clearly, the news that Luna was studying across grades had already spread within a small circle. Everyone's here? That's wonderful. Oh, Miss Lovegood, it's so good to see you. Hagrid's massive beard was beaming with smiles, he was clearly overjoyed by Luna's arrival. All right, children, today we're going to meet a proud friend. A hippogriff, a winged beast. He turned and led Backbike out of the shed. The students murmured in surprise and a hint of fear. The course was conducted according to Hager's instructions. Harry mustered his courage and won Buckbeak's approval with a perfect bow, successfully completing the interaction and earning Hagrid's praise and cheers from Gryffindor. However, when it was Draco Malfoy's turn, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. His arrogance and perfunctory attitude angered Buckbeak. As he disdainfully mimicked a bow, Buckbeak let out a sharp screech, reared up on its forelegs, and its sharp claws slashed across. Ah! Malfoy screamed and fell to the ground, his arm torn and bleeding, his robe ripped. The scene was chaotic. Hagrid frantically tried to control Buckbeak, who was frightened and even more agitated by his actions. But the proud creature was in a fit of rage, shaking its head and pawing the ground restlessly, seemingly ready to attack the fallen Malfoy or anyone else again. Just as Hagrid was extremely anxious and the other students were retreating in panic, that slender figure, who should have been the newest one, once again stepped forward. It's Luna. She showed no fear whatsoever, and didn't even take out her wand. She simply walked straight toward the restless Buckbeak, her steps as steady as if she were strolling in a garden. His pale silver eyes calmly gazed at Buckbeak's orange eyes, which were constricted by rage. She extended her fair hand, her movements so gentle it seemed like an invitation, not a confrontation. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Buckbeak's frenzied movements visibly froze as she approached, its proud head tilted slightly toward Luna, and the threatening gurgling in its throat weakened, turning into a low growl tinged with confusion and scrutiny. Luna's hand finally hovered gently a few inches above the feathers on its neck, without touching it. A few seconds later, Buckbeak fell completely silent, even lowering his head slightly as if to allow her touch. Luna then gently placed her hand on it and whispered something that only she and Buckbeak could understand. It was then obediently guided and tethered back by Hagrid. Merlin's beard. Miss Lovegood, you're a genius. Hagrid's voice trembled with excitement, his enormous hands rubbing together helplessly. Luna simply shook her head and said softly, it just doesn't like being deceived. I could feel its anger like red, thorny vines, and now the vines have loosened. Chapter 194. Hermione stood in the crowd, watching this scene unfold. Watching Luna effortlessly quell the crisis that had even thrown Hagrid into a panic, and seeing her calmly accept the astonishment. The complex emotions churning inside me intensified. She involuntarily let out a very soft, cold snort, clearly tinged with displeasure and a sense of frustration. Caesar happened to hear this cold snort as he walked back to her side. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Hermione's tense profile and tightly pursed lips, a barely perceptible, knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He lowered his voice and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear. Don't compare yourself to her in this regard, Hermione. You're completely different types, your ways of attracting attention and solving problems are inherently different. She turned her head sharply, her brown eyes burning with the shame and annoyance of being seen through, misunderstood, and perhaps even a little bit of shame and annoyance at being compared. Are you overthinking it? She practically forced the words out through clenched teeth, her tone sharp. You think I care about that? Caesar, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. She took a half step closer, her lowered voice filled with intense emotion. You're happy to see this happen, aren't you? You watch us compare and clash because of various reasons, whether it's courses, abilities, or something else, and you just sit on the sidelines and enjoy it. The heart in the divination class? Ha! Trelawney might have guessed right this time, you really do want to turn everyone into satellites revolving around your heart. Let's entangle each other, expending all our energy on one another, so that you'll always be the one in control, sitting back and watching. Her accusations came swiftly and urgently, like a long-suppressed tide. Caesar looked at her quietly, his deep grey eyes showing no anger, but rather a profound calm, as if her agitation was something he had expected. He neither denied nor defended himself, but after she finished speaking, he softly asked a question, his voice as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Hermione, rather than you two being jealous of each other, I'd much rather you be happy and proud of Luna's good performance. And conversely, I hope Luna feels the same way about you. Hermione's breath hitched, all her vehement words seemed to have struck a transparent, soft, yet impenetrable wall. Those unforgettable memories, those entanglements on a spiritual level. Before her stood Luna, an unfathomable figure with whom she shared a complex and unspoken understanding, and this man, whom she hated to the core, yet who seemed to connect everything with invisible threads. She opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything, she just glared fiercely at Caesar. Her eyes held anger, helplessness, struggle, and a hint of bewilderment that even she herself was unwilling to admit. She turned abruptly and walked toward Harry and Ron, who were checking on Malfoy's injuries and complaining about them. Her back was straight, but she exuded an indescribable weariness. Caesar stood still, his gaze shifting from Hermione's stiff back to Luna, who was surrounded by Hagrid and some Ravenclaw students not far away, her expression still somewhat unfocused. Finally, I glanced at the leaden grey clouds gathering above the forbidden forest. The task ahead is arduous and the road is long. The defense against the dark arts classroom was filled with the smell of old wood, mothballs, and fresh parchment. Remus Lupin stood before the podium, wearing a patched but neat wizard's robe, a gentle smile on his pale, tired face. "Good afternoon." His voice was calm and clear, "Please put your textbooks away. Today we will face a special kind of dark creature, the shapeshifter." An old wardrobe stood at the back of the classroom, shaking slightly and rattling its doors. "It can read our deepest fears and transform into that form," Lupin explained, demonstrating the wrist movements for the spell. "And the funny spell we're going to learn can force it into something we find funny or ridiculous, thus weakening its power." Neville Longbottom was called up first to step forward. When the wardrobe door opened, the changeling transformed into Professor Snape, dressed in Neville's grandmother's horrible women's clothing. The classroom erupted in laughter. Neville had succeeded, and a rare, relieved smile appeared on his face. One by one, the students stepped forward to try. Parvati's mummy became a penguin dancing ballet, and Simo's ghost stepped onto stilts. Laughter and applause echoed in the classroom. The process of facing fear and dissolving it with laughter gave the students a strange sense of liberation. Until Lupin's gaze fell on the back row of the classroom. "Miss Lovegood? Would you like to give it a try?" All eyes turned to Luna. Luna walked towards the wardrobe with steps so light they seemed to float. Her pale silver eyes calmly gazed at the shaking wardrobe, as if it were not a container for a dark creature, but a glass jar containing an interesting specimen. The wardrobe door opened in front of her. The shapeshifter began to transform. It wasn't a specific monster, nor a terrifying figure, but rather a swirling mass of dark silver mist. The fog spread rapidly, creating a oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. It wasn't through sound, but through the distortion of vision, the trembling of light and shadow, that it conveyed the burning anxiety of magical overload, mixed with the suppressed panting of all beasts, and a certain bottomless, empty longing. The mist condenses and takes shape. A scene silently unfolded in the center of the classroom. The sky was a deep purple, like an eternal night, with thunderbirds flitting among the low-hanging, dark clouds. The twisted castle, covered in dark silver metal and obsidian, resembled a living cage. In the center of the square, a throne forged from skeletons, metal, and solidified shadows soars into the clouds. A figure sat on the throne. Her pale silver hair was dull as ash, barely held together by cold metallic hair ornaments. The body beneath the dark silver robe was so thin it resembled a withered tree, burned away by the flames within. The dark silver tattoos on his arms and cheeks were deeply embedded in his flesh, gleaming with an ominous light. Deep within her eyes, a dark vortex slowly spun, the swirl slowing further and further, as if it might stop at any moment, revealing the pure nothingness beneath. 9 years of despair. The shapeshifter perfectly replicated that emotion. Through every detail of the image, it conveys the feeling of waiting on a lonely throne for someone who will never return, and the utter emptiness felt in the absolute power to rule the world. Then, a young man barged into the scene. Scarred and battered, he held aloft his broken magic wand. His mouth was moving, as if he were shouting some slogan, but the shapeshifter was silent. There was only visuals, no sound. The moment the beam pierced the figure's chest, her body slammed against the throne, her robe stained crimson with blood. She closed her eyes. But at this very moment... Hilarious! Hilarious! Luna's own voice rang out. It wasn't a scream, nor was it fear, but rather an ethereal, almost chanting tone. She flicked the wand lightly in her hand. The light from the spell struck the scene. But the scene didn't turn into something comical. Instead, it is distorted and reorganized. Chapter 195. The warrior wielding the long sword suddenly froze, the hilt in his hand began to melt and deform, eventually appearing in another person's hand. It is the figure on the throne. She rose from the throne, the wound on her chest vanished, and her dark silver robes fluttered without wind. She took the long sword, turned the tip, and aimed it at the warrior. A flash of cold light. This time, it was the warrior's head that rolled off. A collective gasp filled the classroom. Luna stood there, looking at the scene she had corrected with her spell, at herself who had severed Caesar's head, a strange light flickering in her misty eyes. That's right. She spoke softly, as if admiring a finished work of art. The shapeshifter trembled violently, the scene collapsed back into mist, and it shrank back into the wardrobe. Professor Liu Ping quickly closed the cabinet door, reinforced the locking spell, and his expression became unusually serious. The classroom was deathly silent. All the students stared at Luna not with fear, but with some deeper, incomprehensible shock. She turned around and walked back to the back row. As she passed Caesar, she tilted her head slightly and said in a voice only he could hear. "Did you see that? Don't let me catch you." Caesar, however, only then learned the story of the ending of that world. The scene of Luna's shape-shifting had faded, but those images remained branded into his mind like a hot iron. 9 years. He saw her sitting alone on the throne for 9 years. Her long, dark silver hair turned from brilliance to ashes, the light in her eyes was gradually swallowed by darkness, and her emaciated body resembled a lamp that had burned out. She was waiting for someone who would never come back. Luna. The name was squeezed out of his throat, hoarse and almost incoherent. Luna tilted her head slightly, her long, light silver hair cascading over her shoulder. She looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Finally, Caesar simply raised his hand, very slowly, as if afraid of disturbing something, and gently placed it on the top of her head. It was a movement of extreme restraint, the fingertips were merely suspended in mid-air, without actually pressing down. But that cautious, almost reverent touch stunned Luna more than any embrace. He withdrew his hand, letting it hang at his side, clenching and unclenching it repeatedly. "How are you?" Upon hearing this, Luna's body trembled slightly. She looked at him. In those misty eyes, the thin mist that had always lingered, making everyone think she was strange, seemed to dissipate for a moment with those words, revealing an astonishingly clear underlying color. When Caesar said this, there was no hint of unease in his eyes. There were no voices that others couldn't hear, no fleeting thoughts. Only her. Only when he looked at her, with real, painful, unreserved focus. "That's the truth." Luna opened her mouth as if to say something, but then stopped. She first shook her head, then nodded. She then silently stepped aside, saying nothing, but the threatening aggression that had surrounded her just moments before had completely vanished. Instead, there is a quieter, more transparent sense of presence, like water under the moonlight, like a lake after the fog has dissipated. "Miss Granger." Professor Lupin's voice broke the silence, "Perhaps you would like to." Hermione had already started walking forward. Her steps were firm, but Caesar could see that the knuckles of her fingers, gripping her wand tightly, were turning white. The wardrobe door opened again. The shapeshifter began to transform. This time, it transformed into a warm, golden light. The light diffused, releasing a pleasant aroma of food. The aroma is a blend of toast, frosting, mulled wine, and roasted chestnuts, although the shapeshifter itself has no scent. But the warm and rich visual experience makes it seem as if you can smell it. Light clusters coalesce and take shape. A heartwarming family party. Hermione stood in the crowd, wearing a dark blue dress, her brown curls elegantly styled, her cheeks flushed from a slight buzz, and her smile bright and relaxed. That radiant smile that Hermione rarely showed, a smile that revealed her complete lack of guard. Ginny had her arm around her shoulder, Ron was stealing a cake, and George and Fred were demonstrating their prank. Then, a figure walked through the crowd towards her. The two clinked glasses, spoke softly, and the footage showed their lips moving but no sound, before kissing amidst cheers from family and friends. Warm, sweet, perfect. In the classroom, the students' expressions shifted from tension to confusion, then to a kind of awkwardness. It didn't look like fear. But Hermione's face began to turn pale. Her eyes were fixed on the scene, and her breathing became rapid. Hermione was still laughing and clinking glasses, completely unaware of what was happening. The shapeshifter trembled violently, and the scene began to collapse. But Hermione did not cast the spell. She stood there, wand hanging down, her eyes fixed on the figure disappearing into the night. Her lips trembled, and her body leaned slightly forward, as if she wanted to rush into the scene and grab the person who was leaving. She was indulging. Lost in that warm party, lost in that kiss, lost in the premonition of losing everything. Hermione! Caesar's voice rang out. He had somehow appeared in front of her, standing between her and the shapeshifter. The wand thrusts out, the spell bursts forth. Hilarious! Hilarious! The scene is distorted, broken, and then reassembled. But this time, the reconstructed image wasn't comical. It's one person. A woman. Her long silver hair shimmered like mercury in the moonlight, her blue eyes were like the clearest sea water, and her exquisite and perfect features possessed a beauty that transcended the mundane. She stood barefoot in a blooming rose garden, wearing a simple white dress, with steep cliffs and the vast sea behind her. That unique, exotic coastal landscape, though not specifying a location, subtly hints at some distant place. She summoned a guardian spirit from the tip of her wand. It is neither an animal nor a living being. It is humanoid. The silhouette of a boy, about 11 years old, with light golden hair, grey-blue eyes, and a childlike yet determined expression on his face. The guardian spirit paused in mid-air for a moment, then turned to the real Caesar. Although there was no sound, the nodding gesture was clearly visible. Then it dissipated. The shapeshifter trembled violently, then completely collapsed back into the mist and retreated into the wardrobe. Professor Lu Ping quickly closed the door and reinforced the incantation. But his gaze darted rapidly between Caesar, Hermione, and the vanished illusion, his expression unusually grave. The classroom was deathly silent. All the students were stunned. What just happened? Granger's shapeshifter turned into a cozy party, and then dizzily rushed in to cast a spell, which resulted in a stunningly beautiful woman. The amount of information is too much for the brain to process. Caesar stood frozen in place. He was afraid. She was afraid of the illusion's realism, afraid of the familiar scenes and faces etched deep in her memory, afraid of seeing him now, seeing his entanglement with Hermione and Luna. Don't cut in line. Professor Lupin's voice broke the silence. He had regained control of the class, and his wand pointed at the wardrobe. Next, Miss Parvati, please come forward. But no one moved. All eyes were on Caesar. He stood in the center of the classroom, his back to everyone, his shoulders stiff, his breathing rapid. Hermione stood behind him, watching his back, still moved by what she had just felt. His initial feeling of being moved, at rushing to protect her was quickly cooling. Why? Why did his shapeshifter turn into that silver-haired girl? Why is the girl's guardian angel Caesar from when he was a child? Others might not notice, but she and Luna could. Oh, right. A heart composed of 4 parts? There was another woman, whom Caesar hid away. Luna was still indignant, but Caesar rushed to protect Hermione. She knew he preferred Hermione, she had always known. But now, a more complex light flashed in her misty eyes. Something's not right. Something's not right. Caesar's reaction to the vision of the silver-haired girl was not ordinary surprise, nor was it a simple question like who is this person? It's frozen. It's the fear of wanting to reach out but not daring to. It was a deeper kind of unease, one they had never seen before. Parvati finally stepped forward, and the shapeshifter, now a mummy wrapped in bandages, was transformed by her into a ballerina twirling around. After Parvati, Dean Thomas stepped forward, his shapeshifter transforming into a giant, hissing serpent, which he then turned into a tap-dancing sausage. Everyone's attention was drawn to the shapeshifter, except for 3 people. Caesar's back was stiff as he glanced at Hermione's pale profile, then at Luna's misty eyes, which seemed to see through everything. He knew that a bloody interrogation was coming. Finally, the bell rang shrilly, signaling the end of Get Out of Class. Chapter 196. Same time next week. Professor Liu Ping spoke at a faster pace than usual. Continue practicing against the shapeshifter. Remember to review the spell key points. Get out of class dismissed. The classroom was suddenly filled with the sound of desks and chairs being moved, and the students slowly left. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna were the last to leave. The 3 people stood at the door of the empty classroom, and none of them moved. The setting sun slanted in through the high windows of the corridor, casting long shadows of the 3 people that twisted and intertwined on the stone floor. The usual place. Caesar finally spoke, his voice calm and utterly devoid of emotion. After dinner. After saying that, he turned and left, giving them no chance to refuse. Hermione and Luna exchanged a glance. No words were spoken, but a tacit understanding was reached silently. They will all go. At night, Hogwarts Castle, bathed in moonlight, resembles a sleeping behemoth. On the 8th floor, opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating Barnabas, Caesar was already waiting. He leaned against the cold stone wall, his deep grey eyes, like polished flint in the dim light, revealing no emotion. Footsteps came from both ends of the corridor at the same time. Hermione walked from the direction of the Gryffindor Tower, her school uniform neat and her hair perfectly styled. Luna floated in from the direction of the Ravenclaw Tower, barefoot and silent, her pale silver robe shimmering in the moonlight. The 2 stopped in front of Caesar, forming a small triangle. The air froze. The faint sound of Peeves' shrill laughter drifted from afar, but quickly disappeared into the depths of the castle. The torches on both sides of the corridor crackled, and the flickering flames cast shimmering shadows on the 3 people's faces. So. Caesar broke the silence first, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. You've arrived. His gaze slowly moved across their faces, as if he were admiring 2 meticulously crafted works of art. I've been thinking about it. He continued, his voice low and calm. What did you see in class today? Or rather, what do you think you saw? He took a step forward. The shortened distance creates an invisible sense of oppression. Hermione straightened her back even more, while Luna tilted her head slightly, her pale silver eyes fixed on him. I saw a girl. Hermione's voice rang out, each word like an icicle hitting the ground. A silver-haired, blue-eyed girl. You are her guardian angel. She raised her head, her brown eyes looking directly at Caesar. Explain. It's not a request, it's a command. Luna nodded gently, her ethereal voice continuing. A piece of silver has appeared on the colorful scraps of cloth. It's very shiny, very sharp, and will cut your hand. You want to hide it, but it keeps bleeding. Her gaze fell on Caesar's chest, as if she could see through his robes to a deep, old wound. You're afraid of that tattered cloth, Caesar? Why? Caesar smiled. It wasn't a gentle laugh, nor a calculating laugh, but a laugh that was almost mocking. Don't worry, because she won't affect the lives of the three of us in any way, and besides, she's dead. The moment he finished speaking, he did something that caught both of them off guard. He neither explained nor answered, but suddenly reached out his hand. One hand reached around Hermione's waist. He reached out his other hand to Luna's shoulder. The action was swift and forceful, without any warning. He wanted to pull both of them into his arms at the same time, to break the interrogation with a forceful, irresistible gesture of intimacy, and to re-establish his dominance. This is one of his usual tricks. When words fail to resolve the issue, use physical contact, intimacy, and blurred boundaries to disrupt their reason and plunge them back into emotional turmoil. His lips curled slightly, as if he had already anticipated what was about to happen. Hermione will stiffen, she will struggle, but eventually she will soften. Luna will comply, and may even actively cooperate. Then he would kiss them. It might not be at the same time, but there will be at least one. Use kisses to silence their doubts, use intimacy to overwhelm their reason. Then, everything got back on track. He remains the one in control, the one who sets the rules. However, just as his fingers were about to touch Hermione's waist, a hand was raised. Steadily and firmly, it stood between his and her bodies. It was Hermione's hand. It was not a rejection, nor an attack, but a calm and unquestionable obstruction. Her palm was pressed against his chest, not with much force, but with a resolute posture. Etc. Her voice was eerily calm. Caesar stopped moving. His fingers were millimeters away from her waist, and he could feel the warmth of her body beneath the fabric of her school uniform, but that hand was like an invisible wall, keeping him out. He looked down at Hermione. There was no confusion, no softening, in his brown eyes. Only calm, sharp, focused concentration, like someone analyzing a complex magical problem. Before you do anything, Hermione continued, her gaze unwavering as she looked him straight in the eye, answer my question. She raised her other hand, not to push him, but to point to her own chest. A necklace of lovebirds once hung there, now it's empty, but that spot seems to still retain a certain warmth. Who is that girl? What is your relationship with her? Why does she appear in your fears? Why is you her guardian angel? Each question was like a nail, hammered into the silent air. Luna spoke up as well. She didn't move, remaining standing in the same spot, but her misty eyes were fixed on Caesar, as if studying some magical phenomenon that was about to reveal a flaw. You're hiding something. Her voice was ethereal, but every word was like a needle's point. That piece of silver cloth is not just an ordinary piece of the past. It still hurts, it still bleeds. You want to cut it off, but it's grown into your soul, you can't cut it off. She paused, a faint golden light flickering deep within her pale silver eyes. When you see that illusion, it's like seeing a ghost. A ghost you thought was buried, but it keeps following you. Don't forget the third point of our first agreement, don't even think about childishly trying to provoke your partner by finding other suitors. Caesar slowly straightened up. Hermione lowered her hand as he did so, but did not retract it. His gaze swept across their faces. Hermione's gaze was firm and sharp, with a Gryffindor-like, relentless questioning intensity. Luna's eyes were calm, deep, and possessed a Ravenclaw-like insight that pierced through appearances. These two kinds of gazes, at this moment, were unified in a way never before seen. It wasn't admiration, it wasn't attachment, it wasn't scheming. It is an inquiry. It asks for the answer. It was something he had never seen before in their eyes. Caesar looked at them, for a very long time. The torches in the corridor crackled, casting flickering light and shadow on his face, moving from bright to dark and back again. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth finally vanished completely. What if I choose not to tell? Chapter 197. Silence. The only sounds in the corridor were the crackling of the burning torches and the suppressed breathing of the three people. Then. So you didn't have to say it. Hermione spoke up. Her voice was calm, so calm that it made Caesar's heart tighten slightly. She raised her head, her brown eyes showing no fear. Then this home may no longer be necessary. Luna nodded gently. She looked at Caesar, and for the first time, a look of almost pity appeared in her misty eyes. Then I have no choice but to stop weaving this cloth. Caesar's pupils contracted slightly. So. Hermione took a deep breath, her voice carrying a hint of resolve. Since you said it's a threesome, then in your heart, there can only be the two of us. She paused, then spoke each word with perfect clarity. Therefore, you'll be spending this Christmas holiday alone. Caesar was stunned. They were truly stunned. He even doubted that he had heard correctly. What? Christmas? Hermione repeated. I'm going home. You stay at Hogwarts alone, or go wherever you want. But don't come looking for me. Luna nodded gently. Me too, I can accept 3 people, but not 4. After they finished speaking, they turned around and walked towards opposite ends of the corridor. Instead of walking together, we each went in different directions. Hermione walked toward the Gryffindor Tower. Luna walked toward the Ravenclaw Tower. Their steps were firm, without any hesitation. Caesar was left standing alone at the boundary between the light and shadow cast by the torches, like a chess player whose pieces had been suddenly removed from a chessboard. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. He wanted to call out to them, to use words, to threaten them, to use any means necessary to pull them back. But in the end, he just stood there, watching their figures disappear into the darkness at the end of the corridor. The footsteps faded into the distance, eventually disappearing completely. Silence returned to the corridor. The torches crackled and popped. Caesar stood there for a very long time. Then he smiled. It wasn't an angry laugh, nor a defeated laugh. It was a helpless, almost bitter smile. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's that talking about it will cause even bigger problems. He murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. On the day the Christmas holidays arrived, the Hogwarts Express was waiting on the platform. Caesar stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Hermione leave, while Luna followed the others out to play at Hogsmeade. They didn't look back, leaving only Caesar and poor Harry behind. Harry was not allowed to leave school during the Christmas holidays because he used magic to harm his aunt and did not obtain the Dursleys' parents' signature. Caesar, now it's just the two of us. Harry was initially very upset because he was kept after school without a parent's signature, but he was surprised to find that someone was there to keep him company. Don't you have an invisibility cloak? Caesar whispered a hint to Harry, then turned and went back to Hogwarts. He has little interest in getting involved in Harry's affairs right now. Hogwarts during the Christmas holidays was so empty it was suffocating. Fewer than 20 students remained at the school, scattered throughout the enormous castle like scattered chess pieces on a chessboard. On Christmas Eve, heavy snow covered everything, and the silence was deeper than ever before. Caesar became a ghost in this empty castle. He went to the auditorium for lunch in the morning, ate quietly, and then left quietly. He went to the library at noon, and Mrs. Pants made an exception and allowed him to enter the restricted section during the holiday. He wandered among the dusty bookshelves at night, flipping through tomes about ancient magic, soul contracts, and time paradoxes, but couldn't concentrate on a single word. He went to the astronomy tower late at night, stood on the edge of the tower in the biting cold wind, gazing at the snow-covered forbidden forest in the distance, and further still, at the unseen direction of London, and stood there for hours. Can I still find happiness? Caesar stood on the top floor of the tower, overlooking the entire tranquil academy. He is truly all alone now. However, as the Christmas Eve bells began to ring in the castle, a sudden, almost absurd impulse seized him. He wants to make crepes. It's not that I want to eat it, it's that I want to make it. That action. Beat the eggs, stir, pour in the batter, rotate the pan handle, and flip it over. It's so vivid in my memory, as vivid as if it happened just yesterday. The silver-haired, blue-eyed girl clumsily flipped the dough, flour sticking to the tip of her nose. That scene, under the Brittany sun, in the rose garden swaying in the sea breeze, once warmed his entire world. He turned and went downstairs towards the kitchen. In Hogwarts' kitchen, the house elves are busy at work. Upon seeing Caesar enter, they immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed in unison. What does the gentleman need? We'll prepare it. No, Caesar shook his head, I'll do it myself. He walked to the long table and began to work. The movements were clumsy, flour spilled out, eggshells fell into the bowl, and milk was poured too quickly. A little elf wanted to come up and help, but he stopped him with a look. He wanted to do it himself. It wasn't done with any magic. This is difficult. All of this made him think of another kitchen. Memories flooded in uncontrollably. The converted kitchenette in the West Tower was bathed in the glow of the setting sun, which turned the stone walls a honey golden red. Fleur wore a plain apron, her silver hair loosely tied up, a few strands of hair damp from the heat clinging to her cheeks. Her nose was covered in flour, and her blue eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Brother Caesar! Come and try today's. She was carefully spreading a spoonful of golden mango sauce on a freshly made crepe, then sprinkling it with toasted hazelnut pieces. The soft rustling of pages closing came from the next room, followed by his figure appearing in the kitchen doorway. The bottom of the pot is too hot. His voice was calm. The edges are prone to burning. Not this time. I have a feeling. Ouch. The copper basin containing the batter was slightly bumped as she turned around, and it looked like it was about to slip off. With a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, a silent levitation spell supported the bottom of the basin, allowing it to fall steadily back into place. Fleur turned around and stuck her tongue out at him, then immediately turned back to take care of her cakes. At that time, she hummed an off-key French tune, her movements becoming increasingly skillful and light. Most of the time, he just watched, and when she was really flustered, he would use a silent little magic to help her regain her composure. He occasionally points out errors, his tone as calm as stating objective facts. She would always first widen her blue eyes and argue defiantly for a couple of minutes, then purse her lips and try even harder the next time. The finished crepes were inconsistent, sometimes good, sometimes bad, with both burnt edges and perfectly golden brown. But undeniably, her skills are indeed improving little by little. Until one day, she held her breath, and with a decisive flick of her wrist, the golden pancake floated lightly into the air, flipped perfectly, and landed back in the pan. Look! I successfully flipped a crepe with one hand. She presented the plate to the small table like a treasure, a smug smile spreading across her face. Outside the window, night was slowly falling over Hogwarts, and scattered lights began to appear against the deep blue sky. He sat at the table, cut off a piece of bread with his silver fork, and put it in his mouth. The crust is crispy on the outside and chewy on the inside, and the sweet and sour mango sauce and the caramelized hazelnut bits create a delightful sensation on the tongue. Not bad, he gave a brief comment. Her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Brother Caesar, would you like to give it a try? The memory of Fleur's voice overlaps with the silence of the kitchen at this moment. Betting on books to pass the time, the fragrance of spilled tea lingers. At the time, it all seemed so ordinary. Caesar took a deep breath and took another frying pan from the shelf. This time, he wanted to give it a try. The pot handle was cold, but it quickly warmed up under the heat of the stove. He scooped a spoonful of batter from the bowl, flour, eggs, milk, the simplest recipe, yet the most demanding in terms of skill. The batter was poured into the pot, making a slight sizzling sound. He rotated the pot handle, allowing the light golden liquid to spread evenly and form a perfect circle. He had seen this action countless times in his memory, in his dreams, in those times he didn't want to recall but couldn't forget. The edges began to curl, and tiny bubbles spread outward from the center. He stared at the dough in the pan, his wrist twitching slightly. It's not about using force, it's about using skill. Just like Furong demonstrated it in my memory. The dough floated into the air. Flip. Once. 2 times. Third down. The kitchen was so quiet you could hear the crackling of the flames, the soft patter of snowflakes falling outside the window, and his own heartbeat. Once, twice, 3 times. The dough was flipped 3 times in the air before landing perfectly back in the pan. Chapter 198. The fire crackled in the fireplace, its flickering light casting swaying shadows on the ancient stone walls, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of butter, flour, and a hint of caramel. Caesar stared at the golden, perfectly intact crepe, his breath catching for a moment. The golden circles spread out on the porcelain plate, their edges slightly curled up, forming beautiful lace-like scorch marks. It was flipped 3 times without breaking. In Brittany's folklore, this signifies a blessing from the gods. The gods will bless Caesar and grant him happiness. Then Caesar heard footsteps. It wasn't the light footsteps of a house elves. It was the sound of boots stepping on stone bricks, coming closer and closer. He looked up and saw Hermione standing at the kitchen entrance, covered in unmelted snowflakes, her cheeks flushed red from the cold wind. She looked at him, at the plate of crepes, and at the rare, almost focused expression on his face reflected in the firelight. The air froze for a few seconds. You. Caesar's voice was a little hoarse, aren't we home? Hermione dragged her backpack into the kitchen and stopped at the long table. I'm home now, aren't I? Her brown eyes looked directly at him, her voice calm. Caesar looked at her in silence. Then he heard another voice. The faint sound of bare feet stepping on stone bricks. Luna floated in from another entrance to the kitchen, her long, pale golden hair streaked with snowflakes, and her light silver robe shimmering in the firelight. She looked at Caesar, then at Hermione, then at the plate of crepes on the stove, her misty eyes blinking. I'm back too. Her voice was ethereal. It seems we're thinking the same thing. Hermione, Luna. It's like a couple arguing, the husband storms out in a huff, and when he returns in the middle of the night after his anger has subsided, he finds his wife has prepared dinner and is waiting for him. At this moment, the regret and loneliness of missing hibiscus were instantly replaced by overwhelming happiness, a sweetness Caesar hadn't felt in a long time. What are you doing in the kitchen? Hermione went up and watched as Caesar actually took a frying pan and started working with it quite skillfully. Luna stared intently at Caesar, her tone tinged with surprise. Caesar, you have so many creatures of love within you. Are you moved by us? Of course. Caesar was now feeling very motivated. How about I make you crepes? They'll be really sweet. Hermione and Luna exchanged a glance, smiled, and nodded in unison. The kitchen fell silent. The house elves silently retreated into the shadows, leaving this warm space to the 3 people. Hermione and Luna stood by the long table, watching quietly. They didn't speak, nor did they interrupt. Just looking at this boy who is usually calm and composed, seemingly always in control. At this moment, I am focused on making the simplest yet most complex food. Caesar used a wooden spatula to scoop the crepes onto a plate. Then he turned around and took out honey from the storeroom. It wasn't Brittany's lavender honey, just ordinary honey from the Hogwarts kitchen. But he heated it, thinning the amber liquid and giving it a warm, sweet aroma. He drizzled honey over the crepes and sprinkled a pinch of fresh mint he had picked from a potted plant on the windowsill. Finally, use a silver knife to cut the round pie into neat triangles. Give. He handed the 2 plates to Hermione and Luna respectively, as naturally as if he had done it 1,000 times. Hermione took the plate, her brown eyes fixed on the golden food, then she looked up at Caesar. The firelight danced on his face, reflecting in his always unfathomable deep grey eyes. At this moment, it was illuminated by the warm flames, and by something soft that she had never seen before. Luna touched the edge of the crepe with her fingertips, then picked up the silver fork. She didn't eat immediately, but instead placed the plate in front of her, her misty eyes examining it carefully, as if studying some precious magical specimen. In Brittany. Caesar spoke softly, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet kitchen. There is an ancient legend. He paused, his gaze falling on the remaining crepe on the plate. If a girl can flip a perfect crepe with one hand for her beloved, and the crepe can be flipped 3 times in the air without breaking, then the gods will bless their marriage, and the 2 will grow old together. Hermione's fingers tightened slightly. Luna raised her eyes, her light silver pupils fixed on him. But that's just a legend. Caesar continued, a very faint, almost self-deprecating smile playing at the corners of his lips. The reality is, even if you can make a perfect crepe, even if you flip it 3 times, 30 times, 300 times, those destined to leave will leave, and things destined to break will break. He picked up his crepe and took a bite. Warm, sweet, with the aroma of butter and the freshness of mint. Simple, yet warm. But he swallowed the food in his mouth, raised his head, and glanced at Hermione and Luna. Even knowing the ending might be shattered, even knowing the legend is just a legend, some people will still try again and again, flipping and turning, hoping that this time they will succeed, that this time it will be perfect, that this time. No, the same. The kitchen was silent. The only sounds were the crackling of the fireplace, the wind and snow outside the window, and the soft breathing of the 3 people. After a long while, Hermione picked up her silver fork, cut off a small piece of crepe, and put it in her mouth. She chewed slowly and carefully, her brown eyes fixed on Caesar. It's delicious, she finally said, her voice very soft. Luna also took a bite. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment, then opened them, a strange light shimmering in her misty eyes. On the colorful scraps of cloth, she whispered, there's a strand of gold in it. It's so warm, like sunshine. Caesar looked at them. He watched as the 2 girls, braving the wind and snow, ate the food he had prepared. Looking into their eyes, I saw a complex, enigmatic yet undeniably real light. Then he smiled. It wasn't a mocking laugh, nor a calculating laugh, nor the kind of laugh that exudes ease and control, as if one were in complete control. It was a simple, warm, and even somewhat clumsy laugh. That's good, he said. He turned around and took the ingredients down from the shelf. Eggs, flour, milk. Her movements were a little more practiced than before, but still carried a hint of awkwardness in her earnestness. Would you like more? He asked, with his back to them. I can make it again, and it will be even sweeter than this. Hermione and Luna exchanged a glance. Then, almost simultaneously, they nodded. The fire crackled in the stove, casting a warm glow over the kitchen. Outside the window, the snow of Christmas Eve fell silently, enveloping Hogwarts Castle in a pure, silvery white blanket. In the distance, the faint sound of bells drifted, distant and serene. On this cold winter night, on this Christmas when everyone should be alone, the 3 of them sat around in the warm kitchen. Sharing simple food, sharing moments of tranquility, sharing a warmth that is hard to describe but truly exists. This time, no one mentioned the number of times, no one mentioned the deal, no one mentioned past arguments or future uncertainties. Only now. A fireplace, crepes, and 3 people who were supposed to be separated but unexpectedly came together. That's enough. At least for this night, that's enough. Chapter 199. Since Christmas night, the relationship between the 3 of them has made rapid progress. Although they won't become completely one so quickly, a deep emotional bond has already formed between them. The semester has come to an end without us even realizing it. Hogwarts Castle was shrouded in the damp, chilly fog of late autumn, and the torches on the corridor walls burned day and night. Yet it could not dispel the chill that seeped into the stone bricks, nor the even heavier, oppressive atmosphere that permeated those in the know. Buckbeak's execution day was like a shadow that was constantly approaching. Hagrid was completely broken, his enormous figure seemed to shrink, and his eyes were always red and swollen. Words of comfort are pale and powerless, only action can counteract the impending tragedy of the right cause. The core of this operation is quietly coalescing around 3 intertwined souls. The plan was less about being formulated and more about naturally emerging from a tacit understanding. In the original books, Hermione was very dissatisfied and saddened by Buckbeak's execution, while Luna had a special affection for magical creatures. While Caesar didn't care much about animals, he did care about these 2 people, Hermione and Luna. What they cared about was what he cared about. The location was a secluded corner opposite the tapestry on the 8th floor of the castle, a place rarely visited at dusk. There was no sand table, no parchment battle plan, only 3 figures standing against the wall, and the deepening twilight outside the window. Sunset will begin at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Hermione spoke first, her voice low, but each word was as clear as ice crystals falling to the ground. The location is next to the pumpkin patch. McNeil will use an axe, he likes that thorough feeling. As she spoke, she unconsciously leaned closer to Caesar, as if drawing some stabilizing force from him. Caesar's shoulder gently rested against hers, offering silent support. The key is to create chaos, and then establish connections. Caesar spoke, his gaze falling on Luna. Luna didn't look at them, but instead looked up at a narrow window high up in the corridor, where leaden clouds drifted slowly by. She stood barefoot on the cold stone bricks, yet it felt as if she were standing on a meadow in another world. It is sad. Luna suddenly spoke softly, her ethereal voice echoing subtly in the silent corridor. But not despair. Beneath the sadness lies a deep confusion. It didn't understand why. This was more complicated than simple fear. She finally turned her head, her light silver eyes looking at Caesar and the other person. But the spiritual imprint I gave it during class remains. Leave the chaos to me. Hermione spoke immediately, a calculating glint in her eyes. 3 points: sound, light, and smoke. I can make that area spiral out of control for at least 10 seconds. But it requires perfect timing. We'll see when the time is right. Caesar said. Luna senses Buckbeak's emotional peak. I'm watching McNeil's movements. Hermione, listen to my signal. It's not a mirror, it's this. He lightly snapped his fingers with his free hand, and a tiny spark of magic burst forth from his fingertip, a spark that only the 3 of them could perceive. It appears in 3 colors, gold, silver, and bronze, and disappears in a flash. Faster than a 2-way mirror. Hermione commented, a slight smile playing on her lips. It was an instinctive appreciation for exquisite magic, mixed with a subtle warmth of being included in this private channel. Luna took a small step forward, almost touching Caesar's chest. She tilted her head back, her misty eyes reflecting the lines of Caesar's jaw. 10 seconds, is that enough? She asked, not questioning, but confirming. For you, 3 seconds is enough. Caesar looked down at her, his voice carrying an almost certain, gentle trust. You just need to touch it, and the rest will follow you. Luna gave a soft hum, as if she had received some precious affirmation, and unconsciously rubbed her toes on the ground. What's the retreat route? Hermione asked, her logical thinking instinctively led her to pursue closed loops. That rocky hollow at the edge of the forbidden forest? But taking it there would cause quite a commotion. Not on the ground. Caesar shook his head, his finger tracing a line in the air, a faint light outlining a simplified three-dimensional terrain. Cut directly into the upper part of the forbidden forest from the pumpkin patch, taking advantage of the tangled canopies of those ancient trees. Buckbeak can glide short distances at low altitudes. Luna, you can guide it to avoid the branches. Hermione, use wind trace to gently lift and correct the direction from below, reducing the sound of wing flapping. At the highest point, I erased all traces of magic and any possible air current disturbances. This plan is both bold and meticulous, making full use of everyone's strengths and requiring a high degree of teamwork. Hermione took a slight breath, not from nervousness, but from excitement. This feeling of magic, strategy, and trust intertwined made her heart race more than any complex arithmetic problem. She glanced at Caesar instinctively and found him looking at her too, his deep grey eyes holding a calm encouragement that said, "Of course you can do it." Luna suddenly said, her voice becoming lighter, "No problem, this is the first time the three of us have worked together. This will happen often in the future." Caesar's hand naturally first rubbed Hermione's tense nape, then Luna's soft hair. The movements were fluid and intimate, as if they had done it 1,000 times. Moreover, this time we're here to bring another life home. Home. Hermione repeated the word in a low voice, the word sending a slight shiver down her spine. She thought of Caesar and her. I recall those chaotic and tangled emotions. Now look at this moment. Planning, trust, connection, shared goals. Something solid seemed to be quietly growing on those cracks. Luna then rested her forehead on Caesar's shoulder, nuzzling against him like a small animal confirming its presence. Then we need to find it a better home, that moonlit tundra north of the forbidden forest, where there are fewer horseflies and more berries. Save them first, then we'll talk. Hermione couldn't help but laugh, her tone surprisingly relaxed even to herself. Perhaps Hagrid has already secretly knitted a new feather cover for it inside the house. The plan was finalized through such casual yet incredibly efficient conversations. There were no lengthy lists, no repeated deductions, because they understood each other's limitations and trusted that the other would fill in any gaps in their understanding. As the last rays of dawn disappeared at the end of the corridor and the dinner bell rang in the distance, the plan was already clear in my mind. So. Caesar straightened up and extended his hand to the two men, not in an urging gesture, but in an invitation. For Buckbeak, and to prove that we can do it. Hermione continued, placing her hand in his palm, warm and firm. Luna also placed her hands on top of it, they were cool yet soft. To prove that we can be different from before. She added that her misty eyes sparkled in the dim light. 3 hands clasped together, briefly but firmly. Then they let go, just as naturally as they had come, with Caesar in the middle, Hermione on the left, and Luna on the right, shoulder to shoulder, and headed toward the brightly lit Great Hall. The shadows stretched long behind us, overlapping closely. The corridor was deep and quiet, but an invisible, warm bond had already bound them even tighter. Chapter 200. Dusk's actions resembled a precise and silent dance. The moment McNeil raised the axe, sparks of gold, silver, and bronze ignited at Caesar's fingertips, illuminating the 3 of them simultaneously. The next second, Hermione's preset spells detonated at 3 points. It wasn't a deafening roar. Instead, it was a high-frequency, soul-piercing buzz mixed with a sudden burst of pale flashes that could blind someone for several seconds. And a thick grey fog that spread rapidly, even interfering with magical perception. At the very moment the chaos erupted, Luna's figure slid into the artificially created center of chaos like a silver mist. She walked barefoot across the cold earth, precisely touching the trembling silver mark she had left in Buckbeak's heart. Walk. There were no words, only a clear, moonlit guiding thought. Startled by the flash and buzzing, Buckbeak, raising its head and neighing, suddenly paused its massive body at that familiar, soul-soothing touch. Orange pupils pierced through the mist, locking onto that silver figure. Trust overcame panic, and it suddenly broke free from the shackles on its hind legs that Hagrid had accidentally loosened. With its enormous wings flapping, it followed Luna and plunged into the bushes at the edge of the prearranged pumpkin patch. The entire process took no more than 7 seconds. Hermione didn't stop after detonating the spell. She moved like a ghost along the flanks, precisely firing the mud softening charm and the vine's growth charm at the feet of McNeil and the committee members who were trying to pursue her. It doesn't hurt anyone, it just blocks the road. Caesar, from a higher vantage point, manipulated the power of silent spells and precise magic. It distorted the light and sound propagation in that area, making the pursuers' roars and commands erratic and confusing, as if they were in a nightmare. The plan went almost perfectly. When the three of them, carrying the still shaken but now docile Buckbeak, safely arrived at the hidden rocky hollow deep in the Forbidden Forest. It's done. Hermione leaned against a damp fern, let out a long sigh, her face pale, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. She looked at Luna, who was washing the mud off Buckbeak's claws with spring water, and then at Caesar, who was standing guard on a slightly higher vantage point. A thrilling sensation, a mixture of accomplishment and a strange, warm feeling, coursed through my body. Caesar leaped down from the rock, walked to Hermione's side, and naturally reached out to touch her forehead, sensing the fluctuations of her magic. "You look a little tired." He spoke softly, pulling a small crystal bottle from his pocket, inside which sloshed an amber liquid. "The soothing agent, I've improved it, has no side effects." Hermione took it. She did not hesitate, nor did she doubt. After uncorking the bottle and drinking it, a warm current quickly spread throughout my body, dispelling much of my fatigue. "It works well," she whispered, her gaze drifting towards Luna. Luna was humming a song softly as she dampened a handkerchief with spring water and wiped a minor scratch on Buckbeak's wing. The winged hippogriff lowered its head meekly, making a comfortable gurgling sound in its throat. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled light on her pale golden hair and focused profile, creating an almost unreal beauty. Caesar looked at Luna, a very faint smile playing on his lips. He walked over, squatted down next to Luna, and checked Buckbeak's condition. "It's a bit dehydrated and overly frightened. I'll have Hagrid sneak over some tonics and water tomorrow." Luna nodded, her fingers unconsciously twirling a knotted feather around Buckbeak's neck. It said, "Thank you. And thank you, Hermione, too." She raised her misty eyes. "Although it doesn't understand what we're doing, it knows we're doing it for its own good." "What did it say?" Hermione also came over, curiously squatted down, and carefully looked into Buckbeak's eyes. "Caesar told me about your abilities. Do you communicate with these magical creatures using a special language?" "Not in words or phrases." Luna tried to explain, pointing to her heart with her finger. "It's a feeling. Warm, slightly astringent, like the sap of trees in early spring." Hermione seemed to understand, but she didn't ask any further questions. Just like Luna, she carefully reached out and gently touched the feathers near the base of Buckbeak's wing. The feathers were harder and more vibrant than she had imagined, and they carried her body heat. Buckbeak turned its head and touched her arm very gently with its huge beak, tickling her. Hermione couldn't help but laugh, a bright laugh that let down all her guard and calculations. Caesar looked at her smile, and his gaze softened. He stretched out his hand, palm up, and placed it on the ground between the two of them. Hermione glanced at it and placed her hand on it. Luna also placed her wet hands on top of Hermione's. 3 hands, each with a different temperature and feel, were folded together in a clearing in the moonlight. Buckbeak tilted its head curiously, letting out a low chirp. No more words were spoken, but an unspoken sense of closeness took deep root in this tranquil moment following the adventure. Together, they had just stolen a life from the cold, hard blade of the rules. Finally, Buckbeak was carefully hidden deep within the rocky hollow, secretly cared for by Hagrid. Upon learning that Buckbeak had been rescued, he cried even harder than before, but this time it was tears of joy. The initial turmoil gradually subsided, and the Ministry of Magic characterized the incident as interference by an unknown magical creature and the escape of the target, increasing patrols around Hogwarts, but to no avail. Life in the castle seemed to have returned to normal. But only Caesar, Hermione, and Luna know that an even bigger secret is slowly surfacing as Ron's rat scabbers becomes increasingly strange. One weekend afternoon, when Harry and Ron went to the Quidditch pitch for training, Hermione's library group was temporarily disbanded. The three of them gathered again in that familiar, secluded corner on the 8th floor. Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew, Caesar stated directly, his voice calm. Hermione raised an eyebrow, her face showing disbelief. Are you sure? But Peter died 12 years ago. He was blown up by Sirius Black. He was a recipient of the Order of Merlin. An elaborate scam. Caesar explained casually. Peter is an animagus, and his animal form is a mouse. He was the one who betrayed the Potters, the one who blew up the Muggles, framed Sirius Black, and then faked his death to escape. Ron's pet is that despicable coward. Luna listened quietly, her fingers twirling the ends of her hair. On the train, the rat's soul was a very dirty color. She spoke softly, her misty eyes calm as still water. Like rotten swamp mud, with black oil floating on top. It was terrified, increasingly so lately, because it sensed the big feet approaching. Chapter 201. This is the secret you discovered on the train that day. Hermione reacted quickly, her brain racing. So his escape wasn't to kill Harry, it was to hunt down the real traitor, Peter. The Ministry of Magic, the Dementors, they've all got it wrong. That's right. Caesar nodded, the question now is, what should we do? Revealing Peter meant facing the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic, potential dangers, and how to explain it all to Harry. We must tell Harry. Hermione answered without hesitation, he has the right to know the truth. About his parents' deaths, about his godfather. Caesar pointed out the difficulty, Peter is cunning, once alerted, he will immediately flee and hide for another 12 years. Therefore, a public occasion is needed to force him to reveal his true colors. However, the three of us cannot display magical abilities that are too far beyond those of ordinary students in front of others. In fact, Caesar had 100 ways to make Peter reveal his true form in front of everyone without anyone noticing. This was just to extend the workload for the three of them. After all, completing the mission is a secondary objective, cultivating the bond and experience among the three is the primary goal. Luna clearly understood this as well, she blinked. The Screaming Shelter has a very special magical environment with strong interference, capable of blocking many conventional tracking and teleportation spells. Moreover, it's remote enough. A very good suggestion. Caesar pondered, we need bait, a reason for Peter to go, or to be taken along. Ron. Hermione's interface, though somewhat regrettable, has clear logic. Spot is Ron's pet. Wherever Ron goes, it will most likely follow. We need a plausible excuse to lure Ron and his rats to the vicinity of the Screaming Shed. The plan gradually took shape during hushed discussions. This time, it's no longer about salvation, but about exposure and judgment. The atmosphere was more somber than when Buckbeak was rescued, because it involved a deeper betrayal and a more brutal truth. But when Hermione unconsciously bit her lip due to overthinking, Caesar's fingers gently brushed across her lower lip, stopping the movement. Don't bite. He spoke softly, with an undeniable tenderness. Haven't you broken this habit yet? Hermione's face flushed, and she loosened her teeth. But she felt Caesar's fingers not leave immediately, instead, they gently stroked her cheek. This affectionate little gesture made her heart race and strangely relieved her tension. Luna looked at them, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the corner of Caesar's robe, tugging at it gently. "I'm scared too," she whispered. "It's not a sign of weakness, but a form of honesty. That swampy, muddy soul, it's uncomfortable to get close to." "That's a lie." As a world-class Dark Lord, Luna wouldn't even glance at Peter's swampy mud. For her, this task was nothing more than a max-level player running a beginner dungeon, a childish game. But this was also very true, she longed for Caesar to offer her some warmth. At this moment, in front of her lover, she just wanted to be a little girl. This is what she has always wanted. Caesar immediately covered her hand that was clutching the hem of her robe with his other hand and squeezed it tightly. "We'll be together, forever." He repeated the vow he had made to Luna during the second simulation. This time, he was determined to keep it. Finally, his gaze slowly swept over Hermione and Luna's faces, carrying an undeniable firmness. Hermione took a deep breath and grabbed Caesar's hand, which he hadn't had time to retract. Like Luna, all she wanted was this. 3 people, 2 hands clasped tightly, and the other hand connected in their own way. Strength, warmth, determination, these flow silently between them, circulating endlessly. They are entangled in scheming and a dark past. Now, however, they are facing injustice and danger from the outside world together time and time again. Those tangled threads were woven into a bond strong enough to withstand wind and rain. The plan will be implemented soon. Luna used her magical abilities to figure out Scabbers' patterns of activity within the castle. Ultimately, they succeeded in persuading Ron to take his rats to the edge of the Forbidden Forest at a specific time to collect them. Harry, out of concern for his friend and worry about Ron acting alone, naturally followed along. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna had been lying in wait inside and around the screaming house. Caesar was tasked with sealing off the area with magic and preventing Peter from resorting to desperate measures. Hermione is responsible for recording evidence and dealing with unexpected situations. Luna, with her unique perception, locked onto Banban's swampy soul, preventing it from hiding or escaping in any way. Things took a more dramatic turn than expected. Sirius Black had also been secretly tracking Peter, and had also used the Marauder's map to track their movements. As Ron and Harry approached the shrieking hut, Scabbers frantically fled upon sensing Black's presence. Blake suddenly appeared and pounced on the mouse in Ron's pocket. The scene was extremely chaotic, Ron's screams, Harry's roar and wand pointed at Black, Scabbers' squeaks, Black's excited and frantic shouts after transforming back into human form. Just as Black was about to catch Scabbers, Harry didn't know who to believe. On one side is the wanted godfather, and on the other is his friend's pet. At the critical moment, Caesar and his 2 companions remove their disguises and reveal themselves. "Disarm you!" Hermione's spell precisely deflected Harry and Ron's instinctively raised wands, preventing a potential accidental injury. "Petrify them all!" Caesar's spell was directed at Scabbers, who was trying to escape by crawling into the ground, freezing it in place. Luna didn't use any spells, she simply walked forward, squatted down in front of the stiff mouse, and said in her ethereal and clear voice. "Come out! Aren't you suffocating hiding under this rotting fur?" Her eyes seemed to possess a certain penetrating power, causing the mouse to tremble violently. "He is Peter. Peter Pettigrew." Sirius's voice was hoarse, filled with pain and anger. "Look at its missing toe on its front paw. Look at it. Force it. Force it to reveal itself with the harshest spell." Amidst Black's roar, Harry and Ron's shocked and bewildered gazes, and the cold pointing of Caesar's wand, the petrified Scabbers began to twist and change. The mouse's shape stretched and expanded like melted wax. With painful squeaking sounds, it transformed into a short, greasy man with thinning hair and a terrified, cowering expression. "Peter Pettigrew! The truth has come out. The subsequent explanation was long and painful. Professor Lupin arrived just in time and added details about the change of the secret agent, Peter's betrayal, and the fact that all four of them were enemigous in the past. Harry experienced the collapse and reconstruction of his faith, and his acceptance of Black shifted from hatred to hesitation. Ron, watching his dead pet turn out to be the traitor who killed Harry's parents, was so disgusted he almost vomited. Throughout the process, Caesar, Hermione, and Luna stood a little further away, forming a stable triangle. Hermione held Caesar's hand tightly, while Luna leaned against him on the other side, whispering something only they could hear. The swamp mud has seeped out, but the moonlight is shining on it. They were not the main characters in the event, but they were key promoters and witnesses. Together they protected one secret, backpack, and together they uncovered another, even darker secret. This feeling is completely different from what I experienced in the simulated world. How wonderful! The Ministry of Magic officials were eventually lured there by Professor Dumbledore, and amidst the shock, Peter was taken away, and the serious Black case was reopened. By then, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. A long night has passed. Harry accompanied his exhausted but hopeful godfather, Sirius, to his initial questioning. Ron was taken away by Madame Pomfrey to calm his nerves, while Professor Lupin stayed behind to assist Dumbledore with the aftermath. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna quietly left the chaotic scene and slowly walked back along the lakeside as dawn broke. "We did the right thing, didn't we?" Hermione asked softly, gazing at the thin mist rising from the lake. "We gave Buckbeak the sky, Harry the truth, and Black his innocence," Caesar answered, squeezing her hand. "Although the process was anything but a fairy tale. But it's more robust than in fairy tales." Luna said she was walking on the other side of Caesar. Barefoot on the dew-covered grass, the coolness made her slightly twitch her toes, but a serene smile graced her face. "Like the three of us now." Caesar stopped and turned to face them. The morning light outlined his clearly defined jawline. It also illuminated the weariness and determination in Hermione's eyes, and the undying, strange light in Luna's eyes. He opened his arms. This time, Hermione didn't hesitate at all. She stepped forward, buried her face in his warm chest, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Luna also moved closer, resting her cheek against his shoulder and wrapping her arms around Hermione's back, forming a tight, intimate embrace between the three of them. A morning breeze, carrying the dampness of the lake, swept across the landscape, and the outline of the castle emerged in the gradually brightening sky. They embraced tightly, sharing body heat and heartbeats. And the peace and connection that followed that night. The starting point of any calculations has long been blurred, but the storms we weathered together, the beliefs we shared, and the unreserved warmth in this embrace are all precious memories. Little by little, they are working on that distorted threesome concept. Forged into something indestructible that even they had never anticipated. "Going home?" Caesar asked in a low voice after a while, his voice resonating in his chest. Hermione nodded in his arms. Luna gave a soft hum. "Home." The word is no longer vague, it has gained weight and warmth. It's the sweet aroma of crepes in the Christmas kitchen. They are hands clasped together under the moonlight in the forbidden forest. It's the courage to stand shoulder to shoulder in the darkness outside the screaming shed. It is also in the morning light at this moment. This hug was so tight that even our breathing was synchronized. They let go of each other, but their hands were still clasped. Caesar was in the middle, holding Hermione's hand with his left and Luna's hand with his right. Three people, stepping into the dawn, walked towards the castle that held all their secrets, pain, growth, and warmth. Behind them, a new day was bursting forth. But their journey is still long. But at least for now, they know they are no longer alone. At this moment, Luna and Hermione both turned their gazes to Caesar and said in unison. "Caesar, just stay like this, and never change, okay?" Caesar nodded emphatically. "Good." Chapter 202. Summer of 3rd grade. On the evening after the last exam of the semester ended, a strange sense of relaxation permeated the castle. Students gathered in 2s and 3s on the lawn, discussing their summer vacation plans, or simply lying there daydreaming, enjoying the emptiness after the exams. Caesar leaned against an old willow tree on the shore of the Black Lake, holding a blade of grass in his hand, gazing casually at the lake. The setting sun dyed the lake water a golden red, and the tentacles of several large squid lazily peeked out of the water. "Found you!" Hermione's voice came from behind her, slightly breathless. She walked around the tree trunk and sat down beside him, a few blades of grass clinging to her skirt. "Where is Luna?" Caesar asked. "She's talking to someone over there." Hermione gestured with her chin towards the castle. "She said she saw someone had lost something and wants to help them look for it." "What's missing?" She said something she hadn't yet uttered. Hermione's expression was somewhat helpless, but the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Then the person froze, starting to seriously recall if they had said anything inappropriate. Caesar chuckled softly. The two sat quietly for a while. Hermione gazed at the lake, then suddenly whispered, "We're going back tomorrow." What will you do during summer vacation?" Caesar turned to look at her, the setting sun casting a warm glow in his deep grey eyes. "I missed you." Hermione paused, her ears turning slightly red, and looked away. "Be serious." "Very serious." Caesar's tone was anything but joking. "I miss you all." The word made Hermione's heart flutter slightly. She didn't reply, but simply rested her head gently on his shoulder. After a while, Luna came from a distance. She was barefoot, carrying a pair of shoes in her hand, and walked with a bouncy gait, as if stepping to some unseen rhythm. "Look," she said, walking up to them, crouching down, and pointing to the ground, "this clover has 4 leaves." Hermione looked down and saw that it was indeed a rare 4-leaf clover. "I've heard that people who find a 4-leaf clover have good luck," Hermione said. Luna nodded, then reached out and carefully plucked the 4-leaf clover. She stood up and stood in front of the two of them. "Caesar." She gently pinned the first leaf to Caesar's collar. "Hermione." The second leaf was placed in Hermione's palm. Then, holding the remaining 2 leaves, she thought for a moment, then suddenly bent down and gently tucked one of them into Hermione's hair. The other, she took Caesar's hand, placed it in his palm, then closed his hand and covered it with her own. "That way," Luna said earnestly, "the 3 of us will have good luck." "In a row." Hermione looked at the leaf hanging from her hair, then at Luna's hand resting on Caesar's, and suddenly felt her eyes welling up with tears. Caesar was silent for a moment, then took Luna's hand in his own and reached out his other hand to Hermione. "Come here," he said. Hermione didn't hesitate and placed her hand in his palm. Luna sat down next to Hermione, and the 3 of them squeezed under the willow tree, shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee. A lake breeze blows, carrying the coolness of the water and the scent of fresh grass. "I don't want to go back," Luna suddenly said, her tone very soft, as if stating something perfectly natural. "It's not that I don't want to go home, it's that I don't want to be separated from you all." Hermione didn't speak, but simply moved her head closer. Caesar gazed at the lake for a long time before finally speaking. 2 months. 2 months from now, we'll be here again." He paused, "and we'll see each other again during the summer vacation." "Really?" Luna tilted her head to look at him. Caesar nodded, his gaze falling on Hermione's face before shifting to Luna. "Really?" Hermione recalled the rain and fog over the London Eye last summer, the long-eared rabbit, and the words that had unsettled her at the time. Those memories, once sharp and angular, now softened. "Things are different now," she thought. "Everything has changed. Then we need to make a promise." Luna held up her little finger. "The first person to meet has to bring a gift." Hermione smiled and held up her little finger. What's the gift? Anything is fine, Luna said earnestly. I'll like anything you pick. Caesar looked at their little fingers hooked together, then suddenly reached out and hooked his own little finger on top of theirs. 3 little fingers intertwined in the setting sun. It's arranged, he said. An evening breeze swept across the lake, and the distant sound of castle bells drifted in. They sat there until the sun had completely sunk into the lake, until the first star lit up the sky. It's time to go back, Hermione said softly. Caesar responded, but did not move. Luna leaned on Caesar's shoulder, as if she were asleep, her breathing light and even. Hermione glanced at her, then at Caesar, and suddenly leaned down to gently kiss Caesar's cheek. Caesar turned to look at her, a moment of surprise in his eyes. Hermione had already turned her face away, her ears burning red, but her voice remained steady. Good night. Caesar was silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled softly. He reached out and pulled her close, placing a kiss on her forehead. Good night. Night was falling. Lights began to illuminate the castle windows one by one. Caesar gently woke Luna, and the 3 of them got up, brushed the grass clippings off their clothes, and walked back hand in hand. Behind me, the waters of Black Lake rippled gently, and starlight shattered across the lake. Tomorrow, they will board the Hogwarts Express and return to that summer without each other. But at this moment, they are together. That's enough. Summer vacation has arrived in the blink of an eye. The Hogwarts Express brought the students back to platform 9 3/4, where the bustling crowds carried farewells and promises of a holiday. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna paused briefly at the edge of the platform. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass roof, cutting out streaks of light and shadow. The aura flowing between the 3 was calm and steady, like a refined alloy, carrying the unique texture of having weathered storms together. Caesar stood between the 2. Let's go on a date together this summer. He spoke briefly, then changed the subject, a confident and profound smile curving his lips. As for the first official outing, it's scheduled for next Sunday. Location, London I. Time, 8 p.m. He didn't ask any questions, nor did he offer any other options. It directly points to the location that holds complex and personal memories for both Hermione and him. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. It was the same place last summer. The London Eye, rain and fog, a date, that long-eared rabbit, and the threesome proposal Caesar made back then, which left her heart in turmoil. That place belongs to 2 people, a place filled with memories that are both innocent, sweet, and sharply painful. Caesar chose to return there, his purpose blatant and undisguised. He just wants to do it again and again. Until the old painting, which originally only featured 2 people's colors, was completely covered, blended, and redrawn into a scene of 3 people. This is not avoidance, it is direct invasion, it is complete transformation. She looked up at Caesar, and in his deep grey eyes there was no probing, only a calm, unwavering determination. A slight invitation. She was invited to participate in this transformation of the past. Strangely, the resistance or bitterness I felt during the last summer vacation didn't come over me. After the Buckbeak incident, the night of the Shrieking Shed's truth, and especially that heartwarming night in Christmas Kitchen, something deeper has taken root. What she felt was more of a complex mix, a sense of understanding, a slight sense of challenge, and a desire to participate and be curious about the outcome. Good. Hermione's answer was equally concise, even hinting at a hint of eagerness. Enjoying the night view is nice too. She tried to make her tone sound normal, but the glint in her eyes betrayed her. London Eye. Luna's attention seemed to be drawn to a patch of reflective paint on the platform pillar, but her ethereal voice accurately picked up where she left off. Hidden within the swirling air currents there are fragments of many people's wishes. We can collect some and see if we can piece them together to form new patterns. She always manages to interpret Caesar's seemingly controlling arrangements from the most unique perspectives, transforming them into an engaging collective adventure. For her, this was also part of the weaving process. The plan was thus finalized, swiftly and efficiently. As with everything else they did, the three of them had developed a tacit understanding that had become unspoken. On the agreed-upon night, the banks of the Thames were ablaze with lights. The summer night breeze carries moisture and the lingering warmth of the city. The London Eye's enormous silver wheel slowly rotates in the night, each capsule resembling a transparent bubble rising towards the stars. Caesar arrived ahead of schedule. He was still dressed in simple dark casual clothes, standing tall by the river railing, gazing at the shimmering river and the silhouette of the Parliament building on the opposite bank. Its calm and restrained atmosphere stood out from the excited and noisy tourists around it, yet strangely blended into the night background. Hermione arrived right on time. She wore a well-tailored dress, her hair naturally flowing, exuding a softer charm than she had in her student days. She wasn't carrying a book, and her steps were measured. Upon seeing Caesar, she didn't stop, but walked straight to his side, stood beside him, and together they looked up at the London Eye. "How do you plan to redecorate our old memories?" She spoke, her voice low, tinged with a mix of teasing and seriousness. Chapter 203. Caesar did not answer immediately. Until Luna appeared quietly on his other side like a wisp of mist under the moonlight. She was still dressed in her signature outfit, a mix of ethereal and whimsical, her bare feet in sandals making no sound on the cobblestones. She glanced at Caesar, then at Hermione, her misty eyes crinkling into a smile, as if she found the sight of the two of them waiting for her side by side quite amusing. "It's not renovation." Caesar then spoke, his gaze sweeping over the two of them before finally settling on the slowly turning Ferris wheel. "It's an expansion. Adding a new, inseparable wing." He stretched out his hand, not pointing to the Ferris wheel. Instead, it lightly, using its palm as an axis, drew an arc in the air that encompassed all three of them. Let every inch of that view, every turn, bear the imprint of those three people. Until now, when I think of the London Eye, it's no longer just a rainy afternoon, but tonight. The three of us saw this light together. His words were clear, direct, and full of unquestionable intent. As Hermione listened, the slight sense of challenge she felt transformed into a more concrete interest. Yes, why not? They have the strength, the understanding, and a sufficiently complex and profound emotional foundation to bear and complete this colonization of memories. She even started to actively imagine what to say and do inside the London Eye to complete the imprinting process together. Luna sniffed lightly, as if inhaling some component in the air. The old emotional colors are still there. She spoke ethereally, pointing to the London Eye. Like a faint ink stain that has been blurred by water. But that's okay, we can use brighter, stronger thread to embroider new patterns on it. Embroidery done by three people is definitely less likely to be washed away by wind and rain than painting done by two people. She always managed to translate Caesar's strategic pronouncements so naturally into a kind of poetic and collaborative guide to action. Hermione couldn't help but glance at Luna, only to find that Luna was also looking at her, her eyes clear and filled with an almost innocent encouragement. It seems to be saying, "Try playing this knitting game this time, it will be a lot of fun." Caesar bought the tickets, and the three of them followed the procession. Upon entering the transparent capsule, the moment the door closed, a familiar sense of confinement and a feeling of floating slightly off the ground washed over me. But the atmosphere was completely different from last summer. There was no hesitant probing, no sharp confrontation, only a quiet, unspoken expectation between them. The cabin began to rise. The familiar London night view unfolds beneath my feet, but it's different from the grey, rainy scene I remember. Tonight, the lights are bright, the Milky Way seems to have fallen from the sky, and the dazzling prosperity is breathtaking. Hermione stood by the window, watching the streets and river gradually shrink in size. Those conversations in the rain, the chilling vows, the rabbit doll in my arms, fragments of memory emerge vividly. But strangely, the excruciating pain was gone. It's like flipping through an old diary from my youth. The handwriting is childish, the emotions are genuine, but it's separated by a layer of frosted glass from time. And at this moment, beside her was Caesar's steady breathing, and on the other side was Luna humming a strange tune, almost imperceptibly. Before us lay a magnificent night view shared by the three of us. A completely new, more substantial, and more complex present has firmly suppressed the wavering past. Look! Caesar suddenly pointed to the spot where they had taken the picture. The angles are almost the same, but the lighting is completely different. Hermione looked in the direction he was pointing. Yes, the same coordinates, but a different scene. Just like them. The view from here. Luna's voice rang out softly. She didn't look out the window much, but rather focused on the air circulating inside the cabin. It's more suitable for knitting than I imagined. There's enough space, the airflow is steady, and it's very high up, far away from everyday noise. What is said and done here will be remembered with exceptional clarity, as if sealed in amber. Her words were like a hint, and also like a permission. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly turned to Caesar, her tone calm yet carrying a sense of proactive cooperation. Last time you were here, you said some things that made me very angry. She brought up the past without complaining, more like she was stating a project that needed to be addressed. Caesar met his gaze calmly. I remember. About the three of us. So tonight. Hermione's gaze swept over Luna, then returned to Caesar, a faint, controlling smile playing on her lips. What new thing are you planning to say? Or, should we do something new to cover it? After all, simply enjoying the scenery isn't enough to form an inseparable flank. She was actively guiding the game's pace, even with a hint of provocation. They wanted to see how Caesar would respond, while also drawing themselves and Luna deeper into this memory modification project. Luna interjected at the opportune moment, her misty eyes sparkling with interest. I can help fix the colors. Make tonight's mood colors richer, brighter, and less prone to fading. What she meant by fixed was perhaps her unique, sole magical talent that could influence perception and memory. She was willing to use this ability in this collaborative creation. Caesar looked at the two people in front of him. A rational and sharp individual who proactively sets challenges. An ethereal and eerie figure, actively providing technical support. They were no longer passive targets, but active accomplices, and had even begun to take the lead in enriching his plans. This realization filled him with a deep and genuine joy. He smiled. Then I'll give it a try. He spoke slowly, then made a gesture. He stepped back half a step, allowing Hermione and Luna to be positioned more fully in front of the window facing the expansive night view. I stood slightly behind and to the side of them, like a guardian and a witness. Look there. His voice came from behind them, deep and clear, pointing towards the dazzling, boundless sea of lights outside the window. That's London, the place where countless of our stories took place. There is a very small section about us. Previously, that chapter mainly featured only two characters, some rain and some unspoken words. He paused, his breath brushing against Hermione's hair and touching the light golden strands of hair fluttering near Luna's ear. But from this moment on, the rest of this chapter will be written by the three of us together. Every time we saw the lights together. Every time we experienced ascent and descent together. Every breath we take and every silence we utter in this enclosed space. All of these are new sentences and new paragraphs. Until the old page is completely enveloped and integrated into the new chapter, it can no longer be separated from it. Chapter 204. He didn't try to force a connection with kisses or other intimate gestures that was too basic. He used language, a shared perspective, and imbued this space and this time with a completely new narrative meaning that belonged only to the three of them. This is a more advanced and profound form of weaving. Hermione gazed at the vast expanse of lights outside the window, feeling Caesar's presence behind her and Luna's tranquil companionship beside her. She suddenly understood that the coverage Caesar wanted was not a brutal erasure, but rather to embrace and redefine through richer and more solid shared experiences. She no longer needs to resist old memories, as they have become an integral part of the background and prequel to the new story. And she and Luna, together with him, are becoming authors of this new story. She leaned back gently, her spine resting against Caesar's firm and warm chest, a silent response and acknowledgement. At the same time, her hand fell naturally to her side, her fingertips touching Luna's cool hand beside her, and then she gently grasped it. Luna's fingers twitched slightly, then relaxed and gripped back. With her other hand raised, she pointed to a seemingly brightly lit urban area outside the cabin, and said in her ethereal voice, "Look there, doesn't it look like the constellation projections around the temporary nest we secretly set up for Buckbeak last time? Although one is in the sky and the other in the Forbidden Forest, their combined shape is very similar." She proactively connected their shared secret adventure with the scene before them, adding to the shared narrative initiated by Caesar. Caesar's arm rose naturally. A hand gently wrapped around Hermione's shoulder. His other hand rested on Luna's other shoulder. It wasn't a tight embrace, but a firm gesture that connected the three of them to the same point of view. The capsule ascended to its highest point, paused slightly, and the city's splendor unfolded before their eyes, as if the entire world were at their feet. The three of them formed a stable fulcrum, overlooking the world. At this moment, the memory of the London Eye was completely refreshed. The rain and mist dissipated, revealing a dazzling array of lights. The entanglement between two people transformed into a quiet coexistence among three. The cabin began to descend, and a new area of lights came into view. Next time. Hermione gazed at the new scenery, then suddenly spoke, her voice calm yet firm. "We can go to another place with old memories. For example, that wand shop in Diagon Alley? Or, somewhere in Hogsmeade." She is proactively planning the next memory expansion project. Luna nodded slightly, "Okay. I like adding new annotations to old maps. And the more people there are, the more interesting and varied the annotations become." Caesar didn't speak, but simply tightened his arms, pulling the two of them closer to him. His deep grey eyes reflected the flowing river of light outside the window, and there was a silent, profound satisfaction in his eyes. Their net is being woven more and more densely and more resiliently, actively and joyfully by themselves. The London Eye is just one new, solid link in this chain. Many more are to come. The holiday continued in an unspoken harmony. Until Luna, on a drizzly evening, mentioned it in her unique, almost dreamlike tone. The sound of raindrops hitting the moonflowers at Exeter's house was different from anywhere else. She sat on the windowsill of Caesar's temporary residence, her bare feet gently dangling, her misty eyes gazing at the street scene blurred by the rain outside. "My father chased after a group of vixens he believed to be carrying a silent prophecy to Cornwall. The house only contains those silent collectibles, and Mom's room, which is always quiet." She paused, her gaze shifting to Caesar in the room and Hermione, who was perusing a thick tome. "Would you like to listen to the sound of rain?" Caesar raised his gaze and calmly met Luna's eyes. He knew this was a unique way of speaking that Luna used. Similarly, he knew what that sentence meant. Last summer he promised Luna he would resurrect Pandora. The clever Hermione also looked up from her book, keenly sensing the invitation hidden beneath Luna's calm tone. Over the past few days, she has also been able to discern the true meaning behind Luna's seemingly nonsensical remarks. Resurrect Pandora Lovegood. This was one of the main conditions Luna agreed to for the threesome. Hermione closed the book, looked at Caesar, and found that there was no surprise on his face, only a calm, as if long-awaited certainty. "Good." Caesar's answer was simple and affirmative. "I already have some initial ideas about resurrection." His gaze slowly shifted between Luna and Hermione, his voice deep and clear. Let's go together and see if we can successfully verify it. Hermione didn't hesitate, she stepped forward and gave Luna a big hug, with a solemnity as deep as sinking into deep water. Caesar and I will help you accomplish this. So warm. It feels so warm to have partners helping you. Luna took a shallow breath, and the ever-present dark golden light in the depths of her misty eyes seemed to have blurred somewhat. She nodded. I made some preparations when I went home last summer. I can handle my mother's spirit, but I can't solve the other problems. Luna spoke softly, stepping barefoot from the windowsill and silently landing on the carpet. Caesar, I need your and Hermione's help. Lovegood Cottage in Exeter appeared exceptionally tranquil in the light rain. The crooked, pale purple building had oddly shaped metal decorations on its roof covered with raindrops. The moonflowers in the backyard shimmered with a hazy, milky white glow in the rain, as if they were breathing. The room still had that familiar Caesar-esque atmosphere, a blend of strange objects and family warmth. The oil painting of Pandora above the fireplace has a gentle smile, while the dried crystal wreath and leather notebook beside it silently tell the story of the past. This time, the three of them didn't linger and went straight to the studio where time seemed to stand still. The air was even quieter than in the living room. The workbench, the blueprints, the tranquil planetarium, everything overlapped with fragments of Caesar's memories, bringing a sense of disorientation. But he immediately brought his attention back to reality, back to the two girls in front of him. Luna walked to the center of the room, closed her eyes, as if listening to the whispers of the rain and the room itself. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Her pale silver eyes were crystal clear as she looked directly at Caesar and Hermione, and she spoke in a clear yet remarkably certain voice. I discovered last year that my mother's soul had not completely disappeared. It's just broken. Like overturned stars, they are scattered everywhere. In this room, in this house, in certain corners of Exeter, and perhaps even further. Clinging to what she left behind, floating in the air thick with memories. She paused, her gaze revealing a rare, almost earnest focus. I need a tool that can attract iron filings like a magnet, and catch fireflies like a net. Let's find those scattered fragments, little by little, and gather them together. The first point was clearly and explicitly raised by Luna. A special tool is needed to collect the scattered fragments of the soul. She didn't mention any complicated theories, only the most fundamental needs. Chapter 205. Hermione was immediately drawn to this specific, actionable goal. Her mind raced. A tool with powerful soul attraction, aggregation, and stabilizing properties can only be an alchemical item. Moreover, this alchemical item requires an extremely precise energy guiding design and the selection of core materials. She immediately connected the relevant information and began to differentiate the functions. Logically speaking, the pinnacle of alchemy should be able to achieve this function, such as the philosopher's stone that grants immortality. However, I'm not very good at alchemy. Caesar? At this point, she turned her gaze to Caesar. Luna also gazed at Caesar with her eyes. Alchemy. Caesar nodded, certain of his words. The creation of this tool is my responsibility. Although he doesn't know any alchemy yet, he has a simulation system that allows him to develop this ability in the next simulated world. Hermione nodded, she trusted Caesar. Then another question was raised. Luna, even if we could perfectly collect and combine all the soul fragments, it also requires a perfectly intact body that is completely in harmony with the origin of the soul. Hermione's tone became unusually serious. There has never been a true resurrection of the dead in the history of magic. Almost all recorded attempts at the taboo have failed because of the decay of the body or the inability of the soul to withstand its return. We need a physical vessel that will not decay, is perfectly preserved, and can resonate absolutely with Lady Pandora's soul. I know how to make this body. Caesar looked intently at Hermione and Luna. Tom Riddle, he's come a long way in this regard. Following Caesar's lead, Luna continued her analysis. Legend has it that Voldemort possessed the secret of immortality, but we know it was horcruxes, a type of magic involving the splitting of the soul and its possession of a body. The room was completely silent, save for the sound of rain. Faced with three of the world's top geniuses, the path to resurrection is clearly presented. A top-tier alchemical item for collecting souls. Voldemort's method of creating a stable body. Luna's eyes shone with an astonishing light, a direct response to Hermione's concrete expression of hope. Caesar looked intently at Hermione. He had long known that her wisdom was an irreplaceable treasure. But at this moment, her clear combination of legend, taboo, and feasible path still shook him to his core. Now, it's his turn. Caesar stepped forward and walked to the workbench. There's one last question. His voice was deep, as if evoking some ancient resonance. The soul fragments are gathered. The perfect body is ready. But the most dangerous and difficult step is how to perfectly reunite the long-separated soul with the static body. There should be no rejection, no confusion, and the creature should truly come to life, rather than becoming a magically constructed puppet or a vengeful spirit. He paused for a moment, feeling the power belonging to Merlin subtly pulsating deep within his bloodline. That wasn't specific knowledge, but rather an instinctive knowledge. The knowledge of the most primal bond between life, soul, and existence. In my Merlin blood. Caesar spoke slowly, each word carrying a heavy weight. Something very ancient flows within it. It is not enough to directly resurrect anyone, but it remembers some ancient rituals, some from the earliest times. When the boundaries between life and magic were not so clearly defined, how did people guide the primal rhythm of the union of soul and body? He looked at Luna. This kind of fusion requires the closest blood ties as the most stable fuse and resonator. At the same time, a powerful, neutral, and harmonizing agent is needed to soothe all rejection and trauma. His gaze became extremely deep. My Merlin bloodline, under a certain extreme sacrificial ritual at the cost of life and magic, can temporarily simulate or transform that kind of essential power. It is not a spell, not a potion, but more like a guided state of being, a forced field of harmony. I will lead this fusion ritual, using the power of my bloodline as the core, to construct a furnace that allows the fragments of the soul to rest peacefully in their place and perfectly fuse with the revitalized body. The third point was raised by Caesar based on the ancient essence of his bloodline. Centered around his Merlin bloodline. An ancient fusion ritual is performed, serving as a harmonizer and furnace for the final union of soul and body. All 3 points are met. Luna raises the core questions and initial tool requirements, alchemy. Hermione proposes a key solution involving a material carrier, the body. Caesar proposed the dangerous core, fusion ritual, for ultimate realization. Clear, concise, and each person contributed an indispensable part to their area of expertise. The interconnected steps form the complete path to resurrecting Pandora, yet the journey remains fraught with unknowns and perils. There are no complex theoretical constructs, only the collision of the most fundamental needs and solutions. Luna took a deep breath, looked at Caesar, then at Hermione, her misty eyes seeming to hold the stars. Tools for collecting fragments, a fusion ritual, an intact body. She repeated it softly, then nodded vigorously. All right, let's begin. Let's start with the first tool. The goal has never been clearer. In the days that followed, Exeter's cabin became their temporary research center. Luna, relying on her senses, attempted to depict the possible states of existence of the soul fragments and the properties required for attraction. Hermione, meanwhile, immersed herself in profound alchemical texts, beginning to design the energy circuit and core rune array for the soul collector. Meanwhile, Caesar was studying alchemy with Hermione. On the other hand, I began to consciously sense and sort out the vague imprints of fusion in my bloodline. Preparing for that final and most dangerous ceremony. Their communication was efficient and focused. They also discussed plans on how to capture Voldemort. Although it's all still just a plan. But this process itself is the deepest form of weaving. The resurrection ritual has not yet begun, but the joint research undertaken for the purpose of resurrection has already firmly bound the wisdom, trust, and destiny of the three of them together. When they left Exeter, the Soul Collector already had a preliminary design blueprint, and a list of core materials had been drawn up, some of which were extremely rare. The only thing missing is a verification procedure by a master alchemist. Caesar, on the other hand, became even clearer about his next goal. In the next simulated world, delve into the highest halls of alchemy at any cost. This was not only to perfect the creation of the Collector, but also to be able to control the fusion ritual that required the core power of his bloodline in the future. On the train back, Luna leaned against Caesar, toying with a moonstone she had brought from Exeter's house, which was said to have been used by Pandora as a base for a tranquilizer. Her gaze was serene. Hermione was rapidly calculating something in her notebook, occasionally glancing up to whisper a parameter about rune energy consumption to Caesar. The scenery outside the window flashed by. Their journey is far from over, and the challenges have only just begun. But the direction has been set, the three of them work as one, each fulfilling their respective duties. They took a solid and tacit first step toward that almost impossible goal. Alchemical tools, the mysteries of the Dark Lord's body, and the rituals of ancient bloodlines. These three forces, as their relationship deepens, will be forged into a key that may unlock the door to life and death. Chapter 206. The summer Exeter returned. A letter delivered by the Weasleys' gentle barn owl shattered the tranquility of the trio's research. The letter was written by Ron, in messy handwriting, full of excitement, inviting Harry and casually asking if Caesar and Hermione would like to come along. "Let's go watch the Quidditch World Cup final, which will be held in a secret location somewhere in England." Mr. Weasley managed to get tickets to the VIP box through his connections at the Ministry of Magic. World Cup. Hermione looked up from the ancient texts, rubbed her slightly sore eyes, and her tone rarely carried the joy of someone her age. "This is fantastic. Caesar, the last time we watched the World Cup together was many years ago. Besides, we've never seen a world-class Quidditch match live before." Caesar put down the parchment containing the energy model of a core alchemical rune, took the letter Hermione handed him, and glanced at it. "I'm somewhat tempted." Although his interest in Quidditch had always been limited, he had only seen it in the simulation world before, but only on television. But this is a chance to experience a pure, grand celebration in the magical world with Hermione and Luna. Such relaxation is necessary amidst the intense research. Luna would probably like it too. Hermione has automatically included Luna in her plans. With so many people and magical creatures gathered here, the variety of harassing horseflies in the air must be dazzling to her. Caesar smiled and nodded in agreement. So, a reply was sent, and the itinerary was finalized. The excitement and enthusiasm at the World Cup camp exceeded everyone's expectations. Thousands upon thousands of tents, in all sorts of incredible shapes and colors, covered the magically hidden fields. Flags fluttered, and the sounds of singing, laughter, arguments, and hawking souvenirs blended into a vibrant, bustling atmosphere. Wizards dressed in costumes from various countries mingled among them, exuding enthusiasm. The Weasleys' tent was as crowded and lively as ever. Harry and Ron discussed Krum's Lansky feint with great enthusiasm, while Hermione showed a keen academic interest in camp management, magical sanitation facilities, and regulations governing transnational wizarding cooperation. Wearing her colored glasses, Luna quietly observed everything around her, occasionally pointing to a decoration on the top of a tent and saying it looked like a curled winged demon taking a nap. Caesar walked among them, feeling the overwhelming, worldly joy. "It felt strange, as if I had been suddenly thrown from a deep and tranquil little world of three into a huge, noisy kaleidoscope." But he maintained a good facade of calm, conversing with Mr. Weasley and dealing with the twins' mischievous provocations. His gaze, however, always unconsciously swept across the distant, bustling crowd, carrying a vigilance he himself was not fully aware of. Because, just now, when they arrived at the final venue and received the competition schedule briefing, a very slight sense of surprise crossed his mind. France versus Bulgaria. Deep in his memory, he clearly remembered that it should have been Ireland's vibrant green and Bulgaria's deep red that met in the final. France, although they are a strong team, how did they even reach the final? This tiny change, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creates insignificant ripples. But it made his nerves tense up slightly for a moment. Is it the butterfly effect? Or, her? He didn't show it, but silently buried his doubts in his heart, trying his best to appear nonchalant. The atmosphere reached its peak on the night of the final. They followed the crowd into the magnificent stadium and found Mr. Weasley's VIP box. The view was excellent, with the entire stadium spread out before them. The blue of the French team and the red of the Bulgarian team created a frenzied roar in the stands. Luna was swept up in the pure, overwhelming collective emotion. Her misty eyes widened as if she were reading the invisible lines flowing through the boiling air. And when the players from both sides took off on broomsticks, especially when the French team finished their formation, the roar of the entire stadium was mixed with an atmosphere that was different from before, more intense and restless. Merlin, that's... An elderly wizard with grey hair in the next booth adjusted his glasses and murmured. The Delacour girl. She's been selected for the national team, and she's a chaser. A witch wearing a hat with the French flag shrieked excitedly to her companions, look at her. She's like a flying diamond. Veer blood, no wonder, that radiance is simply captivating. In the Bulgarian fan section, hushed chatter, a mixture of hostility and irresistible admiration, could be heard. In the stands, regardless of gender, many people's eyes were involuntarily drawn to that one figure in the French team. She wore a fitted French blue team uniform, her posture as straight as a spear, her light golden hair flowing like moonlight under her helmet, and her azure eyes sparkling like a sea of stars under the spotlights of the arena. Simply by hovering there statically, it exudes a breathtaking beauty and aura, as if it were born to stand in the center of everyone's attention. That beauty transcended ordinary good looks, possessing a captivating allure unique to magical beings. Even though she was deliberately restraining herself and focusing on the competition, that fleeting glimpse of her radiant beauty was enough to make even a seasoned adult wizard lose his composure for a moment. This French female player looks familiar. Hermione's gaze paused for a barely perceptible moment as it swept over Fleur. It's an instinctive reaction to someone with an unusual appearance. Behind Luna's colored glasses, her misty eyes widened slightly. Her color is bright, pure, like deep-sea crystal, yet with a fiery core. She's unlike anyone else. She described the unique magic and spiritual aura that flowed around Hibiscus. Caesar forced his gaze to remain steady, focusing on the overall formation of both sides, but out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't ignore the blue figure that had become the focus. The subtle commotions and exclamations from the stands as she caught the ball, turned, or even just glanced around, drifted into my ears like background noise. Good heavens, that feint she made just now! Even Crumb seemed to be momentarily stunned. Not only is his face top-notch, but his technique is also superb. Look at that ball control, the feel for it. I heard she has Vila blood? No wonder, who could resist that? These whispers and open praises, like fine needles, constantly irritated Caesar's calm mind. He knew the beauty of Furong more deeply than anyone else. But that's another world, between the sea breeze and roses of Brittany. At this moment, on the field where everyone is cheering, this beauty is blooming in such a public and dazzling way, stirring the hearts of countless strangers. It stirred up an extremely complex and indescribable emotion in his heart, mixed with distant pain and hidden self-blame. And a trace of something he himself was unwilling to admit. A slight ripple of possessiveness, and a deeper unease. Chapter 207. Merlin's Beard. Ron nearly dropped the binoculars, his voice noticeably changed, and he unconsciously craned his neck forward, his eyes practically glued to the binoculars. Did you see that? That French player chasing the ball. She's really beautiful. Harry gave a brief comment, his tone carrying a youthful nonchalance, but his ears turned a barely perceptible red. Pretty? Is that what you call pretty? Ron lowered his voice dramatically, leaned close to Harry's ear, and spoke in that tone typical of teenage boys, a mixture of surprise and lewdness. Harry, she's just... I mean, look at her waist, the curve she makes on the broom. And that hair, when the wind blows it, it's like a golden waterfall. Do you think she usually uses Fluss shampoo? I'd trade 3 years' worth of chocolate frog cards for just one glance from her. Ron. Hermione called without turning her head, her voice carrying a cold warning. Her gaze was fixed on Caesar. What's wrong? I didn't say anything excessive. Ron muttered confidently. I'm simply giving an objective evaluation of an athlete's technical movements. Look at her change of direction, her explosive power, and of course, let me mention her looks too. Is there a problem with that? Harry chuckled softly beside him, offering no comment, but his gaze did indeed frequently follow the light blue figure. When Furong once again executed a beautiful feint to get past the Bulgarian defender, he even unconsciously let out a soft beautiful, in admiration. I don't know if they're praising the technology or something else. Caesar sat to one side, his face bearing his usual calm expression, his gaze serenely fixed on the arena. He didn't speak. His right hand rested lazily on his knee, but his fingertips unconsciously tightened, and his fingertips gently rubbed against the seam of his trousers. He knew perfectly well that Ron and Harry were just spouting the nonsense that teenage boys always say. He was just dazzled by a pretty girl, took a few verbal advantage, and got a fleeting thrill. At this age, it's as normal as breathing. He even remembered that when he first entered Hogwarts, he had also spoken so freely and unrestrainedly about girls, laughing loudly and without any inhibitions. But now, those flippant words, once they reach my ears, feel like fine sand, grating on my ears. That waist, he knew Ron meant no harm, the boy didn't even know what real malice was. He just thought she was pretty, so he blurted it out before he thought it. But another image uncontrollably surfaced in Caesar's mind, that slender waist bending slightly in the afternoon sunlight of the rose garden, her light golden hair falling down, glistening with dew and a smile. Look back at me, of course, she wouldn't turn around. She wouldn't even notice the red-haired boy in the stands marveling at her. But a restless unease, which even he himself found absurd, surged within Caesar. That shouldn't be happening, that shouldn't be happening. He wanted to say something, to quell the frivolous comments with a curt "pay attention to the game" or "can't you be a little more respectable?" But the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he swallowed them back. Hermione was sitting next to him. Luna was there too. They said nothing and did nothing. Hermione's attention seemed completely focused on the match, while Luna continued to gaze quietly at the distant clouds with her misty eyes. But Caesar knew. He knew all too well, they were listening, they were feeling. The unspoken things after the shapeshifters class, the silent tearing and mending during the Christmas holidays, and what he couldn't hide in that instant. Everything was still hanging in the balance between the three of them, like a string stretched to its limit. Happiness that was hard-won. He can't speak up for this kind of thing at a time like this. That's so stupid. And so obvious. Final. Caesar lowered his eyes, shifting his gaze from the pale gold figure on the field to his own fingers. The skin on his fingertips was slightly red from being rubbed. He slowly spread his fingers one by one, placed them flat on his knees, and forced his breathing to return to normal. On the field, Furong touched the ball again, and cheers erupted from the stands from her French supporters. Ron let out an exaggerated exclamation from the side, and Harry chuckled along. Caesar's lips tightened almost imperceptibly for a moment, then relaxed. He raised his head, his face still calm and composed, as if the turmoil of that moment had never existed. But out of the corner of her eye, Hermione caught sight of the hand resting on her knee, its knuckles slightly white. She didn't turn her head or say anything. She simply and quietly shifted her gaze back to the field, as if she hadn't seen anything. The match is still ongoing. Both sides had been attacking and defending, and the score was very close, with cheers from supporters of both countries rising and falling in the stands. Harry's hands, gripping the binoculars, were slightly sweaty, while Ron, munching on a chocolate frog, yelled at crumbs every dive. Hermione stared intently at the arena, occasionally jotting something down in her notebook. Luna sat beside Caesar, her eyes behind her colored glasses quietly following the rhythm of the game, as if watching a flowing painting. Franz's attack was fluid, and Fleur, as the ball chaser, not only possessed excellent individual skills but also seemed to have become an invisible focus amplifier for the team. Every touch of the ball and every breakthrough she made elicited a louder cheer from the French supporters and subtly distracted the Bulgarian defenders. Bulgaria put up a tough fight thanks to Victor Krumm's unpredictable movements and the batter's strong defense, with the ball whistling at high speed. During a quick French counter-attack, Fiona Sit, like a blue lightning bolt, dribbled past two defenders and charged straight at the Bulgarian goal ring. Just as she made a feint and was about to deliver a brilliant assist. A fierce-looking batter from the Bulgarian team had a look of determination in his eyes. Ignoring the risk of being penalized, he channeled all his strength into his arm and slammed the heavy ball sideways. The target was neither a quake nor a typical interference trajectory. Instead, it accurately predicted the most difficult blind spot where Furong might move after passing the ball. With a fierce wind tearing through the air, it aimed straight for her side. This attack was too sudden, and the angle was so tricky it was almost insidious. "Watch out!" Countless exclamations rang out from the stands, and many spectators who had been captivated by Furong's charm stood up in shock. "BD! This is murder!" roared angrily from the French fans section. In that instant, Caesar's entire world lost all sound and color. Only that whistling, wandering ball remained. And at the end of the sphere's trajectory, there was the pale golden figure about to be struck. 50 long years in the simulated world, the afternoon sun in the rose garden, her final tearful smile, the cold touch of the wand tip, the eternal agony of her soul being torn apart. Everything he buried deeply with reason, with new bonds, with that farewell letter. In that instant, this deadly wandering ball blasted out from the deepest part of my soul in the most brutal and direct way. Reason, calculation, concealment, evasion. All the dikes collapsed in the face of the absolute fear that Furundricul may perish at this very moment. He didn't even realize that he had suddenly straightened up from his seat, his left hand gripping the metal railing of the compartment in front of him like a hook. His deep grey pupils contracted violently, and the dark gold at the deepest part, belonging to Merlin's bloodline, burst forth with unprecedented brightness and ferocity. Quiet. A deep, almost ethereal hum, yet seemingly vibrating directly at the level of spatial rules. The energy emanated from Caesar, instantly penetrating the multiple layers of protective magic within the private room. The ball, powerful enough to deform even steel, came within millimeters of Furong's slender waist, its grotesque reflection already etched in her azure eyes. It was as if I had crashed into a strange force field that had suddenly become as solid as ancient ice, yet was filled with an invisible, repulsive force. Its speed suddenly dropped and froze in a way that defied all Quidditch common sense. The violent kinetic energy was silently swallowed up, transformed, and deflected, ultimately like a withered leaf stripped of all its strength, its trajectory forcibly distorted. In a comical and bizarre manner, it tumbled and fell limply, brushing against the fluttering ends of its hair and the broom handle, onto the deserted, empty grass below. Dead silence. What followed was a massive uproar, a mixture of disbelief and the clamor of survivors. Merlin's beard. What happened? The ball went astray. Was it just good luck for Delacour? Impossible. That angle. Just now, did you guys feel it? It felt like, a little cold. Most viewers only saw the result. Hibiscus miraculously emerged unscathed, and the ball inexplicably veered off course. Only a very few top-tier individuals in the stands, possessing extraordinary perception, suddenly turned their astonished and uncertain gazes in a certain direction. Yet, upon capturing that fleeting, ancient, and majestic remnant of magic, they fell into even deeper confusion and silence. Fu Rong herself swayed violently on the broom before regaining her balance, her beautiful face drained of color. His deep blue eyes were filled with shock, lingering fear, and an extremely sharp confusion and inquiry. A familiar magic. Brother Caesar. Everything in the arena instantly became completely unimportant. Fu Rong turned around abruptly, her gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the direction from which the ball had come and the trajectory of its eventual descent. Finally, as if drawn by an invisible thread, he suddenly raised his head and looked directly at the area where Caesar and the others were. In that instant, her gaze seemed to pierce through the distance and the barriers of the crowd, meeting Caesar's eyes, which still held the intense emotions and dark golden light that he had not yet fully contained. There was a fleeting, extremely brief, silent collision, separated by noise and chaos. The instant the ball veered off course, Caesar used all the control he had left to forcibly cut off the outflow of magic and suppress all his aura. He released his grip on the railing, his knuckles were pale from the excessive force, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He felt a wave of icy despair spreading down his spine, but even colder was the uncontrollable fear in his heart that exposed his most fatal weakness. He dared not truly meet Fu Rong's sharp, probing gaze. She dared not even glance at Hermione and Luna beside her at this moment, not even out of the corner of her eye. The attitudes of the two after Lupin's last shapeshifter lesson already spoke volumes, even leading to a rift between them. Although the division during the Christmas holidays ultimately brought them closer, the problem remained unresolved. 3 people can't become 4. The air in the private room seemed to have been sucked out and frozen into ice. The deafening roar of the stadium, the subsequent developments of the match, and the even fiercer counterattack launched by the French team because of this close call. Everything became distant and distorted background noise. Hermione slowly turned her head, her brown eyes shifting from the arena to fixed fixedly on Caesar's plaster-pale profile. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes were as sharp as a scalpel, slicing through all his pretenses and getting to his core. Her experience as the wife of the Minister of Magic and a professor of the history of magic in another world gave her a clearer understanding than anyone else. The intervention force that erupted just now was so ancient and exquisite, and so full of intense, personal emotion. Luna quietly removed her colored glasses and gazed at Caesar with her misty, light silver eyes. No one can deceive her. She had just seen the colorful energy scroll that the 3 of them had been weaving together over this period of time, and it was beginning to take shape. In that instant, it was violently torn apart and pierced through by a sudden, silver-blue pair of scissors. She silently watched the violent fluctuations in Caesar's soul spectrum, the undisguised chaos and pain. The dark golden light in her eyes flowed steadily, illuminating everything and swallowing all the silent, turbulent waves. "Oh my God!" Ron's voice drifted in from the side, breaking the frozen silence, as he obliviously continued chewing his chocolate frog. "Did you guys see that just now? The ball changed direction by itself. I thought she was definitely going to get hit. I saw it." Harry's tone was also somewhat dazed, his gaze shifting back and forth between Fleur and the grass where the loop ball had fallen. "The angle is indeed very tricky, logically, it shouldn't be that much off." "Look." Ron stated his conclusion decisively, then lowered his voice, a mixture of relief at surviving and a mischievous grin on his face. "But seriously, if that ball hits that face, I'll send that Bulgarian batter a box full of yelling letters. Each one will be a full 10 minutes long." "Ron." Harry glanced at him helplessly, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. "What?" "I'm telling the truth." Ron shrugged nonchalantly, then raised his binoculars again, pointing them at the arena. Never mind, at least everyone's all right. The game isn't over yet. Crumb got the quaffle. Look. Hermione suddenly spoke, her voice low but carrying an undeniable coldness. Ron, Harry, go down and buy us 2 butterbeers. Hey. Ron turned his head, looking reluctant. Now? The game's in full swing. Why aren't you going? Because I need to sit here. Hermione calmly interrupted him, her gaze never leaving the arena, yet her tone held a quality that was hard to refute. Ron opened his mouth, as if to say something, but glancing at Hermione's profile out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a bit off. He looked at Hermione with a puzzled expression, then at Caesar who remained silent, and finally turned to Harry for help. Harry was far more perceptive than him. He had noticed that Hermione hadn't said much since the beginning, and he also noticed Caesar's hand resting flat on his knee with white knuckles, and Luna's colored glasses that she had taken off at some point. Although he didn't fully understand what was happening, his intuition told him that there was something he and Ron shouldn't be involved in. Let's go. Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve. I'm thirsty too. But... let's go. Harry half dragged, half pulled Ron up from his seat. Ron muttered something like, can't he just buy his own butterbeer, but his feet were already obediently moving towards the door. The two quickly disappeared at the steps leading out of the private room. Chapter 208. On the field, the French team was in high spirits. But all of this had nothing to do with Caesar anymore. The deathly silence in the private room lasted as long as an eternity, yet was as brief as the moment a walking ball hits the ground. The game resumed on the field, but the world inside the VIP box had been completely turned upside down. Hermione stopped watching the game. She withdrew her gaze from Caesar's face, her eyes falling to her own hands, her knuckles white from the effort. Her brain, with an almost cruel calm, was rapidly comparing the terrifying few seconds to a fragment of memory. Defense against the dark arts class. A shapeshifter. A golden orb of light. A rose garden. A silver-haired, blue-eyed woman. The silhouette of her guardian deity young Caesar. Every detail is reminiscent of that light blonde, blue-eyed French ball chaser on the field who provoked a fierce reaction from Caesar. The hibiscus and Delacour overlapped perfectly. It's not just like her. It's her. The woman who appeared in Caesar's deepest emotional imprint is now standing alive in reality. Furthermore, there exists a deep, soul-deep connection between him and Caesar, a connection that he vehemently denies but which is laid bare in the face of life and death. Luna stopped watching the match. She put her colored glasses back on, but her eyes behind the lenses still looked at the lingering chaos in Caesar's soul spectrum. She quietly read the information within those colors. Deep longing, profound regret, resolute escape, and a destructive impulse to protect. Without the need for logical deduction, her perception directly touches the essence. Neither of them spoke, but a silent, cold, and unyielding consensus quickly solidified between them. There cannot be a fourth person. The thought pierced my heart like a poisoned icicle. Especially after they had just begun to weave a new pattern between the three of them, and had just established a fragile balance and deep bond. Hermione and Luna represent the limits that their rationality and emotions can withstand. The appearance of hibiscus, and Caesar's undisguised reaction, were like a huge variable that abruptly intruded into this newly formed triangle. She brought with her more than just the threat of another suitor. Instead, it directly shook Caesar's resolve to focus on the three-person relationship, exposing the old imprints that he had never truly let go of in his heart. If we can have a hibiscus today, what about tomorrow? Once there's a fourth, there will be a fifth, a sixth. The us they painstakingly built. It will become a fragile joke, and could fall apart at any moment because of the other colorful scraps in Caesar's heart that have never been extinguished. Hermione's fingers tightened, her nails almost digging into her palms. Luna's ethereal aura was also tinged with a subtle, metallic coldness. Just then, several explosions echoed from afar, followed by piercing screams and flashes of incantation that tore through the night sky. The Death Eater's attack had begun. The tranquility inside and outside the private room was completely shattered. Caesar seemed to be awakened by the chaos. He took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions, and his face returned to a cold calm. He turned to look at Hermione and Luna, his voice low and sharp. "Stay close to me. Solve the problem, then leave. Don't get separated." He offered no explanation, no reassurance. External threats became an excuse to shift focus and test tacit understanding. Hermione and Luna nodded simultaneously, their faces showing no sign of panic. Hermione's finger was already on her wand, her sharp eyes scanning the crowd surging into the passage. Luna tilted her head slightly, as if listening to the flow of malice and panic in the air. When the first Death Eaters appeared in the nearby passage, Caesar didn't even draw his wand. He simply took half a step forward, shielding Hermione and Luna in a safe fan-shaped area behind him, then raised his hand and made a simple sweeping motion with his 5 fingers in the air. The movements were as graceful as brushing away dust. There was no incantation, no beam of light. The spells fired by the 3 Death Eaters at the forefront struck an invisible energy wall 3 feet in front of Caesar, rebounding with even greater speed and concentrated power. Exclamations and screams rang out simultaneously. 2 people were knocked unconscious, and 1 was thrown and fell down the stairs. The remaining Death Eaters stopped in horror. Hermione had already raised her wand, but instead of attacking, she quickly cast a reinforcement charm and a confusion charm around the 3 of them. He whispered to Luna at the same time, "The left passage is relatively clear, but there are 2 guys lying in ambush." Luna nodded, pointed to the shadows on her left, and uttered a strange syllable in her ethereal voice. 2 muffled groans and the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the shadows. The mental shock alone was enough to temporarily knock out the ambushers. "Let's go," Caesar ordered, and led the way to the left. His steps were steady, and his breathing was frighteningly calm. Hermione and Luna followed closely behind, one providing continuous protection and clearing obstacles ahead, while the other precisely eliminated any malicious targets approaching from the side or rear. Their teamwork was seamless and breathtakingly efficient. Amidst widespread panic and chaos, a safe zone was formed around the 3 of them, as if cleared away by absolute power. There was no fierce fighting, no lengthy exchanges, only precise judgment, tacit cooperation, and Caesar's unfathomable control over magic. They were like 3 perfectly aligned blades, cutting through the chaotic waves and moving out of the stadium. Just as they were about to step into the exit plaza, a figure rushed from the side and blocked their way. Her light blonde hair was slightly disheveled, and her French team jersey was dusty. His deep blue eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, fixed intently on Caesar, his breath slightly ragged, his gaze filled with an unmistakable urgency and searching. Hibiscus Delacour. She actually managed to find her way through the chaos all by herself. "Caesar!" Hermione and Luna whispered at the same time. "It's not a call to action, it's a warning." Their gazes instantly sharpened like knives, fixing on Caesar. Caesar stopped in his tracks. He faced Fleur with a calm and expressionless face, his deep grey eyes like still pools, revealing no emotion. Only the slightly curled fingers behind his back betrayed a hint of tension. Fleur's gaze swept over Hermione and Luna behind Caesar. The 2 girls stood half a step behind Caesar, their postures perfectly aligned as one. A complex glint flashed in her eyes, but her attention immediately returned to Caesar's face. "Caesar? You really don't recognize me?" Fleur spoke, her voice slightly hurried with excitement, carrying a pleasant accent, each word clear and firm, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Caesar met her gaze, slowly and clearly shaking his head, his voice calm and even. "I don't know him." The 3 words were like cold stones hitting the air. Hermione immediately stepped forward, almost touching Caesar's shoulder, her brown eyes fixed on Fleur, her tone calm and resolute. "He is my boyfriend, Caesar Disley. We've been together since first grade, always. He couldn't possibly know you, Miss Delacour. You've mistaken me for someone else." Luna floated gently to Caesar's other side, her misty eyes glancing at Hibiscus, then at Caesar, and she echoed ethereally. "Yes. Caesar is ours. His colored threads are only intertwined with ours. There are no extra threads branching off." The two girls, one on the left and one on the right, with clear postures and consistent words, formed an invisible yet solid defensive line. Chapter 209. Furong's pupils contracted slightly, and the color drained from her face. She looked into Caesar's eyes, which denied the accusation without a doubt, and then at the protective stance of the two girls beside him. The thrill of the competition, the strange feeling of being saved, the cold denial at this moment, all sorts of clues collided fiercely in her mind. The chaotic explosions and shouts continued, but this small space fell into a tense, deathly silence. Finally, Fleur gave Caesar a deep look. That look in his eyes was incredibly complex. Confusion, disbelief, a stinging pain, an unyielding stubbornness, and even a hint of relief. But she didn't ask any further questions. She simply pursed her lips, turned abruptly, and her blue figure disappeared into the chaotic night and crowd. Only after she had completely disappeared did Caesar exhale a breath he had been suppressing for a long time, almost imperceptibly. But before he could exhale completely, Hermione grabbed his wrist with surprising force. She pulled him along, and together with Luna, they quickly slipped into the shadow of a half-collapsed tent at the edge of the square. Far from the hustle and bustle of the crowds and the afterglow of battle, only the cold moonlight and the silence of the ruins remain. Hermione released Caesar's wrist, but took a step closer, almost nose to nose with him. She tilted her head back, her brown eyes no longer showing any rationality or restraint. Instead, it burned with a cold, almost ferocious flame, the voice kept extremely low, each word like a poisoned icicle. "Caesar, listen to me clearly. Luna and we still have something to discuss." She poked his chest, at the location of his heart. "This is a matter between the three of us, a web we wove ourselves. No matter how twisted it gets, it's still ours. But..." Her voice suddenly turned icy. "If there were one more, whoever it is, whether it's Fleur Delacour or some other Tom, DK, or Harry, I swear, I really will kill you." This wasn't said in anger, it was a promise. "I will slowly and painstakingly cut off pieces of your flesh and feed them to Grindelwald, the ugliest creature in the Black Lake. I mean it." Her threats were direct, bloody, and filled with Hermione-esque, cool-headed cruelty. Luna stood beside him, her misty eyes silently watching Caesar, her ethereal voice continuing the conversation with even more chilling words. "No. That would be too wasteful, Hermione." She gently shook her head, as if discussing how to deal with a broken toy. "After you, help Mom come back. She emphasized the premise of bringing Mom back, tightly binding Caesar's value to the promise of resurrecting Pandora. "Imprison your soul again. Not your body, but your soul. Place it in a very quiet, very lonely place, so that you can spend forever making amends. This is to make up for what you owe us, and also to soothe those threads in your heart that shouldn't have been there." Her threat was ethereal, eerie, and pointed directly to the eternal torment of the soul. Caesar looked at the two girls before him. One's gaze was as fierce as a knife, the other's eyes as deep and unfathomable as a pool. They drew the final line in the most straightforward way, revealing another side of themselves that they had honed through their experiences in the simulated world. The Minister of Magic's iron-fisted decisions, versus the Dark Lord's obsessive control. A chill crept up my spine. But at the same time, a strange sense of heavy solidity also quietly emerged. The more terrifying their threats, the more it proves how much they value the relationship. He slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on Hermione's clenched fist and Luna's cold hand. His gaze swept across their faces, his deep grey eyes revealing an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of relieved acceptance. "Don't worry." His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a resolute determination as if cutting off all escape routes. "I swear. From now on, there will only be the three of us. There will be no fourth person. Never." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Luna gently withdrew her hand, her misty eyes blinking, her ethereal voice carrying a strange understanding. "Caesar, if you hadn't made that oath, I might have believed you were sincere." Caesar's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly. Hermione's pupils contracted slightly, and she slowly loosened her grip on Caesar's wrist. She didn't speak, but stared intently at Caesar with her eyes, which had regained their cold scrutiny, as if trying to see through every hidden wrinkle in his soul. The moonlight was cold, and the ruins were silent. The commotion in the distance was gradually being brought under control, but the conflict between the three had only just begun due to Fleur's appearance and Caesar's loss of composure. The chaos of that World Cup night and the cold standoff under the tent were like a lasting curse, imprinted on the three's journey home and in the days that followed. The journey back to London was unusually silent, no longer the tranquility of individual contemplation, but a tense, oppressive atmosphere filled with unspoken tension. Hermione stopped planning the next steps for the Soul Collector, crossed her arms, and looked out the window, her profile hard and cold. Luna continued fiddling with her strange gadgets, but her misty eyes would often stare blankly in Caesar's direction, as if monitoring whether that hue in the spectrum of his soul had completely vanished. Caesar maintained a calm facade, handling summer affairs in both worlds, but a fleeting, elusive melancholy and reverie occasionally flickered in the depths of his dark grey eyes. The remainder of summer vacation was spent in a delicate state. While maintaining basic cooperation, the previous atmosphere of actively weaving together has been lost. Research into resurrecting Pandora is progressing slowly, with Hermione and Luna pushing the technical details forward, and Caesar providing necessary support. With the three of them united, the sparks of intellectual fervor had faded. They are still together, sharing the deepest secrets and common goals, but something has changed irreversibly. On the first day of school, the Hogwarts Express spewed steam and headed north. Inside the box, Caesar, Hermione, and Luna sat together, yet a quiet stillness permeated the air, utterly out of place with the lively reunion around them. Harry and Ron excitedly discussed their experiences at the World Cup. Neville looked after his Mib-Me. The three of them seemed to be shrouded in an invisible barrier. Hermione held Transfiguration, her eyes occasionally glancing up from the top of the pages to calmly and appraisingly sweep over Caesar. Luna stared blankly at the pattern of water vapor on the car window, occasionally drawing symbols with her finger that no one could understand. Caesar was once the most active in building and maintaining the three's framework, using his scheming, guidance, and control to pull Hermione and Luna into the vortex and maintain stability. But at this moment, after experiencing the shock brought by Fleur and his inability to hide his loss of composure, the delicate balance was broken. He remained the core figure, but seemed to have lost some of the absolute drive to propel the triangle's tight rotation. A hint of hesitation and the weight of his past actions subtly slowed his pace. Conversely, Hermione and Luna, two girls who either resisted or had a complicated acceptance of the relationship. After clearly perceiving the external threat posed by Fleur's presence and Caesar's vulnerable reaction, a strange transformation occurred. They were no longer merely passive participants in the trio planned by Caesar. Instead, they began to actively, even defensively, forcefully maintain the existence and exclusivity of this three-person group. The threat they posed that night at the World Cup was not just empty talk, it was a red line they drew, a declaration to defend their territory. They were more afraid of this fragile triangle collapsing than Caesar was, and even less able to accept the intervention of a fourth party. Therefore, we must stand more firmly on the side of the three of us than ever before. They even went so far as to supervise and restrain Caesar, ensuring that he did not overstep his bounds. Chapter 210. The train travelled along the tracks, and the familiar desolate scenery of the Scottish Highlands appeared outside the window. In this tense atmosphere, the train slowly pulled into Hogsmeade station. The new semester has begun. The opening banquet was as lavish as ever, with candlelight flickering in the auditorium and laughter filling the air. But when Dumbledore stood up and announced that Hogwarts would cancel the Quidditch Cup this year in order to hold the Triwizard Tournament, the entire Great Hall erupted in cheers. Dumbledore explained the rules of the Goblet of Fire in detail. Wizards aged 17 and above who voluntarily cast their names into the cup will be chosen as warriors for their respective schools. The other two schools invited to participate this year are Beauxbatons School of Magic and Durmstrang Academy. When the name Beauxbatons was uttered, Caesar's hand, which was cutting the steak, paused almost imperceptibly for 0.1 seconds. Beauxbatons. France. The school where Furong Dracul attends. He immediately recalled his assessment of the effect of that farewell letter when they parted ways at the World Cup camp, and the complex look in Hibiscus's eyes at the end. Will she come? Are you eligible to participate? More importantly, did she heed the advice in the letter and choose to stay away from Hogwarts, away from him? A very subtle impulse, one that even he himself might not be aware of. He tried to check if the light gold figure was in Beauxbatons' group, but was forcibly suppressed as soon as he peeked out. Inappropriate. Especially now that Hermione and Luna are watching his every move like the most precise monitoring spell. Any excessive focus on Beauxbatons' direction could lead to disastrous interpretations. However, his momentary stiffness and the fleeting complex thoughts in his eyes did not escape the notice of a pair of eyes that remained in a state of ethereal observation. Luna was sipping her pumpkin juice, her misty eyes seemingly unfocused, but she was actually taking in every subtle reaction from Caesar. She put down her cup and gently touched Hermione's arm, who was listening intently to Dumbledore explaining the Goblet of Fire's protective magic. Miss Granger. Luna's ethereal voice was very low. Hermione turned her head and looked away from Dumbledore. He looked at Luna, then followed her almost imperceptible gaze to Caesar and his seemingly calm but actually tense profile. With just a glance, Hermione understood immediately. Beauxbatons. Hibiscus Delacour. Caesar was concerned, assessing, and restraining a certain urge to investigate. Hermione's brown eyes instantly turned as cold as a frozen lake. She didn't say anything, but simply placed the fork back gently on the edge of the plate, making a soft tinkling sound. It was insignificant in the noisy hall, yet it reached Caesar's ears clearly, like a silent warning. Caesar did not turn his head, but he felt the two gazes that suddenly became even more oppressive. He suppressed all outward emotions and continued to slowly and methodically cut the now cold steak. The new professor of defense against the dark arts quickly became a hot topic of discussion. Alastair Muddy, the legendary retired Auror, with his ever-turning magic eye, wooden legs, and gruff, stern demeanor. This gave the course a tense, practical feel. In the first class, Moody limped into the classroom, his magical eyes scanning every student. Without exchanging pleasantries, he began listing a series of dark magic spells in his hoarse voice, his tone flat, yet the temperature in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees. The Soul Reaper, the Cruciatus Curse. Avada Kedavra. Each time he called out a name, a suppressed gasp filled the classroom. Neville Longbottom was deathly pale, his fingers gripping his robes tightly. Moody's magic eye landed on Hermione. You. He pointed at Hermione gruffly. Granger. I heard you're number 1 in the grade. Tell me, besides these 3 unforgivable curses, what other powerful forms of black magic do you know that can make someone wish they were dead or die a horrible death? This is a question that is both provocative and oppressive. All eyes were on Hermione. She put down her quill, slowly raised her head, and her brown eyes showed no panic, but rather a cold, almost academic focus. Her gaze did not fall on Professor Moody, but instead remained fixed on Caesar beside her. Then she spoke. His voice was clear and steady, and his speaking speed was even faster than usual, as if he were reciting a familiar yet chilling table of contents. Double the pain curse, blood boils, internal organs twisted, bones melted, soul torn, nightmares weaved, senses deprived, aging accelerated, curse of rot, magic withered, life drained, shadow binding, frenzied whispers, rationality stripped away, memory pollution. She rattled off the names of more than a dozen dark magic spells or curses in one breath. Some come from textbooks, while others clearly originate from older, more secretive texts, even involving cruel variations of ancient witchcraft. Her voice echoed in the silent classroom, each syllable like a cold pebble thrown into stagnant water. The other students were dumbfounded. Neville nearly fainted. Moody's magic eyes darted around faster, and surprise and scrutiny were now evident in his normal eyes as well. But Hermione's gaze never left Caesar. Her cold, sharp gaze pierced through the classroom air, like a tangible warning and threat, fixed intently on Caesar. She was telling him this in a way. You'd better remember what we said in the tent that night at the World Cup. You'd better stay firmly within the framework of your oath and the three of us. Otherwise. She didn't say the rest of the words, but the cold killing intent and desire for control in her eyes said it all. Caesar met her gaze, his deep grey eyes calm and unwavering, as if she were merely stating the weather. But his back was slightly straightened, and his fingertips gently rubbed the smooth wooden surface of the wand under the table. Luna sat next to Hermione, her misty eyes glancing at Hermione, then at Caesar in the distance. The corners of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible, faint, nearly non-existent arc. The new semester begins, amidst the suspense of the Goblet of Fire, the new professor's sternness, and the increasingly subtle tension between the three. The defense and surveillance network, proactively built by Hermione and Luna, has officially begun. Soon, the day of the Goblet of Fire tournament drew near. The delegations of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived one after the other amidst great anticipation. The pale blue carriage pulled by a giant winged horse in Beauxbatons, the students' elegant light blue silk school uniforms, and especially the headmistress, Mrs. Maxim, who was of giant lineage, all became the focus of discussion. However, in all the talk about Beauxbatons, one name appears with unusually high frequency: Fleur Delacour. She is not only a top contender for the Warriors, but her stunning beauty and impressive performance on the World Cup stage have also made her the object of admiration for countless Hogwarts students. These sounds kept reaching Caesar, Hermione, and Luna's ears. Hermione responded with indifference and silence, or by engaging in more focused academic discussions. Luna occasionally commented, "Her color is too bright, it's tinted the thoughts of so many people around her into a pale pink. It's so noisy." Chapter 211. Caesar maintained an almost deliberate indifference throughout, as if the praise about the hibiscus had nothing to do with him. He stopped trying to scout out Beauxbatons' team and even deliberately avoided appearing in public areas where they might run into each other. He devoted all his energy to the search for soul collector materials with Hermione and Luna, and to dealing with the two girls' increasingly close CO supervision. On the eve of Halloween, the auditorium was decorated with a festive atmosphere, yet a tense anticipation permeated the air. The Goblet of Fire sits on the faculty and staff table, its blue flame burning quietly. After Dumbledore reiterated the rules, he began to read out the names of the chosen warriors one by one. The warrior of Durmstrang, Victor Krum. Thunderous applause erupted. The warrior of Beauxbatons, Fleur Dracule. Even louder applause and cheers erupted. Fleur stood up from the group of girls in light blue school uniforms at Beauxbatons, and styled her long silver hair into an elegant and neat updo, revealing her slender neck and perfect profile. She walked confidently toward the faculty table, her figure upright and poised, dressed in a well-fitting Beauxbatons uniform. Her deep blue eyes, illuminated by candlelight, resembled a deep sea concealing starlight. "Hibiscus is truly beautiful. Even when all the girls from the three schools are compared together, she undoubtedly deserves to be number one in looks. This thought grew uncontrollably in Caesar's mind. He sat at the Gryffindor table, looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar figure from a distance. Even throughout his long Sims life, Hibiscus's beauty and charm remained unique. After giving a slight bow to Dumbledore and Madame Maxim, Fleur's azure eyes did not immediately lower. Her gaze, like a precise probe, swept slowly across the Gryffindor table with a searching intent, finally settling on the spot where Caesar was. Her gaze pierced through the noisy crowd, briefly meeting Caesar's eyes in mid-air. That look in his eyes was incredibly complex. There is the pride of becoming a warrior, an implicit exploration, and perhaps a lingering stubbornness and doubt that has not dissipated since the cold rejection on that night of the World Cup. Caesar's heart seemed to skip a beat for a moment. But the muscles in his face didn't betray any emotion. He simply returned the glance calmly, his gaze not lingering on Fleur for long, as if he had inadvertently swept over a stranger from another school. He then naturally turned to Hermione, who was speaking softly beside him. However, his actions, and Hibiscus's clearly probing gaze, did not escape the eyes of the two girls beside him. In the blink of an eye, Hibiscus's gaze locked onto Caesar, and Caesar tried to look away. Hermione's body tilted almost imperceptibly to the left, just enough to block Fleur's view of Caesar. At the same time, she picked up the glass of pumpkin juice in front of her and naturally handed it to Caesar. "Caesar, try this, it tastes better than last year's." His tone was casual, but the gesture of handing over the cup and the slight turn of his body created a clever posture that shielded Caesar behind him. On the other side, Luna also moved. She had been staring blankly at the food on her plate, but suddenly raised her hand and pointed to a particularly strangely shaped one among the group of pumpkin lanterns floating on the auditorium ceiling. "Caesar, look at that jack-o'-lantern. The candle flames inside are dancing an anxious dance, as if they're worried about something." Her words drew Caesar's attention and subtly distracted him from any further interest he might have in the direction of Hibiscus. Two girls, one on the left and one on the right. One uses natural interaction for physical obstruction and attention diversion, while the other uses quirky observations to steer the conversation and interrupt it. The two work together seamlessly. Fleur seemed to sense this subtle barrier. Her azure eyes swept quickly over Hermione and Luna. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to walk towards the warriors' seats. Hermione withdrew her hand from handing over the pumpkin juice only after Fleur sat down, and Luna also lowered her head to study the food again. Caesar didn't even have a chance to speak. Just as Fleur's gaze shifted away, he heard Hermione on his left speak, in a voice as cold and clear as shattered icicles, at a volume only the three of them could hear. "Don't forget, Caesar. We still have one last chance left from the 3 opportunities we agreed on." She was referring to the agreement that allowed them to attack him with all their might in exchange for some kind of settlement. Bringing this up now is undoubtedly the biggest warning. Immediately afterwards, Luna's ethereal voice softly rang out from the right. "If too many colored threads are burned by the outside light, trying to mend them will leave unsightly knots, and the threads will become shorter." Caesar remained silent, then picked up the pumpkin juice Hermione had just handed him and took a sip. The sweet flavor melts on the tip of the tongue, yet carries a hint of indescribable bitterness. The dinner continued, and Dumbledore announced Hogwarts champion Cedric Diggory. The cheers belonged to Hufflepuff. But in this corner of the Gryffindor table, the atmosphere was completely out of place with the overall celebration. After the banquet, the crowd surged out of the hall like a tide, and excited chatter echoed in the corridor. Caesar was stopped by Percy Weasley to inquire about a new course schedule, which gave Hermione and Luna a perfect opportunity. They exchanged a glance, needing no words. At the same time, they slowed their pace, falling behind the crowd. Luna, however, seemed to be drawn to a moving tapestry on the wall and stopped to observe it. When Caesar turned around to look for them after finishing his conversation, Hermione gestured that they were discussing their homework. Luna floated back to his side, her misty eyes blinking as if she had just returned from some distant reverie. The three followed the flow of people toward the Gryffindor Tower, everything as usual. However, at the fork in the road leading to the portrait of the fat lady, Hermione suddenly let out a soft "ah," and touched her robe pocket. "I think I left my copy of the standard spells in the auditorium. You guys go ahead, I'll go back and get it." Luna spoke almost simultaneously, her ethereal voice carrying a hint of realization. "I remember now, Pippi said he left me a surprise in the armored corridor on the 4th floor. I need to go check if it's a new species of harassing horsefly. Caesar, could you leave the door open for us?" The reasoning was sound, and the timing was clever. Caesar's deep grey eyes lingered on their faces for a moment, then he nodded, "Don't be too late." He turned and continued walking toward the portrait of the fat lady, his figure quickly blending into the crowd ascending the spiral staircase. Hermione and Luna watched his figure disappear, then looked at each other, the slightly deliberate calm they had maintained in front of Caesar vanishing instantly. They didn't go to the auditorium, nor did they go to the 4th floor. Hermione turned and walked toward a secluded corridor, with Luna quietly following behind. At the end of the corridor was a tall stained glass window, through which moonlight cast cold, dappled shadows on the floor. This place is far from the main staircase, only the occasional sound of wind passing through the courtyard can be heard. Chapter 212. Hermione stopped, her back to the moonlight, her face hidden in shadow, only her eyes shining brightly. Luna stood beside her, her misty eyes seemingly gleaming faintly silver in the dim light. He checked the time he saw her today. Hermione spoke, her voice low and menacing, like a blade scraping across ice. "It took longer than watching the goblet of fire." Luna nodded gently, a strand of pale golden hair slipping down from behind her ear. In the spectrum of his soul, that silver-blue hue flickered 3 times when Hibiscus's name was called. Each time it's brighter than the last. A brief silence. In the distance, the faint shrieks of Peeves and the complaining voice of a certain portrait further accentuated the silence of the place. "We were too passive before." Hermione's voice was colder, with a sharp, decisive edge. "Just focus on defense, watch him, warn him." But the threat is there, growing brighter, closer. Luna's fingertips traced the cool surface of the stained glass window. A bright light actively approaches a candle flame, either to seek warmth or to burn it. She wants both. Hermione's tone was resolute. She didn't give up even at the World Cup. Now that they're warriors, they have a legitimate reason to stay at Hogwarts, and more opportunities. You saw Caesar's reaction. He might be able to control his facial expressions, but he couldn't control that instinctive moment of stiffness. She paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. "We have to do something." Before she actually does anything. "Let her leave?" Luna asked in an ethereal voice, but then immediately shook her head. "The covenant of the Goblet of Fire is ancient and strong. A warrior cannot simply withdraw. And he will not agree." The he here refers to Caesar. They knew perfectly well that even if Caesar swore an oath, even if he appeared indifferent. However, if they openly drive away or harm Fleur, they will inevitably reach an irreversible critical point. It's not about leaving. Hermione's eyes narrowed in the shadows, flashing with a Hermione Granger-esque, icy light as she rapidly weighed the pros and cons. It's out of the game. By using the rules to prevent her from posing a threat. Luna's misty eyes turned to Hermione, awaiting what would happen next. The events of the Triwizard Tournament. Hermione spoke slowly, as if carefully considering the risk and possibility of each word. Full of danger. Warriors injured, even. She didn't say the word, but the meaning was clear. It's not uncommon. It has happened in history. Are we going to make a move during the match? Luna tilted her head slightly, her voice remained ethereal, but no longer elusive, instead carrying a focused chill. What will be the first project? Whatever it is. Hermione interrupted her, her tone leaving no room for argument. We need information, we need to prepare in advance. Her mind raced, and she began to formulate an action plan. We need to make sure that when an accident happens, there is no evidence pointing to us, or even to Hogwarts. It had to appear as a purely unfortunate accident, or a consequence of her own incompetence. Luna listened quietly, then spoke softly. Her color was bright, but in some places, there were cracks. Deep, old sorrow. Like the loss of something very important. She was describing a painting. If we gently push that crack, at the most crucial moment, it might break on its own. Hermione looked sharply at Luna. Luna met her gaze, deep within her misty eyes, a dark golden light flowed steadily, reflecting the moonlight. This also reflects the sudden, cold realization that flashed in Hermione's eyes. Emotional interference. Hermione whispered, as if pondering the feasibility of the plan. Under high pressure, you amplify your inner vulnerability. This doesn't violate the rules of the game, and it's even difficult to detect. What do you need? Luna thought for a moment. We need to get close to her. We need to understand the specifics of her crack. We need some special materials. The mud beneath the washroom of the Weeping Myrtle might be useful, as might the bark fragments from the third beating willow in the Forbidden Forest under the moonlight. I'll figure out the materials. Hermione immediately picked up where she left off, and a plan was rapidly taking shape in her mind. Getting close to her, as a student representative of Hogwarts, it is perfectly reasonable to express concern and offer help to the visiting warriors from afar. Especially if this warrior happens to show unusual interest in a particular Hogwarts boy. A cold, emotionless smile tugged at the corners of her lips. That gives me even more reason to remind her of boundaries, and incidentally, observe. They fell silent again. The moonlight moved, stretching the shadows on the stained glass. The distant clamor seemed blurred and unreal, as if seen through a thick pane of glass. What about Caesar? Luna said softly. We can't let him know. Hermione said firmly. At least not now. This is between us. She looked at Luna, her gaze sharp as a knife. For the sake of the three of us. Do you understand, Luna? This is no longer just his game, his framework. This is ours. We must personally remove anything that might destroy it. Luna nodded slowly, and for the first time, Hermione's resolute reflection was clearly seen in her misty eyes. Our pattern. She repeated, her voice soft, yet carrying an unprecedented weight. There cannot be a fourth line. Consensus reached. There were no vows, no high fives, but an alliance stronger than ever before was silently forged in the corridor where moonlight and shadow intertwined. They are no longer merely passive, defensive overseers, but active collaborators. Their objective is clear. Hibiscus Dracule. Method, covert and deadly. It's time to go back. Hermione glanced one last time at the cold moonlight outside the window, then turned away. Don't arouse his suspicion. The two quietly left the corridor and headed towards the Gryffindor Tower. His figure blended into the dim light of the castle corridor, as if the conversation filled with cold scheming had never happened. The adventure of the Goblet of Fire has not yet begun, but another, darker game has already quietly begun. The chess players are those two girls who are determined to defend their distorted world. In the first event of the Triwizard Tournament, the fire dragon roared restlessly in the arena. Hibiscus drew the Welsh green dragon. In the stands, Caesar appeared calm, but Hermione noticed that his gaze lingered on Fleur for longer than elsewhere. She sat close to him without making a sound, her magic book on her lap unopened, all her attention focused on monitoring him. They monitor the stadium, and even more so, Caesar. Luna sat on the other side, her gaze blank behind her colored glasses, her fingers tapping a rhythm no one could understand on her knees. The moment Fleur raised her wand, something unexpected happened. Without warning, the green dragon went berserk, broke free of some of its restraints, and charged towards her. Screams erupted throughout the stadium. Chapter 213. Caesar's hand clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his body instantly stiffened. But he didn't move, his jawline was taut like a rock, and a storm was brewing in his deep grey eyes, which he suppressed with all his might. On the field, Fu Rong displayed amazing adaptability. The shock lingered in her eyes for only a moment before she swiftly dodged and counterattacked. Frost spells and barrier spells were fired precisely, while ethereal, soothing songs imbued with the Vila's innate talents flowed from her lips, countering the dragon's roar. After a series of thrilling maneuvers, she seized an opening and successfully retrieved the golden egg. His long robe was charred in one corner, and his face was slightly pale, yet he single-handedly suppressed the crisis. Amid cheers, Hermione turned to Luna, her voice low and clear, carrying a questioning tone. "With your abilities, you wouldn't be limited to this level." She was referring to Luna's otherworldly ability to influence magical creatures, which could have made the situation worse. Luna gently took off her glasses. She didn't look at Hermione, her misty eyes gazed at Fleur, surrounded by her companions in the distance, and a slight tremor ran through her ethereal voice. "To be honest, my situation is different from yours." She paused, as if touching upon some hidden truth. "I'm a little afraid of him. I'm not too willing to go all the way. Love, hate, fear, and worship all of them." Hermione's expression changed slightly. "Afraid of him?" The word was like a cold pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples that caught her completely off guard. Luna's confession was like a ray of light, suddenly illuminating the shadowy corners of her heart that she had always avoided. "Yes, how could I not be afraid? Caesar's strength was never just magic. That is a terrifying computing power that sees into people's hearts and controls the situation. It is the absolute majesty sleeping in the ancient bloodline. It is a depth and coldness that, once the gentle disguise is torn away, is perhaps more despairing than any dark demon king." They tacitly gave him some face, but deep down, it was because none of them were confident they could bear the consequences of completely enraging him. If Caesar didn't pretend, he would be even more terrifying than them. This realization sent a chill down Hermione's spine. She looked at the arena again. Fu Rong was wiping the sweat from her forehead, her stubbornness and beauty particularly striking in the sunlight. Hermione's gaze calmed, but a layer of even harder ice had formed deep within it. One close call is probably not enough to deter a girl like that. On the contrary, that might have just lit another fuse. Hogwarts has been quite lively lately. Even though there weren't many participants. But the arrival of Beau's Batons and Dumstrang created ripples far beyond the Three Kingdoms tournament itself. The castle was filled with a strange atmosphere that blended the excitement of international competition with the restlessness of adolescence. The whispers in the corridor about warriors and dance partners were more passionate than ever. The atmosphere of anticipation reached its peak after the official announcement of the Christmas ball. After their defense against the dark arts class, Caesar, Hermione, and Luna walked back to the common room. The students around were scattered in twos and threes, and their conversations almost entirely revolved around the invitation to the dance. "Caesar." Hermione's voice rang out calmly. She didn't look at Caesar, her gaze remained fixed on a particular line in her potions class notes, as if stating a fact as certain as astronomical phenomena. "I'll be your dance partner at the Christmas ball." Her tone was concise, firm, and carried an unquestionable air. "This is not a discussion, but an announcement." Almost at the same moment, Luna's ethereal voice came from the other side. She was looking up at a strange shape on the corridor ceiling that resembled a water stain. "I want to dance with Caesar too. We can invent a new way of spinning, like a fluffy catkin blown by the August wind, or a swaying mirror." Two voices, one on the left and one on the right, one calm and one ethereal. Yet it also carried a clear demand, weaving an invisible, gentle yet resilient net in Caesar's ear. Caesar's steps did not falter, but a very subtle pause flickered in the depths of his deep grey eyes. Say yes, Hermione? That means relegating Luna to a secondary or waiting position in public. It might stimulate Luna's seemingly elusive but actually stubborn perception. This further undermines the already fragile balance among the three, which was made even more precarious by the appearance of Fleur. Promise Luna? Hermione's rationality and desire for control would immediately interpret this as a challenge to her role as a frame leader. And the potential neglect of her personal status. Reject? That would directly negate their efforts to maintain the three-person framework and reactivate the threat under the World Cup tent. He quickly weighed all the options and their potential chain reactions. Then, he presented his solution. At the start of the ball, Hermione and I danced the first formal dance. After intermission, Luna, you and I danced the usually more lively one. His gaze swept calmly over the two of them, and he added. The rest of the time, we can stay outside the dance floor together, or try some group dance steps that don't require a fixed partner. He clearly gave Hermione the symbolic segment of the first dance to affirm her role as the first and planner within this framework. Another segment of time was dedicated to Luna, acknowledging her participation and uniqueness. Meanwhile, the remaining time is blurred in an attempt to present the three people as a whole. Hermione closed the notebook, her brown eyes finally turning to Caesar, holding no joy or dissatisfaction, only calm scrutiny. After a moment, she nodded almost imperceptibly. Okay. The first dance must be performed well. Luna's attention seemed to be drawn to a beetle flying by, but her ethereal voice followed precisely. Great. Group dance steps, maybe we could try moving along the flight path of the harassing horseflies, that would be really fun. She always manages to turn any arrangement into a bizarre and fantastical adventure. This is her nature, the damage Caesar inflicted on her in the simulated world is gradually being healed. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface of consensus, warnings were not absent. Hermione took half a step forward, her voice extremely low, yet each word as clear as an icicle. Caesar, remember your oath. At the ball, your attention should be focused on us and the necessary social etiquette. Any unnecessary attention can lead to misunderstandings. Luna floated closer, her misty eyes looking at Caesar, and said ethereally. Colored threads are especially prone to tangling in busy places, or getting caught on other shiny threads. Be careful, Caesar. Our design is still very new, keep a tight grip on the loose threads. Their warnings were, one rational and direct, the other metaphorical and enigmatic. However, it also points to that potential source of risk. Hibiscus Delacour. Caesar met their gazes, his deep grey eyes like a still, deep pool, his tone calm and unwavering. I know what to do. This statement is both a reaffirmation of the promise and a confirmation of one's own control. But beneath this calm, is there a faint hint of unease, stemming from being under such close surveillance? Perhaps only he himself knows. Chapter 214. It was a cold morning, about a week before the Christmas ball. The trend of inviting dance partners intensified within the castle. Fleur Delacour of Beaux Batons was undoubtedly at the center of this whirlpool. Her beauty seemed to possess an aura, attracting a succession of brave or reckless individuals. However, all invitations, whether sincere or extravagant, were like pebbles thrown into a deep pool. He only received a polite but firm refusal in return, usually with the reason being I'm sorry, I have other plans, or more simply I cannot accept it. That aloofness and persistence added to her mystique. That morning, Fleur once again politely declined the invitations from two upperclassmen Slytherin. Instead of returning to the carriage or heading to the library as usual, they turned onto the stairs leading to the underground kitchen. The Hogwarts kitchen was warm and noisy. The house elves were both nervous and curious about the arrival of the beautiful Beaux Batons warrior. Guided by an older elf, Fleur found what she needed near a relatively quiet stove in a corner. The basic ingredients were prepared in advance, along with a small dish of lavender honey from Brittany, which she had specially retrieved from the Beauxbatons carriage. She took off her outer robe, rolled up her sleeves, and neatly tied her silver hair up with a wooden hairpin. Then, we began processing the materials. The movements were skillful and precise, carrying a serene and focused beauty, as if performing an ancient and private ritual. Flour, eggs, milk, salt, in her hands, following a certain ingrained proportion and rhythm, they are transformed into a smooth and delicate batter. While the batter was resting, she gazed at the stove fire. What was reflected in the depths of his blue eyes was the sunlight of another morning in the kitchen of a Brittany estate, and memories of a time that could never be relived. Heat a skillet over medium heat and melt the butter. Scoop up the batter, pour it out, and with a flick of the wrist, use a specially designed T-shaped wooden rake to spread the batter evenly. The most crucial moment arrives when the edges of the pancake begin to resemble golden lace. Her eyes were sharp, and she flicked her wrist lightly and steadily. 1 time. The pancake leaps into the air, flips, and traces a perfect arc. 2 times. It flipped again, and the trajectory was precise. 3 times. On the last attempt, the pancake landed safely back in the center of the pan, thin and flat, with no damage to the edges. Remove from heat, fold in half, and drizzle with the uniquely colored and delicately fragrant lavender honey. A perfect crepe, carrying memories, lies quietly on a plain white porcelain plate. She didn't linger. She placed the crepes in a temperature-controlled food container, left the kitchen, and headed towards the empty room in the tower on the west side of the castle, a place rarely visited in the early morning. That was another world, the place where she lived at Hogwarts. Her steps were steady, as if guided by some kind of intuition. Sure enough, Caesar was there at the end of the corridor. He stood with his back to the entrance, facing the pale winter wilderness outside the window. His figure was tall and straight, yet it exuded a sense of unintentional detachment, as if he were alone. He turned around when he heard footsteps. Upon seeing Fleur, his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, and his muscles tensed slightly for a fleeting moment. "Hibiscus, Miss Delacour." "Mr. Dursley." Fleur stopped a few steps away from him, holding the food box in both hands. "I made this. Brittany-style crepes." Caesar's gaze fell on the food box, but he did not respond immediately. The emotion in his eyes was on the verge of collapse. "Thank you, but I'd like to ask for breakfast at Hogwarts. It's just a simple experiment." Hibiscus gently interrupted him, opening the lid of the food box. The warm, rich aroma of caramelized butter, mixed with the unique sweetness of lavender honey, instantly filled the cool air. All of Caesar's carefully prepared, impeccable rejections froze the moment that familiar, soul-stirring fragrance wafted towards him. He still tried to struggle. But Fleur's next words were like the most precise silent spell, shattering all his hastily rebuilt defenses. She didn't see his momentary loss of composure, her gaze remained fixed on the golden crepes, her voice as soft as if telling a distant fairy tale. "There is an ancient legend in Brittany. If a girl can flip a perfect crepe with one hand for her loved one, and do it 3 times in a row in the air without it breaking, then the gods will see it and bless the two to stay together." She paused, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the food box. "I practiced for a long time. My first success was on a bright, sunny morning." She raised her eyes, her clear blue pupils reflecting the morning light and Caesar's slightly stiff profile. That gaze was not oppressive, but rather carried a calm power that seemed to pierce through time. "That morning, someone was there. He watched me finish, and then said." She stopped, without repeating the sentence. But the reminiscence and faint sorrow in his eyes were more impactful than any specific words. She pushed the food box forward again. "Try it. It's the same flour, eggs, milk, and honey as that morning. But it's definitely not as salty as that one." A breeze swept through the corridor, lifting a strand of silver hair from her cheek. The aroma from the food box stubbornly clung to her, gentle yet deadly. She said nothing more, simply holding it quietly, waiting. We await his acceptance of this ordinary snack that transcends world barriers, carrying legends and personal memories. We await his response to this silent, gentle question. Caesar stood still, his fingers slightly curled beneath his robe sleeves. Reason was screaming warnings, and Hermione and Luna's cold warnings still echoed in her ears. Reject, leave, maintain indifference. This is the safest option. But the lingering scent in my nostrils, the relentless fragments of memories echoing in my mind. And those blue eyes before him, seemingly reflecting all the dishevelment and pretense he was trying so hard to conceal. They converged into an irresistible torrent. Before he could make a final, rational decision, his hand had already moved, stiffly, to take the warm food box. The moment their fingertips touched, her fingertips were slightly cool, but the warmth of the food box penetrated to the bone. He looked down at the triangle in the box, a blend of gold and light purple. It was ordinary and unremarkable, yet it weighed a ton. When Fleur saw him take it, a tiny glimmer of starlight seemed to flash across her eyes, before fading into a deeper calm. Caesar opened his mouth. He had prepared many words, but when the moment truly arrived, he was speechless. A long silence followed. Fleur showed no emotion, only nodding slightly. Then he turned around decisively and left along the way he came, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if her sole purpose in coming here was to deliver this crepe to him. Caesar stood alone on the veranda, holding a food box. Her figure disappeared, but her presence lingered, permeating every nook and cranny. He opened the food box, picked up a crepe, and took a bite. The memory of taste is more ferocious and undeniably sweeping across everything than that of sight. It's that taste. Absolutely accurate. The Brittany sunshine, the morning breeze, and those expectant blue eyes, all the memories associated with them came flooding back. He leaned against the cold stone wall, chewing slowly. The familiar sweetness melted in my mouth, but then spread into a deep bitterness that sank heavily into my heart. Outside the long corridor, the winter sky over Hogwarts was vast and pale. Something he sealed away and buried deep within himself with reason, with new bonds, and with resolute vows. But because of this unexpected crepe, a crack quietly appeared. Chapter 215. On the night of the Christmas ball, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, magic transformed the auditorium into a snow-covered wonderland. Ice crystals shimmered, candle light flickered, and the band played an elegant melody. The students, dressed in their finest attire, gathered together, and Warrior and his dance partner were undoubtedly the center of attention. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna entered together. Hermione wore a well-tailored pale purple gown, her hair was styled exquisitely, and her demeanor was elegant and composed. Her gaze calmly swept across the room, like that of a governor assessing the situation. Luna wore a long, silver-white dress adorned with seemingly casual yet whimsical accessories, her misty eyes curiously gazing at the magically conjured winter starry sky. Caesar, dressed in a dark green tuxedo, stood tall and composed, with only a hint of weariness, carefully concealed, emanating from his inner turmoil, visible in his eyes and brows. Their partnership immediately attracted much attention, sparking curiosity, speculation, and scrutiny. As agreed, Caesar and Hermione stepped onto the dance floor to dance the first important dance of the night. Hermione's dance steps were standard, fluid, and highly structured. The two moved in perfect harmony, as if they had rehearsed countless times. As they spun, Hermione's voice, hushed, reached Caesar's ears clearly. She's near Beau's batons, beside Mrs. Maxime. She hasn't accepted anyone's invitation. Her gaze didn't specifically look in that direction, but the message was conveyed precisely. Caesar kept his gaze fixed, but the corner of his eye was enough to catch the figure. Hibiscus Delacour. She styled her silver hair into an incredibly elegant and intricate updo, revealing her slender neck. A long, deep blue dress, as blue as a starry night in the deep sea, accentuated her snow-white skin, making her radiant and captivating. Even in the glittering hall, her beauty still possessed an overwhelming presence. However, unlike the atmosphere of couples around her, laughing and singing, she simply stood quietly, her azure eyes gazing at the center of the dance floor. Deep within his eyes, there was a lingering loneliness and a certain unwavering waiting. Caesar's heart skipped a beat at that glance. Deep in my mind, the hustle and bustle of a simulated graduation ball, the lights, and the figure in a moon-white dress, with tears in her eyes yet stubbornly gazing at me, strangely overlap with reality. Hermione keenly noticed the subtle change in his breathing rhythm and the momentary stiffness in his palm. She tightened her grip slightly, her voice carrying a cold, warning tone. "Focus, Caesar. The first dance isn't over yet." Caesar forced himself to focus, drawing his attention back to the dance and Hermione. But the ripples of memory that were stirred up have already spread. At halftime, Caesar walked towards Luna on the sidelines. Luna's dance steps were ethereal and elusive, requiring Caesar to exert more effort to match them, which temporarily distracted him. However, halfway through the second half, that blue figure once again entered the edge of his field of vision in an undeniable way. Fleur finally moved. She whispered something to Madame Maxim, then lifted her skirt and walked straight through the crowd, heading directly towards Caesar and Luna. Her steps were unhurried, yet they carried a serene power that seemed to penetrate the clamor. The swirling figures, flashing lights, and flowing music all seemed to become a blurred backdrop. Her gaze remained fixed on Caesar from beginning to end. Hermione and Luna noticed this almost simultaneously. Hermione's gaze instantly sharpened like a drawn dagger, and Luna's ethereal eyes also became more focused. But at this moment, they were not by Caesar's side and could not provide immediate coordinated intervention. Hibiscus walked up to them. The surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment, as countless curious eyes focused on this spot. She tilted her head back, her sapphire blue eyes meeting Caesar's directly. Her voice was clear and calm, yet it couldn't conceal a subtle tremor that seemed to originate from the depths of her soul. "Brother Caesar." This title. It transcends the barriers of the world and shatters the barriers of time. Like a key tempered by the ice and fire of the past and endless waiting. It suddenly ripped open the box in Caesar's heart that had been sealed away for so long. The barrier between reality and memory collapsed with a crash. Before me was the Hogwarts Christmas ball, in my ears was a waltz, and beside me was Luna in a silver dress. But what surged through my mind was the hustle and bustle of a graduation ball in another world, champagne, lights, and the moon-white figure walking through the crowd, the same trembling yet clear voice. "Brother Caesar. May I have this dance?" Then came the cold rejection, the cruel words, the pale yet stubborn face, and the soul-piercing question, "Besides me, who else would love the real you?" A hasty escape, shattered memories, a silvery light, blurred dance steps, blue eyes brimming with tears. The classmates teasing, the green grass family's carriage, responsibility, calculation, and later, the video stone recording absurd vows and resolute responses. A massive wave of reality and memory violently collided. Caesar gazed at the face before him, identical to the one etched in his memory, even more breathtaking because of its youth. Looking into her eyes, at that complex expression a blend of pride, searching, persistence, and vulnerability that was exactly the same as it had been back then. "May I have this dance?" Fleur's voice rang out again, pulling him back slightly from the violently shaking quagmire. He did not answer immediately. His gaze settled calmly on her face, as if trying to see through her features to understand the one who had given her life for him in the simulated world, ultimately sacrificing her soul to the Brittany sea breeze. Countless images flashed by. A clumsy flipping of a crepe, a dragon on the frozen black lake, a sword dance in a rose garden, hands clasped tightly in a feverish cave, a white figure bursting into a church, a cold kiss and fading silver light on the beach. A sense of fatalism, like a cold tide, washes over my defenses. Even as the world changes, even as he tries his best to escape, deny, and cover it up with new relationships, some trajectories still seem to stubbornly extend towards a similar end. He opened his mouth, but all the rehearsed, cold words of rejection seemed so pale and powerless under the gaze of her blue eyes, which seemed to reflect all his pretense, weakness, and past sins. Especially when she uttered that name, belonging only to another long and entangled chapter of life, in such a calm yet stubborn tone. Brother Caesar. Hermione had somehow already reached the edge of the dance floor. His face was as cold as frost, and his eyes, like those of the most severe judge, were fixed on Caesar. The silent warning and threat almost materialized. Remember your vow, remember the consequences. Luna also stopped her unique dance moves. Her misty eyes glanced at Caesar, then at Hibiscus, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with a small decoration on her skirt. The surrounding air seemed to have been sucked out, and the music sounded distant and unreal. Chapter 216. In this suffocating, extremely tense silence, Caesar gazed at Fleur. That look in his eyes was incredibly complex. It was as if I had pierced through the curtain of time and the world, and at the same time I saw the beautiful, proud, and unyielding Beauxbatons warrior before me, and the lonely soul in my memory who waited for him all his life and finally vanished. A torrent of emotions surged forth, ultimately fading into a barely audible sound. It blends the weariness of traversing a long period of simulation, the deep-seated guilt, and a sigh that cannot be expressed, a sigh of deep emotion. His lips moved slightly, his voice hoarse and deep, audible only to the two of them, as if carrying the weight of two worlds. You are still the same as before. These words were spoken both to the persistent invitation from Furong before him and to the eternally frozen figure in his memory. Then, almost subconsciously, he spoke in an even lighter, yet more complex and inscrutable tone. He added the words he had once said to her in the simulated world, which, now in a completely different situation, seemed to slip out again as if by fate. Hibiscus, you are the most foolish idiot in the world. The moment the words left his mouth, even Caesar himself was stunned. The dance music had quietly changed without us even noticing. The cheerful rhythm washed away the air that had just been still. But it couldn't dispel the suffocating vortex of silence between Caesar, Fleur, Hermione, and Luna. The lingering echo of Caesar's words, "You are the biggest fool in the world," seems to still hang in the cold air, carrying the weight of two worlds in a complex, unspeakable pain. In that instant, it was as if countless starlight exploded in Hibiscus's blue eyes, only to quickly return to a bottomless, trembling sea. She understood. It's finally confirmed. Tears welled up in her eyes without warning, but she bit her lower lip tightly, refusing to let them fall. Pride and heartbreak intertwined on her face, creating a breathtaking beauty. She didn't press further with "you really remember," or why, but simply gave Caesar a deep, deep look. That one glance seemed to etch the shape of his soul into his heart. Then, she whirled around, her azure skirt arcing in a resolute motion, as if escaping a sweeping storm, and swiftly disappeared into the still swirling, laughing crowd. Caesar stood there, feeling the lingering sensation in his hand from his dance with Luna vanish. All that remained was a cold, dull ache in my heart, and a bloody gash deep within my soul, torn open by those words that had slipped out. He revealed himself, under the watchful eyes of Hermione and Luna, like a highly sophisticated surveillance network, revealing a deep connection he had never truly let go of with Fleur. Hermione had already come over. She didn't look at Caesar, her gaze followed the direction Fleur had gone, her eyes as cold as the Siberian permafrost. Then, she slowly turned to Caesar, a faint, emotionless smile even curving her lips. "You jumped very well, Caesar." Her voice was eerily calm, each word like an ice bead hitting the ground. "It seems you two share a unique code for communication." Luna also floated to Caesar's side, her misty eyes not looking at him. Instead, she gazed at the magical starlight that seemed to shift and change somewhere on the ceiling, her ethereal voice carrying a strange sense of understanding. The colored thread, it's suddenly been pulled very tight. It's about to snap, Caesar. They did not have a fit at the ball, there were no outbursts of questioning or arguments. But this sent a chill down Caesar's spine more than any violent reaction. Hermione's calmness is like the sea before a storm, Luna's ethereal beauty is like the gaze of an abyss. The warnings from under the World Cup tents have never felt so real and imminent. Back to the lounge. Hermione gave a brief command, then turned and walked towards the great hall entrance. Her back was straight, her steps steady, but Caesar could see her slightly trembling fingers hanging at her sides. Luna gently tugged at Caesar's sleeve, the touch was light, yet carried an irresistible pull. Her gaze finally landed on his face, misty and unreadable. But Caesar could feel a chill, a sense of being completely seen through, a feeling of having nowhere to hide. The three of them left the still noisy ball in a silent and eerie manner. Eyes still fell upon them along the way, but no one could decipher the turbulent undercurrents beneath the calm surface. The festive decorations still lingered in the Gryffindor common room, but the fireplace flames flickered strangely. The portrait of the fat lady closed behind them, shutting out the hustle and bustle outside. There weren't many people in the lounge. A few younger students glanced at them curiously, but were then frightened by Hermione's cold gaze and shrank back to continue playing wizard's chess. Hermione walked to the fireplace, her back to the flames, her face hidden in shadow, only her eyes shining brightly. Luna sat quietly in an armchair nearby, hugging her knees, like an elf sculpture in the moonlight. Caesar stood opposite them, feeling an invisible, heavy pressure that did not stem from magic or force. Rather, it stems from the web of a three-way relationship that he personally helped weave, but which may now be crumbling because of him. Explain. Hermione spoke, her voice low, yet sharp as a whip lashing through the air. Caesar took a deep breath, trying to summon his usual rationality and composure to control the situation. But he discovered that the turmoil in his heart caused by the hibiscus had not yet subsided. Nothing needs explaining, Hermione. Just, an inappropriate remark. And she didn't stay, did she? Out of step with the times? Didn't they stay? Hermione's cold laugh was short and sharp. Brother Caesar. Are you still the same as before? The dumbest idiot. She repeated those words, each one like a slow, agonizing torture of Caesar's disguise. Caesar, do you think we're fools? Luna gently spoke, her voice ethereal yet each word clear. The cracks of her sorrow are deep and old. They are like mine, yet completely different. The way you looked at her just now, it was like you were looking at the crack itself. You know how that crack came to be, don't you, Caesar? Caesar's fingertips were slightly cool. Luna's perception always manages to reach the most core, the parts she least wants to be touched. Caesar finally spoke, his voice hoarse with a hint of weariness. I've made my choice. It's the three of us. Your choice seems wavering. Hermione took a step closer, a cold flame burning in her brown eyes. Your vows don't sound very reliable either. Caesar, we gave you opportunities, we trusted you, we even accepted this, distorted balance. But the premise is that this balance cannot be broken. The very existence of Fleur Delacour, and your undisguised reactions to her, are constantly pounding and tearing apart this balance. Chapter 217. She paused, lowering her voice further, but making it even more dangerous. Don't forget, we still have one chance. If you can't handle this well, if you let the shadow of the fourth person continue to exist or even expand, I don't mind using it early. Even if I can't kill you, I can make you and everything you care about pay a heavy price. Luna slid off the chair, her bare feet touching the carpet, and silently walked up to Caesar, looking up at him. For the first time, her gaze was so direct, so penetrating, as if stripping away all ethereal pretense. Caesar. She said softly, helping Mom come back is part of our agreement, something you owe me, and an important bond that holds us together. But if your heart is filled with too many colorful fragments of others, if the power you use to build your furnace is scattered and polluted, how can I believe the ceremony will succeed? How can I believe you will be wholeheartedly committed to our future? Her words alarmed Caesar even more than Hermione's direct threat. This was not just a warning, but also the removal of one of the most important cornerstones under his feet. If Luna loses trust in him because of this, the resurrection plan will be in jeopardy, and the most fundamental contract between the three of them will also face collapse. Caesar looked at the two girls before him. Hermione is like a blood-stained sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and ruthless. Luna, on the other hand, is like a seemingly harmless mist that can silently devour everything, deep and eerie. They joined forces not only to maintain an emotional threesome. It is also to defend an inviolable alliance forged from shared goals, complex interests, and distorted emotions. He realized that his previous lack of mental strength and laissez-faire attitude had pushed the situation to the brink of danger. Fleu's appearance was not accidental, it was a debt left behind by his past. Hermione and Luna are no longer passive recipients waiting for his guidance or reassurance, they have taken up arms, drawn red lines, and begun to actively eliminate the threats. There won't be a fourth person. Caesar repeated himself, this time in a lower, more resolute voice, as if cutting off all escape routes, trying to persuade them, and himself. Hibiscus Dracula, I'll handle it. She won't be a problem. How do you plan to handle this? Hermione pressed on relentlessly. Continue to push me away with indifference. She's seen through your disguise, Caesar. Your I don't know trick failed the moment she said Brother Caesar. She will only become more persistent and more determined to know the truth. Caesar fell silent. He knew Hermione was right. Fleur is not one to give up easily, especially after catching that faint sign that he remembers. The resolute decision made on the coast of Brittany, even in a different world, seems unable to be completely severed. Perhaps. Luna's ethereal voice rang out again, carrying an unsettling tone. We need to help her see some things clearly. Look carefully, there's no place for her here. See clearly that continuing to approach, will only hurt her. Hermione's gaze briefly met Luna's in mid-air, and a silent consensus was reached once again. Their conspiracy in the cloisters before the ball seemed to have a new, more urgent reason to be carried out. The second project will be coming soon. Hermione looked away, her tone regaining some of its composure, as if she had become the calculating and strategic minister of magic she once was. The warriors need to find their most beloved treasure. This is an opportunity. She didn't specify what the opportunity was, but Caesar understood. They plan to use the competition to do something. Specifically, they intend to target Fleur. A chill ran down my spine. He wanted to stop her, to say don't hurt her, but the words caught in his throat as he realized he had no right to do so. Hermione and Luna believed that any defense of Fleur was a betrayal of the three of us and a violation of their oath. Don't do anything that will make things difficult for me. That was all Caesar could say in the end, his voice hoarse. Difficult to do. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Caesar, the difficult part is for us. You've thrown the problem at us. Now, you either need to come up with a truly effective way to make her give up completely and leave you alone. Either, accept that we maintain our world in our own way. She specifically emphasized our. Luna nodded slightly and sat back down in her chair. She picked up a cushion, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if she had drifted back into her own world, leaving only a faint, ethereal echo. To embroider our patterns well, sometimes we need to trim off the excess threads. The ball night ended in an extremely oppressive, unspoken atmosphere of Cold War. In the days that followed, Hogwarts seemed to return to a surface of calm, but those in the know could sense that the undercurrents beneath the surface were growing increasingly turbulent. Caesar behaved more well-behaved in front of Hermione and Luna, spending less time alone with them, actively participating in discussions, and attempting to rebuild trust. But once a crack forms, repairing it is no easy task. Hermione maintained a polite but distant attitude towards him, and they rarely had any further communication beyond what was necessary in private. Luna would still appear by his side, but she spoke fewer ethereal words and mostly observed silently, as if assessing the changes in his soul spectrum. As for Hibiscus, after the ball, she didn't bother Caesar as frequently as he had anticipated. She seemed to be immersed in her own world, preparing for her second project. Only occasionally, when they met in the corridor, Caesar could feel the complex and indescribable look in her eyes. There was inquiry, sadness, and stubbornness in that gaze, but the direct impact of the ball was gone. She seemed to be waiting, or perhaps brewing something. Caesar had no idea what Hermione and Luna were plotting. He could only become more vigilant, while deep down, guilt and worry for Fleur grew quietly like vines. He knew that the second project would be anything but peaceful. Winter at Hogwarts slowly descends into deep cold amidst the silent struggle between frost and snow. The second event of the three-way battle was like a giant countdown hanging in everyone's mind. The black lake outside the castle is covered with ice and appears calm. For Caesar, Hermione, Luna, and Fleur, who is caught in this vortex of emotions and fate, it may be the tipping point that breaks the deadlock or completely ignites everything. The second event of the Triwizard Tournament began in the dark, deep waters of Black Lake. The warriors must dive to the bottom of the lake and rescue their most beloved treasure from the clutches of the ferocious mermaid. The stands were packed with people, and a biting wind was blowing. Chapter 218. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna stood in the Gryffindor viewing area, their faces calm, but their eyes fixed on the lake. Wearing a specially made silver diving suit, Fleur nimbly leaped into the icy, frigid Black Lake. No one knew what her treasure was, but Caesar had a vague sense of unease. Time ticked by, second by second. While the other warriors emerged from the water one after another with their targets, there was still no movement from Fleur's side. The shadows beneath the lake seemed particularly restless. Suddenly, a body of water churned violently, and faint sounds of mermaids' shrill roars and flashes of magic exploding could be heard. This was not the mild obstruction the competition had planned, but a genuine, malicious attack. The target was clearly Fleur. An uproar erupted in the stands. Mrs. Maxim stood up abruptly, her face ashen. Caesar's fingers gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. His deep grey eyes were fixed on the chaotic waters, and the ancient power deep within his bloodline surged almost uncontrollably. But he forcefully suppressed it. Not only because of the public eye, but also because he noticed it. Hermione's breathing remained unchanged, and Luna's gaze was still blankly fixed on the distant horizon, as if the life-or-death struggle in the lake had nothing to do with them. They did not go into the water. But they knew what was going to happen. Underwater, Fleur displayed astonishing fighting power and resilience. She seemed to have been prepared, her wand drawing precise defensive and counter-attack spells in the water. Frost froze the mermaids who tried to approach, and a barrier spell cleverly deflected the attacks. Her movements were swift and efficient, her eyes burning with icy rage, as if she were fighting not only against the mermaid, but also against some invisible malice trying to drive her out of the game. In the end, she repelled the exceptionally fierce mermaid guards and successfully surfaced with a faintly glowing amulet. Although her face was pale and her arm was injured, her back was ramrod straight. She leaped ashore, her wet silver hair clinging to her cheeks, panting. Her azure eyes immediately swept towards the stands, precisely catching Caesar's direction. That look in his eyes was complex. It contained the chill of someone who had survived a disaster, the anger at the sneak attack, and a stubborn determination to prove that, "You see, I can handle this." Caesar met her gaze and nodded slightly. The gesture was so subtle it was almost imperceptible, but Fleur noticed it. She pursed her lips and turned to receive Mrs. Pomfrey's examination. Hermione clicked her tongue softly beside her, her tone unreadable. Luna muttered to herself, the mermaid's really grumpy today. Is it because the water's too cold? The Black Lake project concluded without major incident, and thanks to her excellent adaptability and fighting spirit, Fu Rong's score was not significantly affected. But that accidental attack, like a thorn, stuck in the hearts of some people. In the days leading up to the third project, the atmosphere in the castle became even more subtle. The warriors studied the clues on the golden egg, preparing for the final maze. Caesar, Hermione, and Luna continued their research, and the core components of the Soul Collector were gradually perfected through repeated failures and adjustments. The three maintained a superficial relationship, deliberately avoiding the topic of Fu Rong, but an invisible barrier still existed. One evening, Caesar was searching alone on the edge of the library's restricted section for a fragment of an ancient fusion ritual when Fleur appeared. She seemed to have been waiting for him there. Caesar. Her voice was soft, tinged with weariness, but her eyes remained resolute. Caesar closed the book and looked at her calmly. You don't need to tell me, I know. Fu Rong took a few steps closer, her voice very low. This is between them and me, the third project, the maze. I will win. I will get the trophy. She paused, her blue eyes looking directly at him. And then, I'll bring it to you. These words made Caesar's heart clench. In the simulated world, she had said similar things, filled with a young girl's hopes and determination, but ultimately. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with a serene calm. Hibiscus, their strength is very. I know. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Fu Rong's lips. But what I really want to know is, if I were to actually crash a wedding, would you still remain silent like you did last time? Her voice held a tentative tone, a desperate courage, and a deep-seated, unquenchable expectation. Fu Rong has always regretted her concessions at the wedding. This time, she won't back down. But she hoped that Caesar would not remain silent this time. All the pressure and all the attention ultimately focused on Caesar. He stood there, his posture different from when he was dressed in a crisp white suit at his wedding. Although he was still upright, his back was taut and his pupils were slightly constricted. Fu Rong's gaze never left him. A faint yet stubborn flame ignited in those sapphire-like eyes. She is still waiting. Just like many years ago. Waiting for a reason, a response, even just a glance of confirmation, a signal that's different from a cold, impersonal arrangement. She was like a believer standing on the edge of a cliff, awaiting her God to give her final revelation or judgment. Caesar fell silent, just as he had been last time. Finally, he spoke. Be careful, the maze is dangerous. He made no promises, nor did he offer another cold rejection. This ambiguity caused the light in Fu Rong's eyes to flicker for a moment, but it quickly became even more resolute. Brother Caesar, this time I won't wait 40 years again. Fu Rong nodded, turned, and left, her back view resolute. Unbeknownst to her, behind a bookshelf not far away, a glimpse of a silver-white skirt silently disappeared into the shadows. But Caesar saw it, it was Luna in hiding. Should we continue to appease them? But what lies should I tell? Is it really the right thing to endlessly deceive yourself and those around you? What should we do next? I suddenly feel so tired. Caesar closed his eyes. Many familiar voices came to mind. Hibiscus, it's too late to force things. Caesar, he has his own choice. Ambrose. You really have no heart. Everyone's watching. How much has she done for you all these years? Hogwarts, the battlefield, and now, this is how you treat her. Memories from the third simulated world still echoed in his ears, telling Caesar again and again, questioning his own heart. Caesar slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and resolve. He decided to take the initiative. I originally thought it was a fulfillment that would mean we would never cross paths again. Now, if Fu Rong can be brave, why can't he? This time, we absolutely cannot let tragedy happen. Luna. You stop right there. Chapter 219. On the day of the third project, the maze under the cover of night resembled a giant, crawling monster. The warriors entered one by one, while the audience watched the events unfold inside via magical projections. Harry and Cedric also entered the maze. As Fleur battled her way through the maze, overcoming the bombtail, bypassing the boggart, and outwitting the Sphinx, she finally saw the Triwizard Cup gleaming alluringly in the central open space. A clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang out beside her, carrying undisguised mockery. "Foolish woman!" Fleur turned around abruptly, her wand instantly raised. But then she saw Luna Lovegood appear in the shadows by the maze wall, barefoot, her misty eyes staring at her. It's like watching a pitiful creature that has gone astray. "How did you get in?" Furong asked sharply, glancing around warily. "You came in." Luna tilted her head, her tone flat. "This maze cannot trap those who do not wish to be trapped within it. The important thing is, Miss Delacour, that trophy you've gone through so much trouble to touch." She extended her slender finger and pointed to the triple cup. "It's a door key that leads directly to the Easter party that Voldemort and his loyal servants prepared for Harry Potter. If you rush in, you'll either become a corpse or become trouble." Furong's pupils suddenly contracted. "What did you say? How did you know? Enough has happened these past few days." Luna's ethereal voice was flat, yet carried a chilling undertone. "Why did the mermaid in the Black Lake take special care of you? Did you think it was just an accident? Hermione and I just felt it would be better for everyone if the competition eliminated you naturally. It's a shame you're such a good fighter." Furong's face turned pale instantly, not from fear, but from anger and the chilling feeling of being tricked. "You? We're just protecting our things." Luna interrupted her, and for the first time, Hibiscus's figure was clearly reflected in her misty eyes, with an astute calmness. "Caesar, our research, our threesome. You are a variable, an unpopular variable. But it seems a simple accident can't get rid of you." She paused, as if thinking about something, then suddenly said. "Actually, thinking about it now, it was quite troublesome to force you to go. Caesar will have a lingering resentment, which will affect his later performance in resurrecting his mother. And you seem to, really like him, to the point of being almost reckless." Fleur gripped her wand tightly, her knuckles turning white. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Luna floated a step closer, completely ignoring Hibiscus's wary posture. Her ethereal voice carried a strange, casual quality, as if discussing a dinner menu. "I mean, maybe we can try a different approach. Didn't you want to get close to Caesar? Wasn't it to prove something? Touching that trophy is a dead end. But if you're willing to cooperate, we can use a safer method to see Voldemort's little tricks. Even, it will help you officially join this, well, complicated game." Furong froze, her azure eyes filled with disbelief and wariness. "Join? What are you guys playing at? Living life?" Luna gave an answer that was so simple it was absurd, and shrugged. The three of them worked together, researching magic, solving problems, and keeping an eye on each other to make sure no one went astray or fell behind. "It's a bit crowded, but you get used to it. You look a bit slow, but you should be able to fight, and you don't seem like the type to stab someone in the back. The key point is, it seems Caesar can't really just ignore you." Her words sounded like a fairy tale, but Furong detected a strange, twisted truth in them. She recalled Hermione's cold warning, Luna's strange words and actions, and the struggle and complexity in Caesar's eyes. All of this seemed to point to a relationship that defied conventional understanding. She had guessed it long ago, and now it has finally been confirmed. "How do you want me to cooperate?" Furong took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and chose the most practical question. "It's very simple." Luna points to the trophy. "Wait a minute, when Harry Potter or Cedric Diggory touches it, the instant the key activates, you grab the edge and simultaneously use this. She handed Fleur something that looked like a small silver seashell. Crush it hard. It will form a temporary traction link, pulling the three of us waiting outside the maze over as well. Hibiscus took the small seashell, it was icy cold to the touch. Are you going to deal with Voldemort? Study him. Luna corrected. His method of resurrection is useful to us. Besides, resolving this problem sooner rather than later will save him from constantly causing trouble and disrupting our lives. She spoke so matter-of-factly, as if Voldemort were merely an experimental obstacle that needed to be eliminated. Just then, a noise came from the other end of the maze, and Harry and Cedric seemed to be heading this way. They're here. Think it through, you silly woman. Luna's figure began to blur, as if she were about to merge into the shadows. Is it to go and die, or to find a more troublesome, but also more interesting, way to live? Before she finished speaking, she had vanished. Fleur stood there, holding the cool little seashell, looking at the three strong cups so close to her, and then at the vague figure at the entrance of the maze passage. In just a few seconds, she made her decision. Clutching the seashell tightly in her hand, she stepped back a few paces, hiding behind a large magical bush, and waited, holding her breath. Harry and Cedric arrived at the open space almost simultaneously. After a brief moment of politeness and caution, they decided to touch the trophy at the same time. The instant their hands touched the handle of the cup, Hibiscus burst from her hiding place, grabbing the edge of the trophy base with one hand and crushing the silver shell with the other. The intense light engulfed everything. After a nauseating spinning and squeezing sensation, the feeling of solid ground beneath my feet returned. The view before me changed from the high walls of the labyrinth to a desolate cemetery. Harry and Cedric fell to the ground, bewildered and terrified. Fleur stumbled a step, quickly regained her balance, wand in hand, and warily scanned her surroundings. Immediately afterwards, three more figures appeared in the distorted air: Caesar, Hermione, and Luna. The moment Caesar landed, he was already in battle stance, his deep grey eyes sharp as an eagle's. In an instant, they locked onto the infant-like object wrapped up near the low grave not far away, and the Death Eater beside it, trembling with excitement. As expected, Hermione quickly assessed the situation, her eyes turning cold. Luna, meanwhile, curiously examined the Voldemort baby, her misty eyes seemingly analyzing its soul structure. You, how could? Harry stammered. Come help, Harry. Caesar spoke succinctly, exchanging glances with Hermione and Luna. Without a word, their long-term cooperative work allowed them to quickly understand each other's roles. What followed, if it could even be called a battle, was an almost one-sided rout. The Death Eater didn't even get to finish reciting a single incantation before Hermione silently and precisely knocked him unconscious. Luna, with her strange abilities that influence magical creatures and the soul, easily soothed, or rather suppressed, the summoned, restless undead. Caesar's attention was mainly focused on the Voldemort baby. When the Death Eaters were subdued, the bone, flesh, blood ritual that Bugtail was attempting to perform was interrupted. The ugly infant let out a sharp, venomous scream, trying to unleash its magic in rebellion. However, in the face of three monsters who had been tempered by the simulated world and whose minds and methods far surpassed those of ordinary people, the power of its remnant soul was insignificant. To be honest, which of these three hasn't single-handedly killed Voldemort? Caesar didn't even use any complicated spells to completely imprison that evil mass of souls, preventing it from even uttering a scream. Luna stepped forward, took out a specially made lead box covered with strange runes, carefully placed the imprisoned Voldemort baby inside, and sealed it. The whole process was so fast it was dazzling. Cedric was completely stunned, and Harry's mouth dropped open, as if he were witnessing something even more incredible than Voldemort's resurrection. Fleur stood aside, watching the three of them work together seamlessly and in perfect harmony. Watching them handle the Dark Lord, who terrified the entire wizarding world, with an almost academic scientific composure. The shock I felt was beyond words. She suddenly felt a sense of absurdity, muttering to herself, "It feels like being in a hospital, watching specialists discuss difficult and complex cases." Chapter 220. Luna heard this, turned around while holding the lead box, and nodded ethereally, more or less. "But our case is rather special, it came to us willingly." The crisis was averted, but the atmosphere did not ease. Hermione's gaze swept over the trophy and portfolio on the ground, then looked at Harry and Cedric, finally settling on Fleur, her eyes sharp. But Luna's attention was already drawn to the medical records in the lead box. She almost impatiently opened a crack, peering through her misty eyes, muttering to herself. "So that's how it is. By anchoring the main soul to immortality through a horcrux, a temporary body is forcibly created using the blood of enemies, the flesh of servants, and the bones of one's father. Summoning scattered soul fragments to reunite, splitting a part of the soul, the ability to split allows for restoration, this idea." Hermione also came over, frowning in thought, "But this method is crude and unstable, and depends too much on external conditions. Furthermore, since the soul has been torn apart, even if it is forcibly reunited, there will be irreversible damage and a tendency towards madness." Caesar looked at Voldemort, who was now sealed away, and said in a deep voice, "Physical problems might be solved using similar methods, or even better by combining specific ritual magic. It might be possible to reshape a more suitable physical body." Luna suddenly looked up, her eyes lighting up. "The time tamper? Back to the moment Mom did the experiment?" Hermione immediately shook her head. "The time turner can't perform such precise operations, and it involves souls and life and death, which could trigger an even greater time paradox disaster." Caesar pondered for a moment, then decisively said, "Leave this to me. At the latest, I will become a master alchemist within a year." And so, in the center of the gloomy cemetery, the group, who had just thwarted the Dark Lord's plot to resurrect him, gathered around the lead box containing the Dark Lord and began a serious academic seminar. Harry, Cedric, and even Fleur were left standing to the side. Harry finally found his voice, pointed to the lead box, and stammered, You're going to take him back for research." "Obviously, Harry." Hermione didn't even look up, still arguing with Luna about the best arrangement of a certain soul-stitching rune. "This is extremely valuable first-hand information." Cedric swallowed hard, thinking the world was a bit crazy. Watching this scene, Fleur helplessly rubbed her forehead. The tension, anger, and determination she felt earlier were now replaced by a deep sense of absurdity and powerlessness. She felt like a tourist who had stumbled into a high-level magic laboratory. At this point, Hermione seemed to temporarily end the discussion, turning to Harry, her tone returning to its usual clear and efficient manner. "All right, Harry. Crisis averted. Remember to keep it a secret. Go get the trophy, it's the key to returning to the arena. You and Mr. Diggory can go back with honor." Fleur instinctively stepped forward, blocking the trophy. "No." Hermione's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife as she turned to Fleur. "Miss Delacour, what do you mean?" "The trophy is the key to the door, but it's also part of the trap. Although the trap is now ineffective, I don't think it should be handled by Porter and his team alone." Hibiscus did not back down, her azure eyes meeting Hermione's. "Moreover, this was a problem we resolved together, and the attribution of the honor needs to be renegotiated." Her words were reasonable and well-founded, but the deeper reason was that she didn't want it to end so simply. This marks a turning point in her complex entanglement with Caesar and Hermione Luna. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense, though the wands were not raised, their invisible sharpness clashed in the air. Luna had carefully put the lead box away and was now sitting on a tombstone, hugging her knees with great interest. Her misty eyes watched the two locked in a fierce confrontation, as if she were ready to watch a show. Last night, Caesar persuaded her, though at a great cost, and he humiliatingly played along with her various tricks. Anyway, when they left, Caesar was very tired, while she was very comfortable. There's a long road ahead, and they can try many different forms of expression, that's enough. Caesar tried to mediate, but Hermione looked at him first, her eyes extremely serious. Caesar, this is between us. Let them have a fair match. Her fairness refers to the relationship between Harry and Fleur, and also between herself and Fleur. Fleur nodded, a fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. That's exactly what I was thinking. We'll have a competition. The winner will decide the trophy and the story of this incident. She also wanted to prove herself, not only in Caesar's eyes, but also in front of Hermione, her formidable rival. Caesar looked at the seriousness in Hermione's eyes and understood her test. He was silent for a moment, then finally said only, "You." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Fleur and Hermione. To me, they are all equally important, but with different meanings. These words, which were almost an admission, caused Hermione's eyes to flicker and Fleur's heart to tremble. Let this duel settle our differences. Hermione's voice was clear and calm, as if she were announcing a plan. If Fleur wins, I'll leave Caesar and never interfere again. If Harry wins. She glanced at the bewildered Harry beside her, I'll stay, but Miss Delacour, you need to leave. After noticing Luna's change in attitude, Hermione knew she probably couldn't stop Fleur. She made a seemingly absurd bet on herself. If Fleur truly wanted Hermione to leave, then she would win. If Fleur doesn't want Hermione to leave, then she will lose. But Hermione was testing her, testing what kind of person Fleur was. Luna pouted at the tombstone, then detachedly dismissed the situation, he's just fooling himself. She was able to see through people's hearts, and now that she was on Caesar's side, she naturally revealed it without hesitation. Hermione has no intention of leaving, nor will she let Harry decide. This is merely a gesture, a test of adaptability under high pressure directed at Fleur. Caesar fell silent. He knew that Hermione didn't really have a choice, and the stakes were tilted from the start. But he acquiesced, because he also wanted to know how Hibiscus would react. Fleur understood Hermione's subtext, and felt a mix of emotions. Leaving? She was unwilling. Accept that threesome model? Proud as she is, it's hard to imagine. Fighting? She was confident, but winning would mean completely severing her existing relationship with Caesar. Was that really what she wanted? Could she drive Hermione away for her own sake and Caesar's? What would others think of her? And would Caesar be heartbroken? As she struggled internally, even harboring thoughts of perhaps conceding and backing down in exchange for Hermione staying to observe me, or even when the thought of trying to understand that pattern arises. Before she could figure it out, and before the duel even began, Harry Potter, standing beside her, was already experiencing a series of stimuli that far exceeded his comprehension. The maze, the porte-carte, the graveyard, the Voldemort baby, the crushing force of the Caesar trio, and now the bizarre standoff. The nerves finally snapped. He jumped up abruptly, grabbed the still dazed Cedric, and shouted. Cedric! Run! Something's wrong. We must be under a powerful confusion charm or illusion. It's all an illusion. Before anyone could react, Harry had already grabbed Cedric. A bright light flashed again, and Harry and Cedric disappeared into the cemetery. The scene was completely silent. Fleur. Hermione. Luna blinked, oh wow. Caesar rubbed his temples. Hermione's tense shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly as she let out a soft breath. Chapter 221. In any case, this duel, which she didn't really want to take place and was full of tests and risks, was resolved by Harry in this absurd way. The result was unexpected, but barely acceptable. Fu Rong neither won nor explicitly conceded defeat. The stalemate continued, but no conflict erupted on the spot. Luna floated down from the tombstone and said ethereally, "That's good. It saves us from fighting and killing, and it might even damage my new box." She patted the lead box containing Voldemort, clearly more satisfied with maintaining the status quo and continuing the state of everyone living together and studying magic. Caesar looked at Hermione and Fleur, his voice deep and clear, carrying an undeniable authority. "Just this once. From now on, don't entrust the decision of our relationship to such childish bets." Hermione met his gaze and slowly nodded, "Okay." She understood Caesar's warning and accepted the outcome. At least, she sensed Hibiscus's hesitation and maintained a superficial, temporary balance. Fleur remained silent, looking at the spot where Harry had disappeared, then at Caesar, then at Hermione and Luna. A storm dissipated in such a comical way, but she knew the real problem hadn't been solved, it had just been postponed. And she, it seems, was also somewhat forced to remain on the edge of this strange and dangerous vortex. Luna has already begun to study with great interest how to safely transport the experimental samples back to Hogwarts. Hermione began cleaning up the scene, erasing any unnecessary traces. Caesar walked up to Fleur, gave her a deep look, his gaze complex and unfathomable, and finally said only, "Let's go back first. We'll talk about other things later." The cemetery returned to silence under the cover of night, as if nothing had happened. Only the lead box that was taken away, and a few hearts that were more tightly intertwined and more complicated, foreshadowed that the road ahead would still be full of thorns and mist. But at least tonight, together they packaged up a Dark Lord and temporarily put aside an emotional storm. With the dust settled from the Triwizard Tournament, Hogwarts welcomed another summer vacation. The official account of the cemetery incident in the castle corridor is as follows. Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory teamed up to thwart the Death Eater's plot. The lead box containing Voldemort's baby had long been sealed by Caesar with layers of magic and hidden in a place known only to the three of them. It became a unique and dangerous reference in the Pandora Resurrection research project. Before leaving school, Fu Rong found Caesar on the platform. Her eyes still held that stubborn inquiry, but now held a hint of weariness and calm. "What are your plans for summer vacation?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over Hermione and Luna beside Caesar. Hermione was discussing a formula about soul stability with Luna in hushed tones when she heard this. She looked up, her brown eyes calm and unwavering. "Research. Gather materials. Prepare for the next step." Luna looked at Fleur curiously, "Are there different kinds of horseflies in France during the summer?" Caesar gave him an approving look. After the cemetery incident, Fu Rong remained on the fringes of their relationship in a state of semi-awkwardness and semi-acquiescence. Hermione neither explicitly expelled her nor truly accepted her. This delicate stalemate needs to be broken, or it will inevitably explode again sooner or later. We need some rare alchemical materials, and more documents about the ancient fusion ritual. Caesar spoke slowly. "Some ancient French families and libraries might have what we need." Fleur's eyes lit up. "The Delacour family has some influence in the French magical world. Our library, while not as grand as Beauxbaton's library, still has some rare books. Furthermore, I know of several hidden magical markets and alchemy masters' workshops." She paused, a hint of barely perceptible expectation in her voice. "If you'd like, you can come to France. I can offer assistance. This is an invitation, and also an olive branch." She was trying to join in a different way, not through emotional conflict, but by providing them with much-needed resources and support. The trio thus became a group of four. Hermione secretly observed the way the others looked at her. Reason told her that the scales had tipped in favor of Fu Rong. Emotionally, it's complicated. But at least, this is an opportunity to bring Hibiscus under control while simultaneously advancing research. We do need a safe, undisturbed research environment, Hermione said cautiously. The Delacour family owns a manor in Brittany, by the sea, very quiet. It's well protected by magic. Fleur immediately replied. Right now, it's just Gabrielle and me at home, along with a few other people from our hometown who keep elves. My parents are often abroad handling family business. Finally, the plan was finalized, a trip to Château de Delacour in Brittany, France, during the summer vacation. Caesar, along with Hermione and Luna, traveled through the international flyway network to Brittany. The manor was not the opulent castle that Hermione and Luna imagined. Instead, it is a stone building complex nestled against the mountains and by the sea, imbued with a profound sense of history, covering a vast area. Ancient magical patterns flicker on the grey stone walls, the garden is meticulously maintained like a magical painting, exotic magical plants coexist harmoniously with ordinary flowers, and the azure waters of the private bay shimmer in the sunlight in the distance. The manor's interior is elegantly and comfortably decorated, with precious magical antiques and works of art scattered throughout. But there is no hint of nouveau-riche ostentation, only the accumulated heritage and taste of generations. The house elves, dressed in neat tea towels, were respectful and efficient. Fleur's younger sister, Gabrielle, a beautiful blonde girl who looked like a little angel, curiously observed the friends her older siblings had brought, especially Luna's strange accessories. However, for Caesar, stepping into this manor was like stepping into an echo of another time and space. Honey-colored stone walls, terracotta tile roof, arched doors, and windows framed with dark green shutters. The scene before him was the manor he lived in during his time as Ambrosius and Hibiscus Delacour, when he was a newlywed couple in the simulated world. A sense of disorientation instantly seized him, as if the barriers between time and the world had become thinner at this moment. The old butler, Jacques, came out to greet them. When Caesar saw that familiar face, edged with deep wrinkles and with bright, sharp eyes, his heart nearly skipped a beat. Welcome, distinguished guests. Jacques bowed deeply, his tone appropriate. Thank you, Jacques. Hibiscus responded with a smile, but within that smile lay a complex emotion that only Caesar could understand. She knew Caesar recognized her. For the first few days, the atmosphere oscillated between a subtle familiarity and a real sense of alienation. Hermione and Luna spent most of their time in the manor's enormous private library, searching for clues about soul magic and ancient rituals. Caesar assisted them while simultaneously organizing the data from Voldemort's sample. Hibiscus offers all the conveniences, quiet and thoughtful. She no longer approached eagerly, but rather became a dutiful guide and resource provider. One morning, Caesar, as was his habit, rose early and went alone to the terrace facing the sea. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, swept over us, while the cries of seagulls broke the silence in the distance. He leaned against the railing, gazing at the azure sea, his thoughts drifting away unconsciously. This estate, with its honey-colored stone walls and terracotta tile roofs, still had dew on its rose garden in the morning light. He and Fleur stood side by side here, playing the role of a newlywed couple for the Iris spy mission. An awkward silence hung in the air, along with a silent tension. The old butler, Jacques, brought in breakfast, his eyes gentle yet all-knowing. Even earlier, in the manor kitchen, on the morning after that rainy night, he clumsily tried to flip the crepe but failed. Hibiscus took the pan, and with 3 deft flips of her wrist, the crepe landed perfectly. Jacques recounts a Brittany legend about a couple who will grow old together if they remain together after 3 flips. Her profile was softened by the morning light, and in a corner of his frozen heart, a crack seemed to appear. The view from here has always been great, hasn't it? Fleur's voice sounded beside him, pulling him back from his memories. She had also arrived on the terrace at some point, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee, and handed him one. Caesar took it, and for a moment, both of them froze as their fingertips touched. This action has also occurred countless times in the simulated world of Brittany. Yes, very good. Caesar took a sip of his coffee, his gaze still fixed on the distance. Just like in my memory. He didn't explicitly say what kind of memory it was, but Fleur understood. Her fingertips tightened slightly around the stem of the cup. Sometimes I think about it. Fleur said softly, also gazing at the sea. Those things that happened, those choices, those words that were never spoken, will they leave their mark no matter how many worlds we live in? There was no complaint in her tone, it was more like a calm discussion. Caesar remained silent for a moment. The shadow may remain. He finally spoke, his voice low. But the road under the sun is, after all, new. Fleur turned to look at him, her blue eyes reflecting the morning light and the color of the sea, clear and bright. You're right. She smiled slightly, a smile that held a mixture of relief and determination. So, we're here now, discussing how to give the shadow a truly satisfying ending, right? She was referring to the resurrection of Pandora, but it also seemed to be a metaphor for something else. Caesar met her gaze, his deep grey eyes filled with complex emotions. Yes, he replied briefly. Okay, now that we've placed this in the interactive video game, this is the second ending for the White Root. Everyone is welcome to use their creativity to come up with a title, which I will later change to the name of this chapter. Let me start by saying, true love will eventually prevail. Chapter 222. It's late at night. The sea breeze from Brittany swept through the rose garden, bringing with it a slightly salty dampness and the sigh of falling petals. Fleur turned around and looked at him directly. The moonlight poured down on her face without reservation, gilding her delicate features with a silvery glow. Her silver hair swayed gently in the night breeze, and her blue eyes reflected the starry sky, making her as beautiful as a dream that shouldn't be touched by reality. But the light in those eyes was too real. It contained a burning, questioning gaze that had pierced through the long passage of time, and a gentle understanding that almost made Caesar's heart clench. She was unrealistically beautiful, yet so real that it made Caesar's heart flutter. Caesar, she called him by his special nickname, her voice soft yet unusually clear, there's something I want to ask you. She paused for a moment, as if gathering her courage. If you were to enter that world again, this time, could you bring Astoria along? Caesar's heart skipped a beat. These words, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, created ripples that spread rapidly, overlapping with many scenes from my memory. That girl, always quietly smiling in the corner, with clear eyes. He didn't answer immediately, but just looked at her intently. Looking into those blue eyes that reflected the starry sky, I saw the complex emotions within them, emotions that had traversed the long years, a mixture of heartache, understanding, and an unyielding persistence. Thank you, Hibiscus. Finally, he heard himself say this, his voice a little hoarse. It was always Fleur who was thinking of him. This thank you is too light. As light as a fallen leaf, it cannot bear the weight of all the disappointments and debts I have owed over the years. But that's all he can offer. This expression of gratitude is not only for her in this moment, but also for the silver-haired figure in my memory that will forever remain on the beach in Brittany. That's a truly perfect ending. Fleur smiled slightly. The smile appeared exceptionally gentle in the moonlight, carrying a faint, indescribable sadness. She seemed to understand everything, yet also seemed to have no intention of holding anything against it. Good night, Caesar, she whispered, her gaze warm enough to melt any ice. Try my new Brittany stew for breakfast tomorrow. You can bring her with you. She turned and left, her skirt brushing against the moss on the stone slabs, without making a sound. Caesar remained alone under the starry sky, motionless for a long time. My heart was in turmoil, and in the sea breeze and moonlight of Brittany, it became increasingly difficult to maintain clear boundaries. The three-person framework built by Hermione and Luna still exists, and it has a strong centripetal force because of their common goal. But what Fleur brings is a different dimension, a soul-stirring connection. This is not simply a threat from a fourth person, but a deeper question about who he really is and where his emotional roots lie. This summer, this manor is gently but irresistibly unearthing its buried past, exposing it to the sunlight. The distant sound of the waves remains, carrying a burden that is more complex and more fragile than ever before. But it may also give rise to a new understanding of balance, drifting towards an unknown tomorrow. Under the starry sky of Brittany, tranquility remains, but something deeply buried has begun to loosen and sprout. Host's mood shift detected. Resonance deepens. Expanding cognitive dimensions, upgrading system adaptability. The villain life simulator has been upgraded to the life simulation system. New module added, emotional intervention mode, unlocked. Special note, to fully unlock the emotional intervention mode, you need to complete a simulation challenge. Do you wish to restart the third parallel world and undertake the mode challenge? Waiting for a response. Emotional intervention model. Caesar suddenly stopped. His heart felt like it was being gripped tightly, then suddenly released. He stared at the semi-transparent notification box in front of him. The cold words felt like a red-hot branding iron, burning him so intensely he could barely breathe. Emotional intervention, what does this mean? Is it possible to make up for the regrets he tore apart with his own hands? The girl who gazed at him with emerald eyes in the greenhouse, the tenderness used as a tool, the letter that ended with not worth it, and used never to see each other again to mask cowardice, could all of these no longer be periods? Is it possible to prevent those he pushed away from becoming nothing more than frozen, sorrowful shadows in his memory? Moreover, it can also. He dared not think any further. But he had already made his choice. I'm starting the simulation challenge. The sound burst from deep in his throat, carrying a kind of almost greedy desire that he himself was unaware of. Preparing for the fourth simulated startup. Note, the soul data of Astria Greengrass in the third simulation is still in a sealed state. If the host wishes, this can be merged and archived with the existing soul template in this simulation to form a complete personality backup. Perform fusion. Caesar looked at the prompt that appeared before him and tapped his fingertips lightly on the cold railing. The fusion of Astoria's soul data means that in the upcoming simulations, she will no longer be just a memory or a shadow. He took a deep breath, the sea breeze filling his chest, carrying the last sweet scent of roses before they wither. Anyway, he's like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. He was no longer a prophet, a genius healer, or even a qualified person who knew how to love. He was just a skilled taker, an imposter who had wallowed in the mud for too long, a coward who had deceived himself for far too long. If that's the case, what difference does it make whether you incur one more debt or one less debt? Yes, he said softly, his voice carried away by the sea breeze, yet clearer than any other decision he had ever made. Please select the final objective for this challenge mode. 1. Become a legendary white mage and establish an organization of absolute justice. Quest rewards, Alchemy Master, unlocks the emotional intervention feature. Difficulty, B. Identity, adopted son of the director of St. Mungo's Hospital. 2. Become the new Dark Lord and establish a dark immortal empire. Quest rewards, Alchemy Master, unlock emotional intervention function. Difficulty, A. Identity, Grindelwald's adopted son. 3. Become who you truly want to be. Quest reward, God of Alchemy, unlocks emotional intervention feature. Difficulty, S. Identity, collateral member of the Green Grass family. The Black King and the White King. I now possess so many talents. Neither of these choices is particularly difficult. But what does it mean to become your true self? Caesar didn't hesitate much and immediately chose the third task. Chapter 223. You have selected the final objective for this simulation, become the person you truly want to be. Initial character selected, a member of the Green Grass family's collateral branch. You can choose 3 from the following 10 random talents as your initial talents. Reformed and returned to evil, Master of Illusion, master of alchemy, gifted and intelligent, Parsleyan, ancient magic of love, emotional expert, master of flight, master of potions, genius of dark magic. Since I have an alchemy talent, I'll choose that first and grind some experience in the simulated world beforehand. Actually, I don't really need any other talents to help me anymore. This reformation. Astoria, Hibiscus, you still understand me best. Unbeknownst to him, after 3 simulations, Caesar had already reached the pinnacle of this world. In that case, for this final simulation, I'll just randomly choose a potion master. Initial talents selected: Reformation, Alchemy Master, Potions Master. Simulation begins. Time: 70 years. Immediately afterwards, Caesar's consciousness detached from his physical body and entered a parallel world. You grew up in the green grass pureblood wizarding family, but you are only a collateral branch and do not represent green grass's status or position, nor can you enjoy its benefits. Your parents passed away due to an accident, leaving you, at the age of 6, as an orphan. Because of your bloodline, even if the relationship is distant, the green grass family will still guarantee all your material needs until you officially come of age. These things are nothing more than trivial matters to you, who possess numerous top-tier talents and are practically invincible. However, in order to increase your income and experience, you had already begun to use your alchemy master talent to create and research alchemical items before you even enrolled in school, and you achieved certain results and breakthroughs. Time passed amidst the tedious and monotonous studies. At age 11, as expected, you received your Hogwarts acceptance letter, joining Slytherin House and becoming classmates with Astoria, a direct descendant of the green grass family, beginning your first transfiguration class. September at Hogwarts. The morning mist was like a damp veil, and the last vestiges of summer warmth lingered in the corridor, but fine frost had already formed on the window panes. The Transfiguration classroom is located on the 2nd floor of the castle's east wing, and Monday mornings are always exceptionally noisy. The first-year students crowded at the entrance, chattering about their weekend experiences and jostling each other to find seats. Sunlight streamed in obliquely through the tall arched windows, cutting out streaks of light and shadow on the stone floor, with dust motes swirling slowly within the beams of light. Kaiser Greengrass stood at the edge of the crowd, his dark grey eyes calmly sweeping across the classroom. Suddenly realized, I don't think I've ever joined Hufflepuff. Including the real world, this was the 5th time he had stood in a Hogwarts classroom, wearing this school robe. But it was never Hufflepuff. In the first simulation, he was Ravenclaw. In the second simulation, he was a Slytherin. In the third simulation, he was Gryffindor. Now, in the fourth simulation, it's Slytherin again. In the real world, he is Gryffindor. The memories from the first 3 simulations are buried deep in my soul, like an old book with worn-out pages, but the writing is still clear. This time, the system's task is, to become the person you want to be. After so many simulations, it's time to relax. Caesar slightly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He possesses legendary magical talent, Merlin's bloodline, genius scholar abilities, and all the knowledge gained from 3 simulations. Voldemort? Dumbledore? His strength was more than enough to easily crush them. Quiet. Professor McGonagall's voice was like a precise cutting spell, instantly severing all the noise. She stood in front of the podium, wearing a dark green robe, her hair neatly tied in a bun, her gaze behind her glasses as sharp as an eagle's. Find your seat, immediately. Today's lesson is on the basic principles of transfiguration. I don't want anyone to turn their desk mate into a hedgehog because of being late or distracted. The crowd quickly dispersed. Caesar chose a seat by the window, where sunlight fell directly onto his open textbook. Chapter 4 of A Beginner's Guide to Metamorphosis, Turning a Beetle into a Button. The classroom door was pushed open once again. A girl stood in the doorway, slightly out of breath. Her long, pale golden hair was neatly braided, and her skin was so pale it was almost transparent. In the dim light of the corridor, the pale blue veins beneath her skin were almost visible. She was wearing a modified school uniform. The waist was slightly fitted, the cuffs were embroidered with the fine green grass family crest, and the silver-green thread at the collar was somewhat worn. Astoria Greengrass. Caesar recognized her at a glance. It's all too familiar. Miss Greengrass. Professor McGonagall's voice softened slightly. Please take a seat. Astoria lowered her head and walked quickly toward the classroom. Her steps were unsteady, and her breathing was slightly more rapid than usual. As she passed several Gryffindor boys who were shoving each other, she instinctively stepped aside, her arm brushing against the wall. Caesar quietly moved the backpack off the seat next to him. Astoria raised her eyes, a hint of hesitation flashing in her pale blue pupils. The only empty seat in the classroom was the one next to Caesar by the window. Is anyone here? Her voice was very soft, like a feather brushing against your ear. No. Caesar said, and casually wiped the dust off the windowsill with his sleeve. Please sit down. She sat down carefully, placing her school bag on her lap, her movements so quiet they were almost silent. From Caesar's angle, one could see the wispy strands of golden hair at the back of her neck, and the overly defined collarbone beneath the collar of her school uniform. Too thin. Like a plant that has never seen the sun. Page 87 of the textbook. Professor McGonagall began her lecture. Today we will learn the fundamental law of transformation, the law of conservation of mass during shape changes. The sound of pages turning filled the classroom. Caesar opened his textbook, but his gaze fell on his desk mate. Astoria listened attentively to the lesson, her back ramrod straight, her quill moving swiftly across the parchment. But every 10 minutes or so, her pen would pause slightly, her eyelashes would tremble, and she would need to take a very light breath to continue. Those subtle pauses, like rests that shouldn't exist in a musical piece, disrupted the rhythm of her writing. When the bell rang for recess, she almost immediately put down her pen, her fingertips turning slightly white. Are you all right? Caesar asked. Astoria turned her head, seemingly surprised that someone would speak to her. She forced a smile. I'm just a little tired. The hallway is too noisy. Chapter 224. It's really noisy. The first-year students poured out of the classroom like animals released from their cages, chasing and playing in the corridors. Peeves suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was chasing after several Hufflepuff students, throwing chalk at them. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled patterns on the floor that were dazzling to the eye. Caesar stood up. Let's go. Next class is History of Magic, on the 4th floor. If we wait until these people finish their commotion, we'll be late. Astoria hesitated for a moment, then stood up with him. Her movements were somewhat slow, and her fingers were not very nimble when packing her school bag. The corridor was packed with people. Caesar stepped half a step ahead of her, using his body to shield her from the oncoming Gryffindors. A red-haired boy, Ron, was talking to his friend while walking backwards, completely unaware of what was behind him. Careful! Caesar reached out and blocked it. It wasn't magic, just the most ordinary physical movements. His palm rested on Ron's shoulder, the force perfectly controlled, preventing a collision without causing Ron to fall. Hey! Ron turned his head and, seeing it was Slytherin, his expression immediately became wary. What are you doing? You almost bumped into someone, Caesar said calmly, stepping aside to let Astoria pass. That's when Ron noticed her. Astoria walked quickly past Caesar with her head down, her pale golden braids swaying over her shoulders. Oh, sorry. Ron scratched his head, his tone softening. He glanced at Caesar, then at Astoria who had already walked away, muttered something, and finally turned and ran towards his friend. Caesar followed. At the corner of the corridor, Astoria leaned against the stone wall, breathing slightly heavily. The stray hairs on his forehead were damp with cold sweat and clung to his pale skin. "Do you need a rest?" he asked. "Need not." She shook her head, her voice soft. "It's just that there are too many people, it's a bit stuffy." Caesar didn't say anything, but simply walked to her side, blocking another group of students who were running past laughing and joking. His positioning was very clever. They appear to be just standing there casually, but they actually form a barrier, separating the most crowded part of the corridor. Sunlight streamed in from the window on the other side, illuminating the dust particles in the air. Astoria raised her head, her pale blue eyes looking at Caesar. Her eyelashes were long, almost translucent in the sunlight. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome. Your name is Caesar, isn't it?" "Caesar Greengrass." Her voice was still soft, but it carried a hint of probing. "I've heard your name before. Mom said you're a distant relative." "Probably." Caesar smiled. "According to the family genealogy, I should be the nephew of your third cousin's distant cousin, if you can figure that out." The tongue-twisting family relationship made Astoria smile faintly, but it brought a touch of life to her face. "I can't figure it out," she said honestly. "The Greengrass family has too many branches." "But Mom said your parents were involved in an accident at the Ministry of Magic." "It's all in the past." Caesar interrupted her, his tone light. "I'm more concerned about whether Professor Binns will knock me out with his hypnotic spell in the next class." Astoria smiled again. This time the smile was deeper, with a slight curve at the corners of the mouth. The crowds in the corridor gradually thinned out. Caesar waited until her breathing had calmed down before speaking. "Let's go. We're really going to be late." They walked side by side toward the stairs. Astoria's steps were still light, but no longer so unsteady. As they went upstairs, she would occasionally reach out to hold onto the wall, and Caesar would naturally slow down. "Do you like Hogwarts?" Upon reaching the third floor, Astoria suddenly asked. Caesar thought for a moment. He could actually give many answers to this question. From the professor's perspective in the first simulation, to the undercover perspective in the second, and then to the power game in the third simulation. But this time, he chose the simplest one. "Like," he said. "Especially the library. I heard there's a song collection room in the Ravenclaw Tower, with many ancient magical folk song scores." Astoria's eyes lit up. "You know that?" "I've heard people mention it." Caesar said that he actually learned of this hobby during his time with Astoria in the third simulation. "Do you like folk songs?" Her voice held a new warmth. "I've collected a lot of sheet music. Some I found in second-hand bookstores, some were left by my mother." "Can you sing?" "A little." Caesar snapped his fingers. It wasn't a spell, just a simple snap of his fingers, but he used magic to create a short melody in the air. It was the prelude to Moonlight Over the Black Lake on the cover of the songbook in her school bag. The silvery phantom of the musical note flickered in the air for 2 seconds before disappearing. Astoria's eyes widened. "This is staffless magic. A little trick," Caesar said casually. "If you want to learn, I can teach you the basics." "Real? Real?" They went up to the 4th floor. The door to the History of Magic classroom was open, and Professor Binns was already floating on the podium, beginning his lecture in his monotonous voice, as if it came from the depths of a tomb. "Today we continue our discussion of medieval European wizarding gatherings." The classroom was almost full. Caesar glanced around and saw that there were only 2 adjacent empty seats in the back row. "Over there," he pointed. Astoria hesitated for a moment as she sat down. Her hand rested on the table, her fingertips trembling slightly. Caesar noticed that she gripped the pen tightly, her knuckles turning white. "The curse is taking effect. It's mild, but it's definitely happening." Caesar's fingers clenched lightly inside his robe pocket. A bottle of pale golden potion appeared in his palm. The Purifier Type 3, an improved version, is formulated to be gentle on children. He has adjusted all parameters to suit the properties of green grass's curse. Oh, right. He placed the potion bottle on the table and pushed it towards him. Try this. It's my own homemade lemon-flavored energy drink, it works better than coffee. Astoria looked at the small bottle, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Is this a potion? Did you make it? The recipe my mother left behind. Caesar lied without batting an eye. She said it's especially good to drink when you're feeling sleepy in class. The potion bottle shimmered with tiny sparkles in the sunlight. Astoria finally unscrewed the cap and took a small sip. Her eyes widened again. So sweet. She murmured. And it's warm and cozy, like drinking in the sunshine. It's effective. Caesar opened his History of Magic textbook, his gaze falling on Professor Binns, but his attention was entirely focused on those around him. Merlin's bloodline perception allowed him to see the potion taking effect within her body. A pale golden light spread down the esophagus, gently enveloping the dark grey chains of curse. The chains recoiled slightly as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and the tightness of their binding loosened a little. Professor Binns' voice echoed in the classroom, like some kind of monotonous background noise. The sunlight moved slowly, creeping from one end of the classroom to the other. Astoria's breathing gradually calmed down, and her writing speed increased. Occasionally, she would turn her head to glance at Caesar, her pale blue eyes holding emotions he couldn't decipher. Chapter 225. When class ended, she did not stand up immediately. Caesar, she whispered. Thank you for today. What are you thanking me for? All. She lowered her head and tidied her school bag. Seats. Corridors. A&D. Potions. Caesar watched as her pale fingers slowly tucked the quill back into its case, the movement slow but no longer trembling. You're welcome. He said. I'll still be saving that window seat for tomorrow's transformation class. If you'd like to sit there again. Astoria looked up, a glint in her eyes. Okay, she said. They walked out of the classroom together. The corridor was packed with students again, the noise, laughter, and mischief screams all mixed together. Caesar remained half a step ahead of her, using his body to separate himself from the crowd. Astoria followed behind him, her steps much steadier than in the morning. As she reached the top of the stairs, she suddenly said, Caesar. Could you play that melody you just played? Moonlight over the Black Lake. I want to learn it. Caesar stopped and turned around. The setting sun streamed in through the window at the end of the corridor, turning her blonde hair a warm orange. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were bright. He stretched out his hand, not with a magic wand, but by simply tracing a line of his finger in the air. A string of silvery musical notes appeared out of nowhere, forming the first section of Moonlight over the Black Lake. The musical notes swirled slowly in the air, emitting a subtle resonance that only they could hear. Like this. Caesar said, his fingers moved to the melody. Magic should be gentle, like breathing. Astoria mimicked him, extending her finger. Her movements were clumsy, and her magical energy fluctuations were weak and unstable. But when she finally got the first note on, though it only lasted half a second before going out, a genuine smile appeared on her face. A bright, warm smile, the kind that belongs to an 11-year-old girl. Caesar looked at her. He really wanted to make the girl smile more. To turn the pretense and falsehoods from the previous simulations into reality. As the sun sets into the Black Lake, the castle lights up. The voices in the corridor gradually faded away. Only an unfinished melody remains, and two shadows walking side by side, stretching long and long on the ancient stone wall. In the last week of October, the air at Hogwarts began to become sweet and restless. The corridor walls were covered with glowing orange vines, which hummed off-key Halloween songs in the dark. A grinning pumpkin lantern floats on the ceiling, throwing a handful of virtual candy at passing students every few minutes. Although they couldn't catch it, the children still happily reached out to grab it. After the transfiguration lesson, Caesar overheard Draco Malfoy talking loudly as he packed his bag. A custom-made vampire duke's suit. The platinum-haired boy tilted his chin up. The fangs are replicas of Romanian vampire canines, sealed with a permanent bonding spell. My father had them specially sent to me. Crabbe and Gore offered vague words of praise. Caesar zipped up his backpack and glanced around the classroom. Astoria was still sitting by the window, her head down, arranging parchment. Her movements were slower than usual, and the quill pen tip lingered on the paper for a long time. In the week leading up to Halloween, magical fluctuations within the castle were unusually active, a constant burden on bodies corrupted by the curse. "How are you?" Caesar walked over and sat down in the chair next to her. Astoria raised her head, her pale blue eyes showing some weariness. It's just that mischievous ghost has been throwing fermented pumpkins in the hallway since yesterday, and the smell is a bit, making me dizzy. It'll be even noisier tonight." Caesar pulled the pale golden potion from the side pocket of his bag. This was the 6th one already, the treatment was progressing smoothly. "Drink it beforehand. It will help stabilize your senses." Her fingertips brushed against his hand, they were cool. "Thank you," she said softly, unscrewing the bottle cap. After taking the potion, her breathing became noticeably smoother, and her shoulders relaxed. Caesar watched her put the potion bottle away, then suddenly asked, "What are you dressed up as tonight?" Astoria paused, then lowered her head. "Daphne said I should dress as an elf, she said that would be suitable. Suitable?" Caesar asked. "It's just..." Her voice trailed off, "something that won't bring shame to the family, something insignificant. But I think..." "What are you thinking about?" She raised her eyes, a faint glimmer of light flashing in them. "I want to dress up as a siren. The kind that can sing. I've seen illustrations in old books, they have silver blue scales, pearls woven into their hair, and their songs can disorient sailors. But those materials were too hard to find, and Daphne also said it was too ostentatious." Caesar remained silent. He stood up. "See you tonight." As evening fell, the setting sun bathed the castle's stone walls in a blood-orange hue. Caesar sat in a corner of the Slytherin common room, a pile of materials spread out in front of him. The black robe was borrowed from Filch's confiscated inventory cabinet, the pale mask was shaped using transfiguration, and there was also a small bottle of magical smoke made last night using fiendish embers and black lake water. It can simulate the outline of a snake at the corner of the robe. "Merlin." My classmate, Bress Sabini, stopped as he passed by. "Are you serious?" "Certainly." Caesar put the mask on his face. The mask was smooth and had no nose, only 2 narrow slits for the eyes and a mouth that split to the roots of the ears. His voice, transmitted through the mask, carried an eerie echo. "How is it?" "You'll scare the first years to tears," Blaise said, but his eyes gleamed. "What will the teachers' table think of their reaction?" "That would be even more interesting." Caesar stood up. The smoke from the hem of his robe began to billow, forming a faint, serpentine shape. He waved his wand, just an ordinary willow wand, and the smoke snake immediately raised its head, hissing as if flicking its tongue. Everyone in the common room looked over. Some were whistling, some were whispering. Pansy Parkinson frowned in disgust. "How vulgar." Caesar ignored him. He checked his attire once more and then walked towards the door. "Wait," Blaise called after him, "aren't you afraid Dumbledore will kick you out?" "Why the rush?" Caesar turned his head, his voice behind the mask laced with laughter. "It's just a Halloween joke." He pushed open the door and walked into the hallway. On his way from Slytherin's cellars to the Great Hall, he attracted countless stares. The younger students cowered against the wall in fear, while the older students stopped and whispered among themselves. Peeves was about to throw rotten eggs at him, but when the smoke snake raised its head, the mischievous boy shrieked and disappeared into the ceiling. "That's," a Hufflepuff girl asked, trembling. "A mini version," her companion whispered, "Merlin." Chapter 226. Caesar walked on calmly. As he approached the auditorium entrance, he encountered Professor McGonagall. The serious professor of Transfiguration was wearing a traditional Scottish tartan shawl tonight, and his hair was neatly styled. When she saw Caesar, her brows immediately furrowed. "Mr. Greengrass," Professor McGonagall's voice was like a winter stone, "explain." "Halloween costume, Professor?" Caesar replied in his eerie, echoing voice, "Just kidding." McGonagall stared at him for 3 seconds. Her gaze was so sharp it seemed to pierce through his mask. "Go in." Finally, she stepped aside. "But if it causes a disturbance, Slytherin will lose 50 points. "Yes, Professor." Caesar entered the auditorium. For a moment, the entire hall was silent for 3 seconds. Thousands of candles floated in the air, illuminating the auditorium brightly. The 4 college tables were piled high with pumpkin pies, frosted cakes, and squeaky sugar mice. The ghosts floated in mid-air. But when Caesar appeared at the door, all the sounds vanished. Hundreds of eyes were on him. At the teacher's table, Snape's lips twitched. Flitwick nearly spilled his wine, Sprout covered his mouth. Only Dumbledore, dressed in a deep blue robe studded with stars, wore an enigmatic smile. Ignoring all gazes, Caesar walked toward the Slytherin table. He walked slowly, the smoke from the hem of his robe swirling with each step, casting eerie shadows in the candle light. "Wow!" Draco murmured. "This is definitely cooler than the Vampire Duke." Caesar sat down in the middle of the long table. The students around him automatically made way for one person. "Astoria has arrived." She stood at the entrance to the auditorium, dressed in the siren outfit that Caesar had placed by her bedside beforehand. Her long, silver blue, scale-patterned dress refracted a rainbow-like sheen in the candlelight, the black lake pearls on her crown shimmered with a warm glow, and the ptarmigan feather hair ornaments swayed gently with her movements. She was stunningly beautiful. But it was also shockingly pale. Even in the warm yellow candlelight, her skin remained as translucent as porcelain, and she resembled a shadow that might vanish into the light at any moment. She saw Caesar, paused for a moment, then cautiously walked over and sat down beside him. "Your outfit, is it the Dark Lord?" She spoke softly, her pale blue eyes fixed on the mask. "It's a little scary." "Did I scare you?" Caesar asked through the mask. "Just a little," she said honestly, "but I knew it was you." "Why?" "Because only you would save me a window seat." Caesar laughed, though the mask concealed his expression, the joy in his voice was unmistakable, "clever." The banquet began. Dumbledore stood up, said a few words of blessing, and then announced, "Enjoy it to the fullest." The long table instantly became lively. Peeves, leading a group of ghosts, stormed into the auditorium, beginning their annual spooky show. The blood-soaked barrow roamed around, causing several Hufflepuff students to scream in terror. Nick, who almost lost his head, performs his classic act. "Watch out! I'm about to lose my head. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'm stuck again." The students burst into laughter. Astoria smiled too. She ate the pumpkin pie in small bites, occasionally turning her head to watch the performance, her eyes curving into crescents. Caesar noticed that she was in better spirits tonight than usual. But the change came suddenly. Everything happened too fast when the weeping Myrtle emerged from Astoria's pumpkin juice cup. "Wah-ah-ah!" Myrtle let out a piercing scream, her face almost pressed against Astoria's. Her transparent body shimmered in the candlelight, her long hair swayed like seaweed, and endless tears streamed from her eyes. Astoria's breathing stopped instantly. His face turned from pale to ashen, and his lips lost all color. His hand loosened, and the fork clattered onto the plate. His pupils dilated, and his shoulders began to tremble. It wasn't just ordinary fright, but a deep-seated, instinctive fear that triggered a chain reaction of curses. Caesar reacted almost instantly. He didn't use a wand, or even chant a spell. He simply raised his hand and gently grasped it in the direction of Myrtle. It wasn't an attack, but rather the most precise manipulation of magic. He used his own magical field to create a barrier around Astoria, while simultaneously giving Myrtle a push. On a magical level, it makes the ghost not want to stay here for the time being. Myrtle's voice caught in her throat. She blinked her tearful eyes in confusion, and her form began to flicker and blur. "Hey," she uttered a single syllable, then with a whoosh, she disappeared back into the cup and never came out again. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Apart from a few professors in the faculty section, no one noticed anything unusual. But Astoria was still trembling. His fingers gripped the tablecloth tightly, his knuckles turning white. His breathing was rapid and shallow, and his chest heaved violently. The curse was triggered by intense fear, and the dark grey chains were contracting wildly within her body. Caesar did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand, not to cast a spell, but to remove the mask, grabbing the edge of the pale mask and ripping it off forcefully. The mask was removed. The face below, belonging to an 11-year-old boy, was revealed. His golden brown hair was somewhat disheveled from wearing a mask, and his dark grey eyes, which usually held composure, now revealed only genuine, undisguised worry. There was a faint red mark on her forehead. "Astoria." Caesar spoke in his own voice, softly but clearly enough. "Look at me." The girl slowly turned her head. His gaze was still somewhat unfocused, but his focus gradually tightened on Caesar's face. It's you. It's me." Caesar casually tossed the mask onto the table. "It's just a mask. It's fake." Astoria's breathing gradually calmed down. But his complexion was still very poor, and his hands were still shaking. Caesar drew his wand and waved it lightly in the air. "It's not a complicated spell, just the most basic levitation charm with a little bit of transfiguration ingenuity." A dozen or so tiny pumpkin-shaped candies emerged from the tip of the wand, each wrapped in transparent magic wrapper, their orange-yellow flesh shimmering warmly in the candle light. The candies lined up and flew to Astoria, forming a smiley face in the air. "To calm your nerves," Caesar said, his voice returning to its usual gentle tone. "This is a spell I invented myself, its effect only lasts until the end of the banquet. Eat quickly, or it will disappear." Astoria stared blankly at the candies. Then, she reached out and took the one in the very center. The candy wrapper melted at her fingertips, and the candy rolled into her palm. She put it in her mouth. "So sweet," she whispered, tears welling up unexpectedly. They weren't tears of sorrow, but rather tears of relief, like a taut string suddenly released, a mixture of lingering shock and comfort. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Chapter 227. Caesar didn't comfort her, he simply waited quietly. He conjured up more candy and piled it on the plate in front of her. "Eat all of this. It's the doctor's order." Astoria burst into laughter through her tears. What kind of doctor's order tells a patient to eat sugar? Now we have it. Caesar himself picked up a piece of candy and put it in his mouth. "My candy therapy is a cure for Halloween trauma." The two sat in a corner of the bustling auditorium, sharing the handful of magic candies. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away. After Astoria ate 3 candies, her complexion finally returned to its usual paleness. She picked up the 4th one, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Caesar. Why did you take off your mask just now?" Caesar thought for a moment, "Because I frightened you." "But you were meant to scare people, weren't you?" Astoria asked seriously, "You dressed up like that, just to scare people, didn't you?" "It's meant to scare people," Caesar admitted, "but not to scare you." Astoria looked at him. The candle light danced in her pale blue eyes, like starlight beneath a lake. "You're a weirdo," she finally said. "Many people say that." Caesar laughed, "But there are advantages to being eccentric. For example, I can play the entire moonlight over the Black Lake. Would you like to hear it?" Astoria's eyes immediately lit up. "Now? Here?" "Of course not." Caesar pointed to the noisy crowd around him. "It's too noisy. But if you want, I can." He stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the air. A silver halo appeared, then shrank into a tiny speck of light the size of a grain of rice, landing in his palm. "What is this?" Astoria leaned closer to look. "Musical note seed." Caesar handed her the light. "After you return to your dorm, put it to your ear, and you'll hear the complete moonlight over the Black Lake. Only one copy available, a rare collector's item." Astoria carefully took the light. It flickered twice in her palm, then melted into her skin and disappeared. "Thanks," she said it softly, but the joy in her voice was unmistakable. The banquet went on until late at night. When Dumbledore announced the end, the students left reluctantly. Caesar helped Astoria carry the siren crown, and the two walked out of the hall with the crowd. The corridor was still lively, but no longer crowded. Moonlight streamed in through the high window, casting a silvery white ribbon on the floor. As she reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Astoria suddenly stopped. "Caesar. Thank you for today." She looked up, the moonlight casting soft shadows on her pale face. "Thank you for the candy. And thank you for taking off your mask." Caesar looked at her and suddenly remembered the moment Hermione threw herself into his arms during their first simulation. "You're welcome. Happy Halloween, Astoria." "Happy Halloween." She walked into the girls' passageway, her silver blue sequined dress flashing one last time in the darkness before disappearing. Caesar stood there, still holding the pale Voldemort mask in his hand. He looked down at it, then casually used a shattering spell to turn it into a pile of ashes. Blaise walked up from behind and whistled. "A brilliant performance." The first half terrified 3 first graders, the second half gently offered them candy. "What kind of character were you trying to create?" Caesar turned his head, his deep grey eyes reflecting the torchlight on the corridor wall. "There's no need to create anything. Just do what you want to do in the moment, that's enough." Blaise paused for a second, then laughed, "Madman. Maybe." They went into the common lounge. The fire in the fireplace was still burning. Caesar walked to the window and looked out at the dark lake. "There's light moving at the bottom of the lake, it could be a giant squid, or it could be some other mermaid." Moonlight shone through the lake, casting shimmering spots of light on the water's surface. He leaned against the cold glass, recalling the light in Astoria's eyes when she received the musical note seed. On the first Friday of December, in the evening, the sky was as overcast as a piece of parchment soaked in water. When Caesar emerged from the library, torches had already been lit in the corridors. The firelight shone on the ancient stone wall, stretching and shortening the shadows of the running students, casting them on the ceiling like a comical shadow play. There was a peculiar chill in the air, not the biting cold, but a damp, silent chill, as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for something. He walked to the window at the corner on the second floor and stopped. The first snowflake drifted down outside the window. It was a very small patch, almost invisible. It hesitated in the air for a moment, like a lost feather, then gently touched the window pane and instantly melted into a tiny droplet. Then came the second piece, the third piece. Soon, the snowflakes grew denser, falling silently and gently from the leaden sky, veiling the castle towers and the distant forbidden forest in a thin mist. "It's snowing." A Hufflepuff girl passing by whispered. Caesar stood by the window and looked out for a while. Snowflakes fell on the black lake and vanished instantly. They settled on the stone walls of the castle, forming a thin layer of white. The noise in the corridor seemed to subside a few decibels. Students slowed their pace and gathered around the windows, their breath forming blurry circles on the glass. He remembered something, turned around, and walked towards the common room. The common room in Slytherin's cellars was quieter than usual. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, and the flames cast dancing orange shadows on the water window. A few 7th grade students were gathered around the fireplace discussing the Newt's exam, while a few younger students were playing wizard's chess in a corner. Draco Malfoy is complaining that the snow will affect Quidditch practice, even though he is a freshman and cannot yet join the house team. Astoria sat on her usual sofa by the window. She didn't read books or do her homework, she just quietly looked out the water window. The depths of the black lake were pitch black, but near the water's edge, snowflakes were slowly sinking into the water, like countless tiny, luminous fish. Her profile appeared exceptionally pale in the glow of the fireplace, her pale golden eyelashes fluttered occasionally, and her breath condensed into white mist on the cold glass before dissipating. Caesar walked over and sat down on the sofa next to her. Watching the snow, he asked. Astoria turned her head, her pale blue eyes reflecting the glimmer of light from the water window. Seeing snow from underwater, it's quite unique. It is indeed special. Snowflakes leave long, thin white trails as they drift across the lake before slowly sinking and disappearing into the unfathomable darkness. Occasionally, luminous jellyfish swim by, leaving behind a dreamy halo in the snow. Do you like snow? Caesar asked. Like? Astoria said softly. But I rarely had the chance to look at it properly. Back home, when it snowed, my mother always made me stay indoors, saying I would catch a cold. At Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey also said the temperature was too low and it was best not to leave the castle. Chapter 228. Her fingers pressed lightly against the glass, her fingertips slightly red from the cold. The two sat quietly for a while. The clock in the common room struck 7, it was time for dinner. The students gradually rose and headed towards the auditorium. The conversation at the long table revolved almost entirely around the first snowfall. Some people are excitedly planning a snowball fight tomorrow, while others are worried about whether the snow will affect the owl's ability to deliver mail. At dinner, Astoria ate very little. She scooped up a spoonful of pumpkin soup and sipped it slowly, her eyes fixed on the tall arched windows of the auditorium. Snowflakes danced in the night, illuminated by the castle lights, like countless tiny, luminous dust particles. Are you going to the library again tonight? She suddenly asked. Caesar put down his fork. I'm not going. What's wrong? Astoria lowered her head and poked at the mashed potatoes on her plate with her fork. A long time passed, so long that Caesar thought she wouldn't answer. She then said softly. Caesar. Could you, take me away? Caesar paused for a second, where to? Astoria raised her eyes, and in her pale blue eyes was a light he had never seen before, an almost stubborn light. Go see the snow. Real snow. It wasn't through glass, it wasn't underwater, it was standing in the snow. I felt it land on my hair, in my palm, and listened to the sound of it hitting the ground. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. I know I shouldn't have made such a request. I know I'm not in good health, and I know Mrs. Pomfrey said. But the snow tonight is so special, I want to see it properly. Just once. Caesar looked at her. The firelight danced on her face, warming her pale skin. Her fingers gripped the fork tightly, her knuckles turning white. Okay, he said. Astoria's eyes widened. Really? Really? Caesar stood up. But on 2 conditions. What are the conditions? First, dress warmly. Wear your thickest robe, scarf, and gloves. I don't have very thick gloves. Daphne said I don't need them because I shouldn't go out in winter. Caesar pulled a pair of dark grey woolen gloves from his bag. He had Dobby, the house elf, help him knit this yesterday, and he cast a warming and waterproof spell on it. Use mine. Second. He paused for a moment. Listen to me. If I feel too cold or you look unwell, we'll come back immediately. Astoria took the gloves. They were a little big for her, but very warm. She slowly put on the gloves, her fingertips moving slightly in the soft yarn. Okay. I agree. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the castle entered a semi-dormant state. Younger students have been sent back to their dormitories, while older students are mostly in the common room or library. The corridor was empty, save for the crackling of the torches on the walls and the occasional sound of Filch's patrolling footsteps in the distance, though he seemed to have been led elsewhere by Peeves tonight. Caesar and Astoria stood at the door of the Slytherin common room. Astoria was wrapped in a thick, dark green cloak, her scarf covering her from the chin down, and Caesar's gloves made her hands appear exceptionally small. Her breath condensed into white mist in the cold air, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Ready? Caesar asked. She nodded. Caesar extended his hand. He wasn't trying to lead her, but rather he used his wand to draw a complex symbol in the air, a combination of a confusion charm and an ignore charm to keep them out of the public eye for a short time. This wasn't some profound magic, but it was already quite astonishing for a first-year student. Astoria looked at him without saying a word. They left the common room and entered the corridor. Caesar walked ahead, with Astoria close behind. Her steps were light, like a cautious kitten. As they passed the armor, the helmet of one of the suits of armor clicked and spun, but Caesar immediately froze it with a silent petrification spell. This way. Caesar pushed open a side door, which led to a path in the backyard of the castle. As soon as the door opened, a cold wind carrying snowflakes rushed in. Astoria gasped, not from the cold, but from the sight before her. A thin layer of snow had already accumulated in the backyard. The snowflakes continued to fall silently, like countless tiny, luminous feathers in the night. The castle lights shone through the windows, casting warm yellow patches of light on the snow. The forbidden forest in the distance was pitch black, with only white snowcaps on the treetops. Come! Caesar stepped out first, his footsteps crunching softly on the snow. Astoria followed behind him. She walked slowly, each step careful, as if afraid of disturbing something. Snowflakes fell on her cloak hood, on her eyelashes, and on her outstretched, gloved palms. A perfectly shaped hexagonal snowflake lingered in her palm for a second before melting. It has a shape, she murmured, like crystal. Each one is different. Caesar said, Muggle scientists say that no two snowflakes in the world are exactly alike. Do Muggles know this? Muggles know a lot of things we don't. They walked through the backyard and headed towards the Black Lake. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the ground was already thick enough to leave footprints. Caesar glanced back. 2 small footprints stretched across the snow, only to be quickly covered by fresh snow. Black Lake was covered with a thin layer of ice, and the surface near the shore was covered with snow, resembling a large block of dark glass sprinkled with icing sugar. Water was still flowing in the middle of the lake, and steam rose from the surface, forming a hazy mist in the snow. The pavilion by the lake, that white marble-domed pavilion, is half buried in the snow. The benches and pillars in the pavilion were covered in snow, which shimmered with a pale blue light under the moonlight. Go there, Caesar said, pointing to the pavilion. Astoria nodded. Her cheeks flushed slightly from the cold, her breathing was a little rapid, but the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. They entered the pavilion. Caesar used his wand to clear the snow from the bench, and then took out 2 thick blankets from his bag, which was enchanted with a stretch without trace charm. Sit, he said. Astoria sat down on the bench, wrapped a blanket around herself. Caesar sat down next to her and took out a silver thermos and 2 small cups from his bag. What is this? Astoria asked curiously. Hot cocoa. Caesar unscrewed the lid, and a rich chocolate aroma immediately wafted out. Borrowed from the kitchen. The house elves made too much, it would be a waste not to drink it. Actually, he had Dobby prepare it specifically for him in the kitchen that afternoon, adding double the amount of butter and a little bit of energy drink. It's a mild one, so it won't affect your sleep. He poured a glass and handed it to Astoria. The cup was very hot, she held it with both hands and carefully took a sip. So sweet. She whispered, then smiled, like drinking a whole piece of chocolate. Do you like it? Like. Chapter 229. The two sat side by side in the pavilion, holding hot cocoa, watching the snow outside. Snowflakes drifted down from the edge of the pavilion's dome, shimmering in the moonlight. From the depths of the forbidden forest across the Black Lake, came the low groans of unknown magical creatures, perhaps thestrals, perhaps something else entirely. Astoria drank most of a cup of hot cocoa, and her complexion became a little rosier. She put down the cup, hugged her knees, rested her chin on her knees, and quietly watched the snow. Caesar, she suddenly said after a long time. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? All. Her voice was very soft, almost drowned out by the sound of falling snow. Thank you for bringing me out. Thank you for the gloves. Thank you, hot cocoa. And thank you for always saving me a window seat in your transformation class. Caesar turned his head to look at her. Snowflakes fell on her golden hair, like a layer of tiny diamonds. Snowflakes clung to her eyelashes, in the blink of an eye, they melted into tiny water droplets. You're welcome, he said. Astoria hesitated for a moment, then continued. I've never done this before. Sneaking out, sitting by the lake on a snowy night, drinking stolen hot cocoa. Daphne said that the green grass girls should be dignified, well-behaved, and stay where they belong. Where do you want to stay? Astoria fell silent. She watched the snow falling outside the pavilion, her pale blue eyes like 2 still lakes in the moonlight. I want to stay where there's snow. Finally, she said, where there are songs. Where there is hot cocoa. Where there is. She paused for a moment, a place where I don't have to constantly worry about dying. These words were spoken so softly as a snowflake falling to the ground. Caesar's fingers twitched slightly under the blanket. He wanted to say something, but in the end said nothing. He simply poured the remaining hot cocoa from the thermos into her cup. Drink it. It's still warm. Astoria took the cup and held it with both hands. The steam rose up, blurring her face. Caesar, she called him again. Do you think I'll live long enough to see snow like this many times? Caesar turned to look at her. Her eyes held the light of snow, the light of moonlight, and a deep weariness and longing that didn't belong to an 11-year-old. Abel. He said. The voice was more resolute than he had imagined. You'll live to be very, very old, so old that you'll get tired of snow and complain, why is it snowing again? The roads are so slippery. Astoria smiled, but there was a bitter taste in her smile. My mother says I'll only live to my early 20s. That's how it is for all the green grass girls. Then let's break this rule. How do we break it? Caesar pulled a small crystal bottle from his pocket. This was the 7th purifying potion, the treatment was nearing its end. Finish this. He handed her the bottle. 1 bottle a week, drink it for 3 months, and the curse will be eradicated. Astoria looked at the bottle, but didn't take it. Many therapists have tried. They are not me. Caesar said this, his tone as calm as if stating a fact. My mother's recipe is different. And he paused. I swear in Merlin's name, you will be all right. Astoria stared at him, stunned. Then, she reached out and took the crystal bottle. My fingers touched his fingers, they were very cold. Okay. I believe you. She put the bottle back in her pocket and picked up the hot cocoa again. The two fell silent again, watching the snow and listening to the sound of it falling. The moon has risen higher. The snow lessened, changing from a dense, heavy blizzard to sparse, slowly falling snowflakes. The fog over Black Lake grew thicker, and the treetops of the Forbidden Forest appeared and disappeared in the mist. Caesar, Astoria spoke again, this time with a different tone in her voice. When I get better, can you take me to see the sea? Caesar turned to look at her, the sea. She nodded, her eyes sparkling. I've never seen the real ocean. Daphne said the ocean is vast, so vast that you can't see the edge, and the sound of the tides is like a song that never ends. I want to stand by the sea and listen to that sound. Good. Caesar said, when you're better, I'll take you to see all the seas in the world. The fjords of Norway, the Aegean Sea of Greece, the South Daxia Sea in the east, wherever you want to go, we'll go. Astoria smiled. This time, her smile was genuine and radiant, like a small flower suddenly blooming in the snowy night. You've made plans. She held up her little finger. Caesar paused for a moment, then extended his little finger and hooked it around hers. It's arranged. Their two little fingers were hooked together, swaying in the moonlight and snow. It was a childlike gesture, but the two of them did it very earnestly. After sitting for a while, the hot cocoa was finished, and the snow was about to stop. Astoria yawned slightly, her eyes half closed. It's time to go back. Caesar stood up and put away the blanket and thermos. They left the pavilion and walked back along the path they had come from. The only footprints on the snow were those from when they came, now half covered by fresh snow. Astoria walked slowly, so Caesar slowed down to wait for her. When she reached the back gate of the castle, she suddenly stopped and looked back. The pavilion stood silently in the snow, like a small, white dream. Today, she said softly. I will remember it for a very, very long time. Me too, Caesar said. They quietly returned to the castle, walked through the empty corridors, and went back to the Slytherin common room. The fire in the fireplace had died down, leaving only embers that glowed red in the darkness. A few older students, who were night owls, were still talking quietly in the corner, but no one noticed them. When they reached the entrance to the girls' dormitory, Astoria took off Caesar's gloves and returned them to him. Thank you. And good night. Good night. Caesar took the gloves, the warmth of her palms still lingered on them. She turned and walked towards the passageway, took 2 steps, and then turned back. Caesar. When it snows next year, will we still be able to do this? Caesar watched her stand in the shadows at the entrance to the passage, her pale golden hair gleaming in the embers of the fireplace. Yes. We can go see it every year when it snows. Astoria smiled, then disappeared into the passage. Caesar stood there, still holding the gloves in his hand. The clock in the common room struck 11. He walked to the water window and looked at the few snowflakes still falling outside. There is light moving at the bottom of the lake, perhaps it is a giant squid, or perhaps it is other mermaids swimming in the snowy night. Snowflakes drifted across the lake, slowly sinking and disappearing into the unfathomable darkness. He thought to himself, when spring comes and her curse is completely lifted, he will take her to see the real sea. Watch the tides rise and fall, listen to the waves sing. Chapter 230. In Hogwarts' second autumn, the noise in the corridors seemed milder than the previous year. The students had grown taller, the hems of their school uniforms were now far from their wrists, and they began to speak with a subtle sense of superiority, as if they were seniors. The castle remains ancient, but the spiral staircases that once led people astray, the moving armor, and the suddenly disappearing thresholds have now become familiar landmarks. The transformation classroom is still the same room on the second floor, East Wing. September sunlight streamed in through the same arched windows, cutting out streaks of light and shadow on the stone floor. The dust swirled within the beam of light, as if cast a permanent levitation spell. Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, her hair neatly tied in a bun. As her gaze swept across the classroom behind her glasses, it lingered on a few students for an extra second. That was the look in their eyes when they performed in last year's transformation class. When Caesar entered the classroom, the seat by the window was already occupied. Astoria sat there, her pale golden hair neatly braided, a little longer than last year, the ends reaching her shoulder blades. She was wearing a modified school gown, still slightly fitted at the waist, but the green grass pattern on the cuffs was more densely embroidered, and the silver-green thread at the collar had been replaced. Sunlight fell on her open textbook, Chapter 3 of Intermediate Transformation Guide, turning a teacup into a hamster. She looked up, and her eyes lit up when she saw Caesar. "Good morning." Her voice was a bit more stable than last year, though it was still very soft. "Good morning." Caesar sat down beside her, his school bag making a slight thud as he placed it on the floor. It was filled with things that the plan for the year was to accidentally bring to her. This has become a kind of convention. From the first week of second grade, Caesar just happened to always sit next to her. Transfiguration, potions, history of magic, astronomy. Whenever there was an adjacent seat in the classroom, he would appear beside her. Sometimes I just happened to get a seat, and sometimes I casually saved one for her. Some gossip began to circulate within Slytherin. That sickly girl from the green grass family and her little rascal. Pansy Parkinson chuckled during one dinner, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for someone in the middle of the long table to hear. Daphne Greengrass looked very unwell. She wanted to say something, but Astoria gently tugged at her sister's sleeve and shook her head. Caesar was cutting a steak at the time. He looked up and glanced at Pansy. It wasn't a threatening look, nor did it convey any emotion, it was just a very calm glance. But Pansy's words caught in her throat, the knife and fork scraping against the plate with a harsh sound, and then she lowered her head and focused on the peas in front of her. Blaise later asked Caesar, "Did you cast a spell on her?" "No," Caesar said. It just reminded her of the fact that her father had been summoned by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement last month for illegally trading magical creature feathers. "How did you know?" There was a 3-line report in the corner of the Daily Prophet. Caesar opened the potions textbook. A good memory is a useful talent. Blaise looked at him for a long time, and finally said, "You're a terrible guy. Thank you for the compliment." Potions classes on Wednesday afternoons. The cellar classroom was perpetually cold and damp, its stone walls seeping moisture, and the air thick with the mingled smells of herbs, animal organs, and lingering remnants of magic potions. Snape slid through the classroom like a giant bat, his black robes billowing, his voice low and deep, as if it came from the ground. "Make a soothing agent today," he said, his gaze sweeping across the class. "The formula is on page 52. Any error could cause the user to fall into a permanent coma. So if any of you are trying to use this as an excuse to skip my class..." He paused, a smile almost forming on his lips. "I would be happy to let him stay in the school hospital until graduation." The classroom was silent. The only sounds were the turning of pages and the soft clinking of crucibles. Caesar and Astoria were grouped together. This was almost inevitable. Snape grouped them alphabetically by last name, and Greengrass were always next to each other. "You weigh the moonstone powder," Caesar said, "push the scales over. I'll go deal with the sneezes." Astoria nodded and picked up the small silver spoon. She was very careful. When she poured the powder into the weighing pan, she barely stirred up any dust. Caesar was processing styrax, a plant that requires precise cutting angles, otherwise, the sap would seep out prematurely, affecting its efficacy. Snape floated past their table, paused for 3 seconds, said nothing, and continued his inspection. Halfway through the production, Astoria's hand trembled. It wasn't intentional, it was just a sudden, subtle spasm. A tiny bit of moonstone powder spilled out and landed on the table, shimmering faintly in the dim light. Her breath hitched for a second, and her fingers tightened. Caesar didn't look at her, he simply tapped her lightly with his wand. The powder floated up and fell back into the weighing pan, exactly as it was weighed. "Continue," he said, his voice as calm as if nothing had happened. Astoria glanced at him, then lowered her head and continued weighing. "The simmering agent needs to be boiled for 45 minutes. During this time, small explosions and Snape's harsh criticisms were heard intermittently in the classroom. Neville Longbottom's group burned the crucible to an eerie purple color and were deducted 10 points. Ron Weasley accidentally added 2 extra drops of valerian juice, and the potion started bubbling, almost spraying onto Hermione's face. Everything was going smoothly for Caesar. He controlled the heat, stirring occasionally, and adding ingredients with clockwork precision. Astoria was responsible for recording the time and observing the changes in the color of the medicine. Her quill moved across the parchment, leaving neat handwriting. "Your soothing remedy." When class ended, Snape stood in front of their desks and scooped up a little potion with a long-handled spoon. Perfect color, moderate consistency, and standard odor. He poured the medicine back into the crucible, tossed his black robe aside, and walked toward the podium. "Slytherin gets 10 points." Several Slytherin students cast envious glances at them. Draco Malfoy scoffed, his potion was barely passable. While packing, Astoria whispered, "Actually, you did most of it. Your measurement was very accurate." Caesar stuffed the textbook into his bag. "Without that, the potion would be unbalanced." "But..." "No buts." Caesar zipped up his backpack. "Cooperation complete, everyone fulfilling their responsibilities. That's all." Astoria fell silent. She slowly put the quill back into its case. Caesar noticed that her fingertips were turning white again, the chill of the potions classroom was still too much for her. As he walked out of the classroom, he took out a small copper hand warmer from the side pocket of his school bag. It was enchanted with a permanent heat-preserving spell, and its outer shell was engraved with intricate vine patterns. "Give." He handed it over. "I just found it in a corner of the library, I don't know who left it. You can use it for now, and put it back once it's warmed up." Astoria took the bronze furnace. Warmth spread from her palms to her whole body, and she breathed a soft sigh of relief. "Thank you. You always seem to have exactly what I need." Caesar smiled but did not answer. Chapter 231. The third Tuesday of October. Astoria didn't attend the History of Magic class. Her seat was empty, sunlight fell on the bare tabletop, and dust swirled in the beams of light. Professor Binns recounted the details of the Goblin Rebellion in his monotonous voice, but Caesar didn't hear a word he said. During the break, Daphne came over, looking rather unwell. "Leah had a fever last night." She lowered her voice, but the anxiety in her tone was unmistakable. Mrs. Pomfrey said it was just due to the changing seasons and told her to take a day off. "But, you know." Caesar knew. Although the curse has been mostly removed, her immune system remains fragile. Even a slight cold could trigger a chain reaction. "Where is she?" "At the school hospital." But I have Quidditch practice this morning, so I can't." "I'll go." Caesar closed his textbook. "I'll take the notes with her." Daphne paused for a moment, then nodded, "Thanks." She turned to leave, then stopped, and glanced back at Caesar. Her gaze was complex, containing gratitude, doubt, and a certain wariness characteristic of an older sister. "Green grass. Don't let her become too dependent on you." Daphne said softly, she can't get used to having someone always there. What if you're not here one day? Caesar looked at her, his deep grey eyes calm and still. I'll be there, he said. It's not a promise, not a guarantee, just a calm statement. Daphne stared at him for a few seconds, then said nothing and turned to leave. The school hospital is always filled with the smell of disinfectant mixed with some kind of sweet, healing potion. Sunlight streamed in through the tall windows, warming the white sheets. Madame Pomfrey busied herself at the medicine cabinet, the bottles and jars clattering. Astoria lay on the bed by the window, her face paler than usual. Her pale golden hair was spread out on the pillow, like a pool of molten gold. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes casting small shadows on her cheeks, and her breathing was light and shallow. Caesar walked over, his footsteps very soft. She was pretending to be asleep. He could tell from the slight movement of her eyes under her eyelids and the deliberately steady rhythm of her breathing. I know you're awake. He pulled up a chair and sat down, placing his school bag beside the bed. Astoria opened her eyes, her pale blue pupils showing some weariness, but she was clear-headed. How did you know? You're terrible at pretending to be asleep. Caesar pulled his notes on the history of magic from his bag. Professor Binns lectured today on the Fairy Rebellion of 1612. I've highlighted the key points in red, they might be on the exam. He handed over the notebook. In addition to Professor Binns's lecture, the parchment also included background analysis, a timeline, and brief biographies of several key figures, all written in meticulous handwriting. Astoria took the notebook, her fingers tracing the pages. So much, you've been writing all this during class. I've gotten used to listening and writing simultaneously. Caesar then took a small paper bag out of his satchel. And this too. The kitchen elves heard a student was sick, so they specially baked gingerbread men. They're said to ward off the cold. Inside the paper bag were several small gingerbread men, baked to a warm golden brown, their smiling faces outlined in icing. The aroma wafts out, sweet with a hint of ginger spiciness. Astoria picked one up and took a small bite. It's delicious, she said, her voice a little hoarse. Then eat more. Caesar pulled out a thermos, and hot lemon honey water. Mrs. Pomfrey approved it. You always seem to have everything. Good luck. Caesar unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it over. Astoria held the cup and sipped it slowly. The rising steam blurred her face. Sunlight streamed in through the window, making the dust particles in the air gleam. Caesar, she suddenly said. Daphne said, I shouldn't have gotten used to you always being there. Caesar remained silent. She said, people will leave. Friends will transfer schools, family members will die. If I get used to being taken care of now, I'll feel even worse later. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. Caesar looked at her. Sunlight danced on her pale golden eyelashes, making her pale face almost translucent. She's right, Caesar said. Astoria raised her eyes. People will leave. Caesar continued, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Friends will leave, family will die, all relationships come to an end. That's a fact. He paused for a moment, then pulled the last book from his bag. It wasn't a textbook, but a thin, old book with a worn cover. But he placed the book on the bed. Before we leave, we can read many books together, watch the snow many times together, and eat gingerbread men until we're sick of them. Then, when the day finally came that they had to part ways, he turned to the first page of the book. It was a collection of Muggle fairy tales, with hand-drawn illustrations in vibrant colors. We will have enough memories to accompany us on our journey. Astoria looked at the book. The illustration on the first page shows countless stars in the night sky, each connected to a silver thread, the other end of which is tied to a child's wrist. What is this? She asked. The story of Muggles. Caesar said, Tell me a story about a child who collects memories and turns them into stars, so that he will never be alone, even in the darkest night. Astoria reached out and gently touched the illustration with her fingers. Then she looked up at Caesar. You're talking more than usual today. Sick people have privileges. Caesar stood up. All right, leave the notes, leave the gingerbread man, leave the book. You should rest. Mrs. Pomfrey said you need to get 8 hours of sleep. Are you leaving? I haven't organized my notes from the transformation class yet. My paper is due tomorrow. Astoria nodded. She hugged the gingerbread man paper bag to her chest, as if it were something precious. As Caesar reached the door, she called to him. Caesar. He turned around. Will you still reserve a window seat tomorrow? Caesar looked at her. The sunlight shone on her, making her blonde hair shine and her eyes appear like the shallowest lake water. Yes. Every year. Then he walked out of the school hospital, and the cold air in the corridor hit him in the face. The castle slept in the afternoon sun. The shouts of training echoed from the Quidditch pitch in the distance, and students occasionally ran past in the corridors, their laughter as clear as the tinkling of bells. As Caesar walked back to the common room, he thought to himself, Daphne is right, people always leave. But that's for later. And now, he still has a lot of notes to organize, a lot of gingerbread men to just happen to bring out of the kitchen, and a lot of window seats to reserve. That pale girl who loves watching snow deserves all the time that can be delayed. Chapter 232. The third Thursday of November is herbalism class. This day was unusually free of the usual gloom of the Scottish Highlands. The sky was a clear, light blue, with a few wisps of clouds hanging lazily on the horizon like casually torn cotton candy. The sunlight was golden, carrying the last warmth of late autumn. As it streamed through the castle's high windows into the corridors, it made the coat of arms on the stone walls gleam. Herbalism classes for students below the third grade are held in the third greenhouse, the smallest building with a circular glass dome. To get there from the castle, you have to walk through a patch of low bushes. The path is covered with gravel, which makes a pleasant crunch sound when you step on it. The trees at the edge of the forbidden forest have begun to shed their leaves, and piles of golden and red leaves lie by the roadside. Occasionally, a hunchback peeks out from the pile of leaves, blinking its small, beady eyes. Caesar and Astoria walked side by side at the end of the procession. She seemed to be in good condition today. Her cheeks had a faint color in them, her breathing was steady, and her steps were not unsteady. He wore a dark green school robe covered by a thin cloak of the same color, with a silver vine brooch pinned to the collar. That's what Caesar happened to see last week at a second-hand shop in Hogsmeade, saying it looked exactly like the leaves of the moonflower vine in the greenhouse. Today we need to repot the bubble pods. Astoria said softly, holding her textbook and dragon skin gloves. Professor Sprout said last week that they were growing so fast that the original pots could no longer hold them. Caesar nodded, carrying a wicker basket containing, besides the standard tools, a few extra items. A small bottle of his own concocted plant nutrients, a packet of magic moss collected from a corner of the greenhouse, and 2 slices of lemon cake wrapped in parchment paper. You brought a lot of things. Astoria glanced at the basket. Better safe than sorry. Caesar said. Who knows if Bubble Pod will suddenly throw a tantrum? Astoria smiled. It was a very faint smile, but her eyes curved into crescent moons. The group entered the greenhouse. Warm, humid air rushed towards us, carrying the unique aromas of soil, humus, and hundreds of magical plants. The glass roof filters the sunlight, casting a soft and bright glow that dances on the stone floor and plant leaves. Water droplets fall from the automatic sprinkler system, making a regular drip-drop sound, like a soothing rhythm. A workbench has already been set up inside the greenhouse. On each table are 3 terracotta pots, fresh soil, a gardening shovel, and several bubble bean pods that need to be repotted. This plant has thick, dark green leaves with silver veins, and plump pods growing in the leaf axils. If you touch it gently, the pods will pop and release a small burst of lemon-scented bubbles. 2 people per group. Professor Sprout stood before the podium in the center of the greenhouse, wearing his wide-brimmed straw hat that was always covered in mud, his round face beaming with a smile. Remember, keep the root system intact during transplanting, and compact the new soil but not too firmly. Okay, let's begin. The students dispersed and found their own seats. Caesar and Astoria chose a table by the window. The sun shines best there, and you can even see students playing Quidditch on the lawn outside. Astoria put on her dragon skin gloves and expertly inspected the first bubble pod. Her fingers gently parted the leaves to observe the condition of the root system, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she were conducting some kind of precise experiment. Caesar prepared fresh soil nearby. He poured the soil into the pot, added some of the nutrients he had brought, and then covered it with a layer of magic moss. This helps maintain humidity and prevents the roots from drying out. The root system is very healthy, Astoria said, her voice calm and professional. It can be transplanted directly. Caesar handed over the flower pot. The transplant process went smoothly. Astoria carefully removed the plant from the old pot, shook off the excess soil, placed it in the new pot, then straightened it and let Caesar fill in the soil. The two worked together seamlessly, needing few words, a glance or a gesture was enough for them to understand each other's needs. Sunlight streamed through the glass roof, illuminating Astoria's pale golden hair until it was almost transparent. Her cheeks flushed a healthy rosy hue from the warmth of the greenhouse and her focused work, while fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. But she didn't care and focused on dealing with the next plant. The second plant is a bit of a problem. The roots are tangled too tightly, almost forming a hard clump with the soil from the old pot. Some roots may need to be trimmed. Astoria said softly, picking up the garden shears, but then hesitated, but too much pruning will affect the growth. Let me try. Caesar took a small silver knife from the basket. It wasn't an ordinary knife, the blade was engraved with tiny runes. He gently probed the roots with the tip of the knife, his wrist rotating in a peculiar rhythm, the blade emitting an almost inaudible hum. The roots loosened on their own. It wasn't that it was severed, but rather, as if it understood some kind of instruction, it untangled itself from the entanglement. The complete, silvery white roots unfurled and gently settled into the soil of the new pot. Astoria's eyes widened, this is a little trick. Caesar sheathed his silver knife. A tool my mother left me, said to be specifically for dealing with stubborn plants. Astoria looked at him, something flickering in her pale blue eyes. But she didn't ask any questions, just nodded and continued working. After all 3 bubble pod plants were transplanted, Professor Sprout came to inspect them. Oh, that's excellent. The professor bent down and carefully examined their work. Intact root system, suitable soil moisture, perfect plant shape, Slytherin +10. Several Hufflepuff students cast envious glances at them. Neville Longbottom's group accidentally cut off a main root and is frantically casting a remedy. In the latter half of the course, students are free to move around and observe other plants in the greenhouse. Astoria took off her gloves, washed her hands with clean water, and then walked to the east corner of the greenhouse. There was a patch of moonflower vines climbing on a specially made trellis, their leaves were silvery blue and emitted a soft glow at night. Under the sunlight, the leaves refract a rainbow-like halo, so beautiful it seems unreal. Caesar followed. He didn't approach, but stood a few steps away, watching her stop in front of the pergola. Astoria reached out and gently touched a leaf with her fingertips. The leaf trembled slightly, then curled up automatically, as if shy. I used to dread herbalism class the most, she suddenly said, her voice so soft that only the two of them could hear. Why? Because you have to touch the mud, sweat, and get your hands dirty. She turned around, leaning against the pergola, the sunlight shining from behind her, gilding her entire figure. Daphne said that girls in green grass should be kept clean, should stay in carpeted rooms, play the piano, and read poetry, not deal with mud in a greenhouse. Caesar remained silent. But I like it here. She continued, her gaze sweeping across the entire greenhouse. Chapter 233. She looked at the vibrant plants, the sunlight dancing among the leaves, the undisguised vitality rising from the soil. The things here are very real. They need sunlight, water, soil, they need to be cared for, but they also strive to grow. Unlike. She stopped. Doesn't it resemble what? Caesar asked. Astoria lowered her head, looking at her fingers, which were slightly covered in dirt. Unlike me. I'm more like a specimen placed in a glass case. To maintain perfection, to maintain decorum, to be like a pure-blooded lady. But the specimen won't grow. It just stays there, slowly, fading. She spoke these words calmly, but every word carried weight. Caesar walked over to her and leaned against the trellis. The leaves of the moonflower vine swayed above their heads, casting dappled sunlight. Did you know that in Muggle botany there's a concept called wild species and cultivated species? Astoria raised her head. The cultivated varieties are carefully selected. Caesar reached out and let a moonflower leaf curl around his finger. They have standard flower shapes, fixed colors, and controllable growth cycles. They are planted in the garden, pruned, fertilized, and protected. They are beautiful, well-maintained, and safe. The leaf loosened its grip and gently bounced back. But the wild species are different. He continued. They grow by the roadside, on the cliffs, anywhere they can take root. Their shapes may be imperfect, their colors may be non-standard, and their growth may be irregular. But they are incredibly resilient, adaptable to any environment, and can even bloom in the poorest soil. He turned to Astoria. Which one do you think is more dazzling? Astoria was stunned. Sunlight danced in her eyes, making her pale blue pupils look like the clearest lake water. Laughter from other students drifted from afar. Ron Weasley had accidentally bitten his finger on a biting cabbage and was jumping up and down yelling. Professor Sprout rushed over to cast the spell. The greenhouse was filled with a vibrant, bustling noise. Amidst the commotion, Astoria suddenly smiled. It wasn't a reserved, restrained smile, but a genuine, unguarded laugh. Her eyes curved into crescents, the corners of her mouth turned up in a natural and relaxed arc, a blush spread across her cheeks, and even the tip of her nose wrinkled slightly. She shone in the sunlight, like a plant that had finally found the right angle, each leaf unfurling to fully absorb the light and heat. I want. She said with a laugh, her voice light-hearted in a way Caesar had never heard before, I want to be a wild one. Caesar looked at her. Sunlight, green leaves, silver-blue vines, her golden hair and radiant smile, all these things blended together. On this greenhouse afternoon, a scene more vivid than any magical painting came into being. Then treat it as a wild species. He said. The voice was gentler than he had imagined. Like that wild rose that grows on cliffs, blooms in the cracks of rocks, and defies all rules. Astoria's smile widened. She turned around, her back to Caesar, and opened her arms to the entire greenhouse, as if to embrace all the sunlight and plants. I want to be a wild rose, she said loudly, though her voice was still not loud, it was firm enough. Then she turned back, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Caesar. What will you be? Caesar thought for a moment. I will be the one to provide you with soil and sunlight. What's that? A gardener? No, Caesar shook his head, it's the cliff itself. It's the land where wild roses can take root, grow, and bloom. Astoria looked at him, her smile slowly softening. The wariness and caution vanished from her eyes, leaving only pure, warm trust. Okay. It's a deal then. I'll be the wild rose, and you'll be the cliff. It's arranged. The bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. Professor Sprout announced that everyone should pack up their tools, and the students began to leave the greenhouse. Astoria put her gloves back on and helped clean the workbench. Her movements were lighter than usual, and she even hummed a tune. It's the melody of Moonlight Over the Black Lake, and although it's a bit off-key, it's still very cheerful. After packing their things, the two walked out of the greenhouse. The afternoon sun slanted across the lawn, casting long shadows on them. In the distance, the surface of the Black Lake shimmered with light like scattered gold, and the treetops of the Forbidden Forest swayed in the breeze. "Caesar," Astoria suddenly said as they reached the castle gate. I'm very happy today." "Me too." She looked up at him. A lingering smile remained on her face, and her eyes shone as if filled with sunlight. "Back in the greenhouse, I was always in a rush to finish, to leave, to go back and wash my hands, change into a clean robe, and become Astrea of green grass again." She paused, then took a deep breath. "But today, I don't want to rush back to my original form." Caesar looked at her, her smile reflected in his deep grey eyes. "Then don't rush to change back," he said. "Wild roses don't need to rush into any particular form. It just grows there, blooming when it's time to bloom, and shedding its leaves when it's time to shed them. That's good enough." Astoria smiled. That smile lasted a long time, and even as they entered the castle's cool corridors, enveloped in the shadows of the stone walls, the light on her face did not completely disappear. Several upperclassmen Slytherin students walked towards us down the corridor. They were visibly taken aback when they saw Astoria. Perhaps it was the rare, undisguised ease on her face that surprised them. Astoria didn't lower her head as usual, but quickened her pace. She simply walked on calmly, even nodding slightly to one of them. The group of people returned the greeting in a daze, and even after they had walked a distance, they kept looking back. Astoria stopped at the door of the common room. "Caesar. Transformation class tomorrow." "The window seat," Caesar continued. "I know." "No." She shook her head. "What I meant was, tomorrow in transformation class, can I try out that staffless transformation technique? The one you showed me last time, the one that turned feathers into butterflies." Caesar was somewhat surprised. That was a little trick he accidentally demonstrated in a corner of the library last week. It was actually quite difficult. "You want to learn?" "Think." She nodded, a stubborn glint in her eyes again. "I want to, see how far I can learn from Wild Rose." Caesar looked at her, then smiled. "Okay. I'll teach you after class tomorrow." Astoria smiled too. She turned and walked towards the girls' dormitory corridor, took 2 steps, then turned back and waved. It wasn't the kind of ladylike, reserved wave, but a very casual wave, like a friend saying goodbye. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Caesar watched her disappear into the passage, then stood there for a moment. The torches on the corridor walls crackled, and the air was filled with the crisp, clean scent unique to late autumn. In the distance came the hooting of an owl's hut and the sound of a piano drifting from a classroom. He remembered the sunlight in the greenhouse, her back as she stretched out her arms, and the light in her eyes when she said, "I want to be a wild rose." Chapter 234. The Quidditch season at Hogwarts begins in early November. The first snow had fallen in the Scottish Highlands by then, the treetops of the Forbidden Forest were covered in silver, and thin ice had formed on the edge of the Black Loch. But the atmosphere on the field is always electric. The whistling of a broom cutting through the air, the muffled thud of a ball hitting the ground, the almost manic shouts amplified by commentator Lee Keaton through a megaphone, and the deafening cheers of 1,000 students in the stands. All of this combined to create a special temperature, almost palpable to the skin, that lingered above the castle. Saturday afternoon, Slytherin vs Gryffindor. This is one of the most anticipated matches of the season. The two courts have a long-standing feud. The stands were packed with people. Silver, green and red gold flags fluttered in the cold wind. Students, wrapped in thick scarves, held hot pumpkin juice borrowed from the kitchen, their breath condensing into a cloud in the cold air. Pippi the ghost hovered high above, occasionally throwing a few exploding confetti balls at the crowd, eliciting screams and laughter. Caesar sat in the last row of the Slytherin stands. He deliberately chose this location, away from the noisiest part of the middle section, close to the exit, with a rain shelter overhead. From here, you can overlook the entire stadium and keep an eye on the people around you. Astoria sat to his left. She wore a thick, dark green cloak with a silver-grey fur trim at the collar, and the hood was pulled down so low that it almost covered half her face. She held a small copper hand warmer in her hands, the same one Caesar had given her last year, its outer shell worn smooth and warm from being rubbed. She leaned forward slightly, her elbows resting on the wooden railing of the stands, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. The match has begun. 14 brooms rose into the air at the same time, like a flock of startled birds soaring straight into the sky. Lee Jordan's voice resounded throughout the stadium through megaphone spells. A deafening roar erupted from the stands. From the Gryffindor side, someone began to sing, "Weasley is our king." Slytherin immediately responded with boos. Caesar did not watch the game. He was looking at Astoria. She stared at the court, but her eyes were unfocused. His lips were pressed tightly together, especially whenever a loud noise erupted from the stands, like when the ball just grazed Slytherin goalkeeper Bresabani's head. Her shoulders would tremble slightly. It wasn't out of fear, but a physiological, uncontrollable conditioned reflex. Her breathing was more rapid than usual, and although she was wearing a hood, Caesar could see the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. The blood curse has been lifted. But the 3 years of illness and weakness left a deep impression on her body. Loud noises would make her heart race, crowded places would suffocate her, and intense emotional fluctuations would trigger a series of chain reactions. Dizziness, hand tremors, difficulty breathing. Mrs. Pomfrey said this would take time to adjust and couldn't be rushed. But the Quidditch pitch isn't a place where you can slowly adjust. Slytherin scores. Lee Jordan's voice was almost shattered. Montaigne makes a beautiful feint, the quaffle goes through 3 rings, 10-0. Slytherin takes the lead. The silver-green stands erupted in cheers. The students jumped up, waved flags, and hugged each other. Draco Malfoy's cousin excitedly threw a handful of exploding confetti into the air, which exploded right above Astoria's head. Bang! Confetti rained down, mingling with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Astoria's body trembled violently. She instinctively covered her ears, her fingers clenching so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The copper hand warmer slipped off his lap, fell with a thud onto the wooden floor, and rolled to Caesar's feet. Caesar bent down and picked up the bronze furnace. The furnace was still warm. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice barely audible, almost drowned out by the surrounding noise. Astoria shook her head, but her face was even paler than before. She took a deep breath, as if to say something, but another burst of screams erupted from the stands. "Ah! Rumble him! Malfoy!" The sounds came like a tide, wave after wave, without end. Astoria closed her eyes. Her fingers gripped the edge of the cloak tightly, her knuckles turning white, and her breathing became shallow and rapid. Caesar was all too familiar with this sign, it was a signal that she was about to give out. He looked at the stadium. The match was at its most intense, with the score very close, and the chase between the seekers drawing everyone's attention. No one noticed the commotion in the corner of the stands. Caesar stood up. "Let's go," he said, his voice calm but clear. Astoria opened her eyes, her pale blue pupils showing both confusion and relief. "Now? But the match. The game will continue." Caesar shoved the bronze furnace back into her hands. "But if you stay any longer, Mrs. Pomfrey will have another patient tonight." He stepped aside, gesturing for her to go first. Astoria hesitated for a moment. She really wanted to watch the game. Draco was her distant cousin, and if Slytherin won, there would be a celebration party in the common room at dinner. But physical exhaustion and the constant ringing in her ears finally made her nod. They walked down the steps along the edge of the stands. It was so crowded that they had to squeeze through the crowd with every step. Caesar walked ahead of her, using his body to separate the excited, waving students. A fifth-grade boy nearly bumped into Astoria, and Caesar reached out to stop him. It wasn't magic, just the simplest physical movement, but the force was just right, causing the opponent to stumble and giving them enough space. "Feel sorry," the boy shouted without turning his head, his eyes still fixed on the court. "As I stepped out of the stands, a wave of cold air hit me." Compared to the bustling excitement inside the stadium, the outside world was as quiet as another dimension. The snow was still falling, tiny, almost invisible snowflakes drifting slowly down from the leaden sky, landing on the castle's stone walls, on the snow-covered lawn, and in the white mist of their breath. The treetops of the distant forbidden forest were buried in snow, like a traditional fuchsia ink painting rendered in black, white, and grey. Astoria took a deep breath. The cold air rushed into my lungs through my trachea, carrying the fresh scent of snow and pine needles, dispelling the murky smell from the stands that had been mixed with sweat, gunpowder, and hot pumpkin juice. "Much better?" Caesar asked. She nodded and took off her hood. Her pale blonde hair was slightly disheveled, with stray strands damp with sweat clinging to her forehead. "I'm sorry." "There's nothing to apologize for," Caesar interrupted her. "Wanting to watch the game and not being able to handle it physically can coexist." He walked along the path on the west side of the castle. "This road is rarely traveled, there are only a few cat paw prints and house elves' footprints on the snow. Icicles hung from the low bushes along the roadside, resembling strings of crystals in the afternoon light." "Where are we going?" Astoria asked, following behind. "Let's find a quiet place to watch the snow," Caesar said. "Don't you like snow?" Chapter 235. They passed through an archway and entered the castle courtyard. Here, surrounded by walls, the wind subsided considerably. The fountain in the center of the courtyard has frozen over, and the frozen carp statue can still be seen under the ice. The surrounding corridors were empty, with only a few ghosts drifting around. Nick, who was almost headless, was telling Barrow, the blood man, about the funny things he had attended at banquets in his life. His voice was so faint that it seemed to come from underwater. Caesar did not stop. He walked toward a spiral staircase on the north side of the courtyard, a shortcut to the west tower of the castle. The stairs creaked, and a thin layer of dust covered the handrail. When they reached the third floor, Astoria's breathing became rapid again, so Caesar slowed down and waited for her to catch up. "We're almost there," he said. "The top floor of the tower is a small observation deck. It's a circular space with arched windows on all four sides. The windowsills are wide and covered with thick cushions, probably left by a student or professor. From here, you can overlook the entire Quidditch pitch, the forbidden forest in the distance, and the rooftops of Hogsmeade Village faintly visible further away. Most importantly, it's so quiet here you can hear the snow falling." Caesar tapped the fireplace with his wand. There was a small stone fireplace in the corner of the observation deck. It was simple, but functional. Flames burst into flame, instantly filling the space with orange-red light and dispelling the tower's unique chill. "Sit down." He sat down by the windowsill and patted the cushion next to him. Astoria went over and sat down beside him. The snowscape outside the window was unobstructed, the forbidden forest resembled a black ocean sprinkled with icing sugar, and the Quidditch pitch shrank into a small oval in the distance. The crowd in the stands was like a dense swarm of ants. The cheers were barely audible there, leaving only a faint, wave-like background sound. She took off her gloves. The dragon skin gloves were soaked through, and her palms were drenched in sweat. Her fingers were still trembling slightly from the cold and her earlier tension. Caesar pulled a new pair of gloves from his cloak pocket. Dark grey wool, densely woven, with a gathered cuff at the wrist and non-slip leather patches on the palm. He handed it over. "Try this." Astoria took the gloves. The wool was soft and warm, with a faint scent, like sun-dried hay. "You're always prepared," she whispered, putting on her gloves. They fit perfectly, and her fingertips were no longer cold. "I'm used to it." Caesar looked out the window. "My mother used to say that Scottish winters are very unpredictable. One minute it might be sunny and bright, and the next minute it could be snowing heavily. Therefore, you should prepare an extra pair of socks, a pair of gloves, and an umbrella." Actually, he had his house elves knit this for him yesterday. "I specifically requested that the softest first shearing wool from Scottish black-faced sheep be used, and 3 layers of warmth spells were applied. An adjustment spell was added to the wristband so that it could automatically adjust to the size of her hand. But there's no need to say all that." Astoria also looked out the window. The snow fell heavier and heavier, turning from tiny snowflakes into goose feather-like snowflakes, silently and gently covering the entire world. The noise of the Quidditch pitch was silenced by the snow, becoming a distant and indistinct background sound, no longer oppressive. "Caesar," she suddenly said after a long time. You tell me, am I really useless?" Caesar turned his head. She turned her face to the side, her pale golden eyelashes almost transparent in the snowy light outside the window, and her cheeks flushed slightly from the firelight in the fireplace. "Why do you ask that?" "Because." She looked down at her hands, the hands wearing the wool gloves he had given her. "Because Daphne could sit in the very front row and scream for Draco the whole game. Pansy can stand in the cold wind wearing high heels, without even wearing a cape. Even first graders can jump and shout until their voices are hoarse." She paused, her voice even softer. "It's just me. I can't even watch a complete match. If it's even a little noisy or crowded, I feel so uncomfortable I want to run away." A gust of wind swept past the window, stirring up the snow piled up below the tower, like a tiny white whirlwind. Caesar did not answer immediately. He reached out, not to touch her, but to point out the window. "Look at that cloud." Astoria looked up. A thick, dark cloud was slowly moving toward the castle on the eastern horizon. The edges of the clouds were tinged with a pale gold by the setting sun, but the core was a deep grey, like cotton soaked in ink. "That cloud," Caesar said, "it will bring a blizzard within half an hour. Quidditch matches must end early, otherwise the players will freeze, the brooms will go out of control, and the students in the stands will catch colds." He turned his head and looked into her eyes. "Then tell me, isn't this cloud pretty useless? Because it won't drift obediently in the sky like other clouds, bringing sunshine and good weather to people?" Astoria was stunned. "But it is precisely because of this cloud," Caesar continued. "The castle elves would prepare hot ginger tea in advance, Mrs. Pomfrey would check the beds in the school hospital, and Filch would seal up the drafty windows in the corridors. Because of this cloud, the fireplace in the common room will be burning extra brightly tonight, and students will be wrapped in blankets, sharing chocolates, and telling ghost stories." His voice was calm, as if stating a very simple fact. "Whether something is useful or not isn't determined by what you can actually do, but by what you can bring about when you can't do certain things." Astoria stared at him, mesmerized. The firelight from the fireplace danced in her pale blue eyes, like stars falling onto a lake. "What did I bring?" "You brought this." Caesar pulled a small tin can from another pocket. "Mead. I got it from the kitchen, my house elf said it's perfect for snowy days. But it's too boring to drink alone, just right for 2. He unscrewed the lid. A sweet, mellow aroma, carrying the scents of honey and cinnamon, wafted out, mixed with a hint of warmth from the alcohol. The can was warm, and the tin walls were hot to the touch. Astoria took the small silver cup he offered, which he had just happened to take from somewhere, and took a sip. The liquid slid down his throat, and warmth spread from his stomach to his limbs. "It tastes good." She said that, and then laughed. It wasn't a reserved smile, but a truly relaxed one, a smile that crinkled the eyes, and "It's so heartwarming." "Then drink more." Caesar poured himself a glass. "The match isn't over anytime soon anyway." They sat side by side on the windowsill, sharing a small jar of mead, watching the heavy snow fall outside. Faint cheers occasionally drifted from the direction of the Quidditch pitch, probably because someone had scored again. But here, in the quiet space at the top of the tower, those sounds seem as distant as something from another world. Upon drinking the second cup, Astoria suddenly said, "Caesar. What you just said, about the clouds, is it true?" "Which part?" "It's that, when you can't do certain things, it can bring something else." She turned her head and looked at him seriously. "Do you really think so?" Chapter 236. Caesar looked at her. The mead made her cheeks rosy and her eyes sparkle. She looked like a flower finally blooming in a warm room. "Really? And I think what you can bring is far more important than winning or losing a Quidditch match. For example." "For example?" Caesar thought for a moment, "like what you said in the greenhouse last year. About wild roses, about not wanting to be a specimen. Those words made me think a lot." Astoria's eyes widened. "Really? Real?" Caesar nodded. "I know many people. Powerful, strong, intelligent, and wealthy. But most of them strive to become better specimens, more perfect shapes, more standard colors, and more in line with others' expectations." He paused, then took a sip of mead. "But you're trying to become a wild rose. That's rare." Astoria lowered her head, her fingers tracing the rim of her silver cup. After a long while, she whispered, "That's because you're here." Because you're here." She looked up, her eyes holding a pure light. "I dare to dream of being a wild rose. Because I know, even if I grow up crooked, skewed, and don't meet anyone's expectations, you will still give me soil and sunshine." Caesar remained silent. The snow outside the window fell even heavier, almost obscuring the forbidden forest in the distance. The fire crackled in the fireplace, casting long shadows on the stone wall. "Caesar," Astoria called him again. Next winter, will we be able to come here to see the snow again?" Caesar looked at her. She held the silver cup, her fingers curled inside warm wool gloves. Her pale golden hair shone like molten gold in the fireplace light. Her eyes held expectation, trust, and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation typical of a 13-year-old girl. "Yes. Not just next year. The year after, and the year after that, every year after that, whenever it snows, we'll come if you want." Astoria smiled. That smile was radiant and warm, like a lamp suddenly lit up in a snowy night. "You made plans." She held up her little finger, still making that childlike gesture, but doing it very seriously. Caesar also extended his little finger and hooked it around hers. "It's arranged." Their two little fingers were hooked together, swaying in the firelight of the fireplace. The snow fell silently outside the window, covering the castle, the forbidden forest, the Quidditch pitch, and all the noise. In this small, warm space on the top floor of the tower, time seemed to slow down, slow enough for a promise to take root, a smile to be frozen in time, and something more important than winning or losing Quidditch to quietly grow in the snow. A particularly loud cheer came from afar. The game had probably ended. But who won or lost was no longer important. The important thing is that on this snowy afternoon, a girl finally believed that she didn't need to force herself to sit in the noisy stands to have a time worth cherishing. On December 24th, Hogwarts Castle was besieged by a real blizzard. Starting from dawn, the snow stopped falling gently and instead turned into a violent, horizontally flying white curtain. But inside the castle, it was warm and cozy. The torches on the corridor walls burned brighter than usual, their crackling sounds like the accompaniment of some kind of festival. The ceiling of the auditorium was enchanted. Instead of a blizzard, it presented a tranquil, star-studded Christmas night sky, with the occasional shooting star eliciting gasps of surprise from the younger students. The air was filled with the aromas of roast turkey, candied fruit pudding, and mulled wine, mingled with the scents of pine branches and cinnamon. Those were a dozen or so spruce trees that Hagrid had cut down from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, which were then decorated as Christmas trees and placed in various common lounges and corridor corners. In the common room of Slytherin's cellars, the fireplace burned the brightest. Wrapping paper and ribbons were scattered on the dark green carpet. Several 7th grade students were playing with splatter cards in a corner, with muffled bangs and suppressed laughter coming from time to time. Draco Malfoy is showing off the latest broom care kit his father sent him, which comes in a silver inlaid ebony box, with each tool engraved with the Malfoy family crest. Caesar sat in his usual spot by the window. Outside the window lay the unfathomable darkness of the Black Lake, but the water window was enchanted, reflecting the warm yellow glow of the fireplace and the twinkling lights on the Christmas tree. He had no books in his hands, but on his lap lay a flat gift box wrapped in dark green velvet, about the thickness of 2 books, tied with a silver ribbon. He was waiting for Astoria. As is customary, the Greengrass sisters will stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. Their parents are often abroad searching for a cure for the curse, and they usually spend Christmas at some remote magical research station. Daphne usually hangs out with other pure-blood children and attends various small parties. Astoria preferred to stay in the common room or in the corner of the library where she could see the snow. This year is no exception. The door to the common room was pushed open, and a gust of cold wind carrying snowflakes rushed in for a moment, only to be quickly shut off by the door. Astoria walked in, her shoulders covered in unmelted snowflakes, her cheeks red from the cold. She took off her heavy cloak, a dark green one with fur trim that she had worn for 2 winters and whose edges were worn. She shook off the snow and looked up in Caesar's direction. Her eyes lit up. Caesar stood up, took the gift box, and walked over. "Merry Christmas," he said, his voice ringing out clearly amidst the crackling of the fireplace and the distant laughter. Astoria paused for a moment, then smiled, "Merry Christmas. I thought we were going to exchange gifts after dinner." "It's arranged," Caesar said, handing over the gift box, "but I just realized this needs to be opened beforehand. We might need it for dinner." "What is it?" She took the gift box. It was very light and soft to the touch. "Open it and take a look." Astoria sat down on the nearest sofa and carefully untied the silver ribbon. The velvet covering slipped down, revealing what was inside. A wool shawl. It's not the standard style sold in stores, but hand-knitted with fine and even stitches. The overall color is a deep night sky blue, gradually turning silver-gray at the edges, like the horizon at dawn. One end of the shawl is embroidered with tiny star patterns in silver thread. These are not random embroidery, but rather a realistic depiction of the winter sky, including the 3 belt stars of Orion, the handle of the Big Dipper, and even the dim Sirius is marked with extremely fine silver dots. The shawl's hem was adorned with tassels, each tassel ending in a tiny moonstone the size of a grain of rice, which shimmered with a warm glow in the firelight. Astoria was stunned. She reached out and gently touched the surface of the shawl with her fingertips. The wool is as soft as a cloud, carrying the warm scent of sunshine, not a magically simulated warmth, but the genuine, well-dried smell of wool. "This, you knitted it?" She looked up, her voice filled with undisguised surprise. "Sort of." Caesar sat down in the chair opposite her. "Among my mother's belongings was a knitting manual with some ancient warmth-keeping spells in it. I tried them out." Chapter 237. Actually, it was during the 3rd simulation that Fleur learned the craft for him to study ancient weaving magic, and he also learned it at that time. The arrangement of those stars wasn't just randomly embroidered, it was based on a real star map of the sky above Hogwarts on December 24, 1994. The way the moonstone tassel is tied uses the ancient moonlight guiding charm, which can absorb the faint moonlight at night and continuously emit a calming energy field. The shawl is made from the first shearing of Scottish black-face sheep, each skein of which was washed with moonlight spring water on a full moon night, and a silent thermostatic spell was added during the weaving process. It's not just about keeping you warm, it's about automatically adjusting to the wearer's body temperature to always maintain the most comfortable temperature. But there's no need to say any of that. Astoria spread out her shawl and draped it over her shoulders. The size was just right, completely covering her shoulders and arms, with the hem reaching her knees. Almost the instant she put it on, she felt a gentle and continuous warmth, not from the outside, but emanating from the shawl itself, penetrating her skin and dispelling the chill deep in her bones. So warm, she murmured, her fingers tracing the star embroidery. Are these stars real constellations? Yes. If the blizzard stops tonight, you can see the same arrangement at the astronomical tower. So beautiful. She lowered her head, buried her face in the wool, and took a deep breath. It smells of sunshine. It's been baking in the sun for 3 days, Caesar said. The windows in the west tower of the castle face south, so the afternoon sun is the best. Astoria looked up, her eyes reflecting the flickering firelight from the fireplace, but also something warmer. Thank you. This is the most thoughtful Christmas gift I've ever received. Caesar smiled but said nothing. Just then, Astoria suddenly remembered something. She reached into the inner pocket of her cloak, an old cloak with a worn lining, which she had worn all day, and pulled out a small object wrapped in a dark blue silk handkerchief. I also prepared a gift for you. She was a little embarrassed, it might not be as nice as yours. Gifts are not distinguished by their value. Caesar accepted the silk handkerchief. The handkerchief was dark blue, with fine silver vines embroidered along the edges, almost identical to the vines on the brooch Caesar had given her the previous year. The package was very light. When it was opened, the contents flashed briefly in the firelight. A brooch. It wasn't gold or silver, nor was it a gemstone, rather, it was a translucent material, resembling both ice and crystal. The shape is a snowflake, not a simple hexagon, but an extremely complex, fractal-like snowflake, with smaller branches on each branch, so delicate and exquisite that it looks like a microsculpture that can only be seen with a magnifying glass. At the center of the snowflake was a smaller, almost invisible point of light, which emitted a faint, moon-white fluorescence in the dim light. Caesar picked up the brooch. It felt cold to the touch, but was quickly warmed by the warmth of my palm. He examined them closely and discovered that the fractal structures were not merely decorations, each line contained extremely subtle magic, forming a self-circulating miniature magic circle. The light from the spot was faint, but steady and persistent, like a tiny star trapped inside an ice crystal. This is... He looked at Astoria. I spent the whole summer collecting materials. She spoke softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the tassels of her shawl. The snowflake shape was fixed by the first winter snow using metamorphosis, the one we went to see last year. The core light is the eternal glimmer charm that I learned after consulting Professor McGonagall for a long time. Although it can only last for a few years, but... She paused, then her voice became even softer. But I think, even if it only shines for a few years, that will be enough. At least for these past few years, even in the darkest nights, you've had a glimmer of your own light. Caesar looked at the brooch in his hand. The snowflakes refracted a delicate rainbow of colors in the firelight, with the faint light at their center flickering like breaths. He could sense the precision of that miniature magic circle, given Astoria's current level of magic and physical condition. To complete such a work requires not just a few days or weeks, but months of patience, repeated failures, and almost obstinate persistence. When did you start doing this? He asked. Starting in spring. Astoria confessed honestly, first, I learned the glimmer charm, which took 2 months to stabilize. Then I collected snowflakes. Professor McGonagall said they had to be the original, the most complete snowflakes, and couldn't be copied with magic. I waited all autumn, until early November, before finding a suitable one. The deformation and fixing process took another month. She looked up at Caesar. Daphne said I was wasting my time. She said I should have given her something more practical, like a quill pen or a notebook. But I think, you already have too many useful things. Caesar remained silent. He pinned the brooch to the left lapel of his school robe, just below the Slytherin crest. The moonstone-like luster stood out vividly against the dark green fabric, like a spark in the snow. Perfect. Astoria smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. Thank you, Caesar said, lightly touching the brooch with his fingers. This is the most special gift I've ever received. Real. Real. The fire crackled in the fireplace. In the distance, Draco Malfoy let out another exaggerated laugh as he unwrapped another gift, which appeared to be a galleon gift certificate from a distant relative. Several younger students were gathered around the Christmas tree, arguing about which decoration was the prettiest. In this warm and noisy common lounge, Caesar and Astoria sat in a corner by the window, sharing a quiet moment that was just for them. Caesar. After a while, Astoria suddenly spoke. Do you think the blizzard will stop tonight? Caesar looked out the water window. The depths of the Black Lake were pitch black, but the white trails of snowflakes sinking in the water could be seen. The snow was still falling, and it was falling even harder. Maybe, maybe not. He said, but whether we stop or not, the castle will be knee-deep in snow by tomorrow morning. House elves complain, Filch grumbles as he shovels snow, and Hagrid leads first years in building snowmen. Astoria imagined the scene and laughed, that sounds like a lively scene. Do you want to build a snowman? Yes. She nodded, her fingers tracing the star embroidery on the shawl. I'll wear this. Then let's go, Caesar said. Meet me in the courtyard after breakfast tomorrow. Have you made plans? It's arranged. Astoria smiled again. She wrapped her shawl tighter around herself and curled up on the sofa like a little bird that had finally found a warm nest. The firelight from the fireplace danced on her face, casting a warm orange glow on her pale blonde hair and making the blue in her eyes resemble a clear summer sky. Caesar looked at her. This was the scene at that moment. A warm, noisy common room, a blizzard outside the window, a hand-knitted shawl, a glowing snowflake brooch, and a girl's relaxed smile in the firelight. That's great. Caesar, Astoria called him again, her voice heavy with drowsiness. The warmth and comfort she felt relaxed, and sleepiness began to wash over her. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. She closed her eyes, wrapped herself in the starry shawl, and drifted off to sleep in the warmth of the fireplace. Her breathing became steady and long, her eyelashes cast small shadows on her cheeks, and a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 238. Caesar sat opposite her, watching the snow outside the window and listening to her even breathing. The snowflake brooch on the left lapel continued to gleam faintly in the dim light, like a small, intimate promise. The blizzard continues. But in this corner, it's warm as spring. Some things, even after countless simulations, mastery of countless spells, and witnessing countless glories, are still worth cherishing anew each time. For example, a shawl that smells of sunshine. Like a snowflake that glows in the dark. For example, the profile of a girl sleeping peacefully in warmth. These are the rewards in this game that you absolutely cannot miss. In June at Hogwarts, the Scottish Highlands finally shed their last chill. The lawn in front of the castle was neatly trimmed, and sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, casting dappled patterns of light on the verdant blades of grass. This is the day of the 7th grade graduation ceremony. The auditorium was decorated in an unprecedentedly magnificent style. The 4 long college tables were temporarily moved aside and replaced with hundreds of neatly arranged gilded chairs. The ceiling was enchanted with the most complex magic, no longer presenting the sky, but a flowing historical scroll of Hogwarts, showing the 4 founders establishing the castle, the changes over 1,000 years, and the portraits of the headmasters of each generation slowly appearing and disappearing among the clouds. The walls were covered with flags in silver green, gold red, blue bronze, and khaki, each representing a graduating class. In the faculty section, the professors were dressed in their most formal dress robes. Dumbledore's star-patterned robes shimmered with a dreamlike glow in the candlelight. Professor McGonagall's tartan shawl was impeccably tailored. Snape's black robes were crisper than usual, but his expression was more somber than ever. Everyone knew that something was brewing in the shadows. Caesar sat in the middle row of the Slytherin alumni section. He wore a brand new dark green school uniform, with the silver snake emblem of the academy pinned to his chest, unchanged for 7 years. The snowflake brooch on his left collar, though now much dimmer, still shimmered. His gaze swept calmly across the great hall, past the students chatting excitedly and adjusting their cap tassels, and landed on a blonde figure on the edge of the Gryffindor area. Astoria sat there. She was wearing the same school uniform as him, but it was more fitted at the waist, and the green grass pattern on the cuffs was so worn that it was almost invisible. Her pale blonde hair was styled into an intricate updo, revealing a slender neck and overly defined collarbones. Even after 7 years of treatment, she remained thinner than her peers. She sat upright with her hands on her knees, her fingers unconsciously twisted together, her knuckles turning white. The ceremony began. Dumbledore stood up, and the great hall fell silent instantly. The old man's voice, amplified by a spell, resounded through every corner, gentle yet powerful. 7 years. You entered this castle as children, and today you leave as wizards and witches. Caesar wasn't listening carefully. His attention was entirely on Astoria. How long can she hold on? Such formal occasions, lengthy speeches, and crowded places remain a burden for her. He noticed that her breaths were deeper than usual, and her shoulders trembled slightly occasionally, not from tension, but from a physiological, uncontrollable exhaustion. Hogwarts teaches you more than just magic. Dumbledore's voice continued. It's also a choice. Between light and darkness, between right and easy, between protecting and taking. Just then, the auditorium door was suddenly pushed open. It wasn't opened normally, but rather slammed open by some enormous force. The heavy oak door panel struck the stone wall with a deafening crash. A cold wind, carrying a biting chill, swept into the hall, instantly extinguishing a third of the suspended candles. A figure stood in the doorway. No, it's not standing, it's floating there. Pale as a corpse, scarlet eyes, a flat face without a nose, wrapped in a long, black robe that absorbed all light. His appearance was like a block of ice thrown into boiling water. The temperature in the auditorium plummeted, and a sweet, magical scent, like rotting flowers, filled the air. Voldemort and many Death Eaters attacked. It's not a rumor, not a shadow, it's the truth. He floated there at the entrance of the Great Hall, with a dozen or so Death Eaters standing behind him, wearing silver masks, their black robes billowing, and their wands gleaming ominously in their hands. Dead silence. A suffocating, deathly silence that lasted for 10 seconds. Then, screams erupted. The students jumped up from their chairs, some tried to run away, while others hid under the chairs. Several professors in the faculty area had already drawn their wands. Dumbledore stood up, his face showing no surprise, only a deep, expected solemnity. Tom, the old man said calmly, this is not a place for you. Whether or not to come is my decision, Dumbledore. Voldemort's voice was high-pitched and cold, like the hiss of a venomous snake. His scarlet eyes swept across the auditorium, lingering for a moment on each student's face. When his gaze fell on the Slytherin area, a twisted smile appeared on his lips. He paused, then gently waved his wand. A black flame suddenly ignited in the center of the auditorium. The flames did not generate heat, instead, they emitted a bone-chilling cold. The tongues of fire twisted into the shape of a pained human face, emitting silent wails. "Choose," Voldemort said. "Kneel and swear allegiance. Or, become one of the first sacrifices of the new world." Panic spread like a plague. Many students scattered and fled. However, a few Slytherin students, mostly 7th-year purebloods, hesitated before standing up and walking toward Voldemort. Draco Malfoy was deathly pale, but he was being pushed forward by Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Pansy Parkinson practically ran there. Caesar used teleportation to bring Astoria into the corridor. She didn't move. Not only did she not move, her body began to tremble violently. After a long silence, Astoria finally spoke. His voice was hoarse, and each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Caesar remained silent. She finally cried. It wasn't sobbing, but a silent, utterly devastating cry. Large tears rolled down her pale cheeks and landed on the cold floor. She slid down and curled up in the shadows beside the armor, like a wounded little animal trying to hide herself. Caesar knelt down in front of her. He didn't offer any comfort, didn't say don't cry, and didn't do anything unnecessary. He simply reached out his hand, not to touch her, but to gently place it on the floor beside her, palm up, like a silent invitation. A long time passed, long enough that the sounds of explosions and screams from the end of the corridor could be heard, and the conflict in the auditorium had begun, before Astoria slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face streaked with tears, and a few strands of her pale golden hair were loose and stuck to her sweaty forehead. But when she looked at Caesar, there was a resolute determination in her eyes, a determination to burn her bridges. "Caesar." Her voice was hoarse. "I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." Caesar looked at her. Looking at this girl who was as pale as a shadow 7 years ago, and who is still thin now but has a flame in her heart. Watching her smile when she said I want to be a wild rose in the greenhouse sunshine, watching her relaxed as she held mead in the snowy night in the tower, watching the light in her eyes when she put on the starry sky shawl. Chapter 239. Right now, in this corner, this girl is crying. Because of a madman who should have died long ago. Caesar reached out his hand, this time truly reaching out, and gently wiped away the tears from her face. The movements were very gentle, as if handling a fragile piece of porcelain. "Leave it to me," he said, his voice as calm as if discussing the weather. "I'll go and kill him." Astoria was stunned. She looked at Caesar, at his deep grey eyes, which held no anger, no fanaticism, only an almost terrifying, absolute calm. What did you say?" "I said, I'll go kill him." Caesar stood up and dusted off his robes. "Then let all the darkness you hate disappear forever." He turned to leave, but Astoria suddenly grabbed his sleeve. "Wait. You can't, that's Voldemort." "Dumbledore. Dumbledore has Dumbledore's methods." Caesar interrupted her, looking down at her hand, which trembled with the force of her grip, but held tightly. "I have mine." He gently pulled his hand away from hers, not by shaking it off, but as if untying an overly tense knot. "Wait for me here," he said, "at most 20 minutes. Caesar. Believe me." He looked at her, a very faint, almost imperceptible smile curving his lips. "Remember? I said you'd live to be very, very old, so old that you'd get tired of snow." Then he turned and walked deeper into the corridor. His steps were slow, but each one steady. The hem of his black robe fluttered gently behind him, and the snowflake brooch on his left collar gleamed faintly in the dim light. Astoria stared blankly as his figure disappeared around the corner, then slowly slid down to sit on the ground. She hugged her knees, buried her face in them, her shoulders still trembling, but no longer from crying. An even more intense explosion came from the end of the corridor. The walls were shaking, and dust was falling from the ceiling. In the distance, one could faintly hear Voldemort's shrill laughter and some terrifying magical sound, like the simultaneous wails of thousands of people. Time ticked by, second by second. Astoria counted her heartbeats. 1, 2, 10, 100. She remembered the first potion Caesar gave her in first grade, the sunlight in the greenhouse, the snow in the tower, the starry shawl and the snowflake brooch. I remember him saying, "I'll be the cliff, and you'll be the wild rose." Then, around the 1800th heartbeat, about 20 minutes later, all sound suddenly stopped. It didn't gradually subside, it came to an abrupt end. As if someone had pressed a mute button, the explosions of battle, the screams, and the howling of spells all vanished. Instead, there was an eerie, almost vacuum-like silence. A few seconds later, cheers erupted. It wasn't a cheer of victory, but a cheer of relief mixed with fear and disbelief, a cheer of survivors. Footsteps rushed in from the direction of the auditorium, students were running, professors were shouting, and Mrs. Pomfrey's shrill voice directed the movement of the wounded. Astoria suddenly stood up and rushed towards the auditorium. The auditorium was a complete mess. The bench overturned, the flags burned, and the magical scroll on the ceiling was torn apart, revealing the real stone dome behind it. There was blood on the ground, broken glass, and burn marks. The students crowded in a corner, the professors gathered around the faculty table, and Dumbledore stood there, pale but solemn, the elder wand in his hand still glowing faintly. Voldemort is gone. The Death Eaters have also disappeared. There were only a few tattered black robes and silver masks on the ground, like shed snakeskin. He vanished, a Hufflepuff student said, trembling. Suddenly, turned to ashes. All the Death Eaters did. It's Dumbledore, someone shouted. The headmaster defeated him. But Dumbledore shook his head. The old man looked around the auditorium, his gaze sweeping across each student's face, finally settling on the doorway and on Astoria, who had just rushed in. His eyes held a complex expression. There is scrutiny, there is doubt, there is a profound, incomprehensible understanding. Then he spoke, his voice amplified and carried throughout the hall. The threat has been temporarily averted. But today's events remind us that darkness has never truly left. Now, professors, please organize the students to return to the common room. The university hospital needs to prepare to receive the wounded. Astoria didn't hear what was said next. Her eyes searched frantically through the crowd, looking for that dark green figure. She found it. Caesar stood at the edge of the Slytherin quarter, leaning against a pillar. His robes were slightly disheveled, and his face was a little dusty, but he looked very calm. It was as calm as if I had just returned a book to the library, rather than participating in a battle that could determine the fate of the wizarding world. He saw her and nodded slightly. Astoria squeezed through the crowd, almost running. She stopped in front of him, breathing heavily, her eyes fixed on him. "You?" she began, but didn't know what to ask. "I'm fine," Caesar said first, brushing the dust off his robe. "A little commotion, but it's all taken care of." "Resolved?" Astoria grabbed his sleeve, the same way she had done in the hallway, but this time tighter. "How was it resolved? What about Voldemort? And those Death Eaters?" "Dead." Caesar said this in a casual tone, as if he were saying he had finished dinner. "Most of the Death Eaters were poisoned by the magic, the rest escaped." "Voldemort?" He paused, "He won't be coming back. I promise." Astoria looked at him. Looking into his deep grey eyes, I saw the absolute, unquestionable calm within them. "You did this?" she asked softly. Caesar did not answer directly. He looked around. The professors were evacuating the students, Dumbledore was talking quietly with Professor McGonagall, and Snape stood in the shadows, staring intently at them. "The graduation ceremony isn't over yet," Caesar said, reaching out to gently brush a stray strand of hair from Astoria's forehead. "We should go back now. You're an outstanding graduate, you should go up on stage to receive your certificate." "I don't care about certificates. I care." Caesar interrupted her, his voice very gentle. "I care that you wear this robe and, in front of everyone, receive what you deserve. What I care about is that when you leave Hogwarts, you won't remember today's chaos, but rather the glory you earned through 7 years of hard work." He paused, looking into her eyes. "Do you care?" Astoria was stunned. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Then let's go," Caesar said, extending his hand to her, not to take her hand, but merely as an invitation. Astoria stared at the hand for a long time, then placed her own hand on it. His hands were steady and warm. Chapter 240. The graduation ceremony resumed an hour later. The auditorium was quickly repaired, not fully restored, the damaged flags were taken down, the overturned chairs were righted, and the bloodstains and scorch marks were cleaned up. The atmosphere remained somber, but at least it possessed the solemnity expected of a ceremony. The students returned to their seats, most still in shock, their conversations barely audible. The professors stood in their respective positions, their expressions serious. Dumbledore returned to the podium, but this time he made no mention of the battle that had just taken place. "Life always tests us at the most unexpected moments," the old man said. The voice was lower and deeper than usual. "But true graduation is not about escaping challenges, but about carrying the courage those challenges have given us and moving forward." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Now, students whose names I call, please come up to the stage to receive your graduation certificates." The ceremony proceeded as planned. Students from each college took turns going up on stage, receiving a rolled-up parchment certificate from the dean, shaking hands with the president, and receiving applause. The atmosphere gradually warmed up, and smiles reappeared on some students' faces. Astoria Greengrass was the third Slytherin. When she walked onto the stage, her steps were steady and her back was very straight. The dark green robe gleamed softly in the candlelight, and her pale golden hair, though still somewhat disheveled, possessed a vibrant beauty. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were bright, devoid of the previous breakdown, replaced by a clear and resolute determination. She took the certificate from Snape, who, unusually, didn't say anything harsh, but simply nodded, then walked over to Dumbledore. The old man looked at her, something flickering in his deep blue eyes. He took her hand, not in a simple, polite handshake, but with a little more force. "Miss Greengrass," he said. The voice was very soft, only the two of them could hear it. "Sometimes, the most powerful magic isn't a spell, but a choice. You made the right choice." Astoria paused for a moment, then nodded, "Thank you, headmaster." She turned and left the stage, returning to her seat. Daphne, standing nearby, whispered, "What did the headmaster say to you?" "It's nothing," Astoria said, her gaze fixed on Caesar. "He hasn't gone on stage yet. As a student whose surname comes later in the alphabet, he had to wait until the very last few." When the ceremony was 3/4 complete, Caesar Greengrass's name was called. He stood up and walked to the podium. Her steps were unhurried, the hem of her black robe fluttering slightly behind her. The snowflake brooch on her left lapel gleamed faintly in the candlelight, like a flickering candle in the wind, yet it still shone. Snape handed him the certificate, gave him a deep look with his dark eyes, and said nothing. Dumbledore took his hand. This time, the old man's hands trembled slightly, not because of old age, but because of some suppressed emotion. "Mr. Greengrass." Dumbledore's voice lowered further, almost a whisper. "Some victories don't need applause. Some acts of dedication don't need to be known. Thank you, for everything you've done for everyone." Caesar looked at him, his deep grey eyes showing no surprise, only a calm acceptance. "I just did what I was supposed to do, Principal. That's precisely what makes it so precious." Dumbledore released his grip, gently patting his shoulder. "Go. The future belongs to you." Caesar turned and stepped down from the stage. He didn't look at anyone, but simply walked back to his seat, sat down, placed the certificate on his lap, and gazed at the high dome of the auditorium. The ceremony concluded at dusk. The setting sun slanted in through the tall arched windows, bathing the entire auditorium in a warm golden-red hue. The students stood up, hugged, cried, and laughed as they said goodbye. 7 years have frozen in time into a memory, the parchment certificate, the tassel on the hat, and the glistening tears in my eyes. Astoria found Caesar in the crowd. He stood at the entrance of the auditorium, watching the sky gradually darken outside, his profile appearing exceptionally serene in the sunset. "Caesar." She walked over. He turned to her and smiled, "It's over." "Yes." Astoria nodded. Caesar looked at her. The setting sun danced on her pale golden hair, gilding her entire body. The blue in her eyes was deeper than it had been 7 years ago, but it was still clear and still luminous. He remembered her panting outside the transformation classroom when she was in first grade, and the smile on her face when she said, "I want to be a wild rose in the greenhouse." I remember the image of her holding the small silver cup in the snowy night in the tower, the surprise in her eyes when she put on the starry sky shawl, and the trembling as she broke down crying in the corridor just now. He planted seeds within Voldemort's forces, modified dark magic, secret networks of communication, and lurking pawns. Now, they will begin to spread the completely opposite ideas: purebloods are not noble, muggleborns deserve respect, and magic belongs to all who can use it. And all of this takes only 20 minutes. Caesar snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the girl waiting for his answer. Does she deserve to know the truth? Maybe. But does she deserve to be dragged into a deeper vortex? No. So he just smiled, reached out and gently patted her shoulder, just as he had done countless times over the past 7 years. He said it in a relaxed tone, as if he were saying the weather was nice today. "All right, time to pack your bags. The Hogwarts Express won't wait for you tomorrow morning." Astoria looked at him. I watched for a long time, until the sun had sunk a little lower, the noise in the auditorium gradually subsided, and the hooting of an owl could be heard in the distance. Then she smiled too. It wasn't questioning, it wasn't doubting, it was just a simple, warm smile of complete trust. "Yes. Go home." They walked out of the auditorium side by side, into the June evening breeze. The castle stood silently behind, witnessing the departure of yet another group of students. Across the Black Lake, the treetops of the Forbidden Forest swayed in the twilight, as if silently bidding farewell. Caesar walked half a step away from Astoria, using his body to separate himself from the crowd, just like he had done in the hallway back in first year. She followed behind him, her steps much steadier than 7 years ago, her breathing even, her face bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. This 7-year period of student life has finally come to an end. But some things never end. For example, the agreement made every year when it snows. For example, the warmth of a starry sky shawl. For example, the faint glow of a snowflake brooch in the dark. For example, the entire process of a girl growing from a pale shadow into a wild rose. A smile worth protecting, and a real life. That's enough. 5 years later. The winter gardens of Greengrass Estate remain warm and spring-like even in January. A magically maintained transparent dome covers half of the hillside, filled with rare plants collected from all over the world. Astoria sat on a white bench beside a cluster of roses. She wore a light blue long dress, with a starry sky shawl loosely draped over her shoulders. Chapter 241. Years have passed, the wool is still soft, the star embroidery is still clear, only the tassels on the edges are a little shorter, and the moonstone has dimmed a bit. A thick, ancient book lay open on her lap, but her gaze wasn't on the pages, instead, it was fixed on the small glass greenhouse at the far end of the garden. That was built for her by Caesar 3 years ago. It wasn't large, only 20 feet square, but every single plant inside was personally selected and planted by him. There's the crystal orchid that can stabilize emotions, the moonshoe moss that can purify the air, and the ice crystal rose that only blooms in snowy weather. Most importantly, she could spend the entire afternoon in the rattan hanging chair in the center of the greenhouse, reading, daydreaming, or simply watching the snow slowly slide down the glass roof. Leah. Astoria turned her head. Caesar stood at the entrance to the garden path, dressed in a simple dark grey robe, holding a small crystal bottle in his hand. The afternoon sun shone from behind him, gilding his entire body. So early today. She closed the book and smiled. Her smile was warm and genuine. Compared to the girl who was as pale as a shadow in the Transfiguration classroom 7 years ago, Astoria now has color in her face, and the blue in her eyes is deeper and brighter. Work at the Ministry of Magic is relatively easy, and I miss you a lot. Astoria's smile widened. She took his arm, and the two walked slowly along the garden path. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome, casting interplay of light and shadow on them. The wedding is scheduled for next Saturday. It wasn't a grand pure-blood family marriage celebration that Daphne and her parents originally insisted on, but Astoria refused. She said that if she absolutely had to have a wedding, she would like it to be at Hogwarts, by the Black Lake, and she would only invite people she truly cares about. His parents vehemently opposed the proposal, but Caesar simply calmly presented a list that included the names of Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Madame Pomfrey, and several other highly respected senior scholars from the Ministry of Magic's Research Division. These people, he said, more important than the reporters at the Daily Prophet and those so-called high society people who just want to see the Greengrass family make a fool of themselves, isn't it? The Greengrass couple fell silent. Ultimately, they compromised. Therefore, the wedding was very small. The white pavilion by the Black Lake is the same one where Caesar took Astoria to see the first snow 7 years ago. The number of guests was limited to no more than 30. The food consisted of simple meals prepared by the Hogwarts kitchens. The music was a few ancient songs played by Professor Flitwick on his magic violin, including the complete Moonlight over the Black Lake. Simple, but enough. The weather forecast for the wedding day was originally sunny. But the weather in the Scottish Highlands is never reliable, no matter the forecast. At dawn, the sky was a clear blue, but by noon, thick, leaden grey clouds had gathered, heavy and like wool soaked in water. The wind blew from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, carrying the scent of snow and pine needles. "It's going to snow," Daphne said, frowning in the dressing room. Merlin, of all days. Astoria sat in front of the mirror without saying a word. She wore a simple white wedding dress, not an exaggerated ball gown, but a well-tailored satin gown with semi-transparent tulle sleeves and tiny moonstones adorning the neckline, as if incorporating elements of a starry sky shawl. Her hair wasn't styled into an elaborate bun, it was simply loosely braided and hung down one shoulder, with a fresh, icy rose tucked behind her ear. "The snow is beautiful," she finally said, looking at her somewhat unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. "I love the snow." Daphne wanted to say something more, but then she heard music coming from outside. Professor Flitwick had already started playing the prelude. The wedding started at 3 p.m. The white pavilion by the Black Lake was enchanted with warmth, but the guests were still wrapped in thick cloaks. Dumbledore wore a dark blue robe adorned with stars, and his beard was styled into an elaborate braid. Professor McGonagall was unusually dressed in a light grey tuxedo, and her hair was still neatly styled. Snape was there too, dressed in a formal black robe, standing in the shadows at the far edge of the pavilion, his expression complex. Caesar stood in the center of the pavilion, wearing a dark green robe the same color as his school uniform. The snowflake brooch on his left collar was now dimly lit, but it was still shimmering. He appeared calm, but Sabini, who was standing next to him, later testified. By Merlin, I've known him for 11 years, and I've never seen him unconsciously tap his thigh with his fingers, though it was only 3 times, it was still a historic moment. The music has changed. The melody of Moonlight Over the Black Lake drifted in the cold wind, clear, melodious, and gentle like the water of a lake. Astoria appeared at the end of the path. She took her father's arm and slowly walked towards the pavilion. His steps were steady, his breathing was even, and the smile on his face was natural and bright. The snowflakes started falling at this time, not in the afternoon as predicted, but earlier than expected. Tiny, crystalline snowflakes drifted slowly down from the leaden sky, like an invisible hand scattering diamond dust in the air. The guests let out soft gasps of surprise. Astoria looked up, and a perfectly round hexagonal snowflake landed on her eyelashes, melting instantly into a tiny water droplet, like a tear, but she was smiling. She walked into the pavilion and stood before Caesar. The two looked at each other, but neither spoke. Professor Flitwick's piano music flowed through the snow like an invisible river. The ceremony was very simple. There were no lengthy vows, no extravagant promises. When Dumbledore, the master of ceremonies, volunteered to ask that age-old question, Caesar's answer was clear and calm. I do. The moment the words left his mouth, the snow began to fall heavily. From tiny snowflakes to real snowflakes, dense and silent, like goose feathers, they blanketed the Black Lake, the pavilion, the distant forbidden forest, and the castle. The whole world turned white in minutes, and all the noise, the disputes, and the embers of the pure blood theory were gently buried by the sudden snow. As Dumbledore announced the ceremony was complete, Astoria suddenly smiled. It wasn't the kind of ladylike, restrained smile, but a genuine smile, with eyes curving into crescents, a smile that belonged to the wild rose. She turned her head and whispered in Caesar's ear, her voice so soft that only the two of them could hear. How about we go see the snow tonight? Caesar paused for a moment, then a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Now, he asked in a low voice as well. Astoria nodded, her eyes sparkling. Like in first grade. Sneaking out, in the snowy night, just the two of us. Caesar glanced at the guests around him and began to rise to offer his congratulations. Daphne was talking to her mother, and her father was exchanging pleasantries with several professors. The snow fell heavier and heavier, forming a white curtain around the pavilion. Good. Chapter 242. He said, then raised his voice, speaking to the nearest Blaze in a volume that was not loud but clear enough. Sabini, do me a favor. Blaze walked over, raising an eyebrow. Instructional guidance on eloping? That's expensive. Tell everyone, Caesar pulled a folded parchment from his pocket, that we've gone on our honeymoon. The return date is uncertain. That's it. That's it. Blaze took the parchment, opened it, glanced at it, and smiled, okay. Remember to bring a souvenir. Caesar nodded, then turned to Astoria. He extended his hand, not to take it, but in an extremely ancient gesture, a gesture of respect from ancient knights, with his palm facing upward in a slight bow. Astoria placed her hand on it. The next second, the tip of Caesar's wand lit up with a silvery white light. It's not apparate that's forbidden within Hogwarts territory, but rather a more subtle application of magic. The light enveloped the two, and to the astonishment of the guests, their figures began to become transparent, as if melting into the snow, and finally disappeared completely. All that remained was a piece of parchment and the heavy snow falling outside the pavilion. The snow was falling heavily in Hogsmeade village that night. The streets were deserted, all the shops were closed, except for the Three Brooms bar, whose lights were still on, casting warm yellow light through the windows and casting blurry patches of light on the snow. The snow had piled up to my ankles, making a pleasant crunch sound with every step. The sky was a deep purple, and the snow shimmered faintly in the darkness, like countless tiny stars falling. Caesar and Astoria appeared under the old oak tree at the entrance of the village. They hadn't changed clothes, she was still in her wedding dress, and he was still in his formal gown. Snow fell on her hair, on his shoulders, on the tulle of her wedding dress and the satin of her robe, melting instantly and leaving dark water stains. "Are you cold?" Caesar asked, his hand naturally resting on her shoulder. "It's not cold." Astoria shook her head, then smiled. "Look, our first snow has come to bless us." It was indeed the first snow. The first real snowfall of the year arrived the moment they said "I do." It was no coincidence, Caesar could sense the flow of magic in the air. This snow contained the breath of nature, but also something deeper, like a blessing from the world, like the approval of fate. "Where do you want to go?" he asked. Astoria thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "Honey Duke. I want Chocolate Frog, right now." "It's closed. You can pick locks." "That's illegal, Mrs. Greengrass." "Now it's Mrs. Greengrass." Astoria corrected him, then winked. Furthermore, the senior advisor in the research department should have a way to legally get the shop owner to agree to temporary operation, right? Caesar looked at her. Snowflakes melted on her eyelashes, water droplets slid down her cheeks, and she laughed like a child who had just pulled off a prank. The wedding dress shimmered with a soft, pearly white against the snow, making her glow against the dark and snowy backdrop. "Just this once," he said, then took her hand and led her toward Honey Duke. The shop was indeed closed, but the window was still lit with warm yellow lights, and all sorts of candies were displayed inside. Caesar didn't pick the lock, he simply drew his wand and lightly tapped the doorknob. A flash of silver light, and the door opened silently, not out of vandalism, but because the shopkeeper had left behind an emergency exit spell, which could only be activated by knowing the specific frequency of magical fluctuations. "How do you know this?" Astoria followed her inside and asked curiously. "When I came to buy candy last week, I casually chatted with the shop owner about the loopholes in the protective spells." Caesar lit his wand, and warm white light filled the shop. He promised to leave a back door open tonight, just in case a newlywed couple suddenly wanted to eat Chocolate Frog. Astoria laughed, and her laughter echoed in the quiet shop. She went behind the counter, skillfully opened a glass jar, and took out 2 chocolate frogs. "Here you go." She handed one to him. "Happy wedding." "Happy wedding." Caesar took it and tore open the packaging. The frog jumped out, but he caught it with lightning speed and stuffed it into his mouth. The two sat on high stools behind the counter, sharing a chocolate frog and watching the heavy snow outside the shop window. The shop is filled with the sweet aroma of candy, toffee, coconut ice cream, honey candy, and the rich scent of chocolate. The warm yellow light cast their shadows on the wall, nestled close together. When Astoria ate the 3rd chocolate frog, she suddenly said, "Caesar. Will we always be like this? Which way? It's just..." She thought for a moment. "You can run out to see the snow anytime, sneak into the candy store in the middle of the night, and do anything you want. Don't worry about what others think, you don't need to play the role of a Greengrass lady or a Ministry of Magic researcher." Caesar looked at her. She still had a bit of chocolate on her lips, her eyes were sparkling, and the train of her wedding dress spread out on the bench like a flower blooming in the night. "Yes," he said, "if you are willing." "Of course I would." Astoria jumped off the bar stool, twirled in the center of the shop, her skirt billowing and shimmering in the light. "I want to be a wild rose for life. To bloom in the snow, to sway in the wind, to grow wherever I want." She stopped and looked at Caesar. "Will you be the cliff for the rest of your life?" Caesar also stood up and walked over to her. He didn't answer, but simply extended his hand, palm up, in the same gesture as at the wedding. Astoria understood. She placed her hand on it. Then, in the warm, sweet-smelling shop of Honeyduke, amidst the heavy snow falling outside the shop window, they began to dance. There was no music, only the sound of falling snow and each other's breathing. The dance steps are slow and simple, just slow, gentle turns, like two snowflakes nestled together in the wind. The sheer fabric of her wedding dress brushed against his long robe. Her head rested on his shoulder, her hand on his chest, and she could feel his steady, strong heartbeat. Thumping. 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 Like some ancient drumbeat, like the rhythm of time, like the most fundamental cadence of life itself. Caesar, Astoria said softly. Your heartbeat is so steady. Has it always been this stable? Not before, Caesar said honestly. When I first saw you in the Transfiguration classroom in first grade, it beat fast. When you were scared by Myrtle at the Halloween party, it paused for a second. When you said you wanted to be a wild rose in the greenhouse, it lost its rhythm. Just now, when you said I do at the wedding, it almost jumped out of your chest. Astoria looked up, her eyes sparkling like stars in the lamplight, and now. Now, Caesar looked down at her, her reflection shimmering in his deep grey eyes, it beats for you. Only for you. Astoria smiled. That smile blossomed in the warm yellow light, warm, radiant, and so real it carried no shadow. She tiptoed and gently kissed his lips. Chocolate flavor. The smell of snow. There was sunshine, green grass, and the whole scent of spring. Chapter 243. Outside the window, the snow was falling even harder. The rooftops of Hogsmeade were covered in a thick layer of white snow, and the streets disappeared behind the snow curtain, leaving only this cozy little shop and the two people huddled together inside. Much later, they left Honeyduke. Caesar left enough galleons on the counter to buy all the chocolate frogs, along with a note, "Happy wedding" to two capricious guests. On a snowy night, they walked slowly back to Hogwarts hand in hand. The castle was lit up in the distance, like a lighthouse in a sea of snow. When they reached the shore of the Black Lake, Astoria suddenly stopped and took a small box out of the inner pocket of her wedding dress. "I almost forgot," she said, "a wedding gift." Caesar opened the box. Inside are two simple necklaces, thin silver chains, with pendants that are two interlocking snowflakes, one slightly larger and the other slightly smaller. When they are together, they fit perfectly, and when they are apart, they are complete on their own. There was a tiny point of light at the center of the snowflake, the same kind of light as the brooch she had given him 7 years ago. "I worked on it for a long time." Astoria picked up the smaller piece and, standing on tiptoe, put it on him. "The big one is for you, the small one is for me. That way, even if we're temporarily separated, we'll still know where the other is," shining brightly. Caesar took the smaller piece and put it on her. The silver chain clung to her fair neck, and a snowflake pendant dangled between her collarbones, shimmering with a gentle light. Then he reached out and pulled her into his arms. The snow is still falling, silently and gently, covering the Black Lake, the forbidden forest, the castle, and them. Their figures gradually blurred in the snow, leaving only the outlines of their tightly embracing bodies, and the faint, echoing light continuously emanating from the two snowflake pendants in the darkness. It's been 12 years. From a pale-faced classmate to a snowy wedding night, from a caged bird to a wild rose, from a promise on a cliff to a vow pounding in the heart. A girl dancing for him in the snow. A heart that will always beat for her. And a true love that lasts a lifetime. 10 years later. As the Ministry of Magic's clock struck 6, Caesar closed the logbook of the 7th Research Laboratory. The crystal flask on the workbench had been cleaned and shimmered with a moist luster under the cool blue simulated starlight. The ancient runes on the wall stopped flowing, reverting to static, dark grey markings, like hibernating vines. Caesar put on the dark grey wool coat hanging by the door, not a wizard's robe, but a Muggle-style, a Christmas gift from Astoria last year, saying, "Even researchers need to be like ordinary people sometimes." The snowflake brooch was pinned to her left lapel, its light had faded to almost invisible, but it was still there. He extinguished the starlight and closed the door. The protective spell activated automatically, and a silver magic lock appeared on the door panel, flashing 3 times before disappearing into the wood grain. The elevator at the end of the corridor slowly ascended. Through the glass wall, one could see the Ministry of Magic's courtyard undergoing a shift change. Daytime staff were packing up to go home, while night shift staff yawned as they entered their respective departments. The bulletin board scrolled through irrelevant headlines. Department of Magical Transportation considers adjusting FluNet rates, Hogwarts adds Ancient Runes elective course, Honeydukes launches limited edition Christmas toffee. People discussed pay raises and holidays, complained that the canteen's pumpkin juice wasn't sweet enough, and argued about betting on Quidditch matches. The elevator stopped in the entrance lobby. The ugly statue that Caesar passed through the golden fountain still stood there, but the golden wizard of the Brotherhood of Magic had a thin crack on his face, supposedly from when a drunken employee accidentally knocked it with his wand as he walked toward the fireplace network. "Green Grass Estate," he said to the green flame. The winter nights at the manor were much warmer than at the Ministry of Magic. It's not a difference in temperature, but something deeper. The air is filled with the scent of burning pine, the rich aroma of stewing soup, the wheat fragrance of baking bread, and the crisp freshness of frosty grass in the garden. When Caesar stepped out from behind the fireplace in the living room, the first thing he saw was a pile of colored crayons and drawing paper on the carpet. The subject matter of the painting is very abstract. The green one is a dragon, or a tree, the blue one is a black lake, or the sky, the red one has the crooked letters Mum next to it, and the yellow one has Dad next to it. In the corner of the painting, tiny snowflakes were drawn with silver crayon, almost identical to the one on Caesar's left collar. The sound of a stew pot bubbling away came from the kitchen, along with Astoria humming the tune of Moonlight Over the Black Lake, but she had changed the rhythm to be much lighter. Caesar took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack by the door. Just as I was about to head to the kitchen, I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. A small figure rushed down from the second floor. Lydia Greengrass is 4 years old and has her mother's light blonde hair and her father's dark grey eyes. She was wearing a pale yellow nightgown, over which was an oversized dark green sweater, clearly Caesar's old sweater, the hem of which dragged to her knees, and the sleeves rolled up 3 times before her hands were visible. What's most eye-catching is the hat on her head. The hat had a pointed, silver crown with crookedly sewn gold stars, and a few peacock feathers stuck to the brim, borrowed from the proud peacock in the garden. "Dad!" She rushed over and jumped down the last 2 steps without hesitation. Caesar bent down and caught her, his movements as practiced as catching a feather. Leah clung to his neck like a little koala, her hat nearly slipping off, which she hurriedly straightened. "Slow down," Caesar said, but there was no reproach in his tone. "The hat is beautiful. Did you make it yourself?" "Yes." Leah nodded vigorously, her peacock feathers swaying in the breeze. "That's a Merlin hat. Grandma McGonagall said that's the kind of pointed hat Merlin wore, with stars, feathers, and and wisdom is also needed," Caesar added, carrying her toward the living room sofa. "Yes. Wisdom." Leah slid off his lap and stood on the sofa so that she was a little taller than Caesar, who was sitting. "Dad, I have a question for you." "Ask." "Could Merlin have guessed that you'd come back on time to play with me?" Caesar looked at her. The eyes of a 4-year-old are a clear grey-blue, like the sky over the Scottish Highlands, filled with unconditional trust and expectation. She asked the question with an extremely serious expression, as if it were the most important thing in the world. He recalled that at dinner the previous day, Leah had asked, "Why is the moon sometimes full and sometimes crescent?" Astoria had patiently explained astronomy and lunar phases all night. Today is clearly time for the history of magic. Merlin couldn't guess. Caesar said, then paused, looking at his daughter's increasingly disappointed face, before slowly adding. But I can guess who your father is. Leah's eyes lit up instantly. That pure, unadulterated adoration welled up in her eyes, like sunlight piercing through the clouds, warm enough to melt the snow of an entire winter. Chapter 244. Really? Dad's even better than Merlin. In some respects. Caesar pulled a small bag of sugar Honeyduke's jumping mints from his pocket, which he had casually bought during his lunch break today. For example, I can guess that a child ate 3 cookies today, so they can only have 1 candy before dinner. Leah's eyes widened. How did you know? Magic. Caesar tore open the candy bag and poured out a candy in a silver wrapper. And I also know that if you wash your hands now and sit quietly at the table, Mom will allow you to have an extra pudding after dinner. Real. I swear in Merlin's name. This is the spell that Leah is most familiar with. Whenever Caesar uttered this phrase, it meant that the promise would definitely be kept. She immediately jumped off the sofa, ran barefoot to the bathroom, and even turned back to shout halfway. Dad, you're not allowed to steal my candy. Don't steal food. Caesar placed the bag of sugar on the coffee table, got up, and headed to the kitchen. The kitchen felt like another world. The stew pot on the stove was steaming, filled with creamy mushroom soup, its aroma so rich it was almost palpable. The oven glowed with an orange light, and the bread inside was rising, its surface already turning a beautiful golden brown. Astoria stood at the counter chopping vegetables with practiced ease. 7 years ago, she had never even stepped into a kitchen, but now she could prepare decent meals according to recipes. She wore a light blue loungewear dress with a starry sky shawl that had been made into an apron. The hem of the apron was shortened, the tassels were rewoven, and the starry embroidery was still clearly visible. Her hair was loosely tied back, with a few stray strands hanging down her neck, slightly damp with sweat from the heat of the kitchen. You're back. She didn't turn around, but a smile already played on her lips. Did Leah bombard you with the Merlin question again? The question today is whether Merlin can guess that I'll be home on time. Caesar walked behind her, naturally taking the knife from her hand. I'll cut it. You go check the bread. What she asked me yesterday was if Merlin could teach dragons to dance. Astoria stepped aside, turned to check the oven, and said, the other day I asked Merlin if he had ever been scolded by his mother when he was little. Do you have an answer? I told her that Merlin's mother might not yell, but she would definitely make sure he ate his vegetables on time. Astoria put on thick gloves and opened the oven door. The aroma of bread instantly filled the air, a mingled scent of butter and rosemary, like a father who always lets his daughter eat candy before meals. There's only one. Caesar added the chopped carrots to the soup pot. And I swore in Merlin's name that pudding is allowed after dinner. Astoria laughed, took the bread out and placed it on the cooling rack. You'll use up all the in Merlin's name sooner or later. No. Caesar cleaned the knives. Merlin is very generous, especially when it comes to keeping promises to a 4-year-old. Dinner was served in a cozy little restaurant. A round oak table was covered with a light blue tablecloth, and in the center was a small bottle of ice crystal roses that had just been picked from the greenhouse. The 3 chairs are arranged with Caesar and Astoria facing each other, and Lydia's high chair in the middle. The candlestick was made by Leah in her craft class last year, it's crooked but cute. Leah had already washed her hands and was sitting upright in a high chair, her Merlin hat still on her head. A small bowl and spoon for children were placed in front of her, but her eyes remained fixed on the bag of mints next to Caesar. Drink the soup first. Astoria served everyone a bowl of thick soup. After you finish the soup, eat the vegetables and bread, then we can discuss dessert. But Dad said. Dad said it on the condition that you sit obediently at the table. Caesar chimed in, you're being good now, so the pudding works. But candy is another matter. Leah's face fell for a second, but she quickly perked up again. She picked up a spoon, carefully blew on the soup to cool it down, and sipped it slowly, occasionally glancing up at the bag of sugar as if to make sure it hadn't grown legs and run away. Dinner proceeded peacefully. Leah reported on her research findings for the day. She discovered that the peacock in the garden had lost 3 feathers, a new ice crystal rose had bloomed in the greenhouse, and she had successfully drawn snowflakes just like the ones on Dad's brooch on her drawing paper. Astoria shared the Hogwarts news she had heard from Professor McGonagall, and Caesar briefly mentioned the progress in improving the stabilizer. An ordinary family conversation, nothing out of the ordinary. But Caesar listened and watched, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. This sense of satisfaction is different from the thrill of completing the plan in the first simulation, different from the expansion of control over the darkness in the second simulation, and different from the sense of accomplishment of reaching the pinnacle of power in the third simulation. It is a more down-to-earth, deeper satisfaction, like the continuous warmth emanating from a winter fireplace. Dad. Leah finished the last bite of vegetables. After hard negotiation, she only ate 5 carrot sticks, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Caesar. Can I have candy now? Caesar glanced at Astoria. His wife winked at him, meaning, you promised it yourself, so you'll have to deal with it yourself. Okay. Caesar tore open the candy bag and poured out the silver-wrapped candy. But there's a condition. What are the conditions? You must tell me, where did the stars on Merlin's hat come from? Leah took the candy and carefully unwrapped it. The mint shimmered silver under the light, with tiny magical patterns on its surface. She took a small bite first, letting the sugar melt on her tongue, and then, with the sugar still in her mouth, said in a muffled voice. Grandma McGonagall gave it to me. She said it was a real piece of star fragment she found in the Hogwarts astronomy tower. Really star fragments? Leah nodded vigorously, the peacock feathers on her hat swaying. Grandma McGonagall said that sometimes stars get too tired and drop little fragments. If a good child finds them, they can make the most amazing Merlin hat. Caesar looked at Astoria. His wife was drinking soup, a smile she couldn't hide on her lips. Clearly, this was a little secret between Professor McGonagall and Leah, a well-intentioned lie filled with magical imagination. And what about the feathers? Caesar continued. Mr. Peacock gave it to me. Leah's eyes lit up even more. I talked to it for a long time this afternoon. I said, Mr. Peacock, your feathers are so beautiful. Could you give me one to make a Merlin hat? Then it really shook its tail, and one fell down. The green one, the prettiest one. She described it with exaggerated gestures, almost spilling the soup bowl. Caesar steadied himself with his hand, then said, so your Merlin hat has real stars, peacock feathers, and wisdom. And there's love. Leah added. When Mom sewed the hat, with every stitch she said, this is love for Leah. So there was so much love in the hat, like a stew.